In the city of Brika, rules have always held paramount importance. Dwarves are permitted a daily alcohol consumption not exceeding 100 milliliters. Werewolves are forbidden from venturing outdoors after 11 at night. Ratfolk are required to receive vaccinations. Weekly druids must obtain approval before planting trees. Every weapon carried by a warrior must be duly registered. Brika is a microcosm of this unromantic yet fantastical world into which Rehn has stepped. Chapter 1. The Opening Ceremony. Dear students, I am truly delighted to witness the gathering of young individuals from across the globe here at Resburg University. First and foremost, I extend the warmest welcome on behalf of all faculty and students at Resburg University. Rehn sat in the audience, observing the principal, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, delivering the enrollment speech. Surrounding him were an array of peculiar students indeed. They were peculiar. Despite having been in this world for a few days, each encounter with these extraordinary races felt dreamlike, particularly when they congregated as they did today. For instance, seated directly before him was a girl of the catfolk race. Her white tail, adorned with a bow, swayed playfully through the gap beneath the chair, distracting Rehn incessantly. He was quite tempted to reach out and touch it. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze to the individual on his left. Though appearing human, Rehn was skeptical that any true human could resemble a character from Street Fighter, like Gookie. He seemed more akin to a barbarian, despite the incongruity of his gold-rimmed glasses and tailored leather boots. Setting aside the bizarre races around him, the notion of traversing into a fantastical realm had lost its novelty. Yet, the events of the past few days had left him questioning whether he was indeed dreaming. Just days prior, he had been an ordinary high school student in a mundane town. To his astonishment, this world possessed an element of the unfantastical. Unlike the fantastical tales he had encountered in his previous life, which often drew upon a medieval backdrop filled with nobility, carriages, armor, blacksmiths, fine wines, and adventurers, this world bore a striking resemblance to Earth in terms of modern technology. Smartphones, computers, airplanes, and high-speed trains were all present, alongside the internet, which he had previously deemed indispensable. This stark contrast to his expectations rendered his initial days in this world rather disorienting. Just as he began to acclimate to this new reality, an even stranger incident occurred. While helping an elderly gentleman cross the street on his way home from school, the man inexplicably thrust an acceptance letter into Rehn's hands, inviting him to attend the university mentioned therein. Rehn pondered the absurdity of such an informal method of delivering acceptance letters. Surely, there were protocols even for backdoor admissions, yet the elderly man insisted on bestowing the letter upon him, leaving Rehn with no choice but to accept it. The following day, when he arrived at school, inexplicably, the institution had already learned of the incident. His homeroom teacher and the principal promptly gathered his belongings, and to Rehn's astonishment, purchased him a train ticket, facilitating his journey to his current location. In truth, it felt more akin to being packed away. During their journey to the station, the homeroom teacher briefly explained the situation, informing him that the letter was from Resburg University, one of the top 10 universities in the world. Under normal circumstances, Rehn's combined exam scores would scarcely qualify him for admission, rendering this opportunity a stroke of fortune that he simply had to seize. Moreover, as the university semester commenced in just a few days, there was no time to lose. Thus, in a haze of confusion, Rehn found himself in the city of Brika, participating in the opening ceremony of Resburg University. Many of you are here for the first time in Brika, and for some, it may even be your first encounter with such a diverse city. As your principal, I feel it is necessary to impart certain guidelines that you will need to adhere to in the future. First and foremost, the importance of rules and order cannot be overstated. These are the essential pillars of our society, especially in Brika. It is widely recognized that Brika is a remarkably inclusive city, which is precisely why Resburg University has chosen to establish itself here, as we are eager to welcome students from all races and nations. With such a multitude of individuals from diverse backgrounds and races gathered together, there is a potential for misunderstandings. Many races have their own customs and traditions, and conflicts may arise from differing practices. For instance, the Grimms from the Havoc Desert revere cats as divine beings, and contact with them is strictly forbidden. However, in other regions, including Brika, many view cats as mere pets. Such conflicts are not uncommon, which is why we require all who come to Brika to abide by its regulations. Your presence here today signifies your acceptance of Brika's rules and your willingness to make certain concessions. The Grams, for instance, have thus far refused to adhere to our regulations, resulting in their absence from Resburg University, a regrettable circumstance. But rules must not be broken. Above all, remember that rules and order are of utmost importance. By adhering to these guidelines, we can ensure a stable existence for all that. I trust that in your academic journey ahead, you will come to appreciate this truth. Rehn listened to the principal's address, agreeing to some extent with the sentiments expressed. After all, with such a diverse assembly of races, many possessing extraordinary abilities, there must be limitations, otherwise society could descend into chaos. The principal proceeded to enumerate several points of caution, and Rehn observed as he turned the page of his notes. This particular point should be well known to those familiar with our institution, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Let us instead review the names on the list. In truth, there was no need to consult the list, as the elite class students occupied the two front rows, totaling 21 individuals, including Rehn himself. Indeed, through some inexplicable twist of fate, Rehn had found himself among this so-called elite class, which only added to his bewilderment regarding the events of the past few days. Who was the elderly gentleman who had given him the acceptance letter? How had he managed to secure Rehn's place in the elite class? And what were his motivations? Initially, Rehn had assumed the elderly man was the principal. Yet upon seeing the hunched old man today, he realized he bore no resemblance to the imposing figure before him. Now let us unveil the first student of the elite class. He hails from one of the new age dwarf clans, the clan of electronics. Please welcome Tor Transistor. Upon hearing this name, Rehn nearly toppled from his seat. He was aware that dwarf clan names and surnames often bore peculiar associations with tools, such as Rat the Forge from the Steelhammer clan or Nos the Hoe from the Plains clan. However, he had never anticipated that contemporary dwarves would possess names so flamboyant. One could only commend the evolution of the new age dwarves. A brown-haired dwarf in Rehn's vicinity leapt from his seat and dashed toward the stage with exuberance. Student Tor embarked on a profound exploration of transistor applications, building upon his father's achievements, significantly advancing the field. King Yedlin of the Electronic clan specifically bestowed upon him the surname of Transistor and penned a letter of recommendation for our institution. In the letter, he expressed that, thanks to Tor's research, it is conceivable that in a few years, mobile phones of similar size to those today could exhibit double the performance that in light of his remarkable accomplishments, I hereby grant him admission to the 217th elite class of Resburg University. He then whispered some encouraging words to him. After Tor stepped down, the principal proceeded to announce the name of the second elite student. The second student in the elite class is Isabel Anya, hailing from the Dawn Kingdom. At merely 16 years of age, she is already a 72 certificate warrior, a truly astounding talent. Her recommender is herself. When the principal mentioned that this girl named Anya was a 16-year-old 72 certificate warrior, a gasp echoed through the audience. Even Rehn could hear murmurs behind him, as if they had just heard something unfathomable. It is no wonder that everyone was astonished. Anyone familiar with the significance of certificates would be taken aback. The origin of this situation lies within the power structure of this world. Initially, people categorized extraordinary beings' strengths in a manner reminiscent of the fantastical tales Rehn had read, delineating them as junior warriors, advanced mages, legendary druids, and so forth. However, approximately 50 years ago, certain human rights organizations raised objections, deeming this classification system unreasonable. In an era advocating for equality, how can we classify individuals as junior, advanced, or legendary? Many people bow down to those of higher rank while looking down on those beneath them. Just because some possess greater strength, does that make them superior? Change is imperative. This protest garnered significant support, with the International United Conference expressing willingness to amend the system. Yet, another dilemma confronted everyone. If the titles of junior and advanced were deemed inappropriate for creating hierarchies, then a different criterion for assessing those endowed with extraordinary powers was essential to that time. Various methods were debated, but none proved suitable. Ultimately, a proposal emerged. Let extraordinary individuals take examinations, using the number of certificates they possess to represent their strength. For instance, in addition to diplomas issued by educational institutions, common certificates such as the Level 2 Computer Certificate or Level 4 Elvish Language Certificate abound, alongside peculiar credentials like the Certificate for Cutting Down 20 Trees with a GS 1001 one standard iron sword in 1 minute, or the Certificate for completing 100 meters indoors at a temperature of 15 with a wind speed of 0 in no more than 3 seconds, as well as Certificate for reading and reciting 356 classic books recommended by Mage Frederick Charles in the year 17695. Statistically, there exist over 3,000 certificates that extraordinary individuals can pursue, many of which genuinely reflect their prowess. For instance, the tree-cutting certificate is unattainable for an ordinary person. Conversely, some certificates, such as Certificate for working 60 years for the Kingdom of XXX, are accessible to regular individuals, often upgradable to 100 years, 500 years, or 1,000 years. By maintaining breath, diligently working, and staying committed, one day, such achievements can be realized. Overall, however, the majority of certificates remain exclusive to the extraordinary. Thus, the number of certificates can, to some extent, signify an extraordinary individual's strength, yet does not imply superiority as titles like junior or advanced do. For instance, someone with a tree-cutting certificate can merely pursue a career as a lumberjack, while someone with a running certificate may simply aspire to be an athlete. The acquisition of more certificates by extraordinary individuals merely indicates their capability to engage in numerous professions, thereby contributing more effectively to society. In this manner, everyone is rendered an ordinary individual. This proposal received widespread approval and has undergone continuous refinement, remaining in use to this day. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, the girl named Anya ascended the podium. Rehn's first impression of her was so tall. She stood at least 1.8 meters, slightly taller than Rehn himself. With shoulder-length brown hair, she donned a casual white t-shirt and bore no visible weapons, yet exuded an aura of striking confidence. It is undeniable that she is a formidable 72 certificate warrior, truly awe-inspiring. At this moment, Rehn felt a pang of anxiety. The more exceptional these individuals were, the more curious he became about how his introduction would portray him, as he felt devoid of any noteworthy qualities. Finally, in the anxious anticipation, the principal unfolded yet another letter, which happened to be Rehn's. Only a few letters remain. Let me see who this student is. His name is Rehn Edward. Rehn Edward. His recommender is me. The reason for my recommendation is that this child possesses unparalleled courage. The audience reacted. Chapter 2. Unparalleled courage. It was only when he was startled awake by the surrounding voices that he became aware of the events unfolding. People around him were casting furtive glances, some whispering amongst themselves about him. Who is Rehn Edward? They wondered. Never heard of him. But what does that recommendation mean? Possessing unparalleled courage. How utterly ridiculous. What courage? I fought the thorn demon when I was 7. Does that mean I lack courage? Did you not hear that the recommender is Principal Grayson? Perhaps he is the principal's illegitimate son. Even if he were the principal's illegitimate son, he shouldn't be brazenly using favoritism, right? If he were entering an ordinary class, that would be one thing, but an elite class? On what grounds? Is it not the case that Brika values rules above all else? The murmurs of doubt grew louder, initially cautious around Rehn, but soon they became unrestrained. Rehn, feeling helpless, had thought that the elderly gentleman he assisted across the street was a person of great significance, someone who might recognize his unique genius and recommend him to this school. Yet, why did the recommendation letter state he possessed unparalleled courage? Just days ago, he had hardly even touched a girl's hand. How could he be described in such a manner? And the recommender was the principal? Rehn began to question whether he might indeed be the principal's long-lost illegitimate child. Amidst this bizarre atmosphere, the opening ceremony concluded swiftly. Principal Grayson reiterated the significance of rules and order before descending from the podium. He approached his assistant, Anders, and bellowed, "Anders, I demand an explanation. You secretly admitted your acquaintance into the school? An elite class, no less, and under my name with such a recommendation? You should understand how crucial rules are." Grayson, towering at over 2 meters, emanated an overwhelming aura of authority, causing Anders to nearly collapse in front of him. "Principal Grayson, please hear me out. I would not dare to do such a thing, even if given 100 chances. You know I have never violated any rules. Then if it wasn't you, who was it? Grayson scanned the other staff members, but the director of education and the teacher representatives all shook their heads, indicating it was not their doing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Anders replied, Principal Grayson, there is something I was about to inform you. This year, we only issued 20 admission notices for the elite class, and Ryan Edward was not among them. I only prepared 20 recommendation letters for you. Grayson fixed a piercing gaze upon Anders, enunciating each word. So you are implying that someone forged the admission notice and, unbeknownst to you, slipped in a recommendation letter? And you, as a certified mage, failed to notice. Under Grayson's formidable presence, Anders could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed to the ground. I apologize. It was my oversight. What if we simply remove his name? Absolutely not. Grayson waved his hand decisively. Though he was not admitted through proper channels, the documentation is intact. We cannot reject him. Rules must be adhered to. Your task now is to investigate who managed to insert him into the list. Such incidents must never recur. Yes, I will investigate immediately. No one could maneuver within his purview unless they were stronger than he. Ryan Edward, is it? May I sit here? Ryan, bored and seated by the window in the back row of the sightseeing train, was lost in thought when someone spoke to him. Sure. Ryan replied nonchalantly, attempting to maintain his composure while internally exclaiming, wow, a blonde lowly. How adorable. Why does she choose to sit next to me out of all these seats? Could it be that she is trying to flirt with me? If she were to ask me out, should I accept? Noticing Ryan's indifferent demeanor, she paid it no mind and took a seat beside him. Ryan stole a glance, but continued to gaze out the window, unsure of how to initiate a conversation. The day following the opening ceremony, the school had arranged for the elite class students to tour Brika City. The other students cast odd looks at Ryan, likely believing he had gained admission through connections, as they engaged in conversations amongst themselves, largely ignoring him. However, the girl named Lylin chose to sit beside him, prompting Ryan's imagination to wander. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the mini talk show. I am your old friend, the mental giant, Edler. Unable to resist, Ryan turned to catch a glimpse and discovered Lylin had produced a tablet and propped it up against the seat in front of her, crossing her legs to watch. His gaze lingered for approximately 3,756 seconds before he focused on the tablet. Edler, the diminutive host, continued, Today, we shall discuss a rather intriguing event that transpired yesterday, which many may have already caught wind of through various news outlets. Nonetheless, for clarity's sake, I will briefly outline the events. During the opening ceremony at Rehn University, Principal Grayson announced this year's elite class roster as per usual. We all know that the elite class list garners worldwide attention, having produced numerous remarkable individuals. To name a few recent examples, take our television station's owner, Mr. Willie, and his rival, the Avian Garcia from Wind God Television, who graduated from the elite class of Rehn University and now possesses assets approximately 100 times greater than our owner. In any case, it is widely acknowledged that the elite class is impressive. However, yesterday, an unusual boy appeared on this year's elite class list, personally recommended by Principal Grayson, with the reasons cited as this child possesses unparalleled courage. For those who may not have heard clearly, I will repeat. The recommendation reason is possessing unparalleled courage. Ryan shot a perplexed glance at the blonde girl beside him, thinking, are you trying to stir up trouble? Lylin, swinging her legs, replied, Don't misunderstand. I'm just watching the news. Besides, even if I were stirring up trouble, so what? Aren't you the one who got in through connections? Ryan shot her an incredulous look, as if you hold the moral high ground. You donated $1 billion to get into this school, and you dare to question me? How unlovable. I never claimed you getting in through connections was shameful. I merely stated a fact. I bought my way in, and I'm not ashamed of it. If you're unhappy, go donate $1 billion too. And though I may lack extraordinary abilities, at least I possess 5 certificates, unlike some who only have a middle school graduation certificate. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ryan fell silent, realizing that due to his hasty departure, his former high school had yet to issue him a high school diploma. Thus, Leyland's assertion was indeed correct. He currently possessed only a middle school graduation certificate. In that moment, the news on the tablet echoed his plight. What is even stranger than this so-called courage? Our investigation revealed that this Ryan is a high school dropout, currently holding only a middle school graduation certificate. Moreover, during his high school years, his academic performance was exceedingly poor. The sum of his scores would scarcely suffice for admission to Rehn University. We find it utterly incomprehensible how he managed to gain acceptance. Rehn fell into a state of isolation. Indeed, sometimes, those golden-haired little girls can be just as irksome as the blonde-haired ones. Chapter 3. Averse to heroism, he had somewhat underestimated the influence of Resburg University. According to Rehn, at this very moment, anywhere in the world where television could be seen or newspapers could be purchased, people would be aware of his existence. Rehn even showed him several articles. Look at this. Your dazed expression was captured by the journalists during the interview. Did you see how they described it? It appears that this boy, possessing unparalleled courage, seems a bit bashful. Ha ha ha. That photo of you with your mouth agape and your eyes vacant is utterly hilarious. Rehn repeatedly banged his head against the seat in front of him. Stop it. I don't want to see. I just wish to be quiet. Oh, come on. Don't be shy. Take a look. Look at your photo, mouth wide open, eyes hollow. It's so funny. Silence. A man's voice suddenly resonated. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, including the raucous Rehn and Rehn, who paused to see who it was. A man in a black uniform, tall and upright, had somehow made his way onto the train and now stood in the center of the aisle. With a practiced motion, he removed his broad-brimmed hat and held it at his chest, then scanned the passengers, his gaze lingering briefly on Rehn before moving on. This man maintained a mechanical smile and addressed everyone. Greetings, esteemed students of the elite class. I am the attendant of this sightseeing train. You may call me Rodney. Today, at the invitation of your esteemed institution, I will guide you on a brief tour of Brika City. The train will depart shortly, and during the journey, I will introduce you to some of the city's iconic landmarks. Should any of you have inquiries, feel free to raise your hand at any time. At this moment, a robust arm shot up. Mr. Rodney, I have a question. Rehn glanced at the person who raised his hand, recognizing him as the boorish fellow who had sat beside him yesterday. Today, he was not sporting that ill-fitting suit, but instead wore a loose, sleeveless vest. Notably, this boorish individual had been admitted for his prowess in hydraulic engineering, leading Rehn to expect him to be some sort of barbarian. Jodton adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and pointed towards the entrance of Resburg University outside the train window. You see, I was brought here by our village chief and the great chieftain. They insisted I study diligently here. But I have never traveled far and still know little about Brika City or Resburg. Could you enlighten me? Of course. Rodney inclined his body slightly towards Jodton. The destination of our train is the Brika Historical Museum, where professionals will elucidate the history of this city, including your Resburg University. However, since you have inquired, I shall provide a brief introduction. Brika City emerged during a period of significant development 500 years ago, with the invention of various motor vehicles. Intelligent races gained the ability to transport large numbers of troops swiftly, leading to a near-constant state of war. However, these means of transportation also served as a catalyst for global connectivity. Thus, the world stood at a pivotal juncture. On one side lay the abyss of war, and on the other, the paradise of peace. In the end, just before the outbreak of war, individuals yearning for peace from over a dozen races gathered here, committed to transforming Brika City into a model, a paragon of harmonious coexistence among diverse races, demonstrating that mutual understanding is possible and peace can be achieved. The results are evident today. The pioneers who established New Brika City played an indispensable role in maintaining this situation. Jodton then asked, and what about Resburg University? Once New Brika City was established, addressing the educational needs of its diverse populace became a challenge. Many wished to settle in Brika, but were reluctant to entrust their children's education to others. Consequently, Sir Clement, a notable figure in Brika, donated his castle to establish what is now Resburg University, leading by example by sending his own children there instead of allowing them to receive a home-based education. You may not have had the chance to explore the campus yet, but the library still retains elements of the castle's architectural style. As Rodney recounted the origins of Brika City and Resburg University, the sightseeing train began to move slowly. Given that there would be designated personnel to elaborate on these topics later, Rodney refrained from delving deeper and instead began discussing other matters. However, he only highlighted significant locations such as the town hall and the stadium, unless prompted by someone for more information. Initially, Rehn found the information engaging, but as time passed, he became increasingly bored. Rodney's descriptions seemed to follow a similar script. This was constructed by XX Great Figure. This was donated by XXX Pioneer. The terms race, peace, and sacrifice echoed repeatedly from his lips. It wasn't that these concepts were objectionable, but after hearing them incessantly, Rehn felt a strange disquiet. The entire city appeared to thrive on the benevolence of others. Where had the original inhabitants of Brika gone? Students. On our left is one of the most significant institutions in Brika City, the Public Security Bureau. Rodney commenced his introduction of a new landmark, a rather ordinary 5-story building, notable only for the 6 or 7 meter high sword and shield statue at the entrance. Rehn even noticed some individuals taking selfies in front of the statue. I believe during yesterday's opening ceremony, your principal, Mr. Grayson, emphasized that in Brika City, rules are paramount. Only by adhering to regulations can the stability of the city be maintained. However, there will always be some lawbreakers attempting to defy these rules, which is when the personnel of the Public Security Bureau are required. From ensuring no illicit bars are operating, to confirming that the ratfolk receive vaccinations on schedule, to addressing whether criminals are instigating riots or undermining racial harmony. These responsibilities fall to the Public Security Bureau. In your future life in Brika, should you witness any violations of the rules, you may report them to the Public Security Bureau. Regardless of who the offender may be, they will face stringent consequences. Moreover, Rodney suddenly intensified his tone. Seizing this opportunity, I must remind all of you of another crucial principle to bear in mind while in Brika, at all times. Under any circumstances, never attempt to play the hero. For reasons unknown, Rehn felt that the seriousness of this admonition was excessive. There was no need for such emphasis. In a world endowed with extraordinary powers, everyone understood the folly of reckless heroism. Unfortunately, Rodney did not elaborate further as the train reached its next destination, where he began to introduce a community exemplifying racial harmony. Thus, Rehn dismissed the matter from his mind. Chapter 4. The Sloppy Guide at last. We have arrived at our destination. Rodney snapped his fingers, and a projection of a QR code appeared above him. After a bit of fuss, Rodney led everyone off the vehicle, where they were greeted by a figure waiting nearby. It was a young woman, approximately in her 20s, clad in a standard uniform, adorned with a small purple crystal the size of a fingernail on her chest. Her pointed ears suggested she was not entirely human, possibly of elven descent, or perhaps possessing a touch of fey or demonic lineage. Although her attire suggested a demeanor of calm and composure, the disheveled state of her hair and her lackluster spirit rendered her appearance somewhat incongruous. Upon seeing her, Rodney was momentarily taken aback. Alexia, what are you doing here? We're Svina, and as a public servant, you ought to pay attention to your appearance. Your uniform should be impeccably tidy, and the bow tie must be of the proper length. Rodney clearly prided himself on his appearance, dressed meticulously and exhibiting precise movements. Observing the untidy girl before him, he couldn't help but offer a word of advice. The girl, Alexia, remained unresponsive, her demeanor still devoid of energy. Without even lifting her eyelids, she replied in a lifeless tone, "Less chit-chat. I'm busy. Just leave." Rodney opened his mouth to respond, but after several attempts, he chose to remain silent. "Hello." Someone attempted to greet Alexia, only to be met with her abrupt dismissal as she turned away. "Follow me. No more questions. Just do as I say. If you ask me anything else, I wouldn't know." The students exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the situation, but ultimately fell in line behind her. At the rear of the group, Rehn muttered quietly, "Why are there so many odd people around?" "Are you talking about me?" came the simultaneous responses, one from Rehn's companion, Lylin, and the other from Alexia. Upon noticing both girls looking his way, Rehn awkwardly chuckled. "It's nothing. You must have misheard." Rehn was uncertain whether Lylin truly believed him, but her expression suggested otherwise, as she wore a dangerously amused smile. After this brief interlude, the group continued onward, and Alexia finally began to fulfill her role as the guide. In her characteristic monotone voice, she stated, "This is the Brika History Museum," before moving on. Earlier, Jordan had posed a question to Rodney, and now he foolishly chimed in. "Miss Alexia, could you tell us about the museum's history?" Another student, unable to contain himself, retorted sharply, "What kind of attitude is this for a guide? I will report you to your superiors." This student was a tiger man, and Rehn vaguely recalled his name but had forgotten it, an insignificant detail, easily dismissed. "Oh," Alexia continued unfazed, leading the group into the museum. Though others found her demeanor unreasonable, they followed suit, except for the tiger man, who huffed in disdain and departed alone. Once inside the museum, Alexia maintained her succinct, straightforward style. summarizing the contents of various artifacts and photographs in just a sentence or two. This is a knife. This is armor. This, a radio. A sword. Unknown. Alexia hardly paused, meandering through the exhibits at a languid pace. In a sense, she was quite an experienced and knowledgeable guide, as she never once glanced at the items she described. Although many exhibits featured informational plaques, Alexia moved too swiftly for anyone to take note, leaving Rehn and the others utterly oblivious to what they were viewing. Hey, ISNT that the elite class recruited by Resburg University this year. Suddenly, a man nearby exclaimed, seemingly recognizing the group, which drew the attention of those around. Indeed, I see Anya. She is absolutely stunning. Oh no, I'm in love. Quick, is Rehn still here? He is. I can't believe Resburg hasn't expelled him yet. They must be determined to keep him. How shameless to still be here after the entire world has reported on it. Isn't the security team going to intervene? This violates the rules, doesn't it? As the discussions intensified, the crowd's focus shifted increasingly towards Rehn, their agitation mounting. To them, Rehn's presence was a blatant disruption of the established order in Brika City. Some more radical individuals began to encircle Rehn and his companions, vocally condemning him and demanding he leave Brika City. Had it not been for the presence of other students, some might have resorted to physical confrontation. The once quiet museum erupted into chaos, the throng blocking the group's path, prompting Alexia, who had remained silent until now, to finally speak. She pointed at the purple crystal on her chest, rotating it slightly, and declared, disturbing the museum's tranquility, obstructing staff from performing their duties. And employing verbal violence against others violates 3 significant regulations. A total of 89 offenders will be detained for 15 days. In an instant, the previously animated crowd fell silent, seemingly petrified, unable to move or utter a word. The students gaped at Alexia, astonished by the formidable power wielded by this seemingly disheveled guide. Oh dear. It seems today's tour will not proceed as planned, Alexia remarked, causing the crowd to collectively cringe. Was her earlier description truly a proper tour? Here's what we'll do. The rest of you can disperse and explore on your own. Gather back here in 2 hours. And you, young man, come with me to the guard's office. You'll wait there until the others finish their visit. Me? Rehn stammered, pointing at himself, his heart racing. Hadn't he inadvertently offended her before? Yes, you. Hurry up, unless you'd prefer to remain here and attract more onlookers, she insisted. Okay, I'm coming. Realizing that she intended to avoid further trouble, Rehn felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps she wasn't so bad after all. As Rehn followed Alexia away, the remaining students exchanged glances, surprised that a museum visit could lead to such an upheaval. Considering her formidable prowess, they obediently set off to explore the exhibits. At least now having the opportunity to read the descriptions, Rehn trailed behind Alexia, his heart fluttering with apprehension. Was she truly taking him to the guard's office to avoid complications? Did she intend to confront him about something? Perhaps she harbored feelings for him? Though a bit disheveled, upon closer inspection, she was rather attractive, and her figure was quite appealing. Should he entertain the idea of reciprocating her interest? But with her overwhelming strength, any resistance would be futile. Should he feign opposition for the sake of appearances? No, she possessed abilities akin to time-stopping, akin to those seen in action films, leaving no room for defiance. Therefore, perhaps it would be best to simply enjoy the experience. Chapter 5. Alexia's read. Do you know what this is? Alexia suddenly halted in front of a display case and turned to inquire of Rehn. Lost in his thoughts, Rehn was startled by her question. Alexia squinted her eyes, a hint of suspicion crossing her features. It seems you are harboring some rather dubious notions in that little head of yours. Instantly alert, Rehn shook his head vigorously. No, I assure you. I am not contemplating how remarkably attractive you are. Flattery will get you nowhere, she retorted, prompting him to look in the direction of her gaze. Inside the case lay a suit of silver armor with golden embellishments. Although meticulously maintained, the scars of battle were evident. It exuded an air of majesty tempered by the weight of history. Most striking was the helmet, marred by a jagged crack that extended from the right eye to the chin, revealing only darkness within. Rehn's first thought was whether the original owner of this armor had survived the attack that left such an indelible mark. A glance at the adjacent information plaque revealed a few barely legible words, with the most prominent stating, Armor of Sir Alan Vale, the Paladin. A Paladin? Is such a vocation still recognized here? Rehn instinctively asked, only to recall that Alexia was hardly one to provide a thorough explanation. Surprisingly, Alexia deviated from her usual demeanor and began to recount the tale of the armor in detail. The armor of Sir Alan Vale, also known as the armor of the Karlsham fanatics, belongs to an order of paladins that has existed for over 3 millennia. Their headquarters is situated in what is now the Darren Republic. This unique organization fought for conviction and glory. All Karlsham paladins underwent rigorous training in power and faith, and when deemed worthy, the Archbishop would bestow upon them an honorable title, allowing them to leave the headquarters to travel and uphold justice. Listening intently, Rehn inquired further, "So, does this paladin order no longer exist? I have not heard of such a group." Sir Alan Vale was the last to receive a title, and he was also the final Archbishop of the order. 2 centuries ago, he accepted the proposal of the World Assembly, which argued that there was no longer justification for the existence of Karlsham. They believed that the order of the world should be maintained by law, military forces, and nations, rather than free organizations such as Karlsham. That same year, the Adventurers Guild, which had existed for over 4,000 years, was also disbanded under similar pretenses. People believed that these unregulated entities wielding extraordinary power were hindering societal stability. "What is your perspective on this matter?" Alexia suddenly queried. Rehn pondered for a moment, realizing it resembled the relationship between the imperial court and various sects depicted in the martial arts novels he had read. Besides, 2 centuries ago, the world had progressed into a modern society. Which nation would desire a multitude of unregulated adventurers or paladins who glorified violence? Indeed, Sir Alan Vale shared your sentiments, and thus he voluntarily disbanded the Karlsham Paladin Order, donating his armor to the Brika Historical Museum. He declared that if the world could maintain stability, then individuals like them would be unnecessary. This battle-scarred armor remains here to remind people of the hardships of the past and the fragility of the present. "What a noble individual," Rehn remarked, silently committing the name Alan Vale to memory. "But tell me, why did you specifically stop to elaborate on this armor? And how do you know its story so well? Does it possess any unique significance?" Rehn scrutinized the battered armor through the glass. Yet he could discern nothing particularly extraordinary about it. After all, this museum housed an abundance of noteworthy artifacts. To his surprise, Alexia returned to her previous lackluster demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Rehn's question. She yawned and turned to leave, waving her hand dismissively. "I'm off." A few minutes later, they finally arrived at the guardroom. However, the disarray within made it difficult for Rehn to step inside. It wasn't dirty, but rather chaotic, reminiscent of Alexia herself. It felt as though tossing her into this room would render her camouflaged, indistinguishable from her surroundings. Documents were strewn about haphazardly, and a plethora of miscellaneous items cluttered the space. On a desk, a totem pole from an unknown tribe, 2 or 3 feet in diameter, precariously leaned, while beneath the table lay a heap of metal helmets. In a corner, far from the door, leaned a towering stone tablet over 2 meters high, the gaps revealing the hilts of several swords. Rehn couldn't help but comment, "Is this a guardroom or a storage facility? And given how closely this place resembles your style, you aren't a guide, you're the guard, lady, right? Do you have any soda?" "None. I only have red tea." "Just red tea? Then why ask me what I want to drink?" "Wait, something feels off." Just then, Alexia rummaged through the desk for an extended period, carelessly tossing the totem pole aside with a thud that conveyed its weight, revealing the formidable strength she possessed. "What are you searching for? Do you need assistance?" Rehn asked softly, striving to be polite in hopes of diverting her attention from their earlier conversation. "No need. I have found it." After scattering a pile of documents onto the floor, Alexia appeared to have finally located her desired item. When she turned around, Rehn saw that she held a crumpled, disposable paper cup. With one hand, Alexia reshaped the cup, while with the other, she conjured a stream of water that spiraled into it. Approaching Rehn, she shook the cup and said, "Here, drink up. Lucky for you. There's a bit of residue from last year at the bottom. Diluted with water, it's still drinkable." Rehn glanced into the cup, which contained a liquid he hesitantly labeled as red tea, though it appeared more like a faint hue, perhaps a trick of the light. Moreover, the fact that it had been left in that place for so long made him uneasy. He grimaced, "Can I pass on this?" "Absolutely not." Alexia revealed the first smile Rehn had witnessed from her that day, and in that fleeting moment, he found it both enchanting and perilous. "No, please don't." Chapter 6. The Security Uncle. Indeed, it was me. Rehn shook his heavy head, struggling to open his eyes. "What is happening to me?" A note gradually slipped from his forehead, which he instinctively grasped. With slightly blurred vision, he glanced at the hastily penned words. What do you mean I slept too long? That expired black tea was clearly the issue. I was forced to drink it and then passed out. The note jolted Rehn awake as he suddenly recalled the events that had transpired earlier. He quickly checked his attire and discovered that he was impeccably dressed. With no signs of disturbance, a twinge of regret washed over him. Was I incapacitated as retribution for calling her eccentric? Once the dizziness subsided, Rehn exited the guard room and encountered a hastily dressed security personnel. The individual appeared flustered, as if something urgent had occurred. Upon colliding with Rehn, he paused for a moment, then sternly demanded, "Who are you? Why are you in the guard room?" Rehn, bewildered, decided to clarify the situation given the man's uniform. "I am a student from Resburg University, here for a visit. I encountered a bit of trouble, and your guide, Miss Alexia, instructed me to rest in the guard room. Oh, and I have a note she left for me. You may wish to take a look." The security guard cautiously accepted the note and, upon recognizing Alexia's handwriting, became somewhat convinced of Rehn's explanation. He scrutinized Rehn for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, so you are the one, the principal's illegitimate son, Rehn Edward, who took the back door." Rehn replied, "I am indeed Rehn, but I am neither the principal's illegitimate child nor did I gain admission through any improper means." The guard remained non-committal, but his demeanor shifted drastically, revealing a clear disdain, indicating that the citizens of the city were not particularly fond of those who disrupted the status quo. "What is going on?" Rehn inquired out of curiosity. "The armor of Sir Alan Vale." "No, why are you asking about this? Hurry and move along. Don't hinder my investigation." Rolling his eyes, Rehn turned to leave. He surmised that if everyone exhibited such an attitude, his time in Brika City might be quite challenging. Nonetheless, the mention of Sir Alan Vale's armor piqued his interest, as he distinctly remembered Alexia had previously introduced it to him. Although the guard had not disclosed the specifics of the incident, his hurried demeanor and warning to Rehn not to impede his search suggested that something had gone awry with that armor. It felt as though he had inadvertently become entangled in a significant matter. Considering the bizarre occurrences he had recently encountered, coupled with Alexia's enigmatic nature, Rehn was reluctant to invite further complications. He recalled that on their way, Rodney had pointed out a nearby bus stop that could take them directly to the university's entrance. Thus, after orienting himself, he made his way towards the bus stop. At the stop, a few individuals were gathered, likely fresh from the museum, engaged in animated discussions about their experiences. Overhearing them mention the armor, Rehn inched closer to eavesdrop on the unfolding conversation. "How unfortunate!" exclaimed a middle-aged man. His face darkened with discontent. "A piece of broken armor has been misplaced, and they are interrogating all of us. Who would even think of stealing such a thing?" Nearby, a rat man expressed his discontent. "You all saw it. Am I not the most unfortunate here? I came to deliver something to the museum, and yet that guard detained me longer than anyone else. I told him I was with the staff, but he wouldn't relent. Does he think I can't see through his judgment? Just because I'm a rat man, he assumes I must be the thief. Clearly, the museum is equipped with cameras, and a large suit of armor would create quite a commotion if removed from its display case. Surely an investigation would reveal the culprit?" inquired another. Rehn grew increasingly anxious as he listened, convinced that the matter was intricately linked to the mysterious Alexia. However, even if he were to report it, it would be futile. Had they not mentioned that the cameras had captured nothing? With no evidence, he dared not accuse someone of her caliber. Wait, Rodney seemed to know Alexia. Should he inquire about her true nature? Rehn recalled that Lylin had scanned Rodney's QR code, which should provide his contact details. Yet, he would need to seek assistance from that infuriating little girl, which made him uneasy, especially given his previous remarks that might have offended her. Just as Rehn pondered whether to enlist Lylin's aid, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Robbery! Robbery! Following the shouts, Rehn saw a short, stout woman, one hand clutching a grocery basket, gasping for breath as she chased a man. She shouted about the robbery while the distance between them only widened, dictated by their respective heights. The fleeing man was heading directly towards the bus stop, leaving Rehn exasperated. "Brother, are you delivering yourself to us? With so many people around, you dare run this way?" As Rehn contemplated rallying the others to subdue the thief, he noticed that they merely glanced and then averted their gazes, seemingly indifferent to the escalating cries of the woman. Had he imagined the whole ordeal? The apparent apathy of the crowd left Rehn questioning his sanity. As the thief continued to approach, he pointed at the man and urged the others, "Shouldn't we?" To his astonishment, the crowd instinctively distanced themselves from him. "No, Can you not see? It's a robbery. The criminal is coming this way. Rehn exclaimed, bewildered. In response, the crowd only retreated further. With confusion swirling within him, Rehn saw the thief nearing him, seemingly intent on crossing the street. Without a moment to spare, Rehn extended his leg, tripping the man. Taken by surprise, the thief lost his balance, crashing into an advertisement board before tumbling to the ground. Seeing the man sprawled on the ground, Rehn hesitated, fearing retaliation, and took a few steps back. Just then, the stout woman caught up, rushing forward and seizing a purse from the robber's grasp. She turned to Rehn, her expression a mix of gratitude and urgency. Young man, you must flee. I have already called the police. The security team will be here shortly. Rehn was perplexed. Why should I run? I am not a robber, and I intervened to help. Just as he was about to assert his good intentions, a figure dropped from above, accompanied by a cold voice. Who assisted in this matter? Rehn turned to find a man clad in black, his demeanor utterly indifferent. He cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, first settling on the robber sprawled on the ground, seemingly lost in existential doubt. Is it you who attempted the robbery? Humph, come along with me. The criminal lowered his head, fully aware that escape was futile with the arrival of the security team. Better to offer little resistance to mitigate his suffering. Rehn presumed that the matter had reached its conclusion. Perhaps he might even earn some commendation. However, the security officer's gaze shifted towards Rehn, inquiring, Did you assert that you assisted? Are you implying that this criminal was subdued by you? It was nothing. I merely did what I ought to. Rehn scratched his head, attempting to adopt a modest demeanor, only to notice the stout woman shaking her head at him, as though urging him to refrain from speaking out of turn. At that moment, the robber had a revelation, pointing at Rehn and exclaiming, Indeed, officer. It was he who intercepted me. Rehn was bewildered. Why was this criminal so cooperative? Was he truly volunteering to share in the accolades? Yet, the security officer's expression grew even colder, and he scoffed. You possess an audacious spirit, committing such a grave offense. You will accompany me as well. Rehn? Chapter 7. The utterly sinful surrounded by a menacing assembly of fierce individuals and bizarre criminals from every conceivable race, the ordinary student, Rehn, felt distinctly out of place. When the security personnel escorted Rehn and the robber into the room, the other inmates turned their gaze towards them. A shifty-eyed man squatted on the floor, glancing at the security guards outside the large glass window, then stealthily shuffled closer. Due to the oddity of his appearance, Rehn found it difficult to ascertain whether he was even human, as he exhibited no discernible traits of any known race, yet he certainly did not resemble a typical human. What crime brought you two brothers here? The man inquired with a conspiratorial whisper, a grin plastered across his face as if he were enjoying himself. As for me, I was caught for theft. It seems I'll be spending a month in here. At least I'll get to enjoy a few decent meals. Rehn was taken aback. As the discussion unfolded, other prisoners chimed in. A minotaur, speaking in broken common tongue, said, I injured my neighbor, a cunning human. He took advantage of my absence to woo my wife, offering to teach her common language for free. Does he think I'm a fool? Why would he teach her when I'm away? He.s. clearly plotting to demand payment once she.s. learned enough. Humph, humans are the most deceitful. Brother, you must be strong. Someone beside him patted his shoulder. With your situation, I estimate you'll be out in 3 to 4 months. Take my advice and part ways with your wife when you do. The minotaur snorted. Of course, that foolish cow is getting the boot. What if she falls for another trick to learn common language? I've worked hard for my money. I won't let her squander it. Though their thoughts diverged slightly, the conclusion remained the same, and the others refrained from further admonishing him. Sometimes, ignorance can indeed be a blessing. The conversation shifted as each inmate recounted their misdeeds. A scarred orc spoke in a low, rumbling voice. A decade ago, I took a life. I could no longer endure the life of a fugitive. So I turned myself in. The man I killed was no saint. I'll likely serve 7 or 8 years. As he mentioned his impending sentence, the orc puffed out his chest with a sense of pride, as if it was a badge of honor compared to the previous thief. Another inmate, a heavily tattooed merman, scoffed derisively, casting a glance over the room as if surveying his domain. I've run the Merman Brotherhood for over a decade, and I'm responsible for no fewer than 20 deaths. This time, I doubt I'll see the light of day again. Impressive, impressive. The other inmates chorused in admiration. Rehn was left speechless. This was no competition, and he found their pride utterly unfounded. After everyone had shared their stories, the focus returned to Rehn and the robber. And what about you two? What brought you here? One of the inmates inquired. The robber sheepishly replied, I robbed an old lady. The room erupted in derisive hisses. What a pathetic excuse for a criminal. With that build, I figured you'd at least have a few lives on your conscience. But you choose to rob an old lady? How shameful. With your record, you'll be lucky to serve just 3 years. After questioning the robber, the inmates turned their attention to Rehn, who appeared harmless enough that no one suspected him of committing any serious crimes. Under their scrutinizing stares, Rehn felt a bit uneasy. But his curiosity about why he had been arrested compelled him to speak up. I was the one who caught that robber. Before Rehn could finish his sentence, bewilderment washed over the faces of the other inmates. Little brother, I didn't expect you to be the most formidable of us all. A life sentence is surely in your future, and if your attitude is even slightly off, you might face the death penalty. Even the merman clapped Rehn on the shoulder. Brother, I concede that you are indeed impressive. The only one likely to share a lifetime with me in this prison is you. My advice is to be forthcoming about your actions. A good attitude might just save you from the gallows. Rehn was left utterly confused. Wait, I merely assisted in capturing a robber. Why does everyone act as if I committed an unforgivable crime? What do you mean I'll be sentenced to life? Just as Rehn was about to inquire further, the door swung open, and a security officer strode in, barking, What is all this noise? Silence. Instantly, the inmates lowered their heads and fell silent. The officer scanned the room, settling his gaze on Rehn. You come with me. You are a key prisoner. We shall take you to the special detention room. Rehn hesitantly pointed at himself. Me? Of course it's you. The special detention room is reserved for those who have committed the gravest offenses, and you are the only one here who qualifies, the officer replied impatiently. Minutes later, despite Reh's repeated assertions of being an ordinary person without any power, the security team shackled him in an elaborate set of cuffs and chains made from special materials and confined him to a room guarded by several formidable officers. The so-called special detention room, awaiting interrogation. Upon entering, Rehn noticed he was not alone. A solitary figure sat quietly in the corner. To his surprise, the occupant bore more restraints than himself, with limbs chained to the wall, clearly not a mere common criminal. Moreover, anyone confined to this room could hardly be considered benign, Rehn aside. Once the escorting guards departed, the prisoner raised his head curiously, surveying Rehn. To Reh's astonishment, the figure was a demon adorned with long fangs protruding from his mouth, his face covered in red, scaly skin, resembling a savage warrior. If Rehn remembered correctly, the savage demons were far from civilized. They were known to be barbaric and ruthless, often rumored to be cannibals. The demon scrutinized Rehn with murky, malevolent yellow eyes. Human, I am intrigued. What crime could possibly lead you to be imprisoned alongside me? Know that I have slain 4 or 5 members of the security force and injured over 20 more to end up here. You appear quite feeble. Rehn swallowed nervously and replied cautiously, I merely helped catch a robber. To his surprise, the demon erupted with excitement upon hearing this, his chains rattling noisily. Human. No, brother, you are even more reckless than I. From now on, you shall be my elder brother in here. Chapter 8. A Web of Doubts. Rehn Edward. You have been arrested for the crime of vigilantism. Do you plead guilty? In the interrogation room, a man claiming to be the captain of the 7th squad of the security team sat across from Rehn, inquiring of him. At that moment, Rehn had already learned the reason for his arrest through the berserker. However, knowing the truth only served to heighten his sense of disbelief. I am acutely aware of my actions, yet I cannot comprehend why vigilantism is inscribed in the laws of Brick City as an unforgivable offense. Am I to stand idly by when I witness unlawful acts? Rehn pondered. 134 years ago, a bearman, much like myself, pursued a robber through the city, only to collide with a bus, resulting in the death of over 20 individuals on board. How does one reconcile such an incident? Closer to the present, a decade ago, someone intervened to apprehend a thief, inadvertently breaking the thief's arm. This thief, who had merely sought to steal something to eat, emerged embittered and went on to commit multiple murders, including that of the very person who had injured him. What then? Rehn was at a loss for words. In this diverse, modern world endowed with extraordinary powers, the mechanisms of governance and the formulation of laws were beyond his grasp. Yet even so, he felt it unjust to impose such a severe penalty upon him. After all, he was merely trying to do good. The captain of the 7th squad furrowed his brow, realizing that this young man was resistant to education. We are most exasperated by individuals like you, who, lacking professionalism, meddle in affairs they do not fully understand, believing themselves to be performing noble deeds. Are you familiar with the customs and traditions of various races? Can you discern the strength of a perpetrator? Do you know how to act in a manner that avoids harming the innocent? To put it simply, can you truly ascertain that what you perceive as a crime is indeed a crime? You think you are doing good, but you may, in fact, be causing harm. What do you mean? Rehn retorted, grappling with the implications of the captain's words. What if what I witnessed was merely an illusion? The captain's inquiry left Rehn speechless, as he felt his worldview being shaken to its core. But in this instance, I did apprehend a criminal. It was no misunderstanding. Rehn suddenly recalled something and hastily defended himself. Regardless of potential future errors, this time I truly did a good deed. Why must my actions still be scrutinized? Before the captain could respond, the iron door of the interrogation room swung open abruptly, and a masked figure entered. Release him, commanded the masked second captain, his expression one of utter astonishment. What did you say? He is guilty of vigilantism, which warrants life imprisonment. I am aware. Just let him go. This is a directive from above. Above? The seventh captain hesitated, then clenched his teeth. Even if that is the case, it cannot be done. Rules. The masked second captain interrupted him once more. The rules also state that higher authorities possess the discretion to make exceptions. Now, release him. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Rehn felt utterly distressed, sensing himself being inexplicably swept along into a myriad of troubles. At just past 5 in the morning at Resburg University, as dawn began to break, the streetlights remained illuminated, and the campus lay devoid of any human presence. Save for an elderly janitor, rarely did any students venture out at this hour. Suddenly, the old man paused and addressed Rehn. I haven't seen a student at this time in quite some time. As the old man spoke, Rehn's voice faltered, for he realized that the figure before him was a specter. Despite appearing solid and indistinguishable from an ordinary person, the old man's eyes glowed with an empty blue light. Upon closer inspection, Rehn noted that the old man's feet were slightly hovering above the ground. Noticing Rehn's apprehension, the old man smiled gently. Do not be afraid. I have worked in this school for centuries. Just think, with so many distinguished teachers, they would never allow a malevolent spirit to linger here. Listening to the old man's articulate speech, unlike those mindless spirits that pose a threat, Rehn felt a wave of relief wash over him. Moreover, the old man's assertion rang true. In a prestigious institution like Resburg University, the presence of evil spirits was implausible. It was reminiscent of a magical tale he had once encountered, where a school was inhabited by numerous ghosts. Seeing Rehn relax, the old man chuckled heartily. I remember the past vividly. Oh, it was about 600 years ago, when students would rise at 4 in the morning to practice their skills. However, such practices have fallen out of favor. Now, they advocate for a rational training schedule and scientific practice, discouraging overexertion. Additionally, schools have started admitting non-supernatural individuals, those engaged in chaotic studies like mathematics and computers. These students require ample sleep, which is why others are no longer allowed to train noisily in the mornings. Rehn scratched his head, acknowledging yet another aspect he had not considered. Fortunately, the school was aware of his circumstances and had assigned him a single room. Recognizing that others were reluctant to share accommodations with him, thus alleviating some of his troubles. However, upon opening the door, Rehn nearly fell to the floor in shock. In the center of his dormitory stood a weathered suit of armor, its helm bearing a deep, long crack, the unmistakable mark of the lost armor of Sir Alan Vale. The Paladin. Chapter 9. The Temptation of Armor. Why is this here? After regaining his composure, Rehn entered his dormitory, confirming that he was alone in the room. He circled the armor, scrutinizing it for some time, convinced that this was indeed the suit of armor belonging to Sir Alan Vale, or perhaps the armor of the Karlsham Zealot, which he had seen at the museum yesterday. Now, without the barrier of a glass case, Rehn could see more clearly. On the back of the armor, where the heart would be, there was a gaping hole the size of a fist. Rehn was truly baffled. How could someone named Alan Vale have survived such an attack? How could he have had the strength to donate this armor to the museum? Yet, these questions were not the crux of the matter. The real question was, why was this armor in his dormitory? Rehn immediately thought of Alexia. As her earlier behavior had been quite peculiar, she had paused in front of the armor, introducing it, as if she were anxious that others might not realize her connection to it. However, if Alexia was indeed responsible, another question arose. Why would she place the armor in his dormitory? Rehn was now wide awake. Anyone would find it impossible to sleep with such a piece of contraband in their room. He sat on his bed, staring at the armor, his mind swirling with questions. Should he report this to the security team? If he did, how would he explain it? Would he say he had no idea why it was in his dormitory and that Alexia must have framed him? Yet he had no evidence. And he risked offending a powerful, extraordinary being. Thoughts raced through Rehn's mind, but for some reason, they began to dwindle. Ultimately, one thought completely consumed his mind. Should he try on the armor? Upon closer inspection, despite its worn appearance, the armor was undeniably striking. Trying it on wouldn't hurt. No one would know. He could always report to the security team afterward, claiming he had been locked away all night and could not have stolen anything. They would believe him. No, he could simply keep it. That would be more convenient, as no one would know it was in his possession. The cold touch of the armor jolted Rehn back to reality, and he suddenly realized he had unconsciously walked away from the bed and was now standing before the armor, reaching out to touch it. This was too eerie. He absolutely could not keep it. Half an hour later, Rehn stood before a mirror, clad in the armor, admiring his reflection. How handsome. As a traveler from another world, he had always admired the striking armors depicted in fantasy tales. Even a tin can had its charm. Unfortunately, in this era, it was rare to see anyone wearing armor, not even the security forces, who donned mundane uniforms for work. Donning the armor, Rehn was unsure whether it was his own desire or the armor's allure that compelled him, but he knew he could not resist. Fortunately, nothing strange occurred. No mind control from the armor or anything of the sort. After a while, Rehn felt it was time to remove the armor. He had decided that he would first approach the school to inquire why such an armor was in his room, leaving the rest to the school to communicate with the security team. However, just as he reached for the helmet to remove it, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When Rehn awoke once more, he found himself lying on a patch of grass, his head still feeling somewhat foggy. Where was this? Surrounding him was lush greenery. It was evidently not his dormitory, but resembled a grassy area in a park. In the distance, he could see a statue of a man holding a gem, towering over 10 meters high. As he took in his surroundings, Rehn noticed something even stranger. He was still wearing the armor of Allenvale, but it now appeared entirely different. The armor had been restored to pristine condition. The scars and marks vanished. Rehn touched his face, and indeed, the cracks in the helmet were gone. He checked the back where the hole had been, and it too had disappeared. What was most peculiar was the immense sense of power coursing through him, a sensation akin to effortlessly accomplishing feats beyond his previous capabilities. With a mind full of questions, Rehn stepped off the grass and surveyed his surroundings. He decided to approach the statue for answers. This certainly seemed like a park of sorts, and he should find someone to ask where he was. As he drew closer to the statue, he began to hear joyful music, growing louder as he approached. Accompanying the music were voices, suggesting a gathering nearby. Rehn was heading away from the urban area, and beyond the statue lay a vast marble square, leading to a lively district. However, the buildings were constructed of stone and brick, adorned with red-tiled roofs, resembling an ancient style. In the distance, he could even see the towering spire of a castle, distinctly medieval in design. Beneath the statue, a man dressed in elaborate attire stood on a platform, loudly reading from a parchment. Tomorrow marks the 500th birthday of our great King Fin III of the Holy Gemstone Kingdom. His Majesty is greatly pleased with the 500 gemstone supreme robes presented by you all, and he promises to devote himself to his position, ensuring a brighter future for all his subjects. With the support of the people, His Majesty is willing to lead us into another 500 years. The herald appeared somewhat awkward, then displayed an expression of anger. Rehn watched as he signaled to some soldiers below, who, clad in armor, pointed their spears at the trembling crowd. The herald continued, His Majesty bestows his grace upon you. Now you must express your gratitude and praise. Reluctantly, the intimidated crowd began to clap hesitantly. The herald frowned. This was not acceptable. The scene needed to be recorded and broadcasted. He gestured once more to the soldiers, urging the crowd to be more enthusiastic. As the spear tips pressed against their backs, they erupted in loud cheers, applauding King Fin III, desperate to avoid the threat of the weapons. Excellent. It is clear that everyone loves our king. The herald nodded in satisfaction, lifting the parchment to read further. Tomorrow morning, the great Fin III will don the 500 gemstone supreme robes and parade through the city. I hope everyone will come out to welcome His Majesty on the streets. Be it children or the elderly, all must be present. Anyone who dares to stay away shall be deemed disrespectful to His Majesty. A voice in the crowd called out, "What if my father is sick and cannot get out of bed?" The herald retorted, "You must still come. I do not care if you are ill or crippled. Even if you are dead, as long as you have not been buried, you must be brought here. I want to see everyone welcoming His Majesty during the procession." Rehn stood by, dumbfounded. This scenario resembled the fantasy world he had envisioned, yet it should not be like this. This evening's update. I purchased a Gundam model. The content for Unromantic Fantasy World is currently being manually typed. Please hold on for a moment. Once the update is complete, kindly refresh the page to access the latest content. Chapter 10. This is an illusion. The demands of the herald were met with widespread disbelief. Many raised their voices in fervent pleas, hoping to sway him from his decision. "My lord, please discuss this matter further with His Majesty. My wife has just given birth, and both of them require care. I cannot possibly attend to His Majesty." Another chimed in, "Indeed, I am a physician and have numerous patients to attend to. I cannot simply dismiss them all tomorrow, can I? Even if their families were to insist, I, as a doctor, cannot allow it. What about our work? Are we all to abandon it tomorrow?" Such chaos would ensue. "My lord, please reconsider this decree. I implore you. I am willing to welcome His Majesty alone. Even if it means kneeling, just spare my family. I too am willing." As the crowd grew increasingly agitated, the herald's demeanor darkened further. Upon hearing his threats, silence fell over the assembly. No one dared utter another word. The herald huffed, issued one final warning, and departed with his guards. Rehn observed from a distance, contemplating whether he should intervene and teach the herald a lesson. He felt confident that, given his current strength, such an act would be a mere trifle. However, he restrained himself. Firstly, the guards had their weapons drawn against the civilians, and he feared that acting impulsively might incite chaos and harm the innocent. Secondly, it had not been long since he had faced the consequences of being apprehended by the constabulary. He had to consider whether his actions would lead him back into captivity, and as the captain of the 7th Squad had suggested, what if he was merely witnessing an illusion? It was only after the herald had retreated far enough that Rehn stepped forward, approaching a group of conversing civilians to inquire about the situation. "What should we do? My wife has just given birth. How can she come out to greet the arrival tomorrow? I am even more troubled. My father is to be buried in a few days. What kind of nonsense is this? That scoundrel Mura, he used to be my neighbor. Ever since he became the herald of our district, he has treated us like we are beneath him in order to curry favor with those above. Cursing him proved futile. The true villain lies above." Cough, cough. Rehn approached the group from behind, using his cough to draw their attention, startling them in the process. "My lord, we have said nothing." They assumed he was one of the guards and hurriedly offered their explanations. Rehn cleared his throat. "You misunderstand. I am not one of your guards. As you can see from my armor." The group scrutinized his armor with doubt, and upon realizing he was indeed different, they breathed a sigh of relief but remained cautious. "Then who are you? What do you want?" "I am." Rehn initially intended to identify himself as a student from the University of Riceburg, but realizing he could be in an entirely different world, he instead declared, "I am a paladin from Karsham." "A paladin? Karsham?" Their expressions shifted from confusion to astonishment as they appeared to recall something. "A paladin? Karsham?" Suddenly, one individual collapsed onto the ground, weeping loudly while clutching Rehn's leg. The others soon followed suit, one after another, crying out, "At last, he has come! At last, he has come!" The surrounding crowd, drawn by their commotion, gathered around them. And upon learning what was transpiring, they too began to weep, some laughing through their tears, behaving as if they had lost their wits. Rehn felt utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why merely invoking the title of a paladin from Karsham elicited such a response. He lifted the one who was wailing at his leg and inquired, "May I ask where this place is?" Upon being helped up, the individual paused to reflect on Rehn's question before recalling the legends surrounding the paladins of Karsham. It was said that these paladins wandered without a fixed destination, often losing track of where they had arrived. This is the capital of the Holy Gem Kingdom, known as the Holy Gem City. Our nation is a small one, consisting solely of the city and a bit of surrounding territory. So, this is the Holy Gem Kingdom. Rehn feigned acknowledgement, though he had never heard of such a place. "How far is it to Brika City?" "You must know of Brika City?" Rehn cautiously asked, eager to ascertain whether he had indeed traversed realms. After all, this environment bore all the hallmarks of the medieval era, starkly contrasting with the modernity of Brika City. "Brika City?" To his surprise, the civilian's expression turned incredulous. "Of course, I know of Brika City. It is that independent city, right? Such a renowned place. I have certainly heard of it. They say various races coexist there, and everyone lives joyfully. How I envy them. The individual added, moreover, I am not only aware of Brika city, I also know that there is a prestigious institution, the Riceburg Academy. However, just a few days ago, I heard that they admitted an utterly ordinary person into their elite class. Now it was Rehn's turn to be astonished. These people knew of Brika city. They were aware of the Riceburg Academy. Moreover, they had heard of an ordinary individual being admitted just days prior. This indicated that he was likely still in the same world, yet the disparity between the two locations was confounding. At that moment, another individual, having calmed down from tears, interjected, Brika city is approximately over 5,000 miles from here, Your Excellency the Paladin. Are you intending to travel to Brika city? The journey may be rather lengthy. Rehn fell into silence, contemplating the distance. 5,000 miles was indeed significant. In his previous life, that was roughly the distance from the capital to the foggy city. How could it not be far? Seeing that the Paladin had lapsed into thought after asking a few questions, the onlookers, unable to discern his thoughts through his helmet, cautiously inquired, Your Excellency the Paladin, do you have any further questions? Rehn shook his head. At this moment, only one explanation sufficed to elucidate the situation. Everything was but an illusion. Chapter 11. The Emperor's new clothes. After inquiring among the crowd, Rehn finally unraveled the events that had transpired, understanding the fervent excitement that had erupted upon learning of his identity as the Paladin of Karlsham, to the point that some were moved to tears. The Holy Gem Kingdom, a diminutive realm, boasts inhabitants who, while outwardly resembling humans, possess a trace of elemental bloodline. This lineage not only grants its people an extraordinary lifespan, often exceeding twice that of ordinary folk, but occasionally results in infants being born with a quartz-like gem, which they refer to as a holy gem. This unique trait lends its name to the kingdom. The occurrence of such holy gems is exceedingly rare, as the locals claim. It is not uncommon for 100 children to yield but a single gem. However, across generations, it is quite natural for certain families to possess one or two of these precious stones. Typically, these gems are treasured and preserved as heirlooms, seldom displayed to outsiders. Furthermore, these gems possess a remarkable characteristic. As a companion artifact, they resonate with the owner's spirit. Upon the owner's demise, the gem gradually loses its luster, transforming into an ordinary quartz, significantly diminishing in value, retaining only sentimental significance. Should the gem be forcibly separated from its owner, it becomes clouded and dull. Given this unique property, the holy gems are regarded as highly coveted gifts, bestowed only upon those whom one holds in the highest esteem. Historically, there have been instances where individuals have presented their gems to the king, an act that signifies the utmost admiration and recognition of authority in the Holy Gem Kingdom. This brings us to the current monarch, King Fin III, who possesses a notably large and radiant holy gem, a source of immense pride for him, as he perceives himself to be favored by the divine. In a certain sense, this belief holds merit, for Fin III has exhibited extraordinary talent for training from a young age, amassing formidable strength that has allowed him to live for 5 centuries, reigning for hundreds of years. Unlike the typical subjects of other kingdoms, Fin III relishes in showcasing his holy gem to others, eagerly absorbing their praise. The current chancellor of the kingdom is particularly skilled in flattery. Recently, however, Fin III has taken a new favorite, a man named Mendoza, who is in fact the subordinate of the herald Mura that was previously encountered. Once an astrologer, Mendoza is an adept at boasting, far surpassing the chancellor, who merely repeats that Your Majesty's holy gem shines like the stars in the sky. Mendoza can name the celestial bodies and associate them with various deities, asserting that even the star representing the goddess of mist pales in comparison to the king's holy gem. Beyond flattery, Mendoza has devised various schemes to elevate his own standing with the king. Recently, at his suggestion, Fin III resolved to hold a gem appreciation event every fortnight. In a specially constructed hall, the king would display his holy gem for the common folk to admire, while he would disguise himself among the crowd to revel in the adulation directed at his gem. This has become a routine. Each time, a different street would be chosen, with Mendoza arranging actors to vociferously praise the gem using pre-prepared lines. Though these compliments may be rather pedestrian, they do not quite reach the level of Mendoza's own eloquence. However, with the approach of Fin III's 500th birthday, Mendoza conceived an idea that many found unacceptable. He advised the king that while no jewel in the world could rival his holy gem, even the most exquisite gem requires a backdrop to enhance its beauty. He pointed out that people are drawn to the brightest stars because of the multitude of other stars surrounding them. Finn III, intrigued by this notion, was faced with a considerable dilemma. Mendoza reassured him that a holy gem would take at least a month to become entirely clouded, and that visible stains would require 7 to 10 days to appear, thus providing ample opportunity for their plan. Your Majesty, he said, you only need a few days for the world to witness the beauty of your gem. Once your birthday celebration concludes and the guests depart, you can store away your attire and remove the holy gem, and by then, it will matter not what becomes of the others. Finn III was greatly pleased with Mendoza's suggestion. Just days prior, an order was issued to seize 499 holy gems, alongside his own, totaling 500, which were then fashioned into a garment. The entire Holy Gem Kingdom was in uproar, for Finn III's actions amounted to sacrificing 499 precious stones merely to indulge in vanity. Before the grief of losing their treasures could subside, a new spectacle arose. Upon receiving the completed garment, Finn III was elated and desired to showcase his new attire to all, including the common folk of the Holy Gem Kingdom, despite the fact that the gems used to create it had been taken from them. Thus unfolded the scene that Rehn had witnessed earlier, wherein Mendoza dispatched his subordinates to every neighborhood to announce a new decree, mandating that all citizens gather to celebrate the king, primarily to ensure Finn III witnessed their admiration for his garment. As Rehn recounted this, tears flowed freely from those around him, pleading, "Paladin, you must help us." Rehn, sensing the surge of power within him, felt no burden in the matter, straightened his chest, and replied, "Of course, tell me, whom shall I slay?" The crowd was taken aback by Rehn's sudden assertiveness, hastily shaking their heads. No, we merely hope you can awaken the king to reason." Chapter 12. A trial of skills. This evening, King Finn III shall host a banquet for envoys from various nations, inviting them to admire his exquisite ceremonial robe adorned with 500 gemstones. Rehn intends to observe the proceedings. However, he discovers an oddity. His paladin armor seems irrevocably fused to him, as if they are one and the same. Fortunately, he has not felt hunger for quite some time, rendering sustenance unnecessary for the moment. Finn III gazes at the gem-laden robe on its stand, his eyes filled with rapture. As he caresses the largest sacred gemstone, which belongs to him, he inquires of his aide, Mendoza, "Are all arrangements for tomorrow's parade in place?" Mendoza, a diminutive and frail man, perhaps hunched over from habit, bows lower in response. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have taken care of everything. I guarantee that all citizens will emerge from their homes to witness you and your robe." Mendoza nods, but then his brow furrows slightly. "They won't cause any disturbances, will they? You know, despite my diligent governance and care for the populace, those troublesome subjects often find reasons to complain. Their stinginess knows no bounds. If, hypothetically speaking, they were to riot tomorrow, what would we do? There will be many esteemed guests from foreign lands present. The corpulent minister, the current Prime Minister Ledutz, has seen his standing diminish since Mendoza's arrival. Whispers abound that he has fallen out of favor, and Mendoza is poised to take his place. Thus, Ledutz seizes every opportunity to undermine Mendoza. Hearing Ledutz's concerns, Finn III grows apprehensive and suggests to Mendoza, "Perhaps we should cancel tomorrow's parade?" Mendoza, alarmed, protests. This plan was his own conception. Should everything go smoothly, the credit would be his. "Your Majesty, fear not. We shall position guards along the route. The common folk are usually accompanied by their families. Who would dare to stir trouble? I will ensure they behave." Ledutz scoffs. What good would it do to make them behave if a disturbance arises? If the guards are forced to act in front of so many witnesses, it would reflect poorly on Your Majesty. Finn III, initially swayed by Mendoza's argument, falters under Ledutz's reasoning. "Indeed, you have a point. Mendoza, proceed with the cancellation of the parade for tomorrow." "But Your Majesty." No need for further discussion. Finn III raises a hand to silence Mendoza. The paramount concern remains that the guests witness his magnificent gemstones, as that would secure his renown. Let the commoners be forgotten this time. "Very well." Mendoza, recognizing Finn III's resolute disposition, ceases his attempts to persuade. An idea strikes him. "Your Majesty, the sudden cancellation of the parade may invite gossip. We might want to mitigate that." Finn III, still captivated by the robe, furrows his brow anew. What should we do? Mendoza smiles. At tonight's gala, we can invite a few commoners to represent the populace. As long as the foreign guests perceive how beloved you are among the people, that is all that matters. We shall frame the cancellation as a decision made out of compassion for the citizens, as the parade would have been too disruptive. Fin 3's eyes gleam with approval. Mendoza, you are indeed clever. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. And those commoners who will represent us. Mendoza bows deeply. Rest assured, they will be loyal supporters of your majesty. Excellent. Rehn converses with the townsfolk, learning that, in the past, they did not harbor significant disdain for their king. Although Fin 3 was somewhat self-absorbed, he treated his subjects relatively well. A few compliments about his sacred gemstones would earn a warm greeting from him, and on particularly jubilant occasions. He might even absolve them of taxes for a year or two. Yet, Fin 3's encounter with Mendoza, a man driven by vanity, unleashed calamity upon the kingdom. As they converse, the herald, Mura, returns and spots Rehn, clad in armor, surrounded by a throng. He pushes through the crowd, pointing at Rehn and demanding, "Who are you? Why do you dress so peculiarly? Remove your helmet." Rehn, pondering how to navigate this situation, decides it is also an opportunity to test his strength and strides forward. Mura, taken aback by the armored figure advancing with purpose, instinctively steps back. However, recalling his official status and the guards at his side, he bellows, "Did you not hear me? Halt! Do you know who I am? Guards, restrain him." Without needing Mura's command, the guards raise their weapons, encircling Rehn. The leader shouts, "Did you hear what the Lord said? Stop immediately and remove your helmet." Rehn remains unperturbed, advancing steadily. In his former self, such an encounter would have rendered him frozen in fear. Yet now, an inexplicable absence of fear courses through him, and an immense power lies dormant within, yearning to be unleashed. To the onlookers, a holy emblem seems to manifest behind Rehn, augmenting his presence. Several guards recoil, and upon realizing Rehn has encroached upon their space, they brandish their spears in a frantic attempt to subdue him. Although Rehn's aura is formidable, he possesses no combat experience. When the first guard lunges, he instinctively raises an arm to block. With a resounding crack, the guard's spearhead snaps against the ground. The remaining guards, jolted back to reality, charge in, targeting the vulnerable points of Rehn's armor. Yet, Rehn's inexperience is evident as the overwhelming number of adversaries leaves him at a loss. As the squad leader's spear approaches rapidly, Rehn can barely react. Just as the leader's expression brightens, believing he will succeed, his spear tip meets an invisible barrier, akin to striking a wall of iron. The impact reverberates through his hands, nearly disarming him. Other guards experience similar outcomes. No matter where they strike, none can harm Rehn. He strides toward the dazed squad leader, delivering a swift blow that sends him crashing to the ground. The remaining guards, witnessing Rehn's approach, lose their resolve and retreat in panic, flailing their spears ineffectively. Yet, their efforts are futile. Rehn requires no defense, simply advancing and dispatching each one with a casual strike, laying them all low. Mura, observing the scene in horror, turns and flees. Chapter 13. The Bold Intrusion. Who are you? Mura, gripped by a single hand of Rehn, displayed a visage of terror, his voice trembling as he attempted to leverage his identity to secure his release. "I must report to Lord Mendoza about you." Rehn, shaking Mura by the collar, retorted. "If you don't behave, you won't even have the chance to report to that Mendoza?" he demanded. "Quickly confess your purpose here." With merely a slight twist of Rehn's wrist, Mura felt as though he might disintegrate under the strain. Overcome with dread, he stammered, "And no, please, I will tell you. Lord Mendoza has issued a new decree. Tomorrow's parade is cancelled. I was merely sent to convey this message. Please let me go." The bystanders, upon hearing Mura's words, reacted with disbelief. "The parade is cancelled? Does that mean we need not prepare for the arrival of His Majesty? Splendid. My wife can rest easy now. I shall proceed to lay my father to rest tomorrow. Better to avoid prolonged sorrow." Yet Rehn sensed that the matter was far from straightforward. Just from the opinions he had overheard regarding King Fin 3, he could envision the man's narcissism and vanity. It was improbable that he would abruptly cancel such a grand display of his power. Thus, he fixed his gaze on Mura and inquired, "Why has the parade been cancelled?" "I do not know." Mura whimpered, sensing Rehn's sudden intensity. "I swear, I truly do not know. Oh, and Lord Mendoza instructed me to select a few obedient individuals to accompany me to His Majesty's gala for the evening, where appraisal." "Obedient individuals?" Rehn seized upon this pivotal detail in Mora's speech. Mora nodded fervently. Yes, those who are compliant and will not speak out of turn. The kind who will say whatever we instruct them to. As Rehn contemplated the best approach to meet King Fin III, he felt a flicker of inspiration. Very well, I shall accompany you tonight. At that moment, Rehn followed Mora's lead, mingling among over 30 commoners waiting at the palace's rear entrance. They would only be permitted entry once the esteemed guests had arrived and the banquet commenced. Nearby, several individuals dressed similarly to Mora were instructing their charges on what to recite. Rehn felt no need for such guidance. Mora lacked the courage to instruct him. Casting a cautious glance at the guards in the vicinity, Mora yearned to expose Rehn, but was deterred by the threat of the fist at his back. He had pleaded countless times for Rehn to spare him. It was evident that this armored figure intended to cause a disturbance at the banquet, and when the repercussions ensued, Mora, who had facilitated his entry, would bear the brunt of the blame. That is not your concern. But with your armor, they will likely stop you at the entrance. Mora fretted. Then it depends on your explanation. If all else fails, I shall force my way in, though I cannot guarantee your safety then. Please, no? Mora exclaimed, nearly in tears, as he frantically begged for mercy, yet Rehn remained unmoved. This man, who treated his neighbors with such disdain, referring to them as commoners, insisted that anyone not yet buried must come forth to welcome King Fin III, a sentiment that evoked no sympathy. Before long, fireworks erupted from the palace, signaling the commencement of the banquet. A captain among the guards stepped forward, commanding silence as they entered the palace in an orderly fashion. The captain soon spotted Rehn, clad in armor, a striking figure amidst the crowd. Who brought this individual, and why is he dressed in armor? Rehn silently nudged Mora's back, urging him to explain. Mora, displaying a stiff smile, stammered, Captain, it was I who brought him. He is. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Even Rehn was at a loss for words. The captain gazed at Mora as if he were a simpleton. I do not care if he is your father or grandfather. I am not your father. He cannot enter dressed like that. Guards, remove his armor. As the guards closed in, Rehn realized that slipping in would not be simple today. He shoved Mora aside, declaring, if that is the case, I shall storm in directly. Mora, now on the ground, cried out, stop him. He is here to cause trouble. The captain quickly commanded, seize him. The guards brandished their weapons, some producing projectile-launching devices to assault Rehn. Yet, undeterred, Rehn surged forward, impervious to their attacks under the protection of the sacred emblem. Those who attempted to block his path were sent flying as if struck by a rampaging bull. A few guards stationed at the side attempted to shut the side door, but before they could secure it, Rehn's forceful entry swung it wide open, sending several guards sprawling several feet away. When the dust settled, the armored figure had breached the palace. The captain, gripped by fear, ordered an alert within the palace while dragging Mora closer. Who was that man? Trembling, Mora realized he could not escape punishment for bringing Rehn. I do not know who he is, Captain. I was compelled to bring him. I had no other choice. Useless, the captain snarled, shoving Mora to his subordinates before hastening into the palace in pursuit of Rehn. Should anything untoward occur, Mora was certain he would face dire consequences, but he knew he would not escape unscathed either. Chapter 14. The assassin strikes King Fin III warmly shook hands with a visiting prince from a neighboring kingdom, exchanging pleasantries. At that moment, Mendoza approached, whispering a few words into the king's ear. After listening, Fin III addressed the prince, Prince Wagner, all the guests have arrived. I must prepare myself and take my leave for now. With that, Fin III departed with Mendoza to don his ceremonial attire. As they walked, Fin III inquired, is everything ready? Your Majesty, all is prepared. Every esteemed guest is present. The fireworks can be ignited at any moment, and the common folk are gathered outside the palace. I assure you, everything is flawless, Mendoza replied. And the attire? Fin III asked. It is in the adjacent chamber. Allow me to escort you to change, Your Majesty. Mendoza answered. Fin III continued to pose a few questions, all of which Mendoza had anticipated and arranged, prompting a satisfied nod from the king as he followed Mendoza to change his clothes. After Fin III's departure, Prince Wagner, accompanied by his attendants, sought a spot to sit and rest while awaiting the arrival of King Fin. Once settled, he politely acknowledged the other guests nearby, only to discover a renowned figure to his right, Gilberto Butel, a member of the city council of Brika. Gilberto was an extraordinary individual, tasked with liaising with various races in Brika and mediating their disputes. It was said that many laws in Brika were crafted or amended by him to accommodate the customs of diverse races, a formidable task that spoke volumes of his capabilities. His personal prowess was equally impressive, conservatively estimated to exceed 500 certificates. "You are Mr. Gilberto?" Prince Wagner ventured, attempting a greeting. Gilberto, appearing to be in his 30s, turned to acknowledge the prince, immediately identifying him. "Ah, the Prince of the Cedar Kingdom, Wagner. A pleasure to meet you." Wagner felt a mix of surprise and delight that Gilberto recognized him. "I am truly honored, Mr. Gilberto, that you know my name. Cedar Kingdom is quite distant from Brika and is but a small nation." Gilberto chuckled, his round face exuding warmth. "Of course I know you, Prince Wagner. You are heralded as the future towering tree of the Cedar Kingdom, with limitless prospects." Wagner blushed, realizing that the title bestowed upon him by his compatriots paled in comparison to the stature of Gilberto. No, Mr. Gilberto, you are the remarkable one." After a casual exchange, Wagner inquired, "By the way, Mr. Gilberto, are you here specifically to celebrate King Finn's birthday?" Gilberto shook his head slightly. "I have business in the Sea of Tides Kingdom, but upon hearing that King Finn is celebrating his 500th birthday and has crafted a unique sacred gem attire, I decided to stop by." Wagner's expression brightened with understanding. "So, Mr. Gilberto, you are also interested in the sacred gem attire. To be honest, even though our Cedar Kingdom is a neighbor to the Sacred Gem Kingdom, I have only seen these gems a few times in my life. They are indeed exquisite treasures. It is said that King Finn's attire is composed of 500 sacred gems. One can hardly imagine how beautiful it must be. Surely, everyone wishes to catch a glimpse." Gilberto smiled once more. "In truth, I have never seen a sacred gem. Your words pique my curiosity about their beauty. I will make a point to see them because—" Gilberto paused. "Surely, you are aware of the origins of the sacred gems, correct?" "Of course," Wagner replied. Being a neighboring nation, he was familiar with their history. They were said to be rare, born alongside the citizens of the Sacred Gem Kingdom. "And what about their properties?" Gilberto inquired further. Wagner spoke as if reciting from memory. "If separated from their owner or if the owner perishes, the sacred gems rapidly lose their luster, becoming quite ordinary. Thus, they are rarely seen outside. Are you not curious where King Finn acquired these 500 sacred gems?" Gilberto asked, raising an eyebrow with a knowing smile. Suddenly, insight dawned on Wagner, realizing that such a collection could not simply originate from the common folk. It must be. "Shoo." Gilberto gestured for silence, nodding toward the entrance where King Finn was approaching. "Let us behave as proper guests." Wagner silently agreed, acknowledging that some matters were best left unspoken. As all eyes turned, King Finn III emerged in his resplendent attire adorned with 500 sacred gems. He scanned the faces of the guests, eager to witness their astonishment and admiration. As expected, the moment he appeared, praises erupted from the crowd. Some ladies even stood in awe, their eyes sparkling. Wagner was entranced, and even Gilberto nodded in appreciation. Despite having heard tales of sacred gems, he was unprepared for their breathtaking beauty, especially when gathered in such splendid arrangement. Finn III made his way toward the center of the hall, hoping to allow the guests a closer view of his magnificent attire and to hear their compliments firsthand. However, just as he took a few steps, a thunderous noise erupted from outside the hall, hinting at the approach of a colossal entity, accompanied by the shouts and gasps of the guards. At that moment, Chancellor Ledutz rushed in beside Finn III, whispering urgently, "Your Majesty, trouble is at hand. An assassin is charging this way, and the guards cannot hold him back." Before Ledutz could finish, a resounding crash reverberated near the entrance, as an armored figure hurtled down like a comet. Finn III's mind raced with a singular thought. "Ledutz, you dare tell me this is an assassin?" Chapter 15. Yours is mine. I apologize for my haste. I couldn't bring myself to halt. Ah. In the grand hall, a chorus of shrieks erupted from several female guests. An indignant voice rang out from the center. "Scoundrel! Who are you? Where are the guards? Quickly, escort him out." Without needing a command from Finn III, the guards had already emerged behind Rehn, having pursued him relentlessly, yet they were unable to restrain him. Among the guests, some self-proclaimed individuals of considerable strength prepared to intervene. Just as Prince Wagner was about to act, he was halted by Gilberto. "Prince Wagner, I believe it would be prudent for us to observe for now. I fear you may sustain harm if you engage." The impassioned Wagner, taken aback, queried, "Why? There are so many ladies here. It would be dreadful if this miscreant harmed them." "Surely, With our numbers, we could overpower him? Gilberto's expression was grave, conveying that he was not jesting. It is uncertain whether you would be a match for him. However, I assure you, he will not harm the innocent. Wagner, intrigued, asked, "Do you know him, Mr. Gilberto?" "No, I do not," Gilberto replied, shaking his head without further explanation. As a counselor from Brika city, he recognized the armor Rehn donned as the fervent armor of Karsham, but it was perplexing that anyone would still wear such armor. When Rehn defended against the attacks, revealing the holy insignia behind him, the astonishment in Gilberto's heart escalated to an indescribable magnitude. Indeed, this was a paladin of Karsham, but that should not be. Upon realizing Rehn's armor, Gilberto understood the purpose of his intrusion and turned his gaze towards Fin 3. At that moment, Rehn was also fixated on Fin 3, advancing step by step. He had no need to defend against other attacks. Only those who obstructed his path would be casually pushed aside. As the armored figure approached within 10 meters, Ledutz quickly positioned himself in front of Fin 3, warning Rehn, "Halt. Do you comprehend what you are doing?" Rehn ceased his advance, and others, witnessing this, refrained from further attacks, encircling him instead. It was not that they wished to refrain from apprehending him. Rather, the armored figure was peculiar, appearing impervious to harm. Any attack that struck him seemed to bounce off effortlessly, while a mere touch from him sent others flying several meters away. How could they proceed? Ledutz, realizing that his shout had indeed halted the armored figure, summoned his courage to inquire, "Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the palace to disrupt His Majesty's birthday celebration?" Recalling the demands of the commoners, who sought to teach their king a lesson to awaken him, Rehn replied, "Do not misunderstand. I am not here to cause chaos. I merely wish to see the fabled, most beautiful gown in the world, and when the guards barred my entry, I had no choice but to force my way in." Ledutz retorted angrily, "In such attire, how could the guards possibly allow you in? And you claim you are not causing trouble?" "Wait." Ledutz intended to ask further, but Fin 3 raised a hand to stop him, stepping forward. "Your Majesty, it's dangerous." Ledutz protested. "Fear not." Fin 3 dismissed the concern, turning back to Rehn. "You claim you are here to admire my gown?" Rehn nodded. "Indeed." Fin 3, with arms outstretched and chest puffed, seemed eager to showcase his attire to Rehn. "Now that you see it, what do you think of my gown?" Rehn scrutinized Fin 3's attire from head to toe. As the rumors say, it is indeed unparalleled, both in heaven and on earth. Fin 3 beamed with satisfaction, certain that no one could resist the allure of his gown crafted from sacred gemstones, even this brutish figure before him. Yet, he soon noticed Rehn shaking his head. "Why do you shake your head? Do you find fault with my gown?" Rehn picked up a chair that had been knocked to the ground during the earlier scuffle, casually sitting down with his legs crossed. "Though your gown is undoubtedly splendid, I can only imagine how uncomfortable it must be to wear such an outfit. One might as well don the humble garments of commoners." "Preposterous," Fin 3 exclaimed, incensed at Rehn's claim that his gown was inferior to the coarse fabrics of the common folk. Though the gown indeed caused discomfort, the weight was manageable for a powerful warrior like him. However, wearing it necessitated extreme caution. Fin 3 dared not let his arms hang naturally, instead holding them in a rigid posture to avoid obscuring the gemstones nestled beneath. Yet, despite the discomfort, Fin 3 would not concede that his gown was lacking, even if it was merely intended for display. "Nonsense. I find this gown quite comfortable." Rehn chuckled softly. "Whether you believe me or not is irrelevant. Perhaps you should inquire of your guests if they share your sentiment." He pointed casually to a nearby dwarf. "Old man, do you believe it?" The dwarf scratched his beard, pondering for a moment before finally responding. "Well, I only turned 50 this year. I'm still quite young." Seeing the awkward expressions of those around him, Fin 3, filled with indignation, retorted, "I declare it is comfortable. If you doubt, try it on yourself." Rehn raised an eyebrow at this peculiar proposition. "You suggest I try it on?" "Indeed. Once you wear it, you'll understand just how comfortable it truly is." Fin 3, with an air of pride, began to undress from his gown. Rehn stood from his seat and approached, placing his hands on the gown, waiting for Fin 3 to make his next move. Rehn suspected the prince might attempt something devious. However, upon reflection, such behavior was to be expected. Fin 3's numerous displays, parades, and soirees were driven by a desire for admiration, bordering on narcissism that threatened his rationality. "Here, try it on. Once you do, you will grasp its comfort," Fin 3 proclaimed, as if he himself were convinced. Rehn accepted the gown, inquiring one last time, "You assert this is your wish? Then I shall take it." Yes, do try it on swiftly. With that, Rehn tucked the gown under his arm and waved to the others. Thank you kindly. I shall take my leave now. Farewell to you all. And with that, he made his way toward the exit of the Grand Hall. Chapter 16. I am the assassin. After several seconds, Finn 3 finally grasped the situation. This armored figure had audaciously snatched his formal attire right in front of him. He frantically shouted while pursuing, "Stop! Where do you think you're going? Return my outfit." Hearing the commotion behind, Lane took off at a sprint. "Don't chase me. Consider this outfit a gift from you to me." "What gift? This is theft." "Whether it's theft or not, it's in my possession now, so it belongs to me. You claim it's yours, but will it respond to your call?" "Huh. This attire bears my name. Why on earth would you write your name on my garment?" Other guests exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately joining the pursuit with a sense of helplessness. After all, the host of the soiree could not simply stand by while a robber paraded around with his belongings. The scene was undeniably absurd. Many guests dashed outside, leaving only a few noblewomen and individuals like Wagner behind. Wagner had just witnessed the armored figure send someone flying with a single blow, his eyes widening at the sight. It was known that many formidable superhumans were present, far more powerful than himself. Yet, regardless of their strength, they all met the same fate, flung aside with ease. Wagner felt a tinge of relief for having heeded Gilberto's advice. Observing that others had rushed out, he felt a twinge of guilt and turned to Gilberto once more. "Sir, do you think we should assist them?" Thus, the two rose and exited the hall, only to discover that the armored figure was darting about the palace, pursued by a throng of guests and palace guards. However, their efforts proved futile. The common folk couldn't even touch Lane, and those who managed to block his path failed to contain him. Prince Wagner felt a surge of excitement as he noted that the assailant had not seriously harmed anyone. Yet, for safety's sake, he still inquired of Gilberto, "Mr. Gilberto, do you wish to lend a hand?" Gilberto shook his head. "No, I do prefer to observe. My presence would be of little consequence." Intrigued, Wagner asked, "Are you not his match?" Gilberto pointed to the golden emblem on Lane's back. "Do you know what that is?" "Unclear. That is the Karlsham Justice emblem. As long as he possesses it, that individual is virtually invincible." At that moment, Finn 3 caught up, his eyes blazing with fury. "Return my attire." Lane nonchalantly extracted the garment from his armpit and waved it casually, inciting Finn 3's rage. "Cease this at once." With a flick of his wrist, Lane let the attire slip from his grasp, sending it plummeting towards the ground. "No." Finn 3's heart raced. The roof from which Lane stood was over 10 meters high. If the garment fell, the precious gem would surely shatter upon impact. Fortunately, just as it began to descend, 2 fingers caught the fabric. Lane gradually lifted the attire, and Finn 3 followed its movement with bated breath, finally exhaling in relief when Lane securely grasped it once more. "Calm your outcry. What if something were to happen?" Lane admonished. Suppressing his indignation, Finn 3 asked, "What must I do to reclaim my garment?" Lane shook the attire again, tightening Finn 3's chest. "I no longer require it. If you wish, simply take it." Finn 3's suspicion grew. "You offer it to me without any conditions?" "Indeed, I have no need for it. It holds no significance for me anymore." "What? Do you wish for me to toss it to you?" "Don't. I'll come to retrieve it," Finn 3 exclaimed, disregarding the protests of Ledutz, Mendoza, and others as he leaped towards Lane. As he gingerly grasped the garment from Lane's hands, he could hardly believe that the latter had truly returned it to him. Finn 3 questioned whether the attire might be a counterfeit. After confirming multiple times, he sighed in relief. It was indeed his garment, unmistakable by the precious gem that adorned it. He concealed the attire behind him and regarded Lane. "You returned my garment. Does this mean you came solely to cause chaos? Who exactly are you?" Lane waved dismissively. "No, I initially intended to steal your attire. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Altair Ibn Rahad, an assassin whose greatest delight is to pilfer unparalleled treasures." The assembled guests fell into a state of disbelief. Clad in full armor and distinctly knightly, he brazenly seized possessions, charging through the crowd. How could he be an assassin? Yet Finn 3's curiosity was piqued. Then why relinquish it? Lane chuckled. "Because this item can no longer be deemed unparalleled. I have heard that in your nation, the quality of the sacred gem resonates with its master's spirit. Should the master pass away or stray too far, the gem's quality diminishes. When I acquired the attire moments ago," as Lane spoke, Finn 3's understanding crystallized, and he hastily scrutinized the gem on his garment. It gleamed with clarity, devoid of blemish. Fin 3 exhaled a breath of relief, laughing. Huh? My gem remains unblemished. It is still perfect. Lane raised a finger and shook it gently. No, no, no. The quality of the sacred gem deteriorates gradually. To your eyes, it may appear unscathed, but I have been running for nearly 10 minutes. During that time, its quality has already begun to decline. You cannot perceive the changes yet because they are subtle. However, the truth remains. Its quality is no longer what it once was. Your sacred gem is no longer perfect. No. In that instant, it seemed as though everyone present heard the sound of something shattering. Chapter 17. Returned Fin 3. Clutching his ceremonial robe, wept inconsolably, prompting concern from those around him. A towering figure, standing nearly 3 meters tall, stepped forward, pointing at Rehn. Your name is Altair, is it not? How could you behave so atrociously? After all the effort to deceive His Majesty Fin and steal his robe, was it merely to ruin his gemstone? I am Moxiel from Nitmu, and today I challenge you. Even if I cannot defeat you, I cannot allow you to act with impunity. Indeed, I have never encountered such a detestable person. Count me in. I will assist. As Moxiel finished speaking, others joined in, clamoring to hold Rehn accountable. Rehn tossed his hair back in a dramatic gesture, though hindered by his helmet, and replied with a hint of mockery. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems I have become the villain. Moxiel pointed at Rehn, declaring, You were never a good person. This was met with a derisive laugh from Rehn. Moxiel, incensed, retorted, What are you laughing at? Rehn gestured towards the sobbing Fin 3. I merely took the robe for 10 minutes, and look at him, reduced to tears, believing his sacred gemstone has been destroyed. What about the other 499 gemstone owners on that robe? Don't tell me you're unaware of the origins of those gemstones. You simply choose not to involve yourselves, correct? Most of the crowd fell silent, realizing, after Ryan's remarks, the injustices that must have occurred to create that robe. Yet, some remained obstinate. Is it the same? King Fin demands his subjects offer their gemstones. That is reasonable. You are merely a thief, forcibly seizing treasures. How can you equate the two? Rehn shrugged, indifferent. I do not care how you perceive it, but since you still believe it is acceptable to take from others, then. In an instant, Rehn leaped to Fin 3's side, seizing the robe from his grasp before Fin could react. With the crowd aghast and Fin 3 wearing a pained expression, Rehn yanked the largest gemstone, Fin 3's, from the robe. He then tossed the robe into the crowd below, departing with flair. Since you all think it inconsequential to seize possessions, I shall temporarily take charge of this gemstone. The guests and guards rushed to catch the robe, and as they confirmed its safety and lifted their heads again, the armored figure who had identified himself as Altair had vanished. Where am I? Rehn slowly opened his eyes, momentarily blinded by a bright light, causing him to turn his head away. After a couple of seconds, he gradually adjusted, recognizing his surroundings. This is my dormitory. Rehn was still clad in the armor of the Paladin of Arran Vale, but it had reverted to the dilapidated state he had seen in the museum. Removing his helmet, he confirmed the crack was still there. His last memory was of leaving the royal palace after taking the sacred gemstone. Well, it seems it was just a dream. Still, what a delightful dream it was. What more could I ask for? He placed his hands down and braced himself to rise. Suddenly, he felt something beneath his touch. Pulling his hand away, Rehn froze in disbelief. Beside him, on the bed linens, lay an exquisitely beautiful gemstone resembling crystal. Lylin had set up a sun lounger on the rooftop of the teaching building while others were attending classes. However, as a privileged student, she enjoyed certain advantages. Privilege was one of the rules. Moreover, the elite class differed from ordinary ones. Those classes were divided by major, with students taking the same courses. In contrast, elite students possessed diverse skills and interests, allowing them the freedom to select their own courses. Now, Lylin lounged on the sun chair, pleasantly engrossed in her mobile device. Suddenly, the rooftop door swung open, and hurried footsteps approached. Lylin turned her head to see Rehn, breathless and drenched in sweat. What are you doing? Upon seeing Lylin, Rehn, exhausted, plopped down onto the ground. He had just experienced a whirlwind of events in the kingdom of sacred gemstones and was still adjusting. In his haste to climb the stairs, he had forgotten he was in an ordinary human body. I came to find you. They said you were on the rooftop. As he spoke, Rehn suddenly became aware of Lylin's state. Are you really here for classes? Lylin shot him a glare. Why do you care? Besides, how dare you question me? The day before yesterday, after our museum visit, when we gathered at the guard's office, that strange woman said you had already left. You vanished for over a day. Where did you go? She said I left. I was taken by. Never mind, let's not discuss that. Rehn hesitated, but ultimately chose not to reveal that he had been taken by the security team, which would only complicate matters. I'm looking for you to ask for the contact information of that tour guide. No, the attendant. What was his name, Rodney? You should have it saved since you scanned his QR code. What do you need him for? Leyland inquired curiously. Just a small matter. Leyland turned her head back to her phone, sensing Rehn was hiding something. You're asking for help, but showing no sincerity. Besides, I remember someone calling me a weirdo earlier. Why should I help you? Ahem, we are classmates. Attempting to bridge the gap proved futile. Here's the deal. Tell me how you got into Resburg, and I 1T hold your previous offense against you, and will help you contact Rodney. Why do you want to know that? Obviously, others earned their way in, but I spent 10 billion to enter Resburg, while you walked in without spending a dime. That's unfair. Rehn remained silent, raising his hand several times as if to speak, but ultimately relenting. Not only did Leyland want to know how he entered Resburg, but he too was curious. Forget it, I don't need your help. Rehn stood up, deciding to confront Alexia directly to clarify matters. The appearance of the paladin of Vale armor in his dormitory, the sudden time shift, and the kingdom of sacred gemstones. All of these needed resolution. As Rehn headed for the stairs, the thought of the kingdom of sacred gemstones sparked another question. Leyland tilted her head. What's wrong? You vanish for a day or two and suddenly have time to catch up on the news. What news? Rehn was puzzled. What, you don't know? Leyland appeared equally confused. Just yesterday, a thief broke into the royal palace during the king's birthday banquet, injuring numerous guests and guards, ultimately damaging the king's ceremonial robe and stealing his sacred gemstone. This incident caused quite the stir. How could you not know? So why are you asking about the kingdom of sacred gemstones? Chapter 18. Reality and illusion. In the video, a figure clad in tattered armor stands atop a rooftop, boldly proclaiming to the crowd, "My name is Altair Ibn Lahad, an assassin, and my greatest delight lies in seizing unparalleled treasures." At this moment, the host's voice begins to introduce the scene. We can observe that this brigand is adorned in rather peculiar armor, reminiscent of an ancient relic. He claims to be Altair, a connoisseur of treasure theft. Let us now connect with our correspondent stationed in the Kingdom of St. Gemstone to inquire about the current situation. The screen splits into two, revealing a live reporter, a male journalist holding a microphone, awaiting communication. Bridge, can you hear me? The host asks. Very well, Bridge. Could you enlighten us on the present circumstances in the Kingdom of St. Gemstone? Certainly, Bridge responds. As you can see behind me, the guard forces of the World Parliament have arrived in the Kingdom of St. Gemstone, diligently searching for the whereabouts of the brigand. It is crucial to note that the guards have issued a warning, stating that this individual is not only peculiar in attire, but also displays erratic behavior, leading them to suspect he may be mentally unstable. Alarmingly, this individual possesses extraordinary strength. Those present at the scene were no match for him, and it is conservatively estimated that he wields a power exceeding 500 credentials, marking him as an exceedingly hazardous character. The host displays a look of astonishment. 500 credentials? That is indeed formidable. Indeed, the fact that he is mentally unstable raises further concerns, as his subsequent actions remain unpredictable. Therefore, I urge the citizens of the Kingdom of St. Gemstone and neighboring nations to exercise extreme caution. Truly perilous. Bridge, do you have any further updates? Yes. I have just encountered Mr. Mendoza, a minister from the Kingdom of St. Gemstone, who is currently by my side and willing to partake in an interview. The host leans forward slightly. The minister of the Kingdom of St. Gemstone, is it? Shall we commence? Bridge nods and gestures to the camera, presumably communicating with the cameraman. The camera shifts left, focusing on a gaunt man in a suit. Mr. Mendoza. Mr. Mendoza, I express my gratitude for your willingness to engage in this interview. The reporter Bridge states. It is my duty to convey some pressing matters to the media, Mendoza replies. Very well, let us begin. First question, how is King Finn faring at present? Mendoza wipes away a few tears with the back of his hand, his voice quavering as he responds, His Majesty. Having lost his sacred gemstone, and with the ceremonial gown gifted by the populace now damaged, feels he has let down the affection of his subjects. He is currently in a state of deep sorrow and recuperation. Bridge offers Mendoza a tissue, expressing, That is truly unfortunate. We share in your sorrow. It is lamentable that such a beloved king has encountered such misfortune. Now, may I inquire about the brigand? Have there been any developments regarding his true identity or whereabouts? Mendoza dabs his tears with a tissue, thanking Bridge before asserting, I must clarify that this individual is not merely a brigand. His actions are far more reprehensible. He ought to be classified as a terrorist. You are aware that at yesterday's banquet, numerous dignitaries were present? This scoundrel wreaked havoc at the event, attacking several esteemed guests. Thankfully, no one faced life-threatening danger. However, he has already jeopardized the lives of many. Thus he is not a brigand, but a terrorist. Bridge nods in agreement. Indeed, the host and audience have just learned that yesterday's banquet included 4 kings, 8 princes, and over 100 other dignitaries. Therefore, Minister Mendoza's claims hold considerable weight. Had a violent incident occurred, the repercussions could have been dire, potentially even inciting war. At this juncture, the host inquires, what about the identity and whereabouts of the brigand? No. The criminal? Mendoza, wiping away perspiration, elaborates. As for this individual's identity, we remain uncertain for now. However, we have made some progress regarding his armor. Oh, the host leans forward, intrigued. What can you tell us about this armor? Among our guests is Mr. Gilberto, a councilman from Brika City. He informs me that this armor is known as the Allen Vale Paladin armor, a historical artifact originally housed in the Brika Historical Museum. Originally? Indeed. After communicating with Gilberto and the officials in Brika City, I learned that this armor was stolen from the Brika Historical Museum just the day before yesterday. They are currently investigating the theft. The host gasps, is it possible for someone to steal from Brika City? Moreover, it is quite peculiar that the armor stolen from Brika City appeared in the kingdom of St. Gemstone just yesterday, thousands of miles away. Could this have been the work of that mentally unstable individual, or did he have accomplices? Mendoza shakes his head. We are still in dialogue with Brika City regarding this matter and have yet to reach any conclusions. As the news continues to unfold, Rehn finds himself in a state of confusion. He is certain that the individual in the video, donned in tattered armor, is indeed himself. Yet, he recalls wearing impeccable armor. And the scene he witnessed was entirely different. The attendees were adorned in lavish noble attire, while in the video, the men inside the palace are clad in suits. The guards wield firearms and batons against him, whereas he only remembers seeing hidden weapons and blades. The discrepancies are numerous. His perceptions starkly contrast with the video. Leyland, watching the news, burst into laughter. Huh? Did you see this lunatic? Clad in tattered armor, striking a pose as if he were the ruler of the world. It's utterly ridiculous. Haha. Hey, where are you going? Chapter 19. Universally acknowledged Rehn sat on the bus. His mind consumed by the news he had just witnessed at Leyland's. Initially, he believed that his memories of the kingdom of Sacred Gem were merely a dream or an illusion, a figment created by that frenzied suit of Calsham armor, not something that had genuinely transpired. However, the sacred gem that had appeared on his bed confirmed the truth. He had indeed visited a place called the Kingdom of Sacred Gem and had taken a sacred gem with him. Yet, even at this moment, he felt as if he might have traversed into another dimension or a time hundreds of years in the past. After all, the attire of those individuals was exceedingly peculiar, utterly devoid of modernity. Nevertheless, the news he had seen at Leyland's made him realize that the events concerning the Kingdom of Sacred Gem were not only real, but also contemporary, occurring just yesterday. It was not those people who were dressed oddly. It was Rehn himself who appeared out of place. Currently, the entire world was abuzz with discussions surrounding the robbery at the Kingdom of Sacred Gem. In this modern era, the emergence of an individual clad in tattered armor, endowed with formidable strength, and spouting nonsensical claims was sufficient to draw everyone's attention, especially given his audacious actions. On the bus where Rehn sat, the onboard television was also broadcasting news about the Kingdom of Sacred Gem, and many passengers were engaging in animated discussions after viewing it. Isn't it strange? That eccentric individual stole armor from the museum one day and then appeared in the distant Kingdom of Sacred Gem the next? It certainly raises questions. He must have flown to cover such a great distance. How did he manage airport security with all that armor? Who knows? If we're talking about strangeness, the mere fact that he stealthily made off with the armor from the museum is bizarre enough. Perhaps he has watched too many movies. But what kind of hero would storm a palace, injure numerous officials, and abscond with treasures? Haha. Don't say that. He claimed to be an assassin. Haha. Assassin? That term belongs to a bygone era, perhaps several centuries ago. Haha. Now, we simply refer to such individuals as criminals. Where do you think that strange man has gone? Who knows? I've heard he might still possess the King of Sacred Gem's treasure. Listening to their mockery, Rehn's confusion deepened. After a few minutes, He finally arrived at his destination, the Brika Historical Museum. He needed to find Alexia to clarify the situation. However, he discovered that the museum was not operating normally. Several members of the security team were stationed at the entrance, and they were frequently seen coming in and out, all bearing serious expressions. This was to be expected. A thief had stolen armor from the museum and journeyed to another country thousands of miles away, injuring several dignitaries and ultimately seizing a treasure before fleeing. Such a significant incident could not go unnoticed by Brika City. Rehn surmised that investigations were likely underway at the airport and bus stations, as it was no trivial matter to transport armor such a distance. As Rehn approached the museum, he noticed a few tourists from out of town negotiating with the security personnel. The museum is closed today? Why? We sincerely apologize. But are you not aware of the recent events? The museum has lost some items and is currently under investigation, hence the temporary closure. So we've come for nothing? When will the museum reopen? We are truly sorry for the disruption to your plans, but this is for everyone's safety. According to our information, the thief may be a highly dangerous individual, and we must exercise caution. You may choose to return at a later time or visit other places, such as Resburg University or Central Park. The museum may remain closed for at least a week. A dangerous individual? Well then, thank you for the suggestion. We shall visit other places. Observing the situation, Rehn realized they were still investigating the missing armor. He felt a twinge of guilt, and for a fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind. Should he confess to the security personnel now? Ultimately, he decided to speak with Alexia first, as there were matters he deemed significant. Thus, Rehn addressed the security team. I am not here to visit. I am looking for someone. Looking for whom? The museum's guide, or perhaps the doorman. Her name is Alexia. What do you need with her? The last time I visited, I left something behind, my phone, in the doorman's office. She told me to come back to retrieve it. The security personnel furrowed their brows, causing Rehn's heart to race, fearing they suspected something. The doorman's office is right there. You can see the door from here. I won't go further inside. The security personnel glanced in the direction Rehn indicated and confirmed the doorman's office was indeed nearby. He recalled encountering a rather disheveled female staff member when they first arrived at the museum. Very well, but remember, do not wander about aimlessly. If our personnel find you, it might lead to misunderstandings. Rehn quickly nodded in gratitude. Thank you very much, I won't stray. After bidding farewell to the security team, Rehn made his way to the doorman's office. Upon pushing the door open, he found Alexia reclining in a chair, engrossed in watching television, which was broadcasting news about him. Ah, you actually came. So, how has your time been these past few days? As soon as he entered, Alexia's first remark ignited Rehn's temper. Chapter 20. Don Quixote and the Blue Pill. So, it was indeed you. What have you done to me? Rehn shouted as he approached the front of the chair, confronting the speaker. The figure remained the same as Rehn had last seen, with drooping eyes and an air of lethargy. The news about you has exploded in the past few days. In response to Rehn's inquiries, Alexia remained unfazed, stifling a yawn. You have quite a few questions, but I must say, none of this is my doing. Do you expect me to believe that? What do you think will happen if you don't? Rehn suppressed his anger, aware that Alexia's strength was beyond his reach. If you refuse to tell me anything, I'll have no choice but to turn the armor over to the security team. When they question me, oh, go ahead. Aren't you afraid they will trace this back to you? If I didn't do it, why should I be afraid? Seeing Alexia's unchanging expression, Rehn felt utterly at a loss. You must know something. Are you really unwilling to share even a morsel of information? I cannot. Do you realize how much you deserve a beating in your current state? You cannot defeat me. Perhaps feeling she had toyed with Rehn enough, Alexia spoke again as he prepared to turn and leave. I think it would be better for you to keep that armor to yourself. Rehn whirled around. If you refuse to tell me anything, why would I keep that dangerous thing? Oh, is that so? Alexia pointed at the television, which was currently broadcasting the moment Rehn stood on the rooftop, shouting his name. I see you actually enjoyed yourself quite a bit. Rehn's face flushed. Even he found his past actions somewhat embarrassing now. That was because I thought I was seeing an illusion. No, it was indeed an illusion. That armor made me perceive a false world. But Alexia posed a rather peculiar question. Do you believe what you saw was fake? Of course. Look at the television. Those people were dressed in perfectly normal clothing, wielding guns and batons, and there were a bunch of reporters on site. Yet, in my eyes, they appeared clad in garb that could only be found in books or museums from centuries past, while guns and batons transformed into concealed weapons and swords, and reporters became individuals wielding memory crystals. My sight was deceived. If that is not falsehood, then what is? The king, having lost his sacred gemstone, felt he had betrayed the love of his people, now deeply saddened and recuperating. Rehn fell silent. He was well aware of the affairs of the sacred gem kingdom. The gemstones on that gown had been forcibly collected from the populace by Fin III. Given the nature of the sacred gemstones, it was impossible for anyone to gather 500 of them. While other aspects might be illusory, this particular fact was undeniably real. With a little thought, it was clear, yet current news reports failed to mention it. Everyone believed what Mendoza claimed, that Fin III was a benevolent ruler, and the citizens of the sacred gem kingdom willingly offered their gemstones. So, do you think what you see now is more authentic? Or was what you witnessed back then more genuine? Illusions are merely the most rudimentary means of obscuring perception. With sufficient power, one can easily see through them. Just like how many assumed that before arriving in Brika city, this place was a paradise of peaceful coexistence among various races. However, you must have experienced it by now, having spent a night in the security team's custody. Alexia's voice returned, further muddling Rehn's thoughts. It wasn't until he stepped out of the Brika History Museum that he noticed a phone in his hand, having no recollection of when it had appeared. You two have been chatting for quite a while. A member of the security team stationed at the door glanced at the phone in Rehn's hand. After pondering what he had witnessed earlier in the guardroom, the officer empathized. All right, let us hurry and leave. Staring at the dilapidated armor, Rehn fell into deep contemplation. If he were to simply seal the armor away and ignore it, he could continue living as an ordinary student. Although people around him might misunderstand him, they could do little in Brika city. He could diligently study at Resburg University, and even if he could not become an extraordinary being, he could still learn other disciplines. No matter how many rules Brika city imposed, abiding by them would prevent him from attracting trouble. However, if he did not seal it away, donning the armor would transform him into an omnipotent knight. He could disregard the constraints and pursue what he deemed right, even uncovering the buried truths with ease. Although what he saw might undergo some changes, it would all feel reminiscent of those well-known tales of fantastical knights, filled with romantic hues. What, then, should he do with it? Rehn fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, in another part of Brika city, several city council members gathered to discuss the events surrounding the sacred gem kingdom. Who do you think is responsible for this? You all saw the emblem of that mysterious figure. Only the paladins of Karlsham can wield it. So it was that person? I recall that individual is already deceased. That is uncertain. Who knows? Besides, couldn't he have taken on a successor before his demise? He promised not to seek a successor again. I know him well. And I don't believe he would betray his word. Gilberto was present. Do you think he would misidentify it? That must be the emblem of Karlsham. At this point, the discussion reached a stalemate. Finally, someone spoke. Since there is no conclusion, let us wait for now. If he truly is the inheritor of that Karlsham group, he will undoubtedly make more moves than just this one. Chapter 21. The Mighty Brothers. After missing several days of classes, even with the lenient teaching approach of the elite class, the school could no longer overlook the situation. Thus, Rehn found himself at the academic affairs office, seeking courses that might suit him. While ordinary students selected their classes online, students in the elite class were required to visit the academic affairs office in person, where dedicated staff guided them in their choices. This was to prevent these future pillars of society from making haphazard selections that could hinder their development, a situation deemed too unfortunate to allow. However, Rehn felt little need for such guidance, as he believed he possessed no particular strengths and thus had no potential to squander. Curiosity struck him. Might there exist races akin to octopuses in this world? Surely, they would find employment effortlessly. Excuse me, is this where one selects courses? Rehn inquired at the entrance. The students inside paused their activities to glance at him. Oh, you must be that Rehn Edward, right? One of the stronger students remarked. At this hour, there was only him who would come to the academic affairs office for course selection. Rehn nodded affirmatively, acknowledging his purpose. Another student added, yes, we all know you, but you might need to wait a moment. The first student gestured toward a man beside him, Mr. Alfie. He still has a few matters to attend to. Rehn turned to observe the man named Alfie, a scruffy individual seemingly oblivious to anyone's presence, engrossed in his screen while furiously typing away. Not a problem. I have no pressing engagements at the moment, Rehn replied with a smile to the two students. The second student pointed to a nearby leather chair. You can take a seat while we finish up our paperwork. All right. Rehn settled into the chair, biding his time until Mr. Alfie concluded his tasks. As boredom set in during the wait, Rehn recalled that, upon leaving the museum. Alexia had seemingly handed him a mobile phone. Preoccupied with concerns over the armor at the time, he had not given the device a thorough examination. Reflecting upon it now, he realized that when he entered the museum, he had lied to the guards, claiming he was there to retrieve a phone, the very phone Alexia had given him. It felt odd. The phone appeared to be an ordinary smartphone, containing only the factory-installed applications, suggesting it had been previously used. It was common knowledge that new phones were not typically so devoid of content. There was, however, one application that seemed to have been installed later, an app called Hot News Express, a news aggregation platform. Upon opening it, Rehn discovered it resembled certain apps from his past life, filled with sensationalist gossip and clickbait headlines, tales of celebrity affairs and trivial scandals. After a cursory glance, he intended to delete it, only to find that he could not. The drag-and-drop interface did not reveal a delete option, and the app was nowhere to be found in the settings. Why can't I delete it? Does this app hold some special significance? He opened Hot News Express once more, greeted by the same trivial articles with equally vacuous comments beneath them. Wait, an idea struck him. The ability to access news implied that the phone could connect to the internet, suggesting it contained a SIM card that might leave traces. He hastily opened the contacts and, sure enough, found a number listed without a name. Rehn's thoughts raced. Alexia had given him this phone, and there was an unnamed contact. Clearly, she was aware of some underlying issues but had chosen to remain silent. Was she urging him to call this number? While Mr. Alfie continued his relentless typing, it was evident that he would not conclude anytime soon. Rehn stood, preparing to step outside to make the call. As he reached the door, a tall figure approached him, one he felt he had seen before. He scrutinized the striking face for a moment before recalling where he had encountered her. It was the girl warrior from the opening ceremony, the one with over 70 certificates. Her height had left a lasting impression on him, and he remembered her name was Anya. During the ceremony, they had been separated by distance, but now, standing before her, he could feel her presence, an aura that transcended her impressive stature, emanating from her very essence. Perhaps due to recent encounters with armor, Rehn's first thought was that she would undoubtedly look magnificent in armor. "Excuse me, may I enter?" Anya's voice jolted Rehn back to reality, reminding him of his earlier rudeness as he stepped aside. "Oh, my apologies." She nodded lightly before entering the academic affairs office. As they conversed, the two mighty brothers had already noticed the new visitor. "Hey, isn't that Anya? I thought you had already completed your course selection," one remarked. "Course selection?" Rehn halted in his tracks. Was Anya also here to choose courses? From what the brothers implied, she had already done so. Anya nodded. "Yes, but I wish to reselect." The first brother scratched his head with all four hands, seemingly unfamiliar with such a situation. "Oh, let me call Mr. Alfie and see what he says." Outside, Rehn thought, "Why does it feel like I'm receiving different treatment?" Fortunately, the second brother did not forget about him. "Hey, you there at the door?" "No, Rehn, was it?" "Where are you going?" "You should join us. It's a good time to handle it all together." Thus, Rehn understood their attitude towards him. He could postpone the call. It was wiser to finalize his course selection while they were still available, lest Anya leave and they become dismissive once more. Chapter 22. Course selection. Rehn and Anya followed the mighty brothers to the side of Professor Alfie. Upon glancing at his computer screen, Rehn was at a loss for words. After all this time, the teacher was merely engrossed in a game, specifically a variant of Minesweeper. If he were not a teacher, Rehn would have certainly expressed his frustration. Playing games during work hours is one thing, but to be so animated over a game of Minesweeper? One might mistake him for coding. The first mighty brother called out to Professor Alfie. "Professor Alfie, the two students from the elite class are here to select courses." However, the only sound in the room was the rhythmic tapping of Alfie's keyboard, as if he were entirely oblivious to the presence of anyone nearby. The first mighty brother sighed, reaching for Alfie's keyboard with one hand while seizing his mouse with the other. At last, Alfie reacted. His eyes remained glued to the screen as he swiftly swatted the mighty brother's hands away. Unfortunately, the mighty brother possessed four hands. In the instant Alfie released his grip, the first mighty brother snatched away the mouse and keyboard. "Oh, so someone has come to select courses," Alfie remarked. Rehn thought to himself, "Is this the reason the mighty brothers serve as assistants here?" Indeed, there are many eccentric individuals in this world. Alfie turned to Rehn and Anya, asking, "Are you two here to select courses?" Anya nodded slightly. "Could we not take it easy?" "I require courses that are more challenging," Rehn stated, while Anya added, "I need more demanding classes." The atmosphere became rather awkward. Alfie accessed Rehn's academic records online, analyzing The school has arranged for you elite students to choose courses, hoping I might offer some guidance. Therefore, there is no need to feel embarrassed. According to this document, it states that you do not possess extraordinary powers and that you have not completed high school, so your foundational skills are somewhat lacking. It seems your high school grades are rather mediocre. Whether you finish or not is of little consequence. Rehn interjected. Given this, it is indeed reasonable for you to select easier courses. However, this is Raysburg University, one of the finest institutions globally. Thus, even a lighter course load still necessitates diligent study. Otherwise, lagging behind your peers is not acceptable, is it? Rehn nodded. Yes, I will study earnestly. That is good to hear. Alfie then opened another web page filled with dense tables. The filtering criteria included no extraordinary abilities, poor foundational skills, a desire for easier courses, with interests listed as gaming, animation. Rehn felt exasperated. Could they refrain from repeating such matters? And why mention hobbies? As Alfie contemplated potential course recommendations for Rehn, Anya suddenly spoke softly. He possesses extraordinary potential. Huh. Rehn was uncertain to whom she was directing her comment. Anya, what did you say? Alfie inquired, having not quite heard. Anya maintained her composed demeanor, stating, this individual has extraordinary potential. He could become an extraordinary being. Alfie's face was a mask of confusion as he retrieved Rehn's records once more. But according to the documentation, it clearly states that Rehn lacks extraordinary abilities. Assessments of students' extraordinary potential are conducted every 1 to 2 years from elementary through high school to prevent any oversight. I see that Rehn's records indicate no for every assessment. Such a consistent outcome cannot be erroneous. Furthermore, Alfie scrutinized Rehn from head to toe. I cannot perceive any extraordinary power within him. How do you know this? Intuition, Anya replied coolly, and after uttering those 2 words, she fell silent again. Alfie stroked his stubble, deep in thought. If a typical student made such a claim, he would dismiss it outright. However, Rehn's file showed 7 assessments from elementary school to the 2nd year of high school, all indicating no extraordinary potential. If there had been a single error, it could be overlooked, but 7 consecutive mistakes seemed implausible. Yet, given that a student from the elite class had asserted it, he had to consider this seriously. Students from elite classes often possess abilities beyond common comprehension. Since Anya claimed that Rehn had extraordinary potential, Alfie had to factor this into his course recommendations. Rehn, it appears that your course selection must be delayed until we can assess your potential afterward. I will recommend suitable courses. Instinctively, Rehn nodded, feeling somewhat bewildered. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances, an utterly ordinary individual who had never exhibited extraordinary abilities. How could he suddenly possess them? Could it have been that day? Rehn recalled the overwhelming sensation of power he felt when donning the armor, speculating whether that had triggered a transformation within him. If so, this provided him with yet another reason to keep the armor. Setting aside thoughts of his own situation for the moment, Alfie opened a document to make some notes before turning to Anya, who had been waiting patiently. Anya, I recall you had previously selected courses. You mentioned wanting something more challenging. Did you find your previous selections too simplistic? Alfie retrieved Anya's substantial file, spanning over 10 pages. In stark contrast to Rehn's meager 2 pages. Previously, you selected courses such as Introductory Warrior Training, Monstrology, The Art of Combat, Application of Modern Weaponry, and Cultural Etiquette of Diverse Races. With so many courses, do you wish to change them? For some reason, Anya cast a brief glance at Rehn, as if she were concerned about his presence. However, she quickly regained her composure and addressed Alfie. There is no need to change Monstrology, Modern Weaponry, or Cultural Etiquette. I can replace warrior training with intermediate or even advanced levels. Additionally, I would like to enroll in interpersonal relations, the art of communication, and psychology. As she spoke, Anya again subtly glanced at Rehn. Rehn, in turn, found himself staring at the ceiling. Oh, another eccentric individual. Chapter 23. The Art of Communication. After Anya selected her courses, Alfie shut down the computer and prepared to take Rehn for a qualifications check. To his surprise, Anya followed them. When confronted with their questioning gazes, she explained, his situation is rather peculiar, and I wish to ensure that I haven't made an error. Alfie turned to Rehn, seeking his opinion. Many individuals prefer to keep their extraordinary qualifications private during assessments, so Alfie was curious about Rehn's perspective. Rehn thought to himself, since this classmate had openly expressed her intentions, it would be difficult to decline her presence. It seemed her course selections were not without reason. Thus, The three of them proceeded to the testing room located on the fourth floor. The atmosphere during the walk was rather odd. Anya appeared aloof, while Alfie seemed preoccupied with his interrupted game of Minesweeper, calculating the potential locations of hidden mines as they walked. Taking advantage of the moment, Rehn posed a question to Anya. Can I ask you something? I don't use a mobile phone. Coughing lightly, Rehn waved his hand dismissively. I wasn't inquiring about a phone. I have a question regarding extraordinary individuals. What question? Anya inquired. Rehn continued. I always assumed that those who are particularly powerful could instantly discern another's qualifications and strength. Yet, from what I've observed today, it seems otherwise. This question had crossed his mind previously in the kingdom of St. Gemstone, where his own abilities were enigmatic, and he could only identify whether others were extraordinary. He could not gauge their strength until they engaged in battle. Reflecting on Alfie, who must possess considerable strength to have been assigned to assist students in course selection, Rehn noted that even if his abilities were lacking, his theoretical knowledge would be extensive. Yet, Alfie still could not determine whether Rehn possessed extraordinary qualifications. Conversely, Anya claimed she could assess such things intuitively. Rehn felt it essential to grasp this aspect better. Once he donned his armor, he would inevitably seek adventure, and he wished to avoid recklessly confronting formidable foes. Upon hearing Rehn's question, Anya maintained her gaze ahead and replied, Why do you believe one can ascertain another's qualifications and strength merely by sight in the absence of any action? Rehn scratched his chin, pondering. Is it not logical that a powerful person could see through the facade of a weaker individual? Why does that seem logical to you? Anya challenged. What can be observed with the naked eye? Height, build. None of these are directly related to one's qualifications or strength. As for presence, many who appear weak may actually be quite formidable, as evidenced by someone we encountered at the museum. Anya continued to elucidate. If these traits are not reliable indicators, one must employ other means to discern a person's qualifications and strength. For instance, through spells, specialized testing, or sometimes, experienced individuals can gauge another's power through their actions. However, this too is uncertain, as outward appearances may merely be a guise. Hence, the most reliable method remains professional assessment. After absorbing Anya's explanation, Rehn became even more curious. Then how did you determine that I possess extraordinary qualifications? Intuition, she replied simply. Rehn fell silent for a moment before Anya added, I trust my intuition. A few minutes later, she suddenly remarked, Is it impolite for me to have followed you? Rehn, engrossed in contemplation regarding Anya's previous statements, was caught off guard by her sudden inquiry. The reaction time of this brilliant warrior was indeed a tad sluggish. It's quite all right. I overheard your course selections, and I was curious about my qualifications. Nothing to worry about, ha. Anya remained nonplussed. Rehn continued, after the test. Should I also consider enrolling in courses such as interpersonal relationships and the art of communication? 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the testing room. As Alfie prepared to open the door, Rehn found himself very much concerned about the results, yet indifferent towards the testing process. He had undergone similar assessments numerous times throughout his life. It typically involved a machine akin to a CT scanner that would scan the body, with the display subsequently revealing the subject's qualifications and type. While Rehn did not comprehend the specifics of the underlying principles, he was certain it was less complicated than a CT scan. However, when the door to the testing room swung open, Rehn was taken aback by the sight within. The room contained only a table at the far end, upon which lay a soft cushion, supporting a crystal ball the size of a human head, completely transparent. How extraordinary! Rehn struggled to articulate his astonishment, as the reality deviated significantly from his expectations. Did you expect the testing room to look like this? It's entirely different from what you've seen before. I assenti it? Alfie chuckled. This crystal ball has a remarkable history. Over 2,000 years ago, a theologian named Latherd proposed a notion that all beings, including humans and other humanoid races, were created by the divine. Though each individual is uniquely different, the divine should not favor anyone. Therefore, every person ought to possess the potential to be extraordinary, with their divergent fates stemming from various reasons, such as past misdeeds or lack of reverence toward the divine. Rehn inquired, So, this crystal ball is his? No. Alfie shook his head again. From a contemporary scientific perspective, Smith's assertions are rather narrow and limited. The very term extraordinary implies transcending the ordinary. Thus, it is reasonable for extraordinary individuals to exhibit significant differences from regular people. In fact, Scientific examinations have revealed that the cells of extraordinary beings do indeed differ from those of ordinary individuals. However, upon hearing the however, Rehn anticipated what Alfie intended to convey. He mused that perhaps this instructor ought to take the course on the art of communication as well. 300 years ago, a human rights scholar adopted the viewpoints of Latherd and Smith, and his name was by Peter. He asserted that while the previous two perspectives may be scientifically flawed, they are logically sound. Consider two children, both evaluated for qualifications during their first year of elementary school. One is deemed qualified, while the other is not. Might the latter not feel inferior or face discrimination? Therefore, regardless of the accuracy of prior viewpoints, it is permissible to promote the notion that everyone possesses extraordinary potential. At this point, Alfie turned his gaze toward Rehn. Rehn met his gaze, and the two exchanged silent stares for several moments. Aren't you curious about what follows, Rehn? Rehn shook his head, not in the slightest. Chapter 24. Panic subsequent to this. Figures such as sociologists and literary scholars emerged from Alfie's discourse, each expressing their perspectives on a shared notion, only to be partially refuted and further elaborated upon by subsequent speakers, ultimately converging upon the realm of science. Modern scientific inquiry has indeed established that every individual possesses the potential to awaken extraordinary powers, albeit with varying conditions and degrees of difficulty. In this regard, Smith's conjecture holds validity. Rehn was immediately struck by a new query. Why, throughout the assessments from childhood to present, have I been deemed lacking in aptitude? And why are there many others like me? The true function of those machines was not to ascertain whether an individual possessed talent, but rather to evaluate the ease with which that talent could be activated, as well as to estimate future accomplishments, culminating in a numerical value. This process, though intricate, could be understood as a measure of achievement difficulty. The higher the number, the greater the potential of the individual. If activation is exceedingly challenging, leading to minimal future achievements, then the necessity for awakening that potential becomes moot. The aforementioned sociologist remarked that in contemporary society, numerous professions validate one's capabilities. Thus, there is no need to compel oneself to become an extraordinary being if it is unsuitable. At this juncture, Alfie cast his gaze upon the crystal ball resting on the table. However, those machines ultimately rely on certain data from the subjects being tested for analysis, accurate, yet lacking in detail, and cannot be compared to the crystal ball you see before you. Rehn could not restrain himself from inquiring. So, what is this crystal ball? Alfie lifted the crystal ball from the table, examining it with great care. This crystal ball was discovered by the principal on the road decades ago. As Alfie turned his head, he noticed Rehn staring at him with an expressionless countenance. Why do you wear such a face? You know, divination has always been quite popular, even now. Many believe that fate is elusive, largely dependent on one's choices. There are still plenty who place faith in these ethereal matters, including Principal Grayson S. Mother. Once, Grayson recounted how his mother spent $1,000 consulting a powerful witch for a reading, who foretold that his future achievements would be boundless, but warned that during her success, a person would emerge to bring him to ruin. Rehn, hearing this, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Are you certain this was a divination witch, not a fortune teller? So formidable? Rehn's interest in the crystal ball piqued. This seemingly innocuous object in the testing room could indeed be a treasure capable of revealing fate. Even Anya, who had remained quiet until now, couldn't help but cast a glance in its direction. Such a remarkable item, how could it be carelessly left here? Surely they fear theft? Rehn leaned closer to inspect the crystal ball meticulously. Alfie chuckled. This is Raysburg. What thief would dare to pilfer anything from here? Ah, indeed. The school is even home to ghosts. Rehn recalled the elderly ghost he had encountered sweeping the floors. Surely, there must be others like it at the school. And with the formidable teachers present, only a foolhardy thief would attempt to steal here. To Rehn's surprise, Alfie retorted, What ghosts? Rehn drew his gaze from the crystal ball and straightened up. The very spirits. Hasn't the school employed some ghosts for work? Alfie looked perplexed. Rehn, you certainly have a knack for jesting. Finding employment is challenging enough. There are so many unemployed individuals struggling to find work. If the school were to assign jobs to ghosts, it would surely incur the wrath of the Labor Association. Besides, what can ghosts accomplish? They only instill fear and evoke illusions in people. They possess no unique abilities. Alfie's words sent a chill down Rehn's spine. If the school did not employ ghosts, then what had he seen last time? He swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, So, There are no ghosts in the school at all? Not even one. Like the sweeper? None at all. If we were to allow a few ghosts into the school, we would only frighten our students. Oh dear, you young folks should refrain from believing everything you read in those amateurish books. Rehn, have you truly seen a ghost in the school? If you haven't, then don't trust. But I have seen one. Alfie scrutinized Rehn's face, confirming that although the young man appeared somewhat anxious and flustered, he did not seem to be fabricating tales. Are you sure? Where did you see it? When? Despite his reluctance to divulge the incident involving the security team, the subject of ghosts was too terrifying for Rehn to conceal. Alfie's brow furrowed. You were taken to the security team? Why? Never mind. If you were released after just one night, it certainly wasn't a grave matter. Just be cautious moving forward. Let us not dwell on that. Continue with your story. Rehn nodded, his thoughts racing. Indeed, what he had done was a trivial matter. However, in Brika City, it was a significant issue. Alfie's misunderstanding was a relief, as it spared him from further explanations. Rehn continued. Then, while at school, I encountered an elderly ghost who was sweeping the floors. Are you certain he was a ghost? Could you have mistaken him? At this moment, Alfie comprehended that Rehn might have genuinely encountered a spirit. He inhaled deeply, while he feared not the ghost. The school possessed sufficient personnel to subdue any spirit. However, the pressing concern was why a ghost would appear in the school without anyone noticing. What if it posed a threat to ordinary students? Did that ghost speak to you? Alfie stroked his stubble, contemplating the intelligence of the ghost. Its logic appeared sound, and it seemed adept at easing the apprehensions of others. Perhaps it was not an evil spirit, but allowing such a presence within the school was ultimately untenable. Rehn, this matter is serious. You should first complete your test, and then accompany me to meet Mr. Anders. We must report this incident to the school. Chapter 25. The Paladin today. Rehn intended merely to select a few leisurely courses and meander through the day. However, he did not anticipate the series of unexpected events that would unfold. First, he waited an eternity for Alfie, who was engaged in a game of Minesweeper. Upon encountering Anya, he learned of his extraordinary potential and was summoned for a test. As they conversed casually, Rehn discovered that the ghost he had previously encountered had deceived him, and soon he would accompany Alfie to meet someone named Andal, presumably a school authority figure, which suggested further complications awaited him. Rehn nodded. Feeling powerless in the face of this situation, he had no choice but to follow Alfie's lead. Furthermore, he had not seen the ghost in recent days. Perhaps, as Alfie suggested, the apparition bore him no malice. What should I do now? Upon hearing this, Rehn approached the crystal ball and placed his hand upon it. According to Alfie, every individual possessed extraordinary potential, though the conditions and difficulty of activation varied. Initially, Rehn believed that activating his own potential would be arduous, with conditions hard to fulfill, which explained the lack of detection thus far. Yet, Anya had sensed it instinctively, leading Rehn to ponder that if he were indeed able to activate it, it would certainly be due to the armor he wore that had incited this change within him. If I place my hand on it now, will it reveal my talent as a paladin? As for whether Alfie would suspect a connection between him and Karsam upon seeing the paladin designation, Rehn felt no apprehension. Beyond the Karsam paladins, other paladins existed and had persisted over time, even within the esteemed Raisberg University. The Karsam order was unique and singular in nature. Otherwise, it would not bear such a fervent reputation. Thus, even if the crystal ball indicated that Rehn possessed the talent of a paladin, he had no reason to fear others would link him to Karsam. Is there anything else I need to do besides placing my hand upon it? Rehn inquired one last time before making contact with the crystal ball. No, this is a treasure from over 10,000 years ago. Generally speaking, shouldn't it be high-tech? Rehn shrugged, ceasing his inquiries and gently resting his hand on the surface. At first, the point of contact felt cool, but soon he sensed that the crystal ball seemed to soften, as if it intended to envelop his hand. Rehn scrutinized the crystal ball, noting it remained as smooth and transparent as ever, and complied with Alfie's instructions, maintaining his outstretched posture. After 2 or 3 seconds, a silhouette began to materialize within the crystal ball. Alfie's voice echoed once more, this time laced with instinctive astonishment. Such a rapid emergence of prophecy. It appears that you not only possess potential, but are also extraordinarily gifted, Rehn. Anya, your intuition is indeed formidable. The figure within the crystal ball gradually solidified, and although it retained a somewhat ethereal quality, it was now discernibly Rehn. He wielded a massive two-handed sword, swinging it with abandon, wreaking havoc. While the scene lacked other objects or foes, Rehn's imposing presence was unmistakable. That will suffice. Rehn withdrew his hand from the crystal ball and asked Alfie, "What is my current status?" Alfie patted Rehn's shoulder. "Congratulations, Rehn. Anya was correct. You indeed possess extraordinary potential and remarkable talent." Receiving a definitive answer from Alfie filled Rehn with immense joy. The prospect of becoming an extraordinary being, endowed with formidable power, was enticing, but most importantly, it promised an extension of his lifespan. What type of extraordinary being am I best suited to become? Given that he had placed his hand upon the crystal ball, Rehn realized he had not seen anything from his vantage point. Berserker? Rehn found it hard to believe. Why was he designated as a warrior? And a berserker at that? Logically, he should be a paladin, right? Was his Alan Vale fanatic armor merely a counterfeit? Suddenly breaking her silence, Anya remarked, "What? Do you have any objections to being a warrior?" Her gaze flitted over Rehn with a subtle curiosity. Rehn stiffened momentarily, responding earnestly, "Not at all. I think being a warrior is splendid." Having completed Rehn's assessment, Alfie was supposed to escort him to course selection. However, due to the ghost incident, he needed to document the occurrence first. He addressed Anya. "Thank you, Anya, for your assistance today. Otherwise, I might have jeopardized a student's development. Now that Rehn's testing is complete, I must report the ghost incident. Your courses are already selected, so if you have any further matters, feel free to visit the academic office." Anya nodded slightly. "Thank you very much. I shall take my leave now." Although she held a modicum of interest in the ghost affair, she recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for her to accompany them. Instead of studying communication arts, she should focus on intellectual development. Rehn expressed his gratitude to Anya as well. Had it not been for her, he would not have discovered his extraordinary potential. Once Anya departed, Alfie led Rehn out of the testing room, locking the door behind him before retrieving his mobile phone. "Hello, Mr. Andel. This is Alfie. I have some matters to discuss with you. A student encountered a ghost on campus a few days ago." "Yes, indeed, a ghost. No, this is not a jest. It is quite real. No, nothing dangerous occurred. The ghost seems to harbor no ill intentions." Alfie elaborated on Rehn's encounter with the ghost to the individual on the other end of the line, concluding with Rehn's basic information before ending the call. Turning back to Rehn, he inquired, "Why do you look so perplexed? I thought you were going to take me to meet that gentleman." Alfie shook his phone. "What era are we in? Why not use a phone to communicate? Then why did you have me stay behind? Just in case he wishes to see you. And besides, you still need to select your courses." "Very well." Chapter 26. Clues. Alfie first retrieved Ryan's file and modified his qualification evaluation. He then opened the course schedule once more, browsing through it while providing analysis. "You previously expressed a desire to select some lighter courses, but Anya's observation holds merit. It has now been confirmed that you possess exceptional berserker talent. Although starting at this age may seem a bit late, I still recommend undertaking some warrior training and physical conditioning, so as not to squander your gift. Of course, this is merely a recommendation. The final decision rests with you. I will not obstruct your choice of school, but you must take responsibility for your own future." The two nearby brothers, known for their extraordinary strength, halted in astonishment upon hearing Alfie's words. "What? This guy has berserker talent due to favoritism?" Alfie's expression darkened at the remark. "How can you speak so carelessly?" Ryan rolled his eyes in agreement. "Exactly. How can you say that? I didn't gain admission through any underhanded means." Alfie added, "Who says those who gain favor lack capability?" 10 minutes later, Ryan exited the academic affairs office, ultimately deciding to enroll in a few more manageable courses. He clarified the scenario Alfie had seen in the crystal ball, reasoning that it might not necessarily indicate berserker talent. His own performance while donned in armor was quite similar. However, before proceeding, he had one more task to attend to. After leaving the academic affairs office, Ryan sought a secluded corridor, retrieved the phone that Alexia had given him, and dialed the sole number stored within, his heart brimming with anticipation and anxiety. "Hello?" he tentatively inquired upon the call connecting. Yet, a very familiar voice responded from the other end. "Hello, what's up?" It was Alexia. Ryan found himself at a loss for words. "Wait, why do you have your own number saved in your phone, and why just that one?" "Because I never call anyone else. I saved my own number to avoid forgetting it." "So what does giving me this phone imply?" Ryan pressed further. Did Alexia, at that moment, conceal the truth from him for some reason, and now wish to convey it through this call? "I got a new phone. Hee Strawberry 7. She chirped. "Sorry for the bother." Ryan promptly ended the call, realizing that Alexia was never reliable. Conversing with her was utterly futile. The notification program was the incessant, hot news, which Rehn found particularly irksome. He couldn't delete it and wondered if it could be muted. Nonetheless, he had to admit that the headlines often piqued his curiosity. He was particularly intrigued by whether this company, Famida, could indeed cure autism. Is it yet another ancient technology? Rehn recalled the crystal ball he had just encountered. The artifacts from ancient times in this world were truly remarkable. Fortune-telling crystal balls and techniques for treating autism. He pondered what else he might encounter in the future. In the kingdom of the Holy Gem, King Fin III was listening to the report from the World Council's guard force concerning the search for the armored monstrosity. The once mighty Fin III had now lost his former vigor, his eyes were sunken and bloodshot, and he appeared considerably aged, resembling a madman more than a formidable warrior. We have investigated the kingdom of the Holy Gem and its neighboring countries, and reviewed footage from various stations and airports, yet we have found no trace of the perpetrator. Therefore, we suspect the criminal is still hiding in the vicinity of the kingdom of the Holy Gem, possibly receiving assistance and protection from ignorant citizens, extremists, or anti-government factions. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find no clues whatsoever. Fin III pounded the armrest of his chair, shouting, "I do not wish to hear this. I only want to know when you will apprehend him. Is your World Council guard force not supposed to be the most elite team? How can you have no leads whatsoever?" The guards remained unfazed, treating the situation as routine, and continued their formal report. According to our verification, the name Athel ibn Arayahad provided by the suspect does not exist. It is likely fabricated. However, our analysts have theorized that this name resembles those typical of the Dania archipelago. Although the name may be fictitious, it is probable that the suspect hails from the Dania archipelago, and our people are currently investigating this lead. Should we achieve any breakthroughs, we will inform King Fin III. Seeing Fin III's frustration mounting, the guard quickly added, "Furthermore, based on the suspect's modus operandi, he appears to be someone who craves attention, relishing the opportunity to showcase his crimes to the public. We have encountered many such individuals, so we believe he will strike again soon, and it will not be long." Fin III's expression grew increasingly frantic as he seized an object from nearby, raising it with the intent of throwing it. However, upon recalling that the individual before him was from the World Council, he restrained himself and instead hurled the item forcefully at Mendoza. "Not long? How long is not long? My gem remains in that person's possession. With each passing second, it degrades further, becoming as unsightly as this garbage. How am I supposed to wait?" The object Fin III tossed was the 500 gem supreme gown, once cherished by him, now treated as worthless. The gems adorning the gown had lost their luster, rendering it filthy and resembling a patchy garment made of stone. Chapter 27. Famata Sith stood at the reception desk, gazing earnestly at the receptionist. "Miss, my son Orton has been here for over 10 days, and I have not seen him for a long time. Can you tell me if his condition can truly be treated? When will I be able to see him?" 2 months prior, Sith had stumbled upon a news article regarding Famata Medical Corporation's call for volunteers for a clinical trial on autism. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to bring his ailing son Orton to this facility. Before this, he had sought help from numerous hospitals, consulted various doctors, and purchased countless medications. All to no avail. Famata represented his last glimmer of hope. He had researched the company, discovering that Famata was renowned and well-resourced, reputed for developing treatments for complex ailments, and held in high regard internationally. In essence, it was a highly credible establishment. Thus, Sith dedicated over a month persuading his son Orton to accompany him for treatment. Although Orton was merely to participate as a test subject, there was at least a semblance of hope, wasn't there? However, since signing the agreement and entrusting his son to Famata over 10 days ago, Sith had not laid eyes on Orton. Today marked Sith's 7th visit to Famata to inquire about his son's status. Given Orton's pre-existing psychological issues, he feared that the prolonged separation might instill fear in him. The receptionist, maintaining a professional smile despite Sith's repeated visits, replied, "Mr. Sith, your child is currently undergoing treatment, and the medication is showing promising results. He is in good condition, so there is no need for concern." Although the receptionist provided the same answer each time, hearing that his son was faring well brought Sith a modicum of relief. Nevertheless, he pressed further, "Could I possibly see him? Mr. Sith, I have previously informed you that clinical trials are of paramount importance, and any misstep could be detrimental. Consider this. Your child is suffering from a mental disorder. He is currently receiving treatment, and if he were to see you unexpectedly, could it not provoke emotional turmoil? Might this not adversely affect his treatment?" What if your visit were to jeopardize his recovery? Chastened by the receptionist's admonishment, Sif lowered his gaze. I apologize, I am simply anxious. With a reassuring smile, the receptionist gestured towards a wall adorned with certificates. Look at the honors bestowed upon Famata. You should find comfort in knowing that we are wholly dedicated to your child's care. Sith followed her indication, observing a wall brimming with certificates, some issued by local government, others from various medical accrediting bodies, alongside international organizations. Prominently displayed was a certificate from the World Parliament, recognizing Famata's achievements in the medical field. Upon witnessing these accolades, Sith finally felt a sense of relief. It was precisely because of such credentials that he had chosen to take the gamble of bringing Orton here. When Rehn opened his eyes, he was nearly startled, though only slightly, for he was now clad in armor and devoid of fear. He found himself within a dimly lit tunnel, its walls slick and dark, seemingly coated with a viscous substance that writhed slowly. Having previously experienced the Holy Gem Kingdom, Rehn understood that what lay before him was not the true scene, but rather a distorted manifestation. Regardless, it was evident that this place was far from benevolent. Observing the walls, Rehn surmised that such an abominable sight likely indicated a former lair of some malevolent entity. Lacking any immediate objective, he strolled deeper into the tunnel, occasionally encountering forks in the path, where he chose his route at random. Occasionally, he passed by gaping maw-like openings, their jagged teeth glistening with a sanguine hue. Given their repulsive nature, he opted to avoid entering them. After approximately a minute's walk, he suddenly heard a series of desperate cries. Let me out! Let me out! Following the sound, Rehn discovered that the cries emanated from one of the gaping mouths. He extended his hands and pried the jagged teeth apart with force. Inside was a ragged man, disheveled and in tatters, who had been banging against the teeth. Upon seeing Rehn, he stared blankly for a moment before exclaiming, You are the Paladin of Karlsheim. Although the man referred to him as the Paladin of Karlsheim, Rehn suspected that given his current reputation, the man might have meant something akin to armored monstrosity. Yet, this mattered little to him. Now donned in armor, he was determined to play the part. Indeed, Rehn responded, surveying the inside of the maw, which appeared largely akin to the exterior, devoid of anything particularly special. The man was likely imprisoned here. What is your name? And where is this place? The man, seemingly afraid, took a step back, then suddenly lunged forward, pleading, You are the Paladin of Karlsheim. You are here to rescue us, aren't you? Rescue whom? Rehn inquired. Tears streamed down the man's face. Yes. My name is Sith, and this is the Castle of Famata. The Castle of Famata is filled with demons. They use illusions and magic to lure people here, turning them into sacrificial offerings for their vile rituals. My son Orton. He is only 5 years old. He was deceived and brought here a month ago, and since then, I have not seen him. A demon told me my child was dead, and when I demanded they return him, they imprisoned me, saying I would become the next sacrifice. Fury surged within Rehn upon hearing this. A 5-year-old child? Taken as a sacrifice? Yes, Sith sobbed. And there are many others like my son, Orton, numerous children and adults, all lured here by various illusions. Taking a deep breath, Rehn realized the gravity of the situation. This place was indeed sinister, hence the revolting walls. Do you know where they are? I do not know. They won't allow me to see my son, but he must be somewhere within this castle. Clenching his fists, Rehn abruptly turned to leave. Stay here. If there is a way to escape safely, do so. Since you do not know where he is, I shall search the entire castle. Chapter 28. Demons in Heaven. After bidding farewell to Sis, Rehn continued to tread in the opposite direction of his arrival. According to Sis, he had come in search of his son, but was forcibly taken to the previous chamber and placed under house arrest, with a nest of watchful imps nearby. Rehn intended to capture a few of these imps to interrogate them about the whereabouts of the captives. As he turned a corner, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. Raising his gaze, he beheld a crimson glowing eye embedded in the ceiling mere meters ahead, fixated upon him. Moments later, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the front, and the tunnel walls began to writhe, parting to reveal several imps before him. These imps sported small horns atop their heads, their skin a bluish-gray hue, and wielded short swords in their hands. Upon spotting Rehn, they erupted into a cacophony of alarm. Oh no, a Paladin of Karlsheim. Quick, alert Lord Duca. Halt. You cannot pass through here. Just as I was seeking someone to inquire for directions, Rehn replied, advancing toward the remaining imps. With each step he took forward, they retreated in tandem. He quickened his pace, and they mirrored his retreat until they found themselves cornered at the mouth of the tunnel, where they scrambled to flee inside. The last imp turned to escape, only to feel a hand clasp his neck from behind, lifting him off the ground. "I have a few questions for you." Rehn's voice, imbued with authority, resonated ominously. "Don't even think about it, you wretched paladin." The imp squeaked, thrashing his legs and swinging his sword futilely behind him. Nevertheless, his struggles proved futile before Rehn. Gripping the imp's neck, Rehn slammed his head against the wall with a resounding thud. A cry of anguish filled the tunnel, and the imp's sword clattered to the ground. Gasping in pain, the imp, terrified of further punishment, pleaded, "Yes, yes, no, my lord. We have not imprisoned anyone. This is merely an ordinary castle." "An ordinary castle?" Rehn scoffed coldly. "If you have detained no one, then who is that person inside? Do not dare claim he is merely sipping tea." "The person inside? Oh, noble paladin, he was merely causing trouble in our castle, so we confined him," the imp stammered. "Then why did he come to disturb such a place? Tell me, where is his son?" "I don't know." Ouch! Another scream erupted as Rehn forcefully slammed the imp's head against the wall once more, this time with greater ferocity, drawing blood. Upon seeing the crimson flow, the imp's resolve crumbled entirely. "My lord, I truly do not know where the captive is. I am merely a small imp. All I know is that our castle leads to heaven. Those who come here do so willingly, seeking blessings and the embrace of heavenly light." The man confined inside was aware of this, now that his son has gone to heaven. He has regretted it and wishes to cause a ruckus. How can we be blamed for that? "Heaven?" Rehn surveyed the blue-skinned imp, then glanced at the ominous walls surrounding him. A host of demons lured people with sweet words and illusions, now audaciously declaring their domain as the gateway to paradise. "Where are those you have deceived?" As the imp maintained its defiant demeanor, Rehn prepared to strike again, when suddenly a bellowing command pierced the air. "Stop." Turning toward the sound, he beheld a similarly blue-skinned, formidable demon charging toward him, brandishing a blade. In an instant, it stood before Rehn, swinging down its weapon with ferocity. If the previous imps were mere minions, this demon was undoubtedly an elite foe. Alas! With a swift motion, Rehn held the small imp in one hand while deflecting the blade with his other arm, pinning it against the wall. The demon, realizing its predicament, relinquished the hilt of the sword and swung a fist toward Rehn's head. Rehn did not flinch. He absorbed the blow directly. With a resounding impact, he remained steadfast, while the demon, overwhelmed by the force, collapsed to the ground, realizing its utter disadvantage. The demon scrambled to escape, only to find Rehn's foot pressing firmly against its back, preventing any movement. Each attempt to rise met with futility, compelling the demon to resort to verbal intimidation. "Know this, our allies have been summoned. Soon, this place will be surrounded. You would do well to release me and surrender. Or else, Rehn pressed down harder, eliciting a pained scream from the demon. Pinned to the ground, the demon twisted its head, revealing a snarling visage. "Cursed paladin, do you think I would divulge anything? I have undergone rigorous training. Pain means nothing to me, and I fear not your torture. Is that so? Humph. You shall discover the truth soon enough. Do not bother. Since you refuse to speak, you shall meet your demise," Rehn declared, using his other foot to deftly flick the fallen sword into the air and catching it. "Quite hefty. Indeed, perfect for your execution," he remarked as he raised the blade, aiming for the demon's head, directly at its visage. With a single stroke, Rehn's strength would likely cleave the demon below its brow. "Please, I shall speak." A heart-wrenching wail erupted. After a pause, the demon opened its eyes and shuddered, for the blade now hovered mere centimeters from its gaze. Chapter 29. The divine Rehn slightly adjusted his wrist, causing the blade to sway ominously before the demon's eyes, eliciting a cold sweat from him. "Weren't you just being quite defiant?" Rehn remarked with a smile. "You claimed to be specially trained, unafraid of interrogation." The demon gasped for breath, uncertain whether it was due to the pressure of Rehn's foot on his chest or from fright. "Indeed, I am unafraid of interrogation. So shouldn't you start by questioning me? Restraints, whips, wax drippings, I fear none of these. Why do you seek to kill me immediately?" Rehn raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting you enjoy being tortured?" "And no," the demon stammered. Rehn shook his head dismissively. "Enough of this idle chatter. Quickly tell me where those you have imprisoned are located." "They are there willingly." Wait. I'll tell you." The demon, noticing the blade's renewed dance before his eyes, hastily revised his statement. "They are in the deepest part of the castle. Be more specific. Where are we now?" Where are the prisoners held? Explain the route clearly. We are currently in the section for holding ordinary offenders, designated for those who cause disturbances. Next to it is the castle's guard station, and beyond that lies the hall for receiving visitors. These three areas are adjacent, located at the front of the castle. Further back are the alchemy room and the storeroom, and beyond that is the high guard station and, no, the prisoner holding area. The demon poured out all the information he possessed, growing more animated as he spoke. The high guard station is specifically tasked with protecting those offenders. Only castle personnel and those with approval are permitted entry. Let me tell you, the captain there is exceptionally formidable, though not as formidable as you. Oh, and there's a succubus in the high guard team named Gemma. You cannot imagine how beautiful she is, and her figure is remarkable. Alas, she is involved with that captain. But truly, her figure is something to behold. Silence. Rehn, unable to tolerate the demon's increasingly irrelevant prattle, interjected. Point me to the location of the cells. To get there from here, you must pass through the hall, then proceed down the corridor to the alchemy room, navigate through it, and circumvent the high guard station. I did not ask for directions, merely the location of the cells, in which general direction they lie. The cell's location? The demon hesitated, then, seeing the blade wavering again, quickly glanced around and pointed in a direction. It should be over there. Before he could finish his sentence, darkness enveloped him, and the last sight before his eyes closed was the armored figure crashing through the wall, fleeing into the distance. Long before Rehn was spotted by the lesser demons through that eye, news of the armored figure's intrusion had reached the ears of the castle lord, Desac. Upon receiving the news, the captain of the castle guard, Nis, hastily made his way to Desac's chamber, disregarding any flirtation with his subordinates. Lord Desac, the armored figure has arrived. Should we call for help from outside? Desac, holding a slender glass vial containing half a bottle of greenish liquid, leisurely sniffed at it. Unperturbed by Nis's inquiry, he replied, I am aware of this matter. What of it? Nis, are you not his match? Nis lowered his head, averting his gaze from Desac. Forgive me, my lord, but the strength of that paladin is truly overwhelming. The last time he assaulted the Holy Gem Kingdom, no one could stop him. My subordinates may. Do not worry, Desac calmly inhaled from the vial again. If we cannot defeat him, then we shall not. Nis immediately rushed to seek reinforcements. As he turned to leave, Desac raised his hand, signaling him to stay. There's no need. I am about to become a god. How could a mere paladin frighten a god? A deity should roam freely, unencumbered. I can choose to dismiss anyone who displeases me, bestow immense wealth upon a beggar at my whim, or choose not to wear clothing if I so desire. A god exists without constraint. At that moment, Desac stood, proudly revealing his form. Nis, drenched in sweat, buried his head lower, unsure how to respond to his lord's demeanor. And what of that paladin, my lord? Should we inform Lady Kenna? At the mention of Kenna, Desac's expression slightly altered. He waved dismissively, no need. Lady Kenna is in the midst of critical research and must not be disturbed. What then? The paladin is about to breach our defenses. Desac stretched his body, standing tall and bare as he walked toward the source of the commotion. Let me receive him. A god fears no one. No, my lord. This is far too perilous. Nis hurriedly followed, urging caution. Previously, your whims were one thing, but now that we face an imminent threat, it would be tantamount to courting death. Just as Nis reached Desac's side, attempting to dissuade him, Desac turned and commanded, a god requires no counsel. No one may dictate the actions of a deity. Forgive me. Forgive me. Nis quickly apologized, realizing he had crossed a line. Desac then turned away, and Nis had no choice but to follow. As they exited Desac's study, a distant rumbling sound, akin to an explosion, echoed through the halls. A succubus rushed over, exclaiming, It's dire, Lord Desac, Captain Nis. The paladin has destroyed the alchemy room and is now assaulting the high guard station. Lotto and the others will soon be overwhelmed. We must flee. My lord, where are you going? Gemma, the succubus, had come to deliver a warning, initially hoping to evade a direct confrontation with the paladin by escaping with Desac and Nis. However, upon finishing her statement, she noticed that Desac continued to amble toward the source of the chaos without a care. Lord Desac? Gemma inquired again. Desac remained unresponsive, prompting Gemma to turn to Nis. Captain Nis, you must persuade Lord Desac. What is he thinking? Having just been reprimanded, Nis shot her a glare. Be silent. Just follow Lord Desac. We are going to meet that paladin. Gemma was left in stunned silence. Meet the paladin? Chapter 30. The alchemy chamber. After casting aside the great demon, Rehn charged recklessly towards the prison cell indicated to him. He crashed into walls, smashing through them. If anyone attempted to obstruct him, he would easily brush them aside with a single palm. And any object that dared to block his path met the brute force of his fist. The commotion he caused elicited gasps of shock as numerous demons scurried about in a state of panic. As he ventured deeper into the castle, the surroundings grew increasingly grotesque. Faint, mournful wails and piercing cries echoed in his ears, while the walls, no longer resembling sluggish oil, appeared akin to the waters of the river Styx, revealing tormented souls writhing and roaring within. The situation became even more pronounced as Rehn approached the alchemy chamber. Occasionally, disembodied arms would reach out from the ground or walls, attempting to grasp him. Yet, upon closer inspection, these arms vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The alchemy chamber was replete with an array of jars and vials, and as Rehn broke into one room, he discovered a large vat exuding a foul stench and the scent of blood. In a fit of rage, he began to smash it. The demons within this chamber appeared distinct from those he had encountered earlier. They bore a striking resemblance to humans, or perhaps they were humans. Their eyes were hollow, their expressions malevolent, and most notably, they sported grotesque, beetle-like appendages atop their heads. These creatures possessed a pair of short legs embedded in their temples, while their long legs curled downwards, clinging to their cheeks and invading their mouths, creating an utterly bizarre sight. These individuals were likely the alchemists of this chamber. Upon capturing one, Rehn wasted no time in crushing the grotesque creature atop the alchemist's head, yanking the vile appendages free. Some collapsed to the floor in a faint, while others fled in terror. The remaining alchemists knelt before Rehn, pleading for mercy, lamenting their coerced participation. He seized one from the ground, demanding, "What is the primary purpose of this alchemy chamber?" "Why, yes, it's for medicinal concoctions." "Medicinal concoctions?" Rehn scoffed, dragging the alchemist towards the overturned vat. Before even reaching it, the alchemist began to retch. Rehn pointed at the black liquid pooling on the ground, its stench intensifying. "You claim that substance is medicinal? Then drink a sip for me." With that, he pulled the alchemist towards the vile liquid, which he desperately resisted, kicking against the ground, unwilling to approach the nauseating substance. "No, please, I can't drink that." Rehn shifted his grip, now clutching the alchemist's neck from behind, forcing his face closer to the repulsive liquid. "Why not? If you refuse to tell me what it is, you must taste it today. How else will I know if it is safe to consume?" As the alchemist's vision drew closer to the ground, he hastily shut his eyes. Yet the noxious aroma overwhelmed him, and under Rehn's intimidation, all courage evaporated. He cried out, "Don't make me drink that. I'll tell you everything." Only then did Rehn release him, tossing him aside. The alchemist collapsed, weeping and retching. "Save your vomiting for later. Confess quickly. Or do you truly wish to taste that foul concoction?" I'll tell you. The alchemist, tears streaming down his face, sobbed. "Those substances are made from human blood, flesh, and brain matter, mixed with a plethora of rare ingredients." Ugh. At this revelation, recalling his proximity to those vile materials, the alchemist retched once more. Rehn's fury surged. "What is the purpose of creating such abominations, and how many lives have you taken?" The alchemist continued to vomit. Rehn, in a moment of unrestrained anger, struck him hard, realization dawning that this castle harbored unfathomable evil. "Speak quickly." Rehn growled through clenched teeth. "How many lives have you destroyed?" "Approximately 200, perhaps 300. They were delivered in a mangled state." 300. Rehn's gaze fell upon the repugnant liquid on the ground, his rage boiling over. The alchemist, observing Rehn's clenched fists, feared for his life and hastily added, "My lord, this is the last batch. Due to time constraints, Lord de Sac has lost patience with the summoning ritual and has essentially abandoned it." Rehn struck him again. "Do you dare deceive me? You've been luring more victims here. Please stop. The castle is still capturing people because Lord de Sac has found a new method." The alchemist clutched Rehn's leg, weeping, "I'll tell you everything. Recently, Lord de Sac met a witch named Kenna. Lady Kenna is quite renowned among the elite. Many noble officials have experienced her magical potions. After meeting her through a friend, Lord de Sac learned that she is researching a potion that can grant divinity through prolonged use. Thus, he invited her to the castle, funding her research and providing her with materials. "What materials?" Rehn inquired coldly, an inkling of the answer forming in his mind. Yet he found it hard to believe. "Human bone marrow, and Lady Kenna mentioned that marrow from children under 10 is particularly desirable." Rehn closed his eyes, If that were the case, then the child of Zeiss was surely in grave danger. He struck the alchemist unconscious and sprinted deeper into the castle, towards the prison cell. Now, saving lives was paramount, but the castle's master, Lord de Sac, and the witch Kenna, must face retribution. Chapter 31. Delusion according to the words of the Archfiend. Behind the alchemy chamber and the storeroom lay the elite guard quarters and the prison. Rage coursing through him, Rehn no longer hesitated but sprinted towards the prison. Here, he finally encountered some semblance of resistance, presumably the guards of the elite guard quarters as mentioned by the Archfiend. Each of these guards possessed strength comparable to that of the Archfiend, displaying a variety of forms. However, the one commonality was that none could withstand Rehn's onslaught. He had no desire to hear a single word from these demons, dismissing any engagement with them. Those who dared obstruct his path were met with a swift fist. In the end, all the demons chose to circumvent him, their voices echoing futile commands to halt. Rehn paid them no heed and soon crashed into a wall near the prison, finally coming to a stop. 3 figures stood before him, 3 demons, to be precise. In the center was a demon resembling a canine humanoid, sporting a thin, gaunt frame and a brown dog-like head, clutching a small glass vial. Evidently the leader of the trio. To the right of the canine demon stood a tall demon with horns, eyeing Rehn warily. Slightly behind the horned demon was a lithe succubus, cowering and casting anxious glances in his direction. Rehn surmised that this succubus was likely Gemma, as mentioned by the Archfiend. While the horned demon was the captain of the guards, Rehn's gaze returned to the canine demon in the center, whose expression was languid, as if he were receiving a guest, oblivious to the destruction Rehn had wrought upon his castle. "Are you de Sac?" Rehn inquired. The canine demon leisurely raised the vial to his nose, inhaling deeply before responding. "Ah, it appears my servant has informed you of my name." "Indeed. I am the master of this castle, de Sac Gelfith." Rehn sensed the deliberate slowness in de Sac's demeanor, as if he sought to assert his identity as the castle's lord, perhaps still unaware of his precarious situation. As expected, de Sac continued, "Welcome, Mr. Aether, or perhaps you would be willing to share your true name." Rehn retorted, "Spare me the pleasantries. Since you know your servant has divulged your name, you must also be aware of your own misdeeds." De Sac crossed his arms behind his back, adopting a pompous posture. "All of this is for the purpose of becoming a god, and I shall soon succeed. For nearly a decade, I have explored various means, herbology, alchemy, summoning rituals, all of which met with failure, until I encountered Lady Kenna. She has shown me hope. After consuming some of her magical elixirs, I can feel myself transcending the mortal realm." Throughout his speech, de Sac maintained an air of superiority, as if he genuinely believed himself to be a deity conversing with mere mortals. "Is this your justification for sacrificing so many lives?" Rehn questioned sternly. "Mind your tone when speaking to a god. It shall not be tolerated. Their sacrifices are worthwhile. Once I achieve omnipotence, I can effortlessly resurrect them at my whim." De Sac then made a rather elegant gesture, attempting to dismiss Rehn, yet with his canine visage, it appeared utterly absurd. "Mr. Aether, you may take your leave." Rehn, fueled by fury, chuckled derisively. "Have you misunderstood your position?" De Sac, however, seemed unperturbed. "No, not at all. I am a god. When I command your departure, you shall comply. To defy me is impossible. My words are the truth." Shaking his head, Rehn realized that de Sac was a complete lunatic. In the next moment, Rehn closed the distance between them, seizing de Sac by the throat. The horned demon, NIS, attempted to rush to his master's aid but was swiftly kicked aside by Rehn. The succubus, Gemma, seeing the chaos, fled in terror only to be sent sprawling further by Rehn's kick. "What are you doing?" de Sac exclaimed. His composure shattered as he was throttled. "I command you to release me." Without hesitation, Rehn delivered a resounding slap, momentarily pacifying him. NIS, lying bloodied on the ground, could scarcely comprehend the folly of his master, who still fancied himself a god at such a moment. "How could I have been so foolish to follow him here? I should have sought reinforcements upon hearing that paladin's arrival." De Sac, momentarily stunned by the slap, quickly regained his composure to hurl curses at Rehn. "You insolent mortal dare strike me. Slap. I am a god. Slap. You scoundrel. You slap." No, with a flurry of slaps, de Sac's visage was rendered unrecognizable, resembling more of a mangled canine than anything else. Each time he attempted to speak, Rehn silenced him with another blow. Eventually, it was NIS who could no longer bear the sight. "Sir Paladin, I believe," he was about to plead for mercy. Rehn shot him a glare. I need no prompting. My intent is solely to strike him. Nis, hearing this, tilted his head and succumbed to unconsciousness from his injuries. This lackey of a guard captain would be dealt with later, as Rehn refocused on Desac. Shall we converse civilly now? It proved true that sometimes a few well-placed slaps could enhance one's clarity of thought. Desac, immersed in his delusions of divinity, finally grasped his dire situation. Before Rehn, he was no different from the lesser demons or the archfiend. I beg you, stop, Desac managed to say, his mouth spewing blood as Rehn's earlier blows had taken their toll. Take me to the prison and tell me where the witch is. Approaching the prison, Rehn was cautious, understanding that numerous captives were held within. Though he did not wish to cause harm, his previous collisions had reverberated like thunder, likely alarming those fragile souls within. The series of slaps had made Desac aware of his lack of options. I will guide you, but please release me. A god should not be grasped by the throat. As Rehn loosened his grip, Desac crumpled to the ground. Instead of tending to his battered face, he hastily retrieved the small vial, inhaling its contents fervently. In mere moments, he stood once more, regaining his previous bravado, chest puffed and head held high, as though he had reclaimed his divinity. Rehn, initially suspecting a hidden ploy, soon recognized that Desac's body trembled with pain, barely able to stand. The display was likely a mere fade, bolstered by the vial, reinforcing his deluded notion of godhood. Chapter 32. The witch Kenna poured the liquids from 2 small vials into a larger cup, observing it intently for a while before reaching for another small vial nearby and continuing to pour into the large cup. However, when the small vial was inverted, only a single drop trickled out. Gazing at the cup on the table, Kenna couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the passage of time that rendered these materials ineffective, deeming them fit only for disposal. It was indeed a pity, for these substances had been extracted from the bodies of 3 charming little ones. Despite her verbal lamentations, Kenna's actions betrayed no remorse as she discarded the contents of the cup, treating them as trifles of no consequence. Only after emptying the cup did she tap her forehead in realization. Oh dear, I seem to have been rather extravagant lately. I would never have wasted such materials in the past. Though Desac might be foolish, he indeed proved to be quite useful. In stark contrast to Desac's aspirations of becoming a deity, Kenna's ultimate goal in her alchemical pursuits was to attain immortality. Utilizing some byproducts uncovered during her research, such as potions for preserving beauty, maintaining vitality, and minor trinkets to enhance desires, she successfully ingratiated herself with a significant number of affluent individuals. Securing their support, these patrons continually supplied her with materials and financial backing, though Kenna carefully concealed her true research objective of concocting an elixir of eternal life. Instead, she presented her work as an endeavor to develop superior beauty and vitality potions. As her research progressed, however, Kenna increasingly felt the strain of insufficient experimental materials. Despite her connections with the elite, even a monarch would only dare to secretly provide her with a handful of prisoners and vagrants as raw material. Kenna expressed her dissatisfaction with these offerings, insisting that the finest materials were derived from children, preferably those under the age of 10. Yet even after repeated requests, high-quality materials remained scarce. With her progress towards the elixir of life stagnating, Kenna's patience began to wane, and she contemplated abandoning her grand aspirations in favor of simply crafting beauty potions. That was until she encountered Desac. Kenna learned of Desac through a prominent businessman who, in jest, recounted tales of Desac's foolish ambitions of divinity. That imbecile Desac is always dreaming of becoming a god. I hear he often uses sweet talk to ensnare others, turning them into his sacrificial offerings. Truly absurd. While the businessman merely intended to share a laugh, Kenna quietly noted the information. A man who was both foolish and wealthy, and more importantly, capable of procuring a vast supply of quality experimental materials. To her delight, she discovered that her materials flowed abundantly, to the extent that she could indulge freely. The sole minor inconvenience was that, while funding her endeavors, Desac was also engaged in other experiments, including summoning rituals using human corpses. Presently, Kenna's alchemical chamber was separate from the outside world, conveniently located near her bedroom, allowing her to conduct her research in seclusion from that repugnant place. She had repeatedly urged Desac to abandon those ridiculous sacrificial ceremonies, urging him to place his faith in her potions. Initially, Desac was reluctant, believing in a dual approach and arguing that the remnants of the experimental subjects, after she extracted their marrow, were of no further use, merely ways to be repurposed. It was only recently, as Desac became entranced by Kinna's potions, that he began to contemplate discontinuing the rituals. Kinna planned to relocate her alchemical chamber once the rituals were entirely halted and the grotesque remnants cleared away. The external chamber housed many coveted devices that her current quarters could not accommodate. However, for the time being, she needed to continue her experiments here, relying on trusted servants to deliver materials daily. Yet, inexplicably, the servant who was due to arrive half an hour ago had yet to appear. Due to the delicate nature of adjusting magical potions, and with her chamber fortified by various enchantments, Kinna remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Thus, she resolved to fetch the materials herself. Meanwhile, Rehn realized he had oversimplified the situation. Not every problem could be resolved with force. Desac, seemingly honest and unguarded, escorted Rehn to the prison, perhaps intimidated by Rehn's earlier display of strength. However, upon entering the prison, Rehn discovered he was unable to rescue anyone. Most of the captives were mere children, frightened of strangers. They would not even speak, let alone follow him. As the door to the cell swung open, Rehn stepped inside, and the children huddled together in fear. Only one or two slightly bolder souls expressed willingness to accompany him upon hearing Rehn's promise to reunite them with their families. Yet, Rehn could not abandon the others. Observing Rehn crouched beside a bed, attempting to communicate with a child, Desac could no longer contain himself. "Mr. Atair, I find it curious. Are you not an assassin? If you are not a virtuous man, why engage in this endeavor?" Rehn raised his hand in a reflexive gesture to strike Desac, but halted upon recalling the presence of the child. "Even if I am not virtuous, I am at least a human being." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door, and a voice called out before the owner appeared. "Mr. Desac, I hear your voice. Why has no one delivered the materials today?" Rehn turned to see a strikingly beautiful woman at the entrance. She donned a sheer robe that accentuated her alluring figure, but her lower half was that of a serpent, complete with a venomous stinger at the tail. Kinna quickly noticed Rehn by the bed and exclaimed, "You are the paladin of Karlsham." Without a moment's hesitation, she disregarded Desac and fled, prompting Rehn to instinctively pursue her, realizing she was indeed the witch spoken of by Desac and his companions. Chapter 33. A greater dilemma. As Kinna rushed out a few steps, she suddenly felt an uncontrollable force propel her forward, her head crashing violently against the wall. The excruciating pain left her mind in a haze for quite some time. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a room, her hands bound, with Desac, who shared her unfortunate predicament, beside her. However, Desac appeared worse for wear, both of his cheeks swollen from blows, and it seemed he had lost a few teeth. These teeth had been knocked out when Desac attempted to flee while Rehn pursued Kinna. Though Kinna could not see her own reflection, she sensed a stiffness in her face, likely due to the blood drying after her head struck the wall. All of this was the doing of the armored figure standing before them. "What do you want? Why have you bound us?" Kinna shouted at Rehn. Rehn pressed Desac's head against Kinna's face, causing both to cry out in distress. "I am a woman. How can you treat me this way?" Kinna protested, while Desac wept more profusely. "Mr. Altair, I haven't said anything. Why are you hitting me?" Rehn gestured at them. "With the deeds you two have committed, how can you even question why I strike you? If it were not to ascertain how many people you have imprisoned, I would have killed you both already." Having learned from past experiences, Desac knew to acquiesce to the armored man's demands, hastily assuring, "I'll tell you everything. I'll answer any question you ask." Kinna, however, remained undeterred. She forced a smile that she believed to be alluring. "Mr. Altair, I've heard your ambition is to acquire all the treasures in the world. Might I inquire if the elixir of immortality is worthy of your collection?" Understanding that apart from the foolish Desac, no one else would believe in the existence of a divine potion, she boldly introduced the concept of the elixir of immortality, hoping to capture Rehn's attention. The elixir of immortality? Seeing a flicker of interest in the armored man's demeanor, Kinna felt a surge of hope and continued, "Indeed, the elixir of immortality grants eternal youth and boundless life. Mr. Altair, if you release Desac and me, the three of us can collaborate, and once I create the elixir, we can all partake of its benefits." "Ouch! What are you doing?" came the response from Desac, delivering a violent headbutt. Kinna remained persistent, believing that no one could resist the allure of immortality, the elixir of immortality. "Endless life. Are you out of your mind? Shut up, you foolish woman." Rehn had not yet finished, but Desac could endure no more. After having received several unprovoked slaps earlier, he was not keen on experiencing it again. What did you say? Desac? I am, be quiet. Desac spat at Kenna, disregarding any semblance of dignity in that moment. You idiot, don't speak. Turning to Rehn, he forced a grimace. Mr. Altair, I will tell you everything. You want to know how many people we have imprisoned, right? I'll reveal it all. Besides this castle, we have several other strongholds in different kingdoms, conducting similar experiments. I can disclose all their locations to you. Furthermore, if you desire anything else, money, treasures, I can provide it. Just release me. Several strongholds. Rehn furrowed his brow, uncertain how long he could remain here. Even the withdrawn children were difficult to handle. How could he rescue the others? Tell me the locations of the strongholds. Desac hesitated, fearing that after revealing the information, Rehn would not let him go. Will you release me once I tell you? Rehn scoffed. That is of no concern to you. Just know that if you remain silent, I can make your life miserable right now. Recalling the slaps he had previously endured, Desac trembled. Yes, I will tell you. We have a total of 6 strongholds across 5 kingdoms. In the northern Rothba kingdom, there are 2, one on Yunu Island and another in Tiffy City. Furthermore, Desac dutifully recounted the locations of all 6 strongholds, and Rehn noted them down. Finally, he inquired, are these all of them? Desac nodded. There are indeed more, but they are inconsequential as we lack close ties with the local authorities, which prevents us from conducting experiments there. Rehn's eyes narrowed, catching the implication in Desac's words. Are you suggesting that you have connections with many officials? Yes. Without the assistance of those nobles and officials, it would be impossible to keep our activities under wraps. We must rely on their influence to suppress any leaks. Upon hearing this, Rehn's brow furrowed even more tightly. The situation entangled numerous high-ranking officials across many kingdoms, a web he could scarcely navigate. For now, he resolved to address the immediate crisis, focusing on rescuing the children. Confirming that the bindings on the 2 were secure enough, he prepared to depart and save the children, at the very least leading them out of the castle. However, as he stepped out of the room, he suddenly felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, his body becoming weightless. This was not good. Personally, escorting the children out was no longer feasible. Moreover, the armored figure had stormed into the room and raised his hand threateningly towards the 2, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Please, no? Spare us. The 2 closed their eyes, crying out in fear, feeling a rush of wind against their faces. Yet, for a full 15 seconds, nothing transpired. Cautiously, they opened their eyes, only to find the room devoid of the armored figure's presence. Desac slumped down, utterly defeated. Is he gone to rescue the others? Enough talk. We must find a way to untie ourselves. Yes. Chapter 34. The demon among us. Rehn removed his helmet and forcefully placed it on the bed, his expression a portrait of profound frustration. Until now, his thoughts were merely conjectures. The truth of the matter would only be revealed in due time. What plagued him most was the fate of the imprisoned children. With the helmet off, he had the opportunity to untangle the entire situation. What he had witnessed was merely a fade enhanced by armor. The true nature of the castle was, in fact, the Famida Medical Company he had previously seen in the news. Furthermore, this company appeared far from the benign entity it projected, as it clandestinely exploited patients for inhumane experiments. Connecting this with the earlier news article titled Patient Salvation, Famida Medical Company achieves major breakthrough in autism treatment, along with the frightened children he had discovered within the castle. It became evident that Famida was recruiting numerous subjects under the guise of conducting clinical trials for autism, predominantly involving young children, while subjecting them to unspeakable experiments, using them as materials in the pursuit of so-called divine elixirs and potions for immortality. The mere thought of this unsettled Rehn, prompting him to pace restlessly within his dormitory. What was to be done? Those children remained trapped there. Moreover, it was not just the castle he had visited. Famida had branches scattered globally and was likely in collusion with local officials. What could possibly be done about this? As a major corporation, the attack by the armored figure should have attracted media attention. Rehn hastily retrieved his phone, scouring for news about Famida, yet he found no reports of an attack. The media continued to herald Famida's breakthroughs in autism research. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of Famida Medical Company, the forces of the World Parliament had already taken control of the premises. Oleg was the commander of this operation, standing in the foyer of Famida, listening to the reports from his subordinates. Have the patients and children been pacified? He inquired. Yes, But those children are particularly terrified. I intended to gather them for reassurance, but their fear of strangers prevented that. Thus, I could only allow them to remain in their isolated wards, although I have assigned numerous personnel to protect them. Be vigilant regarding the children's conditions. Many are autistic. And what about the employees of Famida, as well as the local law enforcement and military personnel? Oleg asked his aide. We have them all under control, the aide replied, pausing briefly before continuing, though some exhibit severe emotional instability. A few were so affected by the scenes they witnessed that they became violently ill. Additionally, there are 2 or 3 local officials who are demanding to be released immediately. Oleg shook his head gently. No, they cannot be permitted to leave just yet. And the entire center is secured, correct? Indeed, the aide replied, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. We must thank those local officials. Upon learning of the attack on Famida, they rushed to the scene and sealed off the area, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Excellent. Until we receive further instructions from the Parliament, we must ensure that word of this incident remains contained. Keep the press at bay. Any attempts to use magical servants or drones for reconnaissance must be thwarted. Once his subordinates had departed, the aide turned to Oleg, hesitating before asking, Captain, the things inside are truly horrifying. I never imagined such places existed in the world. If it weren't for that armored figure, we would have remained unaware. Oleg cast a meaningful glance at the aide. The armored figure has been officially classified by the World Parliament as a wanted terrorist. But that individual may have merely stumbled upon the situation. Would a sane person attack a medical institution? True. Yet, Desac is indeed a heartless fiend, having harmed so many children. Our personnel fared better, but the looks on the faces of those law enforcement officers upon seeing the laboratory were ashen. It was akin to a hell on earth. Desac must be punished. Oleg shook his head once more. This matter is not ours to intervene in. We shall await orders from above. Captain, you? The aide expressed disbelief, recalling how Oleg had always dealt ruthlessly with criminals, even resorting to violence against the most heinous offenders. Why did he now appear so composed? Oleg remained silent, bending to pick up a large plaque from the ground, which he handed to the aide. Patting his shoulder, he quietly exited the hall. The aide flipped the plaque over, discovering it to be a certificate of honor, likely fallen during the commotion caused by the armored figure's attack. It read, The World Parliament awards Famida Medical Company a certificate of honor for outstanding contributions to medical and health care. The aide froze momentarily, then turned to Oleg, exclaiming, When did the World Parliament start issuing such certificates to medical institutions? As he spoke, realization dawned upon him. This certificate could not be a forgery. A prominent institution like Famida would not risk such deception, lest they be exposed immediately. Yet, the World Parliament would not typically bestow such honors. Thus, the origins of the certificate became a matter of great intrigue, likely issued privately by certain high-ranking members within the Parliament. With this thought, the aide looked up to see an entire wall adorned with certificates of honor, issued by local governments and various kingdoms, including accolades from several kings. Swallowing hard, he connected the dots with Famida's ongoing research and understood why Captain Oleg had chosen to remain silent. This was a matter in which they truly could not interfere. Chapter 35. Taking the blame outside the Famida Medical Company, a large crowd had gathered, many journalists vociferously protesting, demanding entry for their reports. Why are we not allowed inside? What is happening in there? If we cannot enter, at least send someone out for an interview. The commotion was met with resolute refusal from the security personnel, who had received instructions from Allegra that no one was to be admitted and that any information should remain confidential. Consequently, the reporters were left with no answers. Only a handful of journalists remained outside, conducting live broadcasts. Dear viewers, we are currently positioned outside the headquarters of the Famida Medical Company. As you can see through the lens, the premises are now under the control of the World Parliament's security forces. We have received word that no one is permitted inside, leaving us in the dark about the events transpiring within Famida. However, according to several eyewitnesses, prior to the arrival of the World Parliament, local JC and military forces had already entered the premises, yet their presence is now conspicuously absent. We will continue to monitor this situation and provide further updates. The swift takeover of the entire Famida headquarters by the World Parliament's forces suggests they must have received news of my appearance, prompting the immediate deployment of nearby stationed troops. Although I cannot claim to feel any fondness for these individuals, they should, in all likelihood, refrain from harming the children. Reassuring himself, Rehn thought that with so many journalists present, subsequent reports would soon follow, ensuring the children's safety was upheld. However, uncertainty loomed over whether Desac and that witch, Kenna, would face punishment. Rehn felt precarious about this, knowing the depth of Desac's connections. Allegra disconnected the communicator with a sigh and re-entered the hall. His aide seemed somewhat distracted, but Allegra understood that there was no time for idleness. Aide. Yes, Captain. Allegra issued the directive from above. Immediately instruct our personnel to eradicate all unreasonable materials here. Unreasonable materials? The aide was puzzled. Indeed, Famida is supposed to be a renowned international medical institution. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing Allegra's words, the aide quickly grasped the implication of the unreasonable materials. Those were the incriminating evidence against Famida, including the repugnant items within. The aide still struggled with acceptance. What about Desac and that witch Kenna? They have harmed so many. Will we simply let them go? Those two, handle them as well. Remember, it suffices to kill them with your fists. Though the aide yearned to eliminate the two fiends, he was taken aback by Allegra's command. Me? Use my fists to kill them? Now. Yes, now. Allegra inhaled deeply, lowering his voice. They are implicated in far too many affairs. They must die. The aide fell silent once more, realizing that the task of eliminating Desac and Kenna was not about justice, but rather about burying the sins of powerful figures. Allegra continued. Their deaths will be attributed to the armored monster. We will announce that the armored monster attacked the Famida headquarters, resulting in the unfortunate demise of Mr. Desac, the owner, and their chief consultant during this assault. Subsequently, the Parliament will find a way to shut down Famida and all its subsidiaries, thus ensuring that both malefactors receive their due punishment. The aide found this even harder to accept. But the armored monster did a good deed this time. Isn't the Parliament framing him? He recalled conversations with patients who claimed the armored monster had come to rescue them. Allegra spoke sternly. Wake up. Do you have any idea how many kingdoms are hunting that armored monster? He is now a terrorist, so he cannot be portrayed as a hero. Seeing the aide still grappling with turmoil, Allegra reassured him. Consider this. The armored monster is indeed a fugitive. Regardless of the circumstances, he must face legal repercussions. The distinction of being a debtor is negligible in the grand scheme. The crucial thing is that those children have been saved. Nothing surpasses that. Take heart, aide. With a heavy sigh, the aide conceded, Captain, you have persuaded me. You are right. The priority is to rescue the children and avenge those who have perished. With that, he turned and walked towards the center, intent on personally dealing with the two demons. After the aide departed, Allegra too sighed, making his way in the opposite direction towards the main entrance, where he would convey the Parliament's resolution to the awaiting media. Outside, the media had grown impatient. Upon seeing a figure resembling a high-ranking official approach, they clamored for interviews. Allegra stepped before the gathered reporters, raising his hands to signal for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. I understand your eagerness to learn about the events within the Mafarda Company, but the situation inside is exceedingly complex. Many structures have been damaged and pose a risk. Furthermore, there has been a significant chemical leak, which prohibits entry at this time. Upon hearing about the structural damage and chemical leaks, many journalists recoiled. Such news deterred them from entering. What exactly transpired in there? Was it an experimental accident? What is the fate of those inside? Are there any casualties? The reporters resumed their inquiries, prompting Allegra to once more demand silence. I have stepped out to provide you with an overview of the situation, so please listen attentively. Once our personnel have addressed the safety hazards within, we will permit you to enter for reporting. The journalists, upon hearing Allegra's assurances, settled down. However, his subsequent statement ignited a fresh wave of chaos. First and foremost, I must clarify that this is a terrorist attack. Then came the more explosive revelation. Regrettably, in this assault, Mr. Desac, the owner of the Famida Company, Ms. Kenna, the chief technical consultant, and numerous research, experimental, and security personnel have tragically lost their lives. Chapter 36. The Investigation Press Conference now. Our investigators will elucidate the sequence of events surrounding the Famida attack. In a bar within the Kingdom of the Sacred Gem, patrons paused their conversations and drinking as the television behind the bar broadcasted the World Parliament's press conference regarding the Famida incident. A soldier, reminiscent of a leg, who had previously appeared at the Famida headquarters, stood and saluted. He approached a digital screen beside the podium and addressed the audience below. The instigator of this attack is the same individual, or rather, affiliated with the same organization, that previously seized the treasures of the sacred gem kingdom. They were clad in the armor of the Allen Vale Holy Knights, stolen from Brika. The screen displayed images of the armored assailant attacking the sacred gem kingdom, followed by footage captured by Famata's surveillance cameras. A comparison revealed both individuals donned the same Allen Vale Holy Knight armor, and their physiques appeared strikingly similar, suggesting they might indeed be the same person. When the suspect's figure appeared on the surveillance, some security personnel rushed to intercept him, while others immediately alerted their commander, Mr. Moss, requesting support from the Famata Central Security. Regrettably, these guards proved no match for the assailant, and all, including Commander Moss, fell victim to him. Images of Moss and several security personnel appeared on the screen, and a World Parliament official abruptly interjected. Fortunately, these brave souls fought valiantly until the last moment, granting the center personnel time to evacuate the patients. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Let us observe a moment of silence for these heroes. A slight, unnatural expression flickered across Oleg's face, quickly masked. He had personally ordered the execution of Moss and his team, who, under duress, had divulged Famata's entire layout to the armored assailant, yet now they were portrayed as martyrs. Once the moment of silence concluded, Oleg composed himself and continued his report. He pointed to the Famata company's floor plan displayed on the screen, explaining, the confrontation between the suspect and Moss occurred here, in the hallway adjacent to the outer security office. Subsequently, he breached this wall, charging recklessly towards the internal pharmaceutical laboratory and the patient care center beyond. Following a nearly straight trajectory, the screen revealed a gaunt man in a blue lab coat, his demeanor betraying extreme tension, while a psychologist beside him endeavored to soothe his nerves. That man is a lunatic. The survivor's initial proclamation was so fervent it nearly rendered the psychologist's reassurances futile. However, trembling, he recounted the events. Upon entering the laboratory, he wreaked havoc, seizing my colleagues, tearing off our lab hats, and ripping away our masks. Truly, he is a madman. I was terrified. He killed my colleague and attempted to toy with me. He forced me to consume laboratory drugs and semi-finished chemical reagents. I warned him those substances were poisonous, yet he pressed my head down, compelling me to ingest them. As he recounted this, his agitation intensified, and he began to retch. The recording concluded, and Oleg stepped forward once more, stating, "This encapsulates the situation. Given the victim's unstable condition, this is the extent of our information thus far. Yet it suffices to convey the gravity of the circumstances. The suspect's actions were not only exceedingly brutal, but also bizarre. We suspect his mental faculties are impaired." Explaining his appalling behavior, such individuals are exceedingly perilous. After obliterating the laboratory, the assailant advanced deeper into Famata, soon reaching the central security office. As the patient care center lay just beyond, Mr. Dissack ordered Security Captain Nis and his team to attempt to thwart the intruder, concerned for his subordinate safety and the patient's. Mr. Dissack fearlessly arrived on the scene. However, Oleg lowered his gaze, finding it difficult to meet the reporter's eyes as he recounted the events. While outsiders assumed he was lamenting the fallen, the suspect's cruelty was indisputable. Dissack, Nis, the subsequently arrived chief advisor, Ms. Kenna, and those security personnel all met their tragic fates at the hands of the assailant. The suspect then attempted to breach the patient care center, but fortunately, Mayor Valen and JC arrived, subsequently calling in nearby military forces. In their desperate struggle, they ultimately repelled the assailant. Following this, our World Parliament forces secured the scene, stabilizing the situation while the suspect remains at large. That concludes the report on the Famata attack. Oleg saluted once more before departing the podium. The Famata incident represents a catastrophe within the healthcare sector. We have not only lost a wealth of research data, but also a significant number of exceptional talents, along with their esteemed leaders, Mr. Dissack and Ms. Kenna. Suddenly, a glass was shattered against the bar's television screen, startling all those watching the press conference. The screen now bore a spiderweb of cracks, yet the broadcast continued, with the World Parliament officials still voicing condolences for Dissack and others. Chapter 37. Detective, enough of this nonsense. Perhaps feeling that the first blow was insufficiently forceful, the official continued to speak, while the intoxicated patron beside him seized another bottle of liquor, intent on throwing it again. His friend, alarmed, quickly rose to restrain his arm. "Calm down, please." At that moment, the bar owner rushed over, glancing at his shattered television. He smiled wryly at the patron, Why on earth are you smashing my TV? The bottle was wrested from the patron's hand by his friend, who held him tightly as he struggled and shouted, I can't stand these fools talking nonsense. I want to smash him. The owner, perspiring profusely, replied, if you want to smash him, why are you destroying my TV? I don't care. I'll pay for the television later. I've had enough of these idiots from the World Assembly and those reporters. They didn't mention a word about the last incident when our St. Jim was taken. Suddenly, several hands clamped over the patron's mouth, silencing him. His friends, and even some nearby patrons rushed to cover his mouth. His friend surveyed the surroundings and noticed a woman in the corner of the bar. Unfamiliar and not a regular. He lowered his voice to say something to the drunken man, and with the help of others, they forcibly dragged him away. Enid watched the scene with keen interest. After the raucous group of drunks departed, she continued to observe the press conference, despite the television screen being riddled with cracks. Excuse me, was there no sighting of the suspect near the Famida Corporation? Did he appear directly within the company premises? Could the suspect have disguised himself as an ordinary person and donned armor only after entering Famida? A reporter inquired. Another journalist interjected. Regarding the case in the Kingdom of St. Jim, it is 1,000 miles away from the city of Wind's Breath, where Famida is located. Isn't it rather implausible for the suspect to commit both crimes in such a short span? They are likely not acting alone, but as part of a group, merely clad in identical armor. Concerning that armor, which was previously housed at the Brika Historical Museum, is there any news from Brika City? We have engaged in proactive communication with Brika City, and they are exceedingly displeased with the suspect's actions. The armor originally belonged to the Order of St. Carsham, a gift from the last Archbishop, Allenvale, to Brika City. Although the order has disbanded, it remains an honorable group known for its justice and esteemed reputation worldwide. Thus, the suspect's actions are all the more unforgivable. As Captain Oleg has previously stated, the suspect is both cruel and peculiar. He may have deliberately worn Carsham's armor to perpetrate these heinous acts. I would like to ask, based on the route of the suspect's intrusion you just reported, it appears he possessed intimate knowledge of Famida's internal structure. Does this not suggest collusion with an employee of Famida? A journalist, peering at his notes, posed this query. Others nodded in agreement, pondering whether the journalist's suspicion might hold merit. This insinuation suggested that among Famida's fallen heroes, there lurked a traitor. Despite Famida's repeated apologies and offers of compensation to Zeiss, the grieving father teetered on the brink of madness. After numerous fruitless attempts to confront Famida, he encountered the suspect and conceived a deranged plan, divulging the entire layout of Famida, inciting the suspect to wreak havoc, which culminated in tragedy. Zeiss was merely a sorrowful father whose son had been taken and subsequently perished as an experimental subject, never to see each other again. He had no knowledge of Famida's internal layout. All of this information had been relayed to the armored fiend by the head of security, Moss, who was now hailed as a hero, while Zeiss was cast as the villain who incited the suspect's malevolence. The reporters on site were oblivious to these truths. In their eyes, Zeiss had willingly placed his son in Famida, visiting the recovery center frequently, and thus must have been well acquainted with the layout of the establishment. Unbeknownst to them, Zeiss had never set foot inside. Thus, the entire sequence of the assault was meticulously crafted by the World Assembly and presented to the public. After the press conference concluded, Enid rose, settled her bill, and exited the hotel. As a detective, she had come to the Kingdom of St. Jim at the behest of a friend to investigate the identity of the armored fiend. However, she found no useful information. Instead, she sensed that the political climate in the kingdom was rather delicate. Upon leaving the hotel, Enid retrieved her phone and dialed a number. After a prolonged silence of about 10 seconds, the call connected, indicating the other party was occupied. Hello? Is this Enid? Why are you calling? Where are you now? Enid glanced around her surroundings. I am in the Kingdom of St. Jim. The Kingdom of St. Jim? Isn't it perilous there lately? You haven't taken on a case regarding that armored fiend, have you? Indeed. What am I to say? You truly value money over your life. Rest assured, there is little danger. It is merely peculiar. Peculiar? Yes. Enid settled onto a bench at a bus stop, discreetly observing the passers-by. Most appeared lackluster and somewhat anxious. I called to ask you something. What is it? Don't make it too complicated. I'm currently in class. You're in class? No wonder it took you so long to answer. No worries. It's not complicated. You should know this. I want to ask, throughout the history of the Kingdom of St. Jim, how many sacred gems have their kings received from the populace? Enid held her forehead in exasperation. All right. I didn't ask for a lecture. Just tell me the maximum number. This is why you struggle to make money. You lack a love for learning. The king who received the most sacred gems from the people was during the period I just mentioned. Over his 8th century reign, he was bestowed with more than 100 sacred gems, truly an outstanding monarch, revered as the light of gems by the dwarven king of that era. And the elven king praised him as. Beep, beep, beep. Enid had already hung up, lest the other party continue their lengthy discourse. Chapter 38. Professor AI previously. He found it quite peculiar that when he insisted on Alfie to select some more leisurely courses for him, Alfie promptly recommended the class on world history. At that moment, he thought, how could a history class possibly be easy, given the multitude of facts one must memorize? With the existence of numerous ancient races, the documented history of this world spans over 30 to 40,000 years, a thought that is somewhat daunting. However, on his first day attending the class, he finally comprehended why Alfie had suggested this particular course. The reason being, the instructor was rather unreliable. Rehn discreetly glanced at the time on his phone, nestled in his pocket, beneath the desk. Over 10 minutes had elapsed since the teacher had stepped outside to take a call. Now, only the occasional murmur of conversation and peals of laughter drifted in from outside, indicating that the teacher was enjoying a lively discussion. Several students around him had brazenly placed their phones on the table to play, and one individual even had the audacity to make a phone call during class. Consequently, Rehn decided to pull out his phone as well, checking the reports on the Famida incident, and stumbled upon the live broadcast of the ongoing World Parliament investigation press conference. Watching a live stream in class felt slightly excessive, so Rehn limited himself to the real-time text updates. The Famida attack had become a catastrophe for the entire healthcare sector. We had not only lost a significant amount of research data, but also a plethora of exceptional talents, alongside their esteemed leaders, Mr. Desac and Ms. Kenna. Despite having mentally prepared himself after the incident in the Kingdom of the Holy Gem, Rehn was aware that the final reports would likely present a skewed perspective, and he, the armored oddity, would probably bear the brunt of the blame once more. However, he was still astonished that individuals like Desac could brazenly be regarded as heroes, while the likes of Mosnes found themselves celebrated. This world, indeed, holds an intriguing complexity. After contemplating the reports for a while, Rehn could only emit a sigh of exasperation. Scrolling through the comments below, he discovered an overwhelming majority were criticisms directed at him. The most upvoted comment came from someone claiming to be the father of a patient. I admitted my son to Famida half a month ago. For the past 2 years, I have tirelessly sought treatment for his autism, yet with little success. Famida was my last hope. Just 2 days ago, the staff informed me that my child's condition was improving significantly, and he could potentially be cured, becoming just like any other child. Who would have thought that less than 2 days later, all those doctors would be dead, and even the medical records destroyed? Now, I have lost all hope, and it is all due to that demon. Underneath this comment, many attempted to console him, while others mourned for Famida, and more still joined in the chorus of denouncing Rehn. It would be impossible for Rehn not to feel a surge of anger upon reading these comments. However, he could not allow his composure to falter, particularly as he was still in class. What good would it do to wallow in grievances? Should he seek someone to cry upon? The only one he could confide in was Alexia, but he imagined she would only mock him for it. With a faint chuckle, he shook his head. He could only find solace in the thought that at least those patients had been rescued. At that moment, a new live report flashed across the screen. A journalist posed a question to the spokesperson of the World Parliament, given the unpredictable targets of the armored suspect, who claimed to be an assassin in the first attack, solely to plunder treasures. Yet in this Famida incident, it was entirely a terrorist attack. There appears to be no correlation between the two. It seems anyone, anywhere could become a target. With such high-frequency offenses and a complete lack of motive, what measures do you have in place for prevention or to apprehend the suspect? After this question was posed, there was a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds before Rehn received the next update. The room fell silent. Several representatives remained speechless, suggesting they were currently at a loss regarding the suspect. Another 10 seconds passed before new information emerged. The representatives were quietly discussing, possibly nearing a conclusion. The one to stand and address the matter was Commander Oleg. He stated that the World Parliament had devised countermeasures and was actively coordinating with various nations, but specific plans could not be disclosed to avoid tipping off the suspect. Should the suspect dare to reappear, they would certainly apprehend him. Although Commander Oleg spoke with conviction, such assurances were likely hard to swallow. Could they truly capture the armored oddity? The chatter outside the classroom had ceased, and shortly thereafter, a figure appeared at the door. A bespectacled girl with red hair entered. However, she was not the teacher. Rather, she bore a unique floral arrangement. The girl cradled a flower pot containing a plant approximately 30 to 40 centimeters tall, with slender white stems resembling a feminine form, each hand adorned with a leaf. And atop its head sat a grand purple blossom, somewhat reminiscent of a magnolia. This was Professor AI, the instructor of the World History course at Rehn University, whose age remained a mystery, perhaps due to her extensive knowledge of history. The girl was merely her assistant. The assistant carefully placed Professor AI upon the podium and then stood silently to the side, tasked with supporting the professor in displaying PowerPoint presentations or jotting down notes. However, throughout the entire class, Rehn noted that she did not utter a single word. Apologies for the interruption. I received a phone call. Now, where were we? Ah, yes. We were discussing the invasion of the human eagles and the schism among the dwarves. Due to the human eagles seizing one of the dwarf kingdom's passes. Ding! The class bell rang, and Professor AI displayed a remarkably human smile, exclaiming how swiftly time had passed. According to Rehn University's regulations, instructors were not permitted to extend class duration arbitrarily, so she concluded, "We'll stop here for today. See you all next week." With that, she eagerly waved her hands, those two leaves, signaling her assistant to carry her away. Rehn thought to himself, is it truly possible for such a university professor to escape expulsion? Chapter 39. The two-headed ogre. Rehn's schedule was rather light, with only one class for the day. However, he had no intention of lounging idly. After some contemplation, he resolved to visit the school library in hopes of uncovering information regarding Alan Vale or the Knights of Karlsham. He had attempted an online search, but most of the results were mere remnants of history, only recounting the dissolution of Karlsham by Alan Vale, who was briefly mentioned to have passed away over 130 years ago. Rehn found this perplexing, given Alan Vale's esteemed reputation and formidable prowess. It seemed improbable that he would vanish completely from the annals of history after the disbandment of Karlsham. For instance, during the 400th anniversary celebration of the founding of Brika, Alan Vale had donated his armor to the Brika City History Museum, suggesting a cordial relationship between them. It was curious, then, that he had not attended the anniversary celebration. A glance at the guest list for that event would clarify just how anomalous his absence was. The gathering boasted over 200 members of royal families from various nations, and the president of the World Parliament himself had graced the occasion with his presence, with representatives from more than 50 different races attending. Brika City was a paragon of multicultural harmony, a symbol of coexistence. Thus, Alan Vale's absence stood out starkly. The few letters Rehn had managed to find constituted the last known messages about Alan Vale, aside from the fact of his death. He intended to investigate further. After gathering his belongings, Rehn prepared to leave the classroom when suddenly, darkness enveloped him as a colossal figure loomed before him. His gaze barely met the creature's midsection. Straining his neck at an angle of nearly 60 degrees, he finally beheld the creature's head, more accurately, two heads. Before him stood a two-headed ogre. In ages past, these ogres had been the nightmares of countless adventurers. They were voracious consumers with a particular penchant for dwarves and elves, though they would not refuse a human or goblin if one were presented to them. Thankfully, those days were long gone. In this civilized era, ogres no longer feasted upon humans. They had acquired new titles, giant trolls or mini-giants. The terms giant troll and mini-giant had already been claimed by other races. And due to their immense size, ogres were left with these less flattering monikers, unlike their barbaric ancestors, who adorned themselves with the skins and bones of their prey. The two-headed ogre before Rehn appeared surprisingly clean, clad merely in a shirt resembling a bedsheet. More importantly, they no longer exhibited the same savagery as before. Otherwise, they would not be present at Rehn University, sharing a classroom with Rehn. After exchanging glances, Rehn inquired, "What brings you two here?" The left head responded in a deep, rumbling voice, "Are you Rehn Edward?" "Indeed," Rehn replied. "And you? Who are you two?" The creature's familiarity with his name did not strike Rehn as odd. After all, there were few in the school who were unaware of him. The right head then stated, "I am named Amp, 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 Amp." The left head chimed in, "I am called Imp, 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 Imp." Rehn was left utterly confused. "Wait, could you repeat your names?" "I am Amp, 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 Amp. I am Amp, 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 Amp. Rehn sighed. Though your names seem heavily altered. You two have stated them quite differently each time. How is it that ogres who cannot even remember their own names are attending a class on world history? This course must be exceedingly easy. The right head retorted, names are irrelevant. If you are Rehn, we must fight you. Yes, we must engage you, the left head echoed. Why would you want to fight me? Rehn asked. The right head replied, someone instructed us to strike you. The left head, irate, interjected, you foolishly revealed it again. Hark said we must not disclose it. The right head then added, oh, no one has truly instructed us to fight you. Rehn was taken aback. What manner of two-headed ogre had infiltrated Rehsberg? He felt that these two were the true beneficiaries of favoritism. He helplessly gestured toward the door, indicating they should make way. Since no one has instructed you to fight me, why do you still wish to? Indeed, they pondered. Why should we be fighting you? My sincerest apologies. You may leave. They finally conceded, stepping aside. The ogres appeared momentarily perplexed. But why would we fight Hark? Yes, why would we fight him? Rehn pointed to himself. Because I instructed you to fight him. The two heads exchanged looks of realization. So, it was you who prompted us to fight him. That makes sense. Let us go. We shall confront Hark. Yes, we must thoroughly teach him a lesson. Noticing the unfolding scene, Rehn turned to depart, uninterested in who Hark might be. He was already somewhat unwelcome at Rehsberg, and encountering a few dim-witted individuals seeking to provoke him was hardly surprising. If Hark could enlist an ogre to attack him, one had to question his own intelligence. Having taken only a few steps, Rehn was once more halted by a voice. Excuse me, are you Rehn? With a hint of exasperation, he turned to see who was calling him, only to find a figure draped in a dark cloak standing unexpectedly behind him. Chapter 40. Such intelligence upon catching sight of the other party, Rehn was initially taken aback. After calming his nerves, he attempted to inquire. Are you a student of the school? Yes. Rehn immediately wore a perplexed expression. No, but why are you dressed like that? Aren't you here to study? Or are you here for performance art? The cloaked figure chuckled softly, their voice possessing a neutral tone that obscured their gender. Well, my profession is rather special. I have many enemies and must safeguard my privacy. It's unavoidable. Curiosity piqued. Rehn probed further, a special profession? What exactly do you do? The cloaked figure cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, and whispered, I sell information. Rehn's expression turned serious. He had often heard tales of formidable individuals in elite schools who possessed extensive knowledge and profited from selling intelligence. They could investigate a student's capabilities, background, or even when they might be in a particular location, facilitating nefarious deeds. Occasionally, affluent youths would purchase intelligence from such mysterious figures to discern the preferences of their crushes. Rehn never expected to encounter such a person in Rehsberg. An information dealer? What do you want with me? Influenced by the figure's demeanor, Rehn spoke cautiously, as if he were engaging in illicit activities, despite their mere presence in the corridor. I seek you. The cloaked figure's voice lowered, heightening Rehn's anxiety. I seek you because someone desires to purchase your information. Rehn's heart tightened. So you came to inform me of this? What do you intend to achieve? He speculated that someone might be targeting him and had commissioned this mysterious figure to investigate. While the figure sought to profit from both sides, potentially offering false information if he received a better price. The cloaked figure replied, naturally, I wish for you to divulge your information to me. Otherwise, how can I report back to my patron? Rehn retorted. Is this how you conduct your information business? Approaching the subject directly? Of course. Otherwise, where would my information come from? What is your name? For safety reasons, I cannot disclose my real name. You may call me Xylingtong. Xylingtong. I still have a pager. Rehn exclaimed, preparing to leave. The figure grew anxious and grasped Rehn's arm. Wait. If you leave, who will I turn to for information? Just do me a favor. It won't harm you. I refuse. We can split the profits, 80-20. Rehn paused, but continued to walk forward. No deal. Why not? 50-50. At most, 30-70. In less than half a second, Rehn spun around and grasped Xylingtong's hand. Deal. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, to a pleasant partnership. Upon learning that Rehn intended to visit the library, Xylingtong decided to accompany him, hoping to interview Rehn along the way. However, throughout the journey, it seemed that Rehn posed more questions, as Xylingtong was vastly different from the image he had envisioned of an information dealer. How is your information business? Do many people seek you out? Absolutely. Take your information. For instance, at least 40 to 50 people have inquired about you. Rehn was taken aback. So many? How much might I earn from this? You could expect 2,000 to 3,000. Is it really that much? I only receive 30%, so you must be pocketing over 10,000. This is money I've painstakingly earned through my own endeavors. Moreover, what is that sum compared to you? In your elite class, there's that wealthy Lilan. Hundreds are inquiring about her preferences. Some are willing to pay tens of thousands for that information. Even more astonishing is Anya. At least 1,000 want to know her likes. Comparing himself to those two classmates, Rehn realized that his own inquiries paled in comparison. Why are there so few interesting people in the world? Hearing Tong's words, Rehn's curiosity deepened. With so many inquiries, you must be making quite a fortune, right? To his surprise, Tong shook their head. This topic frustrates me. If only I could uncover their preferences. Lilan is incredibly wealthy and refuses to share even for a price. She nearly tore my cloak off. As for Anya, speaking with her is futile. She only responds with oh, or ah, making it impossible to gather any information. Rehn reflected on his encounters with those two. Their personalities indeed aligned with Tong's descriptions. Have you successfully gathered information from anyone before me? I hope I'm not the only one greedy enough to agree to work with you. Of course. Have you heard of Wenpei City? Rehn shook his head in confusion. He barely knew Brika, let alone Wenpei City. Just know that such a city exists. Allow me to share something with you. But don't tell anyone. Last year, an elven princess came to Raisburg as an exchange student for a year, and she has since left. During that time, I struck a deal with her similar to yours. An elven princess? You must have made quite a profit together. Without needing Tong to elaborate, Rehn could imagine that with the elven beauty and royal status, there must have been countless suitors, thus ensuring a lucrative venture for Tong. Yet, what did this have to do with Wenpei City? Of course, it is relevant. Wenpei City boasts a renowned shopping mall called Sylvia Mall, though not particularly large. Its fame is substantial. Many are unaware that the mall was established by the elven princess. The funds for purchasing the land came from my share. And the goods displayed were gifts from those suitors, many of which are rare treasures. Have you ever seen a natural pearl the size of a fist? Those suitors simply offered them without hesitation. Rehn was astonished to learn of the elven princess's audacious maneuvers, truly a master of leveraging opportunities. However, if she was only here for a year to study, where does she source her goods now? Chapter 41, 7 letters originally. It was intended for the little informant to gather intelligence on Rehn. However, upon arriving at the library, it was Rehn who posed the inquiries, compelling the little informant to accompany him into the library. After consulting with the librarian, Rehn learned that the original letters penned by Alan Veer were secured in a collection, accessible only with the school's approval. Nevertheless, the library possessed copies of these letters, which students were permitted to borrow. After the librarian indicated the location of the correspondence section, Rehn expressed his gratitude and proceeded as directed. After a considerable search in the correspondence section, Rehn finally uncovered the letters written by Alan Veer to the University of Raisburg, bound together in a rather thick stack, containing approximately 20 pages. Is this what you were seeking? The little informant, initially engrossed in a love letter from a renowned human literary figure to a dwarven princess, noticed Ryan's discovery and approached him. Indeed. By the way, as a purveyor of information, are you familiar with Alan Veer? Alan Veer? One moment, the little informant replied, rummaging through his cloak. Let me conduct a prophetic search. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, Ah, here it is. Alan Veer, the last archbishop of the Knights of Karlsham. Enough. Rehn interjected hastily, urging the little informant to cease. The so-called prophetic search resembled a certain search engine from a past life, with the little informant merely reciting information Rehn had already perused. Is this truly how you operate as an informant? By relying on prophetic searches? You raise a valid point. Rehn, feeling unable to argue further, lowered his gaze to concentrate on the letter in his hands. Grayson, my friend, I am delighted to receive your correspondence. I hear Raisburg University recently welcomed its first ogre student. My apologies, I may be somewhat behind the times. Should they now be referred to as gigantic trolls? For many years, my heart has been entwined in conflict and regret, pondering whether I should disband Karlsham, questioning my loyalty to my mentor. It is your efforts that have solidified my conviction. If even ogres can study alongside other races, then perhaps the world you have depicted to me may one day come to fruition. Perhaps the dissolution of Karlsham is indeed a blessing? Over the years, our knights have undoubtedly slain countless ogres. Were I to encounter one of those giants, I would likely strike without hesitation. If time permits, I would like to meet that ogre student in Raisburg. Fear not, I should be incapable of harming him. My armor has been donated to the Brika Historical Museum, and my sword currently resides in the World Parliament. It is no longer a weapon of war. I digress. I am curious about your school's curriculum. For instance, what will you teach that ogre? How does he learn? The subsequent content consisted of Alan Veer's inquiries and suggestions regarding teaching in Raysburg, alongside his commendations and praises for the institution. This was the essence of the first letter, primarily discussing Alan Veer's receipt of a letter from Principal Grayson and his astonishment and delight at the admission of an ogre student to Raysburg. Rehn opened the second letter, written 1 year after the first, with similar themes, continuing the discourse on educational matters at Raysburg. In total, there were 7 letters, with the first 5 presenting such content, prompting Rehn to swiftly skim through the latter pages. It was not until the 6th letter that a shift occurred. This letter addressed Alan Veer's awareness of Brika's plans to construct a multiracial mixed-use apartment complex, in which he expressed differing opinions. To be candid, I find myself unable to agree. It is already fraught with challenges to have individuals of differing races inhabit the same city. I am astounded that Brika can manage it. 4 different races to coexist in a single school. Grayson, you have accomplished what seems akin to a miracle. Yet, for disparate races to live together, I deem it utterly fanciful. Moreover, it is unnecessary. Achieving peaceful coexistence without war and slaughter is a commendable outcome. There is no need to compel everyone to reside together, as that may exacerbate tensions. I have already broached this matter with Mavlin, yet he is disinclined to heed my counsel, convinced that his arrangements for his citizens are just. Thus, I must relay my thoughts to you. I recognize that managing the students at your school is a considerable undertaking. How might Mavlin ensure that those individuals can coexist peacefully in a shared apartment? My old friend, what are your thoughts on this issue? The 6th letter articulated Alan Veer's uncertainties regarding Brika's multiracial apartments, suggesting that such measures were counterproductive. In stark contrast to the preceding letters, which were spaced over a year apart, Alan Veer dispatched another letter merely 1 month later, constituting the 7th letter. My old friend, I am astonished that you concur with Mavlin's approach, and according to your account, the state of the apartments is quite favorable, with all races living harmoniously together. While occasional disagreements arise, you have personnel dedicated to mediation, thus avoiding any significant issues. Very well, I fear I may indeed be out of touch. Perhaps I ought to venture out more. I am considering a visit to Brika. Perhaps residing here in the future may prove to be a worthwhile choice. He then turned to the little informant and said, "All right, let us depart. If you have any questions along the way, do not hesitate to ask." The little informant closed the letter in his hands and glanced over. "You finished reading? Did you uncover the information you sought?" "Indeed," Rehn replied. Yet he refrained from elaborating on the specifics of his findings. By synthesizing the content of the letters, one could discern a singular conclusion. Alan Veer harbored lofty expectations for both Brika and Raysburg University. He expressed a desire to visit Brika on multiple occasions, particularly in the 7th letter, where this sentiment was notably pronounced. Given this, why was there no record of Alan Veer's visit to Brika? Even if he had not attended at that time, why had he also not appeared for the subsequent 400th anniversary of the city's founding? Rehn resolved to pay a visit to the multiracial apartment complex to witness the situation for himself. Chapter 42. Investigation. All right, let's proceed. I have a multitude of inquiries to make, said Rehn, nodding as he followed the little genius towards the library's entrance. Suddenly, something caught his peripheral vision, prompting him to halt and glance upwards to the left. There hung an enormous half-length oil painting of a man, towering over 3 meters in height, depicting an elegant yet commanding figure. Rehn felt a sense of familiarity with this visage but couldn't quite place it. Fortunately, he had someone beside him. "Do you know who the person in this portrait is?" Rehn inquired, pointing to the painting on the wall. The little genius, intrigued by Ryan's sudden stop, turned to survey the portrait. After a moment of contemplation, he fished out his pink mobile phone and began snapping photos of the painting. "What are you doing?" Rehn asked, puzzled. "Are you planning to take a picture and ask a friend?" In a tone tinged with exasperation, the little genius retorted, "Honestly, why do you behave like a primitive? Did you time travel from a bygone era? I'm taking a picture to identify the image, of course." Rehn was taken aback, feeling somewhat belittled. After a flurry of operations on his phone, the little genius finally exclaimed, "Found it. This is Sir Clement, one of the benefactors and founders of Raysburg University." Leaning closer, Rehn observed that the individual on the little genius's phone bore a striking resemblance to the figure in the painting. He recalled that during their journey to the Brika History Museum, Rodney had mentioned that Resburg University was established after a noble named Clement donated his castle. Rodney had also noted that while most of the school's buildings had been reconstructed over the years, the library retained its original style. As Ryan continued to scrutinize the image on the phone, a sense of recognition began to dawn upon him, but the exact memory eluded him. "Hey, what exactly are you staring at? Is there something amiss with this person?" the little genius asked. Shaking his head, Ryan admitted, "It's nothing, just a bit familiar. Perhaps a mistake in my memory. Let's move on." You have an astonishing number of random thoughts. While observing the portrait, Ryan felt certain memories sharpening in his mind, as if he were on the verge of capturing the essence of the figure in the painting. "All right, can I ask questions now?" the little genius interjected suddenly, disrupting Ryan's train of thought. Ryan glanced at him, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed. "Fine, go ahead. What is with that expression? It seems to scream, 'If this is unintentional, I truly wish to strike you dead.' That's absurd." "You're misinterpreting my expression," Ryan replied, forcing a smile. "Your expression suggests, what? Is my inner self so easily decipherable? Now that expression conveys, I am at a loss for words." "Enough," Ryan interjected, stopping the little genius. "Aren't you eager to ask your questions? Hurry up, I have matters to attend to. If you don't ask, I shall take my leave." The little genius retrieved an electronic notepad, preparing to jot down notes. Ryan noticed the notepad was white. "Why didn't you buy a pink one to match your phone? This type of notepad doesn't come in pink." "Wait, am I asking you, or are you asking me?" Ryan replied begrudgingly. "You can ask." The little genius began firing off a series of questions. "What is your name? How old are you? Where do you live? Who are the members of your family? Where did you study previously?" After a barrage of inquiries, Ryan exclaimed, "Stop. Is this your first question? And do you really need to ask such obvious things? My name is, of course, Ryan Edward. You must ask, what if you're using an alias? This is my real name. Thank you. As for the other questions, a simple search using your favorite oracle would yield the answers. The media has thoroughly investigated my background since the first day of school. A quick online search would suffice." The little genius tapped on the touchscreen pen, stating, "We are not selling your information. What you mentioned would not be of interest to anyone. They wish to know the details. For instance, how did you gain admission to Resburg, especially in the elite class? Do you have influential connections? Are you truly the illegitimate son of the principal? That is what piques their curiosity. But I genuinely have no connections. Do you think I would believe that?" Ryan wore an expression of helplessness. "All right then, in truth, I hail from the M78 Nebula, and my ambition is to conquer the world. With a mere snap of my fingers, I could eliminate half the population. Manipulating the thoughts of a mere principal is trivial." The little genius quietly noted. The subject appears to have a slight mental imbalance, indulging in unrealistic fantasies. Ryan retorted, "No, I am merely an ordinary person. You dismiss my claims as too mundane. Yet when I exaggerate, you label me as delusional. What do you truly expect from me? I find the notion of being the principal's illegitimate son more plausible." Rolling his eyes, Ryan replied, "Fine, believe what you wish. You clearly do not trust my words, so concoct your own story." The little genius twirled the touchscreen pen between his fingers, nodding in agreement. "You make a valid point. Information does not need to be factual. Only what those individuals wish to hear. So, let us proceed with that." Ryan exclaimed, "Are you truly in the business of selling information? Or are you a romance novelist? And can we please change the subject?" Chapter 43. The demonstration community. Rehn perceived that the seemingly enigmatic individual, engaged in intelligence work, was in fact rather introverted. His engrossed examination of a love letter in the library, coupled with his barrage of peculiar inquiries and that pink mobile phone, hinted at his true nature. Perhaps he ought to be renamed the Beeper. After granting this individual the exclusive right to fabricate a narrative about his background, Rehn finally managed to dismiss him. The apartment complex was situated in the western part of Brika City, formerly known as the Benevolent Demonstration Community. Rehn spent over half an hour transferring between two buses to reach his destination. Upon disembarking, he found himself directly across from the community, and as the bus that obstructed his view departed, he spotted a conspicuous stone monument. The monument stood over 2 meters tall and stretched 6 or 7 meters in length, exhibiting signs of age. It bore the inscription Benevolent Demonstration Community, while other areas were densely covered with smaller text, possibly decorative patterns. From his vantage point across the street, Rehn struggled to discern the details. After waiting for a red light for about 50 seconds, Rehn finally approached the entrance of the community, allowing him to read the smaller inscriptions more clearly. They included names such as Delina Ray Vona, Alec Nim, and Dinning Giantwood. The smaller text comprised numerous signatures. Although Rehn could not recognize many, the stylistic variety suggested a representation of various races. The final name, for instance, likely belonged to some ogre. Given the community's background, it might be the signatures of leaders from different races. A cursory glance indicated that the monument contained potentially hundreds of names. Due to his limited knowledge, Rehn refrained from delving deeper into the identities of those inscribed. Instead, he proceeded toward the nearby entrance. The entrance to the community was remarkably spacious, flanked only by a security kiosk, lacking any barriers or obstructions, presenting an open appearance. However, as Rehn approached the entrance, he was immediately halted. Wait. A figure clad in a security uniform called out from the adjacent booth. You're not from this community, are you? I've never seen you before. Rehn gestured toward the interior of the community. Indeed, I've heard about this place and came to explore. Apologies, but visits are prohibited here. Why? Rehn questioned, taken aback. The absence of barriers led him to believe it was an entirely open community. You see, many diverse races reside here, each with distinct customs. There have been numerous visitors like you, and allowing unrestricted access could disrupt the residents' lives and sometimes even violate certain cultural taboos. Therefore, we generally do not permit outside visitors to enter. That seems somewhat reasonable. Rehn inquired, what must one do to gain entry? Today, he had hoped to witness what lay within. From the entrance, the community appeared less like an apartment complex and more akin to an exhibition site nestled within a park, with various structures of differing shapes and sizes scattered throughout. This was understandable. For instance, the centaur race no longer resided in modest huts, but their towering stature would preclude them from living in standard human apartments, not to mention those from even larger races. The security guard pointed to a piece of glass next to his head. The detailed regulations are posted there. Only then did Rehn notice a paper affixed to the kiosk window. He approached and read it. The document outlined the entry management regulations for the benevolent demonstration community. The initial sections detailed restrictions for residents and external visitors entering the community. Even community members, if unfamiliar to the on-duty security personnel, were required to present identification. As for external visitors, regardless of whether they were friends or tourists, entry was strictly forbidden. To gain access, one must apply for a permit from the security team and be accompanied by a member to enter the community. The security team. After a previous encounter, Rehn was reluctant to visit that place again. The guard smiled. Yes, entry requires approval and accompaniment from the security team. I hope you understand. As this is a multiracial community, any minor incident could escalate into a significant issue. If you truly wish to explore, I suggest you inquire with the security team. It appeared that entry into this community was not feasible at the moment. As someone who seldom ventured beyond the confines of the school, Rehn decided to find a nearby place to eat instead. Upon disembarking, he had noticed numerous restaurants lining the roadside, just across the street. Possibly due to its proximity to the benevolent demonstration community, the shops exhibited an eclectic style, perhaps operated by the community's residents. If entry was off the table, experiencing the cultural diversity outside might still be worthwhile. Exquisite spider delicacies, he pondered. Although curious about their use of spiders in cuisine, he decided to pass on that. Giant troll vegan bistro, he mused, contemplating ogre culinary skills, but opted against that as well. Elemental fast food and beverages, now that seemed appealing. Scanning through the offerings, most establishments evoked a sense of polite disinterest, leaving only the elemental fast food option that sounded promising. Upon reading that name, Rehn immediately envisioned a fizzy drink infused with lightning, an exhilarating thought. Yet, as he pushed open the door to the establishment, he promptly dismissed that notion. A fire giant was leisurely sipping a steaming drink that resembled molten lava, occasionally emitting sparks from his mouth, each occurrence accompanied by a look of utter contentment. Chapter 44. Mischievous children. Near the front desk, a server was enthusiastically promoting their new product, a balloon the size of a head, to an unoccupied table. This is our latest creation, a new flavor of air sourced from the enchanted forest, sweet and tinged with a hint of nature. Dear guest, you simply must give it a try. After a silent exchange, the server's face brightened as he extended the balloon. Upon releasing it, the balloon floated gracefully into the air, revealing distinct impressions as if something had grasped it. Soon, the string tied to its neck was untied, causing the balloon to slowly deflate. Although no sounds were audible, Rehn felt as if a gentle hum resonated throughout the restaurant. perhaps indicating the presence of an air elemental being. Having completed his pitch, the server noticed a commotion by the entrance and looked up to see Rehn standing at the door. "Good day, sir. Welcome to our..." "Apologies. I must be on my way." Before the server could finish, Rehn turned and fled. He simply could not endure this restaurant any longer. His stomach grumbled insistently, urging him to seek out sustenance, and soon he found another establishment that piqued his interest: dragon roasted meats. Surely, they cannot be serving actual dragon meat. What caught Rehn's attention, aside from the intriguing name, was a lively dragon puppet dancing at the entrance, beckoning patrons. The puppet was crafted with charm and whimsy, resembling a cartoon character, adorned with a small bell around its neck, standing only as tall as Rehn's waist, suggesting that those inside must be even shorter. In any other world, I might have reported child labor violations. But never mind, this shall do. Regardless of its authenticity, meat is indeed consumable. As Rehn approached the entrance, the dragon puppet bounded over to him, gesturing invitingly. Just as he pushed the door open, two children suddenly dashed out, followed by shouts from within the restaurant. "Be careful. Don't run into the street." "We know." Rehn shook his head, dismissing the raucous children. One child incessantly tugged at the bell hanging from the puppet's neck, while the other relentlessly struck the puppet's head, shouting, "Kill the wicked dragon! Kill the wicked dragon!" The puppet, for some inexplicable reason, remained silent, shielding its head with one hand while covering the bell with the other. The child in front attempted to pry the puppet's hands apart multiple times, ultimately resorting to kicking it. "I want that bell. Give it to me. Hurry." The puppet, remaining passive, eventually resorted to crouching down, hugging its head as the two children continued their relentless assault. The recent incident involving the security team lingered in Rehn's mind, yet he felt an uncontrollable urge to intervene. Surely, dealing with a couple of unruly children would not land him in trouble again. "You." Rehn's admonition was interrupted when one child delivered a forceful kick to the puppet's forehead. Perhaps the child exerted too much force, for the puppet did not budge, causing the kicker to tumble backward onto the ground. "Wah!" The child lay on the ground, wailing, prompting the other child to pause momentarily before joining in the cries. The puppet, somewhat bewildered, quickly stood to assist the fallen child. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from within the restaurant. "What happened? What happened?" Rehn then saw a woman rushing out, heading directly to the children. She brusquely pushed the puppet aside as it attempted to help, scooping up the child into her arms and offering comfort. Don't cry, don't cry. Tell mommy what happened." Hiding in the woman's embrace, the child sobbed. "That dragon wouldn't give me the bell and bullied me." The puppet remained silent, frantically shaking its hands in protest. "Are you mute?" the woman scolded, then stood to pull off the puppet's headpiece. Amidst the chaos of hitting and tugging, with words of reproach flowing freely, they finally attracted the attention of others in the restaurant. The woman, catching her breath, turned to the owner and exclaimed, "I must say, your staff's conduct is appalling. They bullied my children, leaving both in tears. I cannot fathom if they've sustained any injuries. What do you intend to do about this?" The owner shot a glare at the puppet before smiling apologetically at the woman. "I sincerely apologize. It appears we have not adequately trained our staff. I assure you, your children seem unharmed. How about this? Your entire meal today is on the house. That is not enough. Besides complimentary service, you must dismiss this individual. I've dined here several times, and I do not wish to see him again. If I do, I shall never return." "That, certainly. Such an employee should indeed be dismissed. For now, please allow your party to enter. I wouldn't want you to miss your meal." "Humph, that is more like it." The woman shot one last disdainful glance at the puppet before ushering her children back inside. "Come, let us eat." Once the woman left, the owner let out a sigh of relief, turning to Rehn. "Dear guest, you two have come to dine. I apologize for the disturbance. Please, step inside while I have a word with our staff." Rehn observed the puppet, which seemed eager to speak but remained silent for reasons unknown. "Owner, I witnessed the entire incident. It was the children who initiated the altercation. Your staff did not retaliate at any point." The owner forced a smile. "Dear guest, I assure you I will address this matter. Please, enjoy your meal. Our roasted meats are truly exceptional." "Very well." Rehn pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement and stepping into the establishment. "Welcome." Upon entering, the servers noticed the new patron, but before they could greet him, Rehn merely stepped in and then promptly exited once more. Chapter 45. The barbecue restaurant. As the owner of the barbecue restaurant walked alongside the puppet, Rehn turned and pushed the door open again, following the two of them. Beside the barbecue restaurant lay a narrow alley, which presumably led to the back door of the establishment. Rehn noticed several garbage bins piled up nearby. The owner and the puppet entered, and Rehn leaned against the wall, eager to overhear their conversation. To Rehn's surprise, he had anticipated that the puppet would conceal a gnome or a similar creature within. Yet it turned out to be a dwarf. However, Rehn soon understood why the puppet had refrained from retaliating or cursing when provoked. Although the dwarf spoke in a soft and humble tone, his voice resonated with the clarity of a trumpet. "I apologize, boss, but I did nothing wrong. I was merely following your instructions. When they struck me, I crouched on the ground. Look at my clothes. They are covered in footprints. I absolutely did not hit that child. He fell on his own." The owner, exasperated, replied, "I care not for who is right or wrong. The patrons have expressed their dissatisfaction with you, and thus I must ask you to leave. After you exit through the back door and change your clothes, I shall settle your wages, and you may go." "Why?" The dwarf's voice grew slightly louder. "I have done nothing wrong. Shouting at me will not change a thing." Offering you a position as a dwarf was already a gesture of sympathy. With a voice so unpleasant, a mascot should not utter a word. If I were to find a cuter gnome, she would surpass you 1,000-fold. I am dismissing you now, so do not complain. But my wages are only a third of what those gnomes earn. That is your only advantage. Now, as I instructed, the owner gestured towards the back of the barbecue restaurant. "Go change your clothes, and then, wait. After you have changed, exit through the front door." The dwarf appeared dejected, mourning the loss of his job. "The front door? I want the customers to see that I have fired you. If you exit through the front, I will give you an additional 100 coins. The dwarf looked up as if to protest, but after a moment of struggle, he resignedly lowered his head. "All right." After their exchange, the dwarf followed the restaurant owner towards the back door. As the door swung open, the server instinctively prepared to greet new customers, only to find it was the same patron who had just left, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. It was not until Rehn seated himself at a table that the server regained her composure and approached him with a smile. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Flying Dragon Barbecue. May I take your order?" Having lost considerable time, Rehn remembered he had come out to dine. He felt certain that the dwarf's matter would not conclude so easily. However, he decided to address his hunger first. "Do you have a menu?" "This is my first visit." The server stepped aside and indicated a board behind her. "You can find our ingredients displayed here." Following her gesture, Rehn noticed the menu posted above the cash register. He had expected to find exotic offerings, perhaps various magical creatures. But upon scanning the list, he discovered it largely consisted of ordinary poultry and fish, alongside some common vegetables. Aside from slight variations, it bore a striking resemblance to barbecue menus on Earth. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Even in a fantastical world, magical creatures could hardly become commonplace fare, or else they would have long been consumed. Rehn casually ordered a few items and then inquired, "By the way, why is this place called Flying Dragon Barbecue?" "Oh, a reasonable question," the server responded. "It is certainly better than a simple explanation that our owner is named Flying Dragon. After all, we do not serve flying dragon meat." The server noted Rehn's order, asked him to wait a moment, and then turned to relay his request to the kitchen. During the wait, Rehn took the opportunity to observe the other patrons in the restaurant. Given it was mid-afternoon, the number of customers was scant. Besides Rehn, there were only 2 or 3 tables occupied, all of whom were dining in pairs. Rehn, however, sat alone, stealing a glance at the table in front of him, which was occupied by a woman and her 2 children. He noted that their table was piled high with dishes. He was uncertain whether they had initially ordered so much or if the owner had informed them that their meal was complimentary. But he could hardly fathom how the 3 could consume such an abundance of food. After a few minutes, the server began to bring Rehn his food. Although it was not the grand feast he had envisioned, even the most mundane barbecue could make one's mouth water. Just as Rehn prepared to indulge in his meal, the kitchen door swung open once more, revealing the owner and the dwarf as they emerged, heading directly towards the table of the 2 children. Rehn paused his actions, focusing intently on the unfolding scene. The owner approached the table, smiling as he addressed the woman. "Madam, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance during your meal. This is our errand employee, and he wishes to personally apologize to you and your children." Upon finishing his statement, the owner nudged the dwarf forward. The dwarf, head bowed, mumbled, "I apologize. Today was my fault." The woman glanced down at the dwarf, her disdain evident as she remarked, "So, it's a dwarf. Your voice is truly unbearable. No wonder you pretend to be mute." Your apology is meaningless. We do not wish to see you, and furthermore, keep your distance. I do not want you frightening my children." The owner nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, such discourteous behavior towards patrons is unacceptable. We have already dismissed him. I hope, madam, that you will continue to patronize us. In an instant, his demeanor shifted as he glared at the dwarf. Do you understand? You have been fired. You may leave. The dwarf looked up at the owner and then at the woman, one radiating hostility and the other satisfaction. With a heavy sigh, he turned and walked toward the exit. Unexpectedly, the woman called out, "Wait. You cannot leave yet." Chapter 46. A hand that cannot be stayed. The woman gently stroked the head of the child seated beside her, who was oblivious to adult matters and continued to eat voraciously. I reflected on the fact that he had struck my son. This matter could not be left unresolved. Upon hearing this, even the boss's expression turned somber. This woman was indeed overstepping her bounds. Did she intend to extort him? Suppressing his anger, the boss forced a smile and said, "Madam, we have already dismissed him." Dismissal was well-deserved, but my son's grievances could not go unacknowledged. The woman retorted, sweeping her gaze across the table before seizing a half-drunk glass of red juice. With determined strides, she approached the dwarf and poured the contents over his head. "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out, and the woman's hand was abruptly seized mid-air, immobilized. For a moment, everyone present was taken aback. Diners at nearby tables turned their heads in disbelief, only reacting when the acrid scent of burning meat wafted through the air. They were astonished not only by the woman's brazen actions, but also by the fact that someone dared to intervene. It was, of course, the dwarf who had intervened. The woman stood frozen for a moment, seemingly taken aback by the resistance, but upon recognizing her captor, she shrieked, You dare to stop me?" As she twisted her wrist, attempting to free herself, the dwarf sighed, confessing internally that he had not wished to meddle, yet something compelled him to act against his better judgment. Realizing she could not break free, the woman grew increasingly frantic, attempting to strike the dwarf with her other hand, only to be caught once again. At that moment, the dwarf experienced a strange sensation reminiscent of invincibility, akin to when he wore armor, albeit less intense. He did not believe his former self could easily subdue a frenzied woman. Have I grown stronger? The woman, her hands captured, remained oblivious to the dwarf's thoughts, only aware that this young man was risking everything. "Let me go? Do you even realize what you're doing? I'll report you to the security team. You little bastard, you'll spend your life in prison." At the mention of the security team, the dwarf felt a flicker of anxiety. He vividly recalled the last time he had been imprisoned for his gallant actions. "Wait," he exclaimed, turning to the woman. "I sincerely apologize. This is all my fault. Madam, please do not report my friend to the security team. Not a chance." "You two scoundrels." Her insults were cut short as the dwarf, having approached the table, poured a drink over his own head. "There, is that better? If that is not enough, I'll pour another. Just don't make things difficult for this friend of mine." With that, he lifted another cup, feigning readiness to pour again. He looked at the dwarf and said, "My friend, I am grateful, but for your own sake, you should release her." Observing the dwarf's disheveled appearance, the dwarf felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He then loosened his grip, releasing the woman's hand, and shrugged. "All right, perhaps sometimes it is best not to play the hero upon being freed." The woman's face lit up with triumph. "Humph, it's good you recognize your mistake. But you're finished." "I will." Before she could finish her sentence, the dwarf slapped her across the face, leaving her wide-eyed and speechless. The dwarf flexed his wrist. Realizing he was still somewhat weak, the slap had not provided the satisfaction he sought. If only he were clad in armor, he could have delivered several such slaps without feeling the sting in his hands. "Do you dare strike me?" she shrieked anew. "While I acknowledge that sometimes one should refrain from seeking glory, I have also stated that I am unable to restrain my hands. This time, the dwarf seized her hand and poured the juice over her own head. The woman, first receiving a slap and then drenched in juice, left all present in stunned silence. They had never envisioned such audacity in the face of invoking the security team. The first to regain his composure was the dwarf, who yanked the dwarf's hand and fled outside. Leaving the barbecue restaurant behind, he dragged the dwarf several hundred meters to a small park. The dwarf, puzzled by the dwarf's intentions, finally asked, "Why are you pulling me away?" The dwarf rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a wallet, from which he extracted several bills, contemplating before withdrawing the remainder and attempting to thrust it into the dwarf's hands. "Friend, take this money and run." "Run? Why would I run? I just ordered barbecue and haven't even begun to eat. I'm starving. Seeing the dwarf's nonchalance, the dwarf grew frantic, exclaiming, "Forget the barbecue. The security team will arrive shortly. If you don't leave now, you'll be in serious trouble. Acts of gallantry are a grave offense, and if you get caught, your life will be ruined." No, no. In Brika City, escaping is impossible at this. The dwarf sank to the ground, lamenting, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Although it may sound harsh, do you have any family? Rest assured, although I am poor and currently unemployed, I will work hard to care for your family. I have no family for you to look after. Besides, if the security team wants to arrest me, let them. It's not my first time, and I might just become the kingpin of the prison." With that, the dwarf also plopped down on the ground, and the two engaged in idle chatter while awaiting the arrival of the security team. The sound of a ringing phone broke the silence. Instinctively, the dwarf reached for his phone, only to remember he had changed his ringtone to that of a certain elven songstress. The dwarf pulled out his phone, hesitated for a couple of seconds before answering. "Hello, Grandpa, what's up? I'm at work. Oh, I've told you many times, I'm perfectly fine. Have you been drinking lately?" Of course. How could a dwarf not drink? Brika City offers every race's beverages. I drink a barrel daily. Are you bragging? You used to say you drank 4 barrels a day. All right, I may have exaggerated a bit. It's only half a barrel, but I still have to work. All right, my boss is calling me. Take care of yourself. After hanging up, the two fell into silence. If I recall correctly, in Brika City, dwarfs are only permitted to consume about 100 milliliters of alcohol daily, and there are regulations regarding its potency. Chapter 47. Shackles through their conversation. Rehn learned that the dwarf's name was Yearman Heavyhammer. Coincidentally, he and Rehn's classmate, whose first name Rehn could not quite recall, but whose surname was Transistor, both belonged to the emerging clan of dwarves known as the Electronic Clan. Are you also of the Electronic Clan? Your name sounds more akin to those traditional dwarves, Rehn remarked. Yearman, with red juice still smeared on his forehead, appeared quite disheveled, yet his expression turned proud upon hearing Rehn's inquiry. Indeed, many in our clan have changed their surnames, but ours will never change. Heavy Hammer is our pride. As he spoke, Yearman glanced at Rehn and continued, "As a child, I was mesmerized by the tales my grandfather shared about a life of adventure. Alas, the world has changed so swiftly. There is no longer a need for adventurers like my grandfather. Nowadays, someone as helpful as you can find themselves imprisoned." Upon hearing about Brika City, I bid farewell to my family without a second thought, only to find it was not as I imagined. In the past, after hearing my grandfather's stories, I dreamed of one day encountering a dragon and delivering a mighty blow, regardless of the outcome. Yet here I am, pretending to be a dragon and amusing people in the streets. If given a choice, Rehn would have preferred to remain in the small town where he attended high school. While it lacked the prosperity of Brika City, it was free from the myriad of convoluted regulations. Yearman hesitated for a moment before sighing. "I shouldn't divulge this, but it seems you'll likely be spending your time in prison. It's not much of a secret. You know the friendly demonstration community? It's over there." Yearman gestured towards the direction of the community. Rehn nodded, fully aware that this was the purpose of his visit. After I arrived in Brika City, the security team found me and inquired if I would like to reside in the friendly demonstration community, free of charge. Rehn exclaimed in astonishment, "The houses there are free?" He quickly realized that there must be strings attached to such an offer. Yearman wiped the juice from his brow, adding, "Indeed. You have no idea how terrified I was when they presented me with a stack of agreements as thick as a dictionary." Yearman gestured to indicate the thickness. The agreement outlined numerous regulations that residents of Brika City must adhere to, over 1,000 rules in total, in addition to the universal regulations everyone must follow. Each race had specific rules, such as the dwarves being restricted in their alcohol consumption and prohibited from singing loudly in public. Moreover, the regulations for residents of the friendly demonstration community were even more extensive. We were required to learn the appropriate greetings for all other races. However, due to the overwhelming complexity, no one in the community bothered to greet one another. Whenever we encountered each other, we simply pretended not to see one another. Yet, upon leaving the community, we were obliged to greet others. It was one of the regulations to demonstrate our friendliness. Rehn chuckled at the absurdity, realizing that free housing came at a steep price. These were merely the basic rules. Several core regulations included prohibitions against disclosing the agreement's contents to outsiders and mandates that residents could only leave the community with the approval of the security team and the residence management office. Any violations would result in severe penalties. Rehn's eyes lit up, as this was the very information he sought. What is life like in the community? Do people coexist harmoniously? Yerman muttered, harmoniously? Of course, it is harmonious. The regulations prohibit everything, rendering us like a group of stones living inside. Even expressing anger is forbidden. How could we not coexist peacefully? Indeed, this explained the absence of revelry. Rehn pondered Yerman's words, connecting many dots. Alan Veer had mentioned in his letter to Principal Grayson that he held a poor opinion of multiracial apartments, believing them to be unfeasible. Rehn found himself in agreement, particularly considering the dwarves like Yerman, who had their own set of rules restricting alcohol consumption and loud singing. While it was true that drunken dwarves often caused chaos, and their singing was often deemed unpleasant, the prohibitions stifled their nature. Each race lived under stringent regulations, and the entire friendly demonstration community resembled a vast prison. Though they were not shackled, their freedoms were bound by an array of rules. This community forcibly constrained individuals of different races together, attempting to cultivate an atmosphere of multiracial coexistence. One could only imagine how Alan Veer would feel if he had indeed arrived and witnessed the same scene. Not only the friendly demonstration community, but the entirety of Brika city was rife with pathological regulations. How would Alan Veer express his gratitude upon discovering that the city he had longed for was thus? Rehn was curious about what actions Alan Veer took afterward. Did he consult with Grayson or that Malvin again? Where did he go after their discussions? You two. Stay put and don't move. A loud voice boomed. The security team had finally arrived. Chapter 48. Quite right. Rehn found the city guard of Brika to be rather intriguing at times, particularly in this instance. They had divided the day's events into two separate cases. One concerning the altercation between the dwarf, Yerman, and the woman, and the other regarding Rehn's involvement. Currently under deliberation was the matter of Yerman and the woman, which, rather than being a formal trial, resembled more of a mediation. The presiding officer was the amiable captain of the 5th Squad, an elderly gentleman with thick glasses, rumored to specialize in domestic disputes and neighborhood squabbles. Akin to a community committee elder, Rehn attended as a witness to the conflict, seated beside the proprietor of the Flying Dragon Barbecue. Captain Fifth adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the records on the table, and with a smile remarked, "Allow me to summarize the events for you both. Mr. Yerman is an employee of the Flying Dragon Barbecue. Earlier today, he was performing in a mascot costume at the entrance of the establishment. Ms. Bailing, a patron, dined there with her 2 children. During their meal, the children ran outside to play with the mascot. According to Mr. Rehn's testimony, the children struck and kicked the mascot, while Mr. Yerman refrained from retaliating. In the course of this playful interaction, one of Ms. Bailing's children accidentally fell, prompting her to rush outside upon hearing the cries. That is preposterous," shouted the woman named Bailing, pointing at Rehn. "That bastard committed a grave sin and deserves the death penalty. Can his words be trusted? And that dwarf is equally worthless. My son is well behaved. How could he possibly strike anyone?" Captain Fifth adjusted his glasses once more, casting a glance at Ms. Bailing before lowering them again, maintaining his genial demeanor. "Ms. Bailing, it is inappropriate to use foul language. Furthermore, the matter regarding Mr. Rehn will be addressed subsequently. For now, we are resolving the issue between you and Mr. Yerman." Rehn interjected, Indeed. That mascot costume was nearly trampled into a spotted dog, covered in footprints. Your son well behaved? Let me tell you, though I have no children nor a girlfriend, I possess ample theoretical knowledge. In such cases, a little discipline is in order when children misbehave. Captain Fifth again pushed up his glasses, eyeing Rehn with a hint of skepticism, pondering the necessity of the spectacles. Did he wear them to appear more affable? Lowering his glasses, he nodded slowly, stating, "Mr. Rehn is correct." No, I meant to say that the first part of his statement holds truth. Our investigation suggests that Mr. Rehn's testimony is credible. Mr. Yerman did not strike out, and Ms. Bailing, your child fell of their own accord. However, I must disagree with Mr. Rehn's subsequent remarks, as resorting to violence does not guarantee compliance. Education is a gradual process, requiring a family's commitment to instill politeness in a child. Ms. Bailing shot a glare at Rehn. Even if my child erred slightly, they are still just a child. Is it not normal for them to be a bit unruly? Rehn shook his head. No, your son's behavior is far from normal. Captain Fifth adjusted his glasses once more. Mr. Rehn is right. We are not pursuing the mischief of your children, and Mr. Yerman has expressed he bears no ill will. Our focus is on the conflict between you and Mr. Yerman. Witnesses have stated, Ms. Bailing, that as Mr. Yerman was preparing to leave the barbecue, You attempted to pour a drink over his head. Is this true? And what if it is? He struck my son. I thought he had harmed him. What is wrong with me retaliating? Captain Fifth replied, yes, Mr. Rehn is indeed correct. Even if you mistakenly believe that Mr. Yerman had harmed your child, retaliating afterward is unacceptable. Should your child have suffered any injury, the appropriate course would have been to report it to the city guard, rather than taking matters into your own hands. A look of anger crossed Ms. Bailing's face. Are you and this vile boy in cahoots? Why do you always side with him and bully me? Captain Fifth waved his hand amicably. Not at all. The city guard stands firmly with the law and order. It is simply that Mr. Rehn's assertions are quite reasonable. Captain Fifth again adjusted his glasses, thoroughly examining the records on the table. The situation had become clearer. It was essentially a misunderstanding that had escalated. Allow me to share my perspective. Firstly, Mr. Yerman has committed no wrongdoing. He did not bully Ms. Bailing's child. Ms. Bailing's attempt to pour a drink over Mr. Yerman was unsuccessful. Therefore, my recommendation is for Ms. Bailing to apologize to Mr. Yerman and offer some form of compensation, thus resolving the matter. Would both of you be amenable to such a resolution? Ms. Bailing, upon hearing the suggestion of apology and compensation to Yerman, displayed visible displeasure. However, being in the precinct, she had little choice but to acquiesce. Very well, I shall compensate him. I cannot be bothered to argue further. Yerman, feeling tense since entering the precinct, promptly added, I have no objections. Excellent. Captain Fifth's smile broadened. And you, Mr. Trozen, as this is merely a misunderstanding, there is no need to dismiss Mr. Yerman from his position. The barbecue restaurant owner, Trozen, grimaced. Understood. He felt as though he had been ensnared in an unnecessary predicament. Seeing that no one opposed, Captain Fifth felt a sense of satisfaction. In that case, please come forward to sign the documents, confirming that there are no further disputes regarding this case. Subsequently, our officers will escort you to the hearing concerning Mr. Rehn's case. Initially reluctant, Ms. Bailing, feeling greatly aggrieved, transformed her demeanor upon hearing that the hearing for Rehn was imminent. She grinned maliciously at him. Busybody, prepare to languish in prison for a lifetime. Rehn shrugged, uninterested in engaging with the woman. After a half-hour interlude, Rehn and the others were ushered into a new room. Upon entering, Rehn was greeted by a familiar face. He greeted, hello again, Captain 7. Behind him, Ms. Bailing was left bewildered. Chapter 49, Return to the Palace. Ms. Bailing glanced at Rehn and then at the stern-faced man seated in the room. Captain 7's righteous face furrowed in confusion. What do you mean by a group? Our security team has always stood by the law and order. We do not collude with anyone. He intended to clarify, but Ms. Bailing became even more agitated. What you said is identical to what that old man claimed. Do you think I would believe you? Captain 7 slammed the table. Do not make a scene. The integrity of the security team is beyond question. If you have any grievances, you may voice them after the interrogation begins, not before it has even started with your slander against us. The demeanor of Captain 7 contrasted sharply with that of Captain 5, Ms. Bailing found herself at a loss for words, retracting slightly and becoming hesitant to speak further, entirely devoid of her earlier bravado when facing Rehn and the others. A few individuals took their seats, and Captain 7 first turned his gaze toward Rehn, appearing composed on the surface. Yet inwardly, he was already suffering a headache at the sight of him. Name? Captain 7 forced himself to remain calm, inquiring in a frigid tone. Rehn smiled. This is not our first encounter. Why ask for my name? Ms. Bailing abruptly stood up, turning to leave. I want to leave. You are all in cahoots. I refuse to be interrogated. Let me go. Preposterous. Captain 7's forehead bulged with veins as he forcefully slammed the table again. I have stated that any issues should be addressed during the review. I have no connection with this suspect. He has merely been investigated by us previously for other matters, which is how we know each other. Captain 7 concealed the truth of their last encounter, for in all fairness, Rehn's previous crime was severe enough to condemn him to a lifetime in prison. Yet here he sat, even capable of committing another offense. Captain 7 maintained a stern expression. We will proceed according to the rules. He shot a glare at Rehn. Suspect, please refrain from grinning during the interrogation. I will ask you once more to state your name. Rehn. I said your surname. Your name. Rehn Edward. After sequentially gathering information from several individuals, Captain 7 picked up the document from the table and read aloud. I will now outline the events of the case. Please confirm if there are any objections. Due to certain reasons, Ms. Bailing, a patron of the Flying Dragon Barbecue, had a dispute with employee Mr. Yerman. Ms. Baling attempted to pour her drink over Mr. Yerman's head but was stopped by the suspect Rehn, leading to a conflict between the two. Rehn first slapped Ms. Baling before dousing her face with the drink. Subsequently, Yerman fled the scene with Rehn until apprehended by our security team. Do any of you have objections to my account? Ms. Baling nodded vigorously. That's right, Chief. You have no idea how forceful that scoundrel was. Look at my face. The mark has yet to fade. She turned her face to reveal the slap mark to Captain 7. What if this mark does not heal? What if I am disfigured? You must not let this scoundrel go. Rehn quipped, if you find that mark unsightly, I could assist you by adding another on the other side for balance. Silence. Captain 7 slammed the table once more, incredulous that someone guilty of such a grave offense could be so brazen, especially as a repeat offender. He silently added, Rehn Edward, I ask you, do you admit to having committed the actions I described? I admit it. I indeed struck her, Rehn replied candidly, as numerous witnesses were present. And there was surveillance footage. There was nothing to deny. But what? You should be well aware of the crimes you have committed. Rehn patted the shoulder of the dwarf Yerman beside him. I had my reasons for acting. Do you know who he is? Captain 7 glanced at the documents in his hand. Yerman Hammerfist, dwarf, employee of the Flying Dragon Barbecue, tasked with portraying the Flying Dragon mascot. Precisely. Rehn struck the table. The key point is his name. Yerman Hammerfist. Hammerfist. Is there an issue? Having dealt with various races in Brika City for an extended period, Captain 7 prided himself on his understanding of different cultures. He could not recall any prominent figures among dwarves bearing the surname Hammerfist. Rehn pointed at Yerman. The Hammerfist family was bestowed this surname by the Dwarven king, representing the honor of all dwarves. Captain, think carefully about where the incident occurred. The Flying Dragon Barbecue? Correct. The Flying Dragon Barbecue. And where is that located? Right across from the Friendly Demonstration District. Imagine if such an incident were to occur near that community. How would others perceive it? What would the media say? An alien residing in the Friendly Demonstration District being humiliated by a human? This woman referred to Yerman as a mongrel and a scoundrel repeatedly. If you do not believe me, Captain 5 can attest to this. Her actions were a direct threat to racial unity, maliciously inciting conflict. What if this incident strains the relationship between dwarves and Brika City? How could I not intervene? I previously, faced with Rehn's convoluted arguments, Captain 7 nearly let slip details of their prior encounter. I must clarify, according to Brika City's regulations, no matter what occurs, taking matters into your own hands is not justified. Your sole responsibility is to report to us, not to act on your own, as you lack the professionalism and may easily be misled. Captain 7 reiterated his previous admonitions to Rehn as though he had never uttered them before. It seems none of you have any objections to the sequence of events. Thus, I will submit this report to the Brika City Court for a final ruling. Ms. Baling, due to your actions potentially undermining racial unity, you will likely need to remain with the security team for a few days while awaiting the verdict. Why? Just a moment ago, I reached a settlement with that dwarf. Ms. Baling protested, unable to accept such an outcome. Captain 7 shook his head. A settlement is one thing. Rules are another. A breach of regulations warrants punishment. The personal dispute between you and this dwarf may be settled privately, but the damage to racial unity cannot be resolved by the two of you alone. The public will not dismiss the matter simply because you have reconciled. Now, please escort them out. Rehn Edward, you remain. I have a few more questions to ask. Ms. Baling was quite vocal in her dissent, muttering as she was escorted out by the security team. Only Rehn remained, looking perplexed at Captain 7, uncertain of what further inquiries awaited him. However, once he confirmed that everyone else had departed, Captain 7 slammed the table forcefully and bellowed, Rehn Edward. Startled by Captain 7's sudden outburst, Rehn responded, What is it? Captain 7 pointed toward the door, Get out now, and do not let me see you again. Chapter 50. Emotional intelligence and performance. Yerman and Berlin were in a more dire situation. Yerman, along with the barbecue restaurant owner Tothan, had committed no grave transgressions. After completing the necessary documentation, he would likely be released by midnight. However, it appeared that Ms. Berlin would have to endure a few days of confinement. Ironically, the first to emerge was Rehn, the very individual they believed had committed a heinous crime and would languish in prison for a lifetime. Rehn was eager to uncover the identity of his benefactor, as he sensed that their intentions were not straightforward. When he inquired with the second captain, he was met with a scowl and told to leave without any further information. Subsequently, Rehn noticed something peculiar. Fellow students who had returned to school with him would glance at him briefly and then whisper among themselves. But that was the extent of their interaction. In stark contrast, students exiting the school would point and chatter excitedly upon seeing him. When Rehn turned to meet their gaze, they quickly lowered their heads and hurried away. Realizing that something was amiss, Rehn pondered what could have transpired during his brief absence. As he walked toward his dormitory, he suddenly halted, lifting his gaze to the familiar surroundings. The somewhat desolate campus street, illuminated by the street lamps, reminded him of his last late-night return to school. But something was different. He had not been alone then. To be precise, there had been a ghost. The thought struck Rehn with startling clarity, and he fished out his phone to search for information about Sir Clement. With a clatter, Rehn dropped his phone as a chill enveloped him despite the warm weather and his short sleeves. The ghostly figure he had encountered during his last late return was none other than Sir Clement. No wonder he had felt an uncanny familiarity with the portrait of Sir Clement he had seen that morning in the library. The oil painting depicted Sir Clement in his youth, while the specter Rehn had encountered appeared much older, with hollow eyes that had obscured his recognition at first. Now, scrutinizing the image on his phone, Rehn was convinced that the ghost he had seen was indeed Sir Clement. Yet, this revelation birthed new questions in Ryan's mind. Why had the ghost of Sir Clement appeared at the school? Furthermore, it seemed that the people of Resburg were unaware of this occurrence. Should he report this matter? If it were an ordinary ghost, Rehn would have promptly informed the school for them to address the situation. However, given that it was Sir Clement, one of the founders of Resburg University, the underlying implications became rather intriguing. The pivotal question remained: why had Sir Clement transformed into a ghost? Ryan's understanding of the origins of ghosts was primarily derived from his previous life, where he had encountered various notions. For instance, ghosts were believed to arise from unfulfilled wishes, or they could induce hallucinations in others. Nevertheless, Rehn felt it was imperative to delve deeper into this subject matter. As he prepared to retrieve his phone, a pair of slender hands beat him to it, picking it up from the ground. He looked up to find the talented warrior, Anya. She handed him the phone, and he expressed his gratitude. "You appear somewhat anxious and fearful," Anya remarked coolly. Rehn replied, "Huh?" Previously, a certain fellow had made a similar observation, prompting Rehn to consider seeking out Alfie the next day to inquire whether the school offered courses in performance arts. Anya scrutinized Rehn for a moment, stating, "You seem to have grown stronger since we last met." Stop. It's not that I don't wish to tell you. I genuinely do not understand," Rehn retorted. The preceding remarks made sense, as Anya was undoubtedly a gifted and discerning warrior, and her insights could not be dismissed lightly. As he listened, he nodded in agreement, though the final statement left him perplexed. "What domestic matters?" Rehn inquired, perplexed. "I truly have no idea what you are referring to." Anya turned her head, maintaining her serene demeanor as she regarded Rehn for an extended period. Rehn returned her gaze, curious to discern her willingness to elaborate. He shook his head in a daze. "No, since I first saw you, your expression has remained unchanged." After a moment of contemplation, Anya replied, "Very well. Perhaps you should inquire about performance arts courses tomorrow." Rehn simply responded. Chapter 51. The Spirit of Clement upon returning to his dormitory. Rehn immediately took out his phone to search for information regarding ghosts. Initially, he intended to do so right after bidding farewell to Anya. However, as the night deepened and the number of people wandering the campus dwindled, Rehn began to feel a sense of unease. Ghosts, as understood by contemporary society, are academically referred to as spirits. In the past, these two terms denoted entirely different meanings, but nowadays, they are often used interchangeably to describe ethereal entities that arise from human souls after death. Historically, spirits are defined as souls that harbor intense obsessions. They manifest under specific circumstances and retain clear memories of their lives, lingering around places or objects of significant personal importance until their desires are fulfilled. Conversely, ghosts typically emerge from malevolent magic or rituals, severing all ties with their former selves and exhibiting hostility towards all living beings. The information Rehn found aligned closely with his previous understanding. The last encounter with Clement revealed a coherent and amiable spirit, which, according to the literature, could indeed be classified as a spirit. Clement's presence in the university is easily explicable, for he is one of the founders of Resburg University, having donated his castle, which now serves as the school's location. Thus, it is unsurprising that this place holds immense significance for him. What perplexes Rehn is the nature of Clement's obsession. as spirits typically arise from unresolved matters. What, then, is Clement's unfinished business? He continued to peruse the materials. In modern society, due to various restrictions imposed by nations, all forms of malevolent magic concerning souls have been strictly prohibited, rendering ghosts nearly invisible. The public usually encounters spirits, which are also exceedingly rare. The most effective method for liberating a spirit from its plight is to fulfill its unaccomplished wishes. However, when such wishes are difficult to realize, one might exploit their weaknesses from their former lives to vanquish them easily. For instance, a spirit who met a cruel demise may be subdued using instruments of torture, while a spirit that was once a chef may exhibit vulnerability when confronted with culinary tools. Clement's decision not to manifest before the living suggests he does not wish for their assistance in fulfilling his desires or recognizes their inability or unwillingness to help him. There likely have been no prior reports of Clement's spirit within the school. Otherwise, the institution would have already been alerted. This implies that Ryan's encounter was indeed the first instance of Clement's spirit revealing itself in front of others. What could this mean? Does he desire Ryan's help in realizing his wish? With no clear direction at hand, Rehn could only ascertain one fact. He must refrain from disclosing the identity of the spirit as Clement to the school, ideally waiting until their next meeting to inquire about his intentions directly. However, the thought of waiting alone in the campus at night for a ghost to appear sent shivers down Ryan's spine. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his phone, prompting him to check the Hot News app, which had just pushed a new message. Mini talk show tomorrow, face-to-face with elite members of the World Parliament Security Forces. Rehn felt no interest in the so-called elite members of the World Parliament. His previous experience at the FAMATA press conference had left him with an unfavorable impression of the organization. Although FAMATA had been shuttered, the shadowy financiers behind it remained untouched. Moreover, Rehn had not harmed any FAMATA employees, yet the report indicated that all of them had perished, making it clear who was responsible. While the World Parliament's forces maintain a presence worldwide, claiming to respond to any incident within 2 hours, such assertions are merely proclamations. Local authorities typically handle ordinary issues. No one would hastily summon the World Parliament's forces, as, despite their neutrality, no one desires foreign military presence on their turf. By the time local governments recognize their incapacity to manage a situation and resort to contacting the World Parliament, the prime opportunity for resolution is often lost. Clad in his armor, Rehn realized he could not remain long before the World Parliament's personnel arrived. He would have long departed by then. Checking the time, he noted that after an exhaustive search for information, it was already 10:30. With classes awaiting him the next day, Rehn tossed his phone aside, intending to wash up before retiring for the night. Meanwhile, a few unfamiliar faces gathered, all members of the World Parliament. Krasuya sat atop a high chair. Reporting to Vili. Yes, everything has been arranged. I have informed Edler and Vili nodded in acknowledgement. Good. I shall refrain from delving into specifics. Krasuya, you have hosted many distinguished guests. I trust your discretion. Thank you for the compliment, sir, Krasuya replied, hastily nodding. Yet, he was merely placating. The World Parliament would not commend him for success, but failure could easily offend numerous individuals. He preferred to play it safe, asking a few questions while flattering the organization. Unexpectedly, Edler spoke up. Mr. Vili, I have a notion. Would it be possible for Mr. Lannard to demonstrate some combat techniques live? Perhaps we could find someone to spar with him, allowing the audience to witness the prowess of our team firsthand, thus reassuring them. Vili pondered this, then turned to the World Parliament members. What do you all think? Sounds good, Krasuya replied reluctantly, feeling a vague sense of anxiety. Rehn forcefully pushed aside the clutter weighing down upon him and crawled out from a large wooden chest. Upon standing, he instinctively surveyed his surroundings, only to discover an object hanging from his helmet, obstructing his view slightly. Upon yanking it off, he was startled to find it was a woman's corset, which he quickly discarded. Although he had previously entertained fantasies about such places, the reality made him somewhat nervous. What if he were to encounter a girl changing clothes at this moment? That would be rather embarrassing. Surveying the area, Rehn realized it was not as he had imagined. It appeared to be a storage room, likely belonging to a theater. Inside the chest he had just emerged from, he found an array of costumes, lavish yet poorly crafted. The items that had previously pinned him down were mere props: armor, banners, faux rocks, and fake trees. Stepping out of the storage room confirmed his suspicions. Before him lay a narrow corridor, which turned right at its end. From a distance, He could hear applause and cheers resounding through the air. After taking a few steps forward, he noticed a door on the right side of the corridor, with a small sign reading temporary dressing room, presumably for the actor's makeup and rest. Adhering to his principle of inquiring when uncertain, Rehn decided to politely ask someone what he should do in this strange new world. Based on prior experiences, most people were generally willing to assist him. Thus, he pushed open the door to the temporary dressing room, only to find a bald man sound asleep inside. Rather than waking him immediately, Rehn closed the door behind him and took a moment to survey the room. From his limited knowledge of theaters, he anticipated finding a script or something similar here. However, after scouring the entire dressing room, he found nothing of the sort. He fixed his gaze upon the bald man, who had just been rummaging through the makeup table, his hands encased in heavy armor as he clumsily handled various bottles and jars without a hint of tenderness. The incessant clattering echoed around them. Yet the bald man remained blissfully asleep. Were it not for the thunderous snores emanating from him, Rehn would have doubted his very existence. Was he merely a temporary actor, one who had no lines to utter? It was no wonder they referred to it as a temporary dressing room. Having found no script, Rehn contemplated awakening the bald man to inquire about their whereabouts and the nature of their performance. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. Rehn gently tapped the bald man's forehead, but the latter continued to slumber soundly. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I shan't disturb you, Rehn remarked, turning to exit. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, the door was thrust open from the outside. A diminutive middle-aged man recoiled upon seeing Rehn, taking 2 steps back before his shoulders slumped in resignation with an exasperated sigh. Really, Hans, if you're awake, you ought to announce it. Don't just appear before me like that. It's quite alarming, you know? Hans. Rehn glanced behind him and quickly deduced that the bald man must indeed be Hans. However, due to his own armor-clad stature, he had obstructed the view of the man at the door, leaving him unaware of the still, slumbering Hans. But how could he mistake Rehn for Hans? After all, he was clad in paladin armor. Noticing Ryan's silence, the man outside grew impatient. What are you dawdling for? It's almost your turn. Come along swiftly. Mr. Kruzia has some instructions for you. Oh, and put this on, he added, thrusting a costume into Ryan's hands. Rehn examined the garment, which turned out to be an extravagant leather cloak that cascaded from his neck to his ankles, fashioned intriguingly in the shape of a dragon. Thoughts raced through Ryan's mind. Though he was baffled by the apparent indifference towards his armor, it seemed that this individual had mistaken him for the sleeping Hans, and he was to portray a dragon. How amusing. The man appeared harmless enough, so Rehn decided to follow him and see where this led. Draping the leather cloak over his shoulders, Rehn addressed the staff member. Very well, let us proceed. Hurry along. Mr. Kruzia is waiting, the staff member urged, leading Rehn toward the source of the earlier applause. As they drew nearer, the throng of people increased, many of whom stared at Rehn in astonishment, some dropping their belongings in sheer disbelief. This, Rehn mused, was the appropriate reaction one would expect from a normal person upon seeing him. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they encountered a red curtain blocking the way. Behind it stood a dwarf who intermittently tugged at the curtain, peering anxiously at the happenings outside. When he spotted Rehn and the staff member approaching, he paused momentarily before hurrying over, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. Why are you so late? Although your scene hasn't begun, one must arrive early. This is a matter of professionalism. Due to the dwarf's diminutive stature, the staff member had to stoop slightly, repeatedly apologizing. Mr. Kruzia, I sincerely apologize, but Hans said he arrived overnight and was utterly exhausted. So I allowed him a brief rest. Mr. Kruzia waved his hand dismissively. No need for explanations. I have no interest in hearing them. Now tell me, what is this? The staff member appeared perplexed. Mr. Kruzia, you don't know? This costume was requested by Mr. Edler. I assumed he had already informed you. Mr. Kruzia slammed his thigh in frustration. That Edler is becoming increasingly presumptuous. Very well, if you must wear it, wear it. You are Hans, correct? During their conversation, Rehn had been surveying the surroundings. When it finally turned to him, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am Hans. You recall what I mentioned earlier, yes? Rehn continued. Yes. I remember. I am a naturally gifted actor. My performances rely entirely on improvisation. Mr. Kruzia, however, was unimpressed. Your response is exceedingly dismissive. Rehn retorted. Surely you can tell even with my helmet on that my words are far from perfunctory? It seems I truly must enhance my acting skills. Chapter 52. The Knight and the Evil Dragon. Kashwa pointed at Rehn and said, I must stress to you, Today's performance is of utmost significance. As many distinguished individuals are present, should you falter, I shall not intervene, but the one who will suffer the consequences will be you for offending those eminent guests. Listen carefully. I shall repeat myself. When it is your turn to take the stage, you must do so without hesitation. Your task today is to engage in combat with Sir Leonard. As for the intricacies of fighting, I am no expert. Thus, I have but one requirement. You must exude an impressive aura and ultimately concede to Sir Leonard. At this, Keshwa led Rehn behind the red curtain, lifting a corner to reveal the stage. Do you see that? That is Sir Leonard, peering through the fabric. Rehn beheld two figures on stage, a gallant young knight clad in striking armor, and a diminutive squire standing at his feet, extolling the knight's glorious deeds. After a brief glance, Keshwa lowered the curtain. Did you see? You are to create a formidable presence and then yield to him? Rehn affirmed with a nod. Precisely. Keshwa waved his arms in the air before settling them down. I am not well versed in the specifics of combat, so that aspect is yours to navigate. Being a warrior, you should possess greater understanding than I. This is precisely why I have enlisted your talents for this role. My instructions are simple. Once you take the stage, unleash a vigorous assault upon Leonard, ensuring that your strikes are both fierce and visually captivating. Your prowess is secondary. What matters is that the audience perceives you as formidable. After a while, allow Leonard to defeat you, and that will conclude your task. So, I am to execute some spectacular moves, only to have Leonard effortlessly counter and triumph over me, correct? Keshwa clapped his hands in delight. Exactly. You are not as dim-witted as I thought. You grasp the concept well. So, can you manage it? Rehn stretched his limbs, thumping his chest in assurance. No problem at all. I understand completely. With my acting skills. You need not worry. He then flashed a mysterious smile. On stage, Edler continued to laud Leonard's virtues. To become a knight of honor is no simple feat. While noble character is paramount, formidable strength is equally essential. Great Sir Leonard, might you grace us with a demonstration of your remarkable combat skills? Leonard, seemingly born for the stage, not only boasted a strikingly handsome appearance, but also exuded an effortless charm in his demeanor. Edler continued with flattery. A villager has just informed me of a dragon sighting near the town. If you would be so kind, could you eliminate this threat for us, Sir Leonard? With his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, Leonard declared resolutely, Of course, a knight fears no evil. Edler, in a feigned gasp, pointed behind Leonard. Sir Leonard, the dragon. It approaches. Below, Keshwa clapped Rehn on the shoulder. It's your turn. Remember what I said. Rehn signaled his readiness and, lifting the curtain, strode boldly onto the stage. Leonard and Edler were momentarily taken aback by Rhehn's entrance, clad in a dragon skin cloak. Edler nearly shrieked, and the audience erupted in laughter. The first to regain his composure was Leonard, who gracefully drew his sword, adopting a dashing pose, still smiling. Come. Upon taking several strides towards Leonard, Rehn pondered how to create an imposing presence. Should he let out a roar to rally his spirit? Indeed, dragons often announce their arrival with a mighty roar. In an instant, Rehn devised his plan. With a resounding, fearsome roar, Rehn charged towards Leonard, his fist aimed squarely at the knight's face. Behind the curtain, Keshwa clapped excitedly. Yes, just like that. The moves may be simple, but the intensity must be palpable. Observing Ryan's actions, Leonard's grin widened. This performer is lacking. He clearly has not undergone proper training. This punch resembles that of a child. Too many openings. He raised his sword slightly, commenting on Ryan's technique. This punch. I merely need to. However, before he could finish, Rehn barreled into him, ignoring the sword entirely. Leonard's thoughts raced as he wondered, is he reckless? Does he truly believe that costume armor can withstand my blade? Are we not merely acting? Yet, in the next moment, Rehn collided with the tip of Leonard's sword, causing the knight to lose his grip, the sword's hilt jabbing painfully into his abdomen. Simultaneously, Ryan's fist struck Leonard's face, sending him tumbling to the ground. The shift in the scene was so abrupt that the audience was momentarily stunned. When they regained their senses, they witnessed the once valiant knight bleeding on the floor, while the dragon stood triumphantly with one leg planted on the knight's chest, laughing boisterously. Indeed, the narrative had shifted. It was meant to be the knight slaying the dragon. How had it reversed? Moreover, it appeared to be a genuine altercation, as Leonard was visibly injured. Could it be a deliberate ploy to allow the knight a dramatic comeback? As the audience speculated, Leonard, still pinned down, finally emerged from his daze. He was bewildered. Today was meant to showcase the knight's strength, not his own defeat. Is this theater mocking me? He murmured to Rehn. What are you doing? Release me. The script dictates that I defeat you. Rehn, embodying the dragon, retorted, no. Happy. A moment of blankness enveloped Leonard until realization dawned upon him. He shouted to the crowd. This is not a performance. It is a genuine dragon. Chapter 53. The malevolent dragon and the foolish bear. At that moment, Commander Leonard suddenly shouted. This man is the true armored fiend. To be honest, I was taken aback as well. It was now the second day since the mini talk show had been attacked. A shocking incident that had garnered global attention due to its live broadcast. Captain Oleg had once again been summoned to the scene to oversee the investigation. Given the extensive ramifications of the recent Famata incident, the higher echelons of various nations and the World Assembly were reluctant to allow further interference in the inquiry concerning the armored fiend, thus placing the matter entirely in Oleg's hands. Now, Oleg was busy gathering testimonies from eyewitnesses at the talk show venue, the first being the director, Ksha. What transpired next? Ksha rambled on for quite some time before finally addressing the part Oleg was most eager to uncover, how the armored fiend had managed to escape. In the previous two cases, this suspect had always appeared and vanished without a trace. No one knew how he arrived at the crime scene or how he departed after committing his deeds. The St. Jim incident was somewhat explicable, as the armored fiend had forcibly entered the palace grounds, making his sudden appearance less surprising. Moreover, a group of distinguished individuals was present, and neither they nor their guards dared to pursue the fiend, granting him ample time to flee. In the Famata case, however, the armored fiend had materialized directly within the premises, bypassing numerous external cameras. Ultimately, he had disappeared before the eyes of Desak and Kenna, who confessed that they merely closed their eyes for a moment, and upon reopening them, the armored fiend was gone. Thus, the whereabouts of the armored fiend remained a significant enigma that lingered in the minds of Oleg and other investigators. Ksha, perched on a specially elevated chair, gestured animatedly as he recounted. After Commander Leonard's shout, chaos erupted at the scene. Everyone knew that the armored fiend was a madman. All the people from Famata had been slaughtered, instilling fear in everyone present. At this juncture, Oleg maintained his composure. Although the expression of his aide beside him appeared somewhat uneasy, for those victims were their own doing. Unaware of this, Ksha continued excitedly recounting the subsequent events. Everyone was terrified, screams echoed everywhere, and people rushed for the exits. Before long, everyone at the scene, including Edler, had fled, save for myself, and Commander Leonard, who had been trampled by the armored fiend. Why did you not run? Ksha waved his hands more vigorously, his excitement causing his entire body to tremble. How could I run? Those cowardly cameramen dropped their equipment and fled at the mere mention of the armored fiend, but not me. Back when I was a reporter, wherever there was a major news story, there I was. I have ventured into fierce battle zones, stood at the brink of erupting volcanoes, and infiltrated the royal chamber of King Akemi to capture clandestine moments with the Prime Minister's wife. Enough. Oleg slammed the table, admonishing, do not ramble about such nonsense. Speak of yesterday's incident. You should not have broadcast that live. Do you comprehend the disastrous ramifications it could cause? Oleg fumed. In an instant, he found himself under the armored fiend's foot, utterly powerless, all while the incident was broadcast live. Was this not a blatant slap in the face? The media now cast doubt on the capabilities of the World Assembly, which was facing a severe crisis of trust. The higher authorities demanded the swift capture of the armored fiend, and ultimately, the burden fell squarely on Oleg's shoulders, leaving him no room for complacency. Having grown weary of this discourse, Oleg directly inquired, do not recount what everyone already knows. Tell me, where did the armored fiend go in the end? Do not rush me. I shall reveal that shortly. After I acquired the footage, I saw the armored fiend kick Commander Leonard aside, who then seemed to lose consciousness. The armored fiend proceeded to wreak havoc on stage, smashing everything in the studio. One thing struck me as odd. The armored fiend appeared to be acting erratically, speaking in a peculiar tone, as if performing in a theatrical play. His movements while destroying the set resembled those of an actor embodying a character, reminiscent of a foolish bear that has stumbled into a human picnic. Oleg furrowed his brow. Such behavior had not been observed in the previous two cases. Prior witnesses had merely noted that the armored fiend spoke strangely, announcing his identity loudly, yet overall, he had seemed relatively normal. But this time, was he masquerading as a bear? As he nearly finished demolishing the entire venue, He stood atop the ruins, bowed towards me, and proclaimed, "Thank you all for watching my performance." I felt he was addressing the audience watching the live broadcast. Then, he leaped and tore down the large curtain above the studio. I rushed forward to pull back the curtain in hopes of capturing more footage, only to discover the armored fiend had vanished. Oleg raised an eyebrow. "He simply disappeared within the studio? Are you certain you did not overlook anything?" Indeed, it was as if he had performed a magic trick. Oleg, having viewed the broadcast footage, understood the sequence of events. However, he had presumed that the camera's limited perspective had obscured the armored fiend's exit, not realizing that the fiend truly vanished without a trace. He instructed his aide to document these observations, including the report on the fiend's bizarre behavior. "One last question. You must have encountered the armored fiend earlier. Why did you not suspect him and allow him to take the stage?" "Enough." Oleg waved his hand dismissively. "I have no desire to delve into your affairs. You may leave." "Aide." "Yes. Take him out and bring the host, Edler, back in." "Understood." Chapter 54. Coincidence. When the armored figure began wreaking havoc in the studio, where did you take refuge? In contrast to the exhilarated Kishwa, who was reveling in the sensational news he had captured, Edler appeared markedly more timid. The poor little man seemed utterly terrified. Edler lowered his gaze, stating, "As soon as Commander Lannard mentioned that it was indeed the armored figure, I was gripped by fear, and I instinctively crawled beneath the sofa." "The sofa?" Oleg asked. "You mean the one we usually sit on in the studio? I'm small enough to squeeze under it." "You remained there the entire time?" Oleg inquired further. "Did you witness anything?" Oleg's excitement was palpable. If Edler had been hiding in the studio, he might have seen how the armored figure made his exit. Edler shook his head. "No, I didn't see anything. After I crawled under the sofa, I stayed hidden. Soon, there were loud crashing noises outside, and I thought the armored figure was smashing things, perhaps even committing murder. Consequently, I dared not venture out or peek outside. Even when the sofa was tossed aside, I clung tightly to the support beam underneath and did not emerge." "You truly saw nothing at all?" "Nothing." Oleg sighed. "Then I shall pose one final question. Why were you not the least bit surprised upon seeing the armored figure, especially when Director Kishwa claimed that the outfit was prepared by you?" "The cloak?" Oleg retrieved a piece of fabric from the side. It was found at the crime scene, draped over the armored figure when he made his entrance, emblazoned with the words "Big Bad Guy." After the armored figure vanished, the cloak remained behind. "Is this the cloak?" Oleg waved his hand in impatience. "It seems there is nothing useful to glean from you. You may leave and wait outside." "Lieutenant," summoned the director's assistant. "Yes." The lieutenant rose and soon returned with the assistant. This assistant was the first individual from the production team to encounter the armored figure, and it was precisely because he had led the figure that others harbored no suspicions. Oleg felt it imperative to interrogate him thoroughly, as prior investigations suggested that the armored figure likely had an accomplice assisting in the crime. "You claim you encountered the armored figure in the temporary dressing room?" The assistant appeared even more frightened than Edler. After all, he had spoken privately with the armored figure numerous times. How could he not be afraid? Oleg interjected, "So, you are saying that when you encountered the armored figure, he was not yet wearing the cloak?" "Yes." I handed him the cloak. With a loud clap on the table, Oleg demanded, "Others may have mistakenly believed the armored figure was an actor due to the cloak or your guidance, but tell me, why did you harbor no doubts upon seeing the armored figure? Do not attempt to tell me you did not recognize him." Frustration gnawed at Oleg as he pressed further. "What about the actor Hans? Was he not in the dressing room at the time? Did you not notice him?" "Due to time constraints, I did not enter the dressing room, but stood at the door speaking with the armored figure. He was so large that I could not see inside." Oleg rubbed his temples, waving his hand dismissively. "You may leave now. Lieutenant, bring Hans in." "Yes." Shortly thereafter, Hans was brought in. This time, Oleg did not need to pose any questions. Hans began to lament on his own. "Commander, I know nothing about this matter. I was asleep in the dressing room. I had no idea what transpired outside." Silence. Oleg's irritation escalated. Seeing Hans in such a state only fueled his anger. "You are due to take the stage imminently. How could you possibly be sleeping at this hour?" Oleg fixed Hans with a steely gaze. "We investigated that dressing room and found signs of disturbance. Were you responsible for that?" "Not at all. I collapsed into the chair in the break room and fell asleep immediately." "Then explain why, while the armored figure was rummaging through the room, you remained completely oblivious?" Hans's expression grew increasingly distressed. "Commander, I am a very deep sleeper. Unless someone shakes me vigorously, I will not awaken, and I snore quite loudly, which is why I requested a vacant dressing room for rest. You may inquire with the staff about this. I assumed they would come to wake me when the time arrived. I thought. Oleg was on the verge of madness. Each of you keeps saying I thought. So are you suggesting that this entire debacle is merely a series of coincidences? Chapter 55. The prison experience card. The uproar caused by the stand-up comedy incident far surpasses the two previous cases committed by the armored man. Although one involved the injury of numerous high-ranking officials and royalty, and the other resulted in the loss of dozens of innocent lives, neither could compare to the impact of the comedy incident. Furthermore, in the aftermath, aside from further confirming the armored man's mental instability, the World Council has yet to present any substantial investigative findings. It is worth noting that this event was broadcast live to audiences worldwide, with members of the World Council participating in person. Given their inability to uncover any evidence, no one would believe claims that they would certainly identify the armored man. Some media outlets even remarked that if the armored man were to visit various police stations, military bases, or the World Council headquarters, no one would be able to apprehend him. However, what is transpiring outside remains unknown to Rehn, as he finds himself currently at the police station, more precisely, in the courthouse. The events that unfolded at the Flying Dragon barbecue are now reaching their final judgment. Although Rehn was discreetly released, he is still required to appear in court. He is presently in a lounge with Captain 7, previously misidentified, now corrected, who is advising him on certain precautions. Though I cannot fathom why you have been repeatedly indulged, this is not a justification for your arrogance. Rehn Edward, please heed my words, otherwise, you may very well find yourself imprisoned for life. Do not shed tears then. Yes, Rehn replied with a sense of despair. I will certainly comply with your arrangements, but could the process of arresting me be a tad more humane? Rehn had been taken directly from his class by members of the security team, and after several days of absence, one could only imagine the rumors circulating at school. Captain 7 scoffed. You are a criminal. It is a tremendous stroke of luck that you can sit in a classroom at all. Do you expect us to treat you with courtesy? All right. I am a heinous criminal. Just tell me the subsequent arrangements. Captain 7 was quite displeased with Ryan's dismissive attitude. Nevertheless, he had to comply with orders from above. Listen carefully. Shortly you will stand trial alongside Ms. Berlin. Ms. Berlin has disrupted racial unity, but her actions have not caused significant harm, so she is likely to receive only a few months sentencing. As for you, your sins are considerable. However, considering this is your first offense and your acknowledgement of wrongdoing, you will receive a life sentence. This is merely the court's judgment for the benefit of others, as today's proceedings will not be open to the public. You will spend a few days in prison, and then we will quietly release you. Upon hearing the mention of a first offense and good attitude, Captain 7 felt quite agitated, as this scoundrel had clearly committed a second offense and exhibited extreme arrogance. Rehn, equally frustrated, pondered how he was to serve time for merely acting justly in the face of injustice. The two exchanged glances of mutual disdain. Yet one had to patiently relay the requirements while the other had to endure the instructions. Just remember one thing. Whatever the judge says, do not contradict. Simply admit your guilt. Do you understand? Understood. Captain 7 then departed, indifferent to whether Rehn was genuinely attentive, secretly hoping that he might act out, leading to a lifetime sentence for him, thus avoiding blame from above. The trial proceeded smoothly, if one disregarded Ms. Berlin's outburst upon learning she would spend 3 months in prison, during which she vehemently cursed at Rehn and Yerman, extending her sentence by an additional month. Upon discovering Ryan's life sentence, she mocked him relentlessly, once again ignoring the presiding judge's warnings, ultimately prolonging her imprisonment to 8 months. As for Rehn, he naturally received a lifetime membership card, and to his dismay, it was a VIP one. He would be incarcerated in the main cell of Brika prison, alongside the most notorious criminals. Rehn suddenly recalled the last time he visited the security team headquarters, where he encountered a criminal reputed to have injured several members of the security team. That individual had claimed to take Rehn under his wing upon his entry. It remained uncertain whether that person still existed or had faced capital punishment. Professor AI instructed her assistant to dial a number once more. As soon as the call connected, Enid's voice echoed through the receiver. What happened just now? Why did you abruptly hang up? Wait, you haven't found a boyfriend, have you? Professor AI shook her leaves, clearly in high spirits, and replied with a smile. Do you really think that is possible? What about you? When will you find a boyfriend? I recall you being. Never mind. Let us not hurt each other over this, shall we? So why did you hang up earlier? You sounded rather urgent. It's nothing. Just that a student was taken away by the security team during class. There was a brief pause on the other end, and Enid momentarily lost her words. The security team of Brika City? Your student was taken right in front of you, and that's no big deal? Everything is done according to the rules. That's just how it is in Brika City, and I think it's quite good. Hundreds of years ago, when I applied to West Island University, those people gave me no opportunities, claiming there were numerous inconveniences in teaching students. Unlike Brika City, where there are no prohibitions in the rules, I can compete fairly with others. Professor AI had argued with the school over this issue, believing that the regulations failed to consider the realities of different races and demanding amendments. Enid teased Professor AI, but chose not to continue discussing this matter. Though they were good friends, their life perspectives were fundamentally opposed. Professor AI relished her time in Brika City, feeling quite at ease, as she harbored no lofty aspirations, merely wishing to delve into history and teach students. Regardless of the number of rules in Brika City, she thrived comfortably. Conversely, Enid felt discomfort whenever she visited Brika City. Take the matter of yielding seats on public transport as an example. In ordinary cities, it was straightforward. Offer seats to the elderly, the weak, and the disabled. However, Brika City had hundreds of regulations governing the arrangement of bus seats. Yielding seats to the elderly, the weak, and the disabled was a given. But other rules were largely race-related. For instance, for diminutive races like gnomes and pixies, their priority ranked between adults and children, while dwarves were excluded as their center of gravity was stable, making them less prone to falling. Additionally, various elemental races should be seated according to their characteristics, as the occasional jolting of the bus could be akin to igniting a gas canister if certain races collided. Every day on the bus, one often witnesses a peculiar routine. Upon arriving at a particular stop, a few passengers of a certain ethnicity board, prompting the others to immediately scrutinize the scene, analyzing the demographics of those present, and determining how to allocate seats. Questions arise regarding where individuals of a specific ethnicity should sit. Should someone hesitate or fail to yield their seat promptly, they may find themselves admonished for breaching the established norms. Once seating arrangements are finally settled, the bus arrives at the next stop, and the entire process of reassignment begins anew. This is merely a reflection of the rules governing bus travel. Such regulations are rampant throughout the city of Brika. While everyone acknowledges the inconvenience of this system, it remains a fundamental aspect of sustaining the multicultural fabric of Brika. To oppose these norms is to undermine the very foundation of the city. For newcomers to Brika, this dynamic may seem novel and intriguing, as passengers engage in a polite dance of yielding seats. However, those who reside here long-term perceive it differently. For Enid, enduring such a lifestyle is unbearable. She yearns for a life of unrestrained adventure, which is precisely why she has chosen the path of a detective. Professor AI, wishing to shift the conversation away from this topic, recalls the reason for Enid's call. You mentioned you were at the ruins of Famida? Indeed, I am in the vicinity. Enid replies. With a hint of resignation, Professor AI asks, are you still investigating that armored figure? Of course, but now it is a personal endeavor rather than for a client, Enid clarifies. What of your previous investigation in St. Gem? With a mix of regret and excitement, Enid explains, my inquiries in St. Gem were significantly hindered. The military maintained strict lockdowns, rigorously screening outsiders, and the locals were reluctant to grant me interviews. After 2 or 3 attempts, I was expelled from the kingdom of St. Gem. However, their evasiveness only strengthens my conviction that there are hidden truths at play. The tale of the populace presenting 499 gemstones to the king may well be a fabrication. Intrigued, Professor AI inquires, what have you discovered in Famida? Enid responds, nothing substantial. The World Assembly has assumed control here. Although they permit media access, I managed to gain entry through a friend's connections, yet found little of value. I am particularly curious as to why the armored figure refrained from causing harm initially, yet unleashed chaos in Famida. Could there be a reason compelling them to kill? I wish to speak with patients who received treatment here, as well as the surviving researchers. However, the World Assembly has informed me that their conditions are not conducive to external interviews. I plan to remain for another day or 2. If I uncover no new information, I shall depart. Enid expresses her frustration, acknowledging the difficulties of investigating the armored figure, who seems to evade capture while creating obstacles at every turn. Nevertheless, she remains resolute, believing that as long as the figure continues their nefarious activities, she will eventually uncover vital clues. Indeed, though the ordeal of flying from place to place is excruciating, each crime committed by the armored figure increases the likelihood of exposure. I shall not relent in my pursuit. If I ultimately apprehend this fiend, I shall demand to know how they manage to traverse the globe with such ease. Professor AI, intrigued, posits, it is conceivable that this armored figure is not a singular individual. What if it is a collective of criminals? No, Enid asserts confidently. These three incidents are undoubtedly the work of one person. How can you be so certain? AI queries. It is a matter of intuition. Despite the armor obscuring their face, the figure's erratic behavior and penchant for nonsensical chatter leave no doubt that it is the same individual. Different people cannot convincingly mimic such a similar demeanor. Professor AI nods, struggling to fully comprehend Enid's perspective, but understanding her nonetheless. So, you called to seek my assistance? Returning to the crux of the matter, Enid adopts a serious tone. I wish to ascertain whether any historical records exist of technologies or magics that permit an individual to traverse the world with such fluidity. Understanding this elusive capability is essential for me to unravel the mystery and ultimately apprehend them. Chapter 57. Observations from Prison, Part 1. Professor AI was supported by her assistant, who held a phone near her mouth to facilitate communication. Was there a spell that allowed for seamless movement? Certainly, if such a spell existed. Why had it not been employed by anyone before? Moreover, it was rarely mentioned. Achieving long-distance teleportation was no trivial matter. It required either an exceptionally powerful caster, at least someone with 1,000 certificates, or an exceedingly intricate ritual, consuming vast amounts of resources and time. 1,000 certificates? Enid clicked her tongue. She could count on one hand the individuals she knew who possessed such power, all of whom were renowned figures. None would masquerade as a masked villain. Even if they were to do so, it would likely be easy for others to discern their true identities. For those with such strength were exceedingly rare. In their circles, concealing one's identity was no simple feat. As for employing a ritual, that was even less plausible, as no relevant traces could be found at the crime scene. If that were the case, the investigation would become utterly devoid of leads. Enid felt a pang of frustration. Was there truly no other possibility beyond these two methods? The complexity of the situation was increasing, yet the more elusive the criminal, the greater the challenge. Very well. It seemed she would have to attend the live show after all. Oh, how she wished that the masked villain would refrain from committing crimes so frequently. It was quite a challenge to keep up. At that moment, Rehn had indeed little opportunity to commit any crimes, as he was being transferred to Brika prison under the escort of Captain 7. After the transfer was complete, Captain 7 found a reason to dismiss the others, as he had some matters to discuss with Rehn. Once the last person left and closed the door behind them, Rehn spoke first. He raised his hands, adorned with heavy black handcuffs, twisted his neck, which bore a metallic collar, and lifted his legs, similarly shackled. Must I wear these? He inquired. Captain 7 snorted in response. You are a prisoner now, a high-profile one at that. These are regulations that must be adhered to, but I am merely a weakling with a single certificate. A middle school diploma at that. Is it truly necessary to be burdened with all this? Humph. The rules of Brika City do not change based on who you are or your strength. Are you a minotaur, that you continuously snort like one? Humph. Captain 7 intended to snort again, but, influenced by Rehn's words, altered his tone. Enough with the frivolous banter. Once you enter the prison, behave yourself and adhere to the rules, understand? I will come to fetch you later, depending on my mood. Captain 7 offered a few more reminders, essentially advising Rehn to avoid causing trouble within the prison and to focus on rehabilitation, though there was little hope for any sentence reduction. He then handed Rehn over to the personnel at Brika prison. Rehn was placed into a tightly enclosed transport vehicle, and he had no idea where they were headed. After approximately 20 minutes, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Rehn had expected to be taken directly to a cell, but it seemed there were additional procedures to complete. He was first escorted into an office known as the reception area for prisoners. An officer registered his information and kindly poured him a cup of tea, leading to a pleasant conversation between them. As Rehn sipped his tea, he surveyed the surroundings. Officer, it appears you treat prisoners quite well here. Truly, Brika City lives up to its reputation. Even prisoners receive such normal treatment. Rehn raised his thumb in praise. Your insights are truly remarkable. Oh, not at all. My colleagues and I share a common purpose, to serve everyone. We simply hope that all may enjoy a peaceful and happy life during their stay in our prison. After spending over half an hour in the reception area, drinking 3 or 4 cups of tea, Rehn was finally led away by the prison guards. However, he could not yet be placed in a cell. First, he had to wait in a holding room until an independent cell was arranged for him. In contrast to the comfortable sofas and tea in the reception area, the holding room was quite austere, containing only a few small stools and a water dispenser. Remembering what Grabo had said about the kindness of the staff, Rehn struck up a conversation with the guard overseeing him. "Officer, to be honest, this is my first time in prison, and I'm about to enter a high-security cell. I'm feeling a bit anxious." The guard waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. We maintain strict standards here. There will be no bullying in this prison. Your only task is to stay here quietly until the end of your days. If you have no family, we will even handle the burial. It won't be a haphazard burial, will it? Land is precious in Brika City. I doubt the prison's funeral services are of high quality. You harbor prejudices against us. I assure you, our prison operates with the utmost integrity. We have established a fair and just points system, allocating points to each prisoner each month based on their behavior during incarceration. If a prisoner passes away, the funeral arrangements are determined by their accrued points. The better the behavior, the higher the points. The higher the points, the more prestigious the funeral services one can enjoy. With 100 points, we bury them in a cemetery. With 1,000 points, they receive a special burial plot. With 10,000 points, our staff will attend the funeral as family members. Little brother, I understand your situation. You'll likely be here for life, and without any family, right? Behave well. And if I outlive you, I'll be your father." He chuckled heartily. Chapter 58. Observations from the Prison, Part 2. If one were to disregard the fact that this guard insisted on acting as his father, Rehn found the people here to be quite agreeable, their words pleasant, and each one a talent in their own right. After spending another half hour in the detention room, he was finally met by another person. This time, it was a portly old man, equally adorned with a benevolent smile. Noticing Rehn's cumbersome shackles, he warmly assisted him in rising from the bench. Come, you must be Rehn, right?" "Yes, that is correct." The elderly gentleman patted Rehn on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What a young lad. Seeing you is like catching a glimpse of my little grandson." The unexpected warmth made Rehn somewhat uncomfortable. "Did your grandson also end up in prison?" "No, my grandson is still in kindergarten." "Then why do you say I resemble your grandson? Is it common for your prison to take advantage of inmates? One wants to be my father, and another claims I am like a grandson." Rehn silently scoffed. The old man grasped Rehn's hand and led him outside. "Well, sitting here isn't comfortable. Let us chat while we walk." "Chat again? At this rate, you might as well claim to be my ancestor." "We've already allocated your cell, number 176, a rather auspicious room." Rehn was puzzled. Is there anything special about the number 176? It's not the number itself, but the fate of the inmates who resided there. They all lived out their days peacefully. The previous occupant of room 176 passed away just last month, having accrued 10,000 prison points to receive our highest level of funeral service. I even played the role of his grandfather at his funeral. Huh? Well, that does sound like a fortunate room. The old man patted Rehn's hand gently, speaking earnestly. "We placed you in this room with the hope that you will conduct yourself well. Your crimes are quite severe. Seeking a reduction of sentence is impossible. It would be better to strive for more points, so that, a century from now, your family might send you off, sparing you a lonely fate, wouldn't it?" With such courtesy extended towards him, Rehn had little choice but to nod repeatedly. Yes, I will behave myself." The old man appeared satisfied with Rehn's attitude, praising him. "Indeed, this sincere demeanor is commendable. If you maintain this, while 10,000 points may be ambitious, earning 1,000 or 2 should be feasible. 1,000 points could secure a decent burial plot. The remaining points could be exchanged for a finer coffin. And you could even order your favorite flowers. If you accumulate 5,000 or 6,000 points, we could even arrange for a few actors to shed tears on your behalf." Actually, I think it's a bit premature for me to be considering these matters." The old man, slapping his forehead, chuckled. "Apologies. It's uncommon to have a young inmate like you. I'm accustomed to discussing our services with every newcomer, which is indeed a bit early for you. Let us talk about something else. What shall we discuss?" Yes. I must inform you about the rules of the prison." Upon hearing the term rules, Rehn became more attentive. This was the prison of Brika City, and considering the multitude of regulations for something as trivial as taking a bus, the prison surely had more daunting ones. The old man's expression grew more serious. The rules I'm about to share are crucial. You must remember them. Violating them will result in a deduction of your points. If your points turn negative, regardless of previous court rulings, it will lead to immediate execution. Is it really that terrifying? I shall remember. Rehn had initially thought the point system was merely a reward structure, not realizing there was a punitive mechanism where negative points would lead directly to death. This was indeed alarming. It seemed imperative to memorize these rules. Although he would only be here for a short while, the last thing he wanted was to inadvertently breach a rule and find himself in dire straits before Captain Seven could retrieve him. Regardless, he resolved to remember every single rule, no matter how many there were. The old man continued, I will state the rules, and you shall note them down. First, you must obey the prison management's arrangements. Rehn nodded. That was self-evident. Second, adhere to the established schedule. This was simple enough. He merely needed to follow the timetable provided by the prison. Third, you must not engage in conflicts with fellow inmates. This was even more straightforward. As long as he avoided causing trouble, he would be fine. Why are you staring at my face? I wanted to ask. What comes after the third rule? What comes after? Those are the 3 rules. Rehn countered, I've memorized them, but why are there only 3? Because there are only 3. How can there be so few? Rehn couldn't help but voice his disbelief. When he had arrived in the prison transport vehicle, there had been a comprehensive list of 15 rules affixed inside. The old man responded matter-of-factly, while we treat inmates fairly, you must remember that you are still a convict, and you've committed unforgivable crimes. The multitude of rules outside serves to protect the legal rights of every resident of Brika City. However, as a serious offender, the majority of your rights have been stripped away. Only the most basic human rights remain. Thus, there is no need for an abundance of rules to safeguard you. Rehn? Here we are, the dining hall. What do you think? Quite tidy, isn't it? As Rehn followed the old man through various areas, he couldn't help but wonder if the prison's designers had meticulously planned the layout. The old man provided commentary at each stop, and Rehn mused that this man would be better suited as a guide in a zoo or museum, certainly far more competent than that woman, Elixia. Here, we have dedicated staff for cleaning every day. We even purchase sterilization machines typically found in high-end hotels to ensure every piece of cutlery is spotless. If you don't believe me, we can inspect the kitchen. All it takes is asking the kitchen manager. What? You say you don't need to? That is fine. You'll be dining here for decades, so you can take your time to observe. Let us continue. This is the shower area. Oh, you're curious if there are private stalls? Since we're all men, why would you have such a requirement? No one has ever raised this concern before. Plus, having private stalls would be quite troublesome. This way, several people can share a single bar of soap, which not only saves money but also fosters camaraderie among inmates. Isn't that wonderful? You still prefer private stalls? Very well. I shall convey your request to the higher-ups, though whether it is approved is uncertain. This is the recreation room, equipped with a television, bookshelves, and a pool table. Aside from the lack of internet, it has everything one could desire. And this is the visitation area. I must tell you, in most prisons, visitation rooms are placed closer to the exterior to facilitate visits from family, ensuring they don't catch a glimpse of the inmate's true circumstances. However, we at Brika City Prison are different. We situate our visitation area internally, allowing visiting family members to witness the inmates' lives here. Chapter 59, Observations from the Prison, Part 3. After collecting his bedding, bucket, and other essentials from the supply station, the elderly man guided Rehn to his small single room. Due to Rehn being shackled, the supply station had specifically assigned 4 guards to assist him. The atmosphere was congenial as they conversed merrily until they arrived at the door of cell 176. The elder retrieved a large ring of keys from his pocket. Sifting through them slowly, Rehn noticed there were at least 300, all intricately large and seemingly heavy. It appeared that the old man was not as frail as he seemed. After a prolonged search, the elder selected a key and detached it from the ring. Before I hand over the key to your room, I must pose a few questions to assess your understanding of what I previously explained. Oh, what questions? Rehn nodded in confusion, suddenly realizing something felt amiss. Wait, you're giving me the key? Of course. Whose key would it be if not yours? Should we come unlock the door for you every time? Well, you make a valid point. The elder continued, I shall inquire a few things, primarily to ascertain whether you have attentively listened to my prior instructions. Once you prove you have retained the information, I will provide you with the key. Go ahead. I have been attentive, Rehn replied. The elder pondered for a moment, seemingly contemplating his questions, before finally asking, Tell me, How many rules must inmates adhere to in our prison? Ryan was taken aback by the simplicity of the question. 3. The first is to comply with prison regulations. The second is, that's enough. The elder appeared quite pleased, gently patting Ryan's hand. You've remembered well, and even answered eagerly. Excellent. You truly are a distinguished student from Railsburg University. Here is your key. As he handed the key to the somewhat bewildered Ryan, the elder then produced a mobile phone, unlocked its screen, and accessed a specific application, entering his username and password. I am logging into an application called Prison Home, which we developed independently. Here, we periodically update prison news and upload photos and videos of the inmates' lives. Families of inmates can download this application from the market and, by providing identification to verify their relationship, receive a registration code. They can then frequently check on their loved ones' updates. The elder shifted his phone slightly toward Ryan so he could see the screen as well. Quite professional indeed, was Ryan's immediate impression after reviewing it. The elder then opened another menu, which prompted for an inmate number. This is your points system, where we can adjust your score. Given your commendable performance just now in recalling what I told you, I will grant you 2 extra points. He proceeded to credit Ryan with 2 points on the Prison Home application, noting the reason. Memorized all rules on the first day of incarceration with a commendable attitude. Once these points were updated on the server, the inmates' families could view their scores through the application, allowing them to understand the inmates' behavior while incarcerated. This system also served to motivate and supervise the inmates. If an inmate's performance waned, their family would be immediately aware upon noticing a decline in their points. Ryan silently applauded. Very good, very good. With his key in hand, Ryan unlocked the door to cell 176. The interior was rather ordinary. Arguably the most prison-like area in Brika, with a comfort level akin to a university dormitory. This realization left Ryan somewhat disappointed. It was still prison and not the luxurious suite he had imagined. He suspected that the external areas were designed for family visitors, while the internal confinement spaces were deemed inconsequential. Nonetheless, the room was clean and tidy, and the guards were courteous. What more could one desire? After all, he would only be there for a few days. The accompanying guards placed his belongings inside, with one even kindly making his bed. The others soon busied themselves with various tasks, sweeping, dusting, and so forth, making Ryan feel a bit awkward. However, shackled as he was, and with their insistence on helping, he could only stand aside and watch. The collective effort swiftly tidied the small room, after which Ryan was presented with 5 outstretched hands, each holding a phone. Please give us a 5-star rating. Upon closer inspection, Ryan noticed the screens displayed. Are you satisfied with the service provided by inmate number XXXXXX? With options ranging from 1 to 5 stars. Though he was curious about the repercussions of giving a 1-star rating, he was too shrewd to jeopardize his standing in their territory. Ding, 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 ding. Ryan tapped 5 stars, eliciting satisfied smiles from the group. As the elder collected the phones, he chuckled. Forgive the absurdity. But in today's society, regardless of the company, there is a desire to motivate employees through reward systems. We must implement something similar here, though we lack tangible performance metrics. After all, we can't solicit customers, can we? Thus, we devised this evaluation system. Quite commendable indeed, Ryan replied, while the others contentedly stowed their phones away. The elder surveyed the room and, finding everything satisfactory, declared, well then, from today onward, you shall commence your life in this prison. We will grant you some privacy now, so we shall take our leave. Yes, let us depart. My memory is failing me, the elder remarked suddenly. Upon an inmate's arrival, I must unlock your shackles. I nearly forgot. With that, he retrieved another large set of keys and proceeded to free Ryan from several restraints. Until the elder handed the shackles to a nearby guard, Ryan could hardly believe it. What should I do now that I am unshackled? The elder patted his head, exclaiming, oh dear, my memory truly falters. Allow me to inform you of the prison schedule. You will rise at 8 a.m., followed by morning hygiene. Breakfast is from 8 to 9 a.m. From 9 a.m. to noon, you have free time. You may visit the activity rooms and library during this period, but the staff areas are off limits. Lunch is at noon, followed by more free time until 5:30 p.m. when dinner begins. After dinner, you may continue to enjoy your free time until lights out at 10 p.m. So, aside from meals, it's all free time? Ryan inquired. Indeed. What more do you expect in prison? Should we provide you with a cyber CAF and hotel accommodations? This is a prison, after all, and you are an inmate. This is quite serious. Chapter 60. Reunion. As the elderly man departed with several guards, the small room fell into a stark silence. Rehn lifted the key before his eyes, scrutinizing it for a moment before shaking his head. He had never before experienced such a prison. Wait, he had never been in a conventional prison either. Given that his daily routine consisted solely of meals and sleep, with the rest being free time, and now that the guards had tidied up the room, Rehn resolved to explore. This room, scarcely 10 square meters, felt undeniably oppressive. Acting on impulse, Rehn took the key and exited, locking the door as advised by the elder. Before him lay a narrow, dimly lit corridor flanked by numerous hive-like rooms, most of which had their doors firmly shut, devoid of any human presence. Earlier, he had shared laughter with the elderly man and several guards, not paying much heed to the surroundings. Now, confronted by this desolate scene, enveloped in silence, Rehn suddenly felt a wave of suffocation. Alas, his phone had been confiscated, rendering him unable to tell the time. Surely, it was not yet mealtime. Was he truly the only inmate here? When the elder had shown him around, he had scarcely seen a soul, and Rehn had initially presumed that the prison maintained strict regulations, allowing inmates access to common areas only at select times. However, he now understood that the prison schedule was rather lenient. As he continued his walk, he encountered several prison guards who greeted him with smiles, akin to hotel staff. Yet, as he passed the materials distribution area, he was halted by the familiar guards who had assisted him earlier, instructing him to keep his distance. The reasoning was straightforward. The distribution area belonged to the prison staff, and apart from the initial intake accompanied by the elder, inmates were prohibited from entering at any other time. The same applied to the visitation area. Unless family members had made prior appointments, inmates were not permitted entry. The activity room and reading room were the only spaces where inmates could roam freely. Rehn first glanced into the activity room, only to find it utterly vacant. The television, magazines, and pool table were all untouched. Could it be that this high-security prison housed only him? Fortunately, in the reading room, he finally encountered a fellow inmate, or else he would have seriously questioned his existence. To his surprise, it was a familiar face, the notorious berserker who had previously slain 4 or 5 members of the security team. Though somewhat apprehensive about spending time with such a fearsome individual, Rehn ventured into the reading room, as guards were stationed at the entrance. Upon entering, the berserker noticed him and exclaimed in astonishment, "Big brother?" Rehn offered an awkward smile, uncertain of how to respond, and merely raised a hand in greeting. "Hi." The guard's expression of confusion deepened. The berserker beckoned Rehn to sit beside him, further stiffening Rehn's smile. "Big brother, why did you arrive only now? I've been waiting for you for quite some time." "Ah, my sincerest apologies for the delay," Rehn replied, chuckling nervously. The berserker burst into laughter, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, causing Rehn's smile to falter entirely. "Not to worry. I thought you might have received a heavy sentence and been executed. Seeing you now is a relief. But where have you been all this time?" Rehn hesitated, unsure how to explain, and resorted to fabricating a tale. "I managed to escape from the security team's headquarters while they were unprepared." The berserker's eyes gleamed with admiration. "Truly, you are a valiant one. To escape from the heart of the security team is no small feat, but why are you here now?" His expression grew increasingly respectful. "I once thought that having killed 4 or 5 members of the security team made my crimes somewhat comparable to yours. But now it seems the gulf between us is far greater." "Not at all. By the way, are we truly the only 2 inmates here? Why have I not seen anyone else? There are at least 100 inmates confined here. They are all in their own rooms. You'll see them at mealtime." Rehn's curiosity intensified. Was it not free time? Why were over 100 inmates confined to their rooms? Such cramped quarters must be stifling. What is there to complain about? The only areas accessible to us inmates are devoid of sunlight. How could it not be stifling? You and I, having recently arrived, might find the prison's management lenient. But once free time begins, we wander about rather than remain confined to those small rooms. However, the other inmates, those who have been here for quite some time, will serve lengthy sentences, perhaps even life. Consider, for those of us convicted of serious crimes, who among us does not possess formidable strength? A lifetime could amount to centuries. Who can endure that? Isn't there a television in the adjacent activity room? That television has but one channel, Brika's legal system, which endlessly drones on about Brika's tedious regulations. Watching it too long would likely drive one mad. Rehn fell silent, realizing that this place was far from the idyllic vision he had conjured. Entering the prison had unveiled the truth. Longevity was sometimes not a blessing. Thankfully, he only needed to remain there for a few days. He longed for Captain Seven's displeasing visage, hoping for his swift return. Suddenly, Rehn noticed a thick book laid on the table before the berserker. Upon reflection, he recalled that the berserker had been gazing down at it when he first entered. Was it possible that the berserker could read? Chapter 61 slipped away. Rehn cast a glance at the content of the book, only to discover that it was yet another volume on modern painting techniques, filled with numerous terms that eluded his comprehension. When did the bloodthirsty race of the berserkers come to appreciate art? The berserker glanced back at the guard behind him and, lowering his voice, asked, "What book are you reading?" "I can't read." "What about you then?" Rehn inquired. "I'm just pretending for the sake of those guards," the berserker replied. Rehn, puzzled, asked, "Why feign reading? What purpose does it serve? When you arrive, that old man explained the point system to you, didn't he?" Rehn nodded in acknowledgement. The berserker continued, "I've taken too many lives and have been sentenced to death. The execution is set for next month." His tone was calm, as if he were merely recounting someone else's fate. What does that have to do with points and reading? Rehn remained confused. In this prison, when they execute individuals like us, they strip us of all defenses, including our physical ones. They will submerge us in a special potion for days until we become utterly frail, akin to a pile of mush, before ending our lives with a bullet. It is a humiliation I cannot bear, so I intend to earn some points beforehand to exchange for a different method of execution. Rehn was astonished. You can actually exchange points for a different method of execution? I plan to have my head severed, which means they will be compelled to procure a sufficiently sharp weapon for my execution, allowing me a more dignified exit. Rehn could empathize with this perspective. However, as a transmigrator, he subconsciously preferred to preserve the integrity of his own body. He then pondered a question: can reading truly earn points? The conditions stipulated that one must exhibit good behavior to earn points. Yet cooped up in a small room every day hardly constituted good behavior, did it? The television gave him a headache. He had no idea how to play billiards, and no one to play with. Thus, he could only feign reading. A spark ignited in Rehn's eyes. "I have time. Why don't we play some ball?" "Absolutely, brother. Let us go." The berserker readily agreed. Playing ball was far more engaging than pretending to read, and he was nearly driven mad by the charade. Meanwhile, as Rehn enjoyed his time in prison, chaos reigned outside. The World Council and local police were both baffled by Rehn's ability to come and go as he pleased, ultimately arriving at a conclusion akin to that of Professor AI. Magic. Rituals. Only these two possibilities could explain such phenomena. First, there was magic. Those known to wield such power were the most elite figures in the world, making the investigation exceedingly challenging. The World Council leveraged numerous connections, facing the risk of offending many, yet concluded that no one was a suspect. Then there was the possibility of a ritual or magic circle. They thoroughly combed through the entire mini-talk show venue, scrutinizing the live broadcast footage repeatedly in hopes of unearthing a clue, but to no avail. Consequently, when confronted by the media, the World Council, unable to present any tangible evidence, could only denounce the villainous actions of the armored fiend while repeatedly asserting their commitment to intensify the investigation and capture him without fail. The sole potentially useful lead was the cry of Rua that the armored fiend had shouted upon breaching the studio. During his public briefing, Oleg mentioned this peculiar utterance. This sound does not resemble a typical roar or any other expression of emotion. We lean towards the notion that it is a rallying cry, possibly stemming from a particular group or race. We are currently in consultation with historians and linguists to trace its origin, as it may yield valuable insights regarding the perpetrator. If the suspect dares to commit another crime, we will not let him slip away. Oleg concluded his address with this assurance. Yet it did little to assuage the media and public's mistrust. Ever since the St. Gem incident, the World Council had made similar proclamations. Yet the armored fiend continued to strike with alarming frequency, leaving only vague traces behind. Previously, the World Council had also noted that the armored fiend had revealed his name, its style reminiscent of a particular locale, yet still had no leads. The World Council's claims of capturing the armored fiend during the next incident seemed increasingly implausible given his elusive abilities. Thus, while the public panicked at the thought of the armored fiend roaming free, they simultaneously harbored a curious anticipation for his next appearance. Even within the World Council, there was a fervent hope that the armored fiend would soon resurface, allowing them the opportunity to redeem themselves. However, over a week had passed since the talk show incident, and the armored fiend remained conspicuously absent. Meanwhile, Discussions in the media grew more fervent, with some directly questioning online why the armored fiend had yet to commit another crime. This provoked a torrent of backlash. Your perspective is flawed. Do you genuinely wish for him to strike again? It's better that he remains hidden. This lunatic acts without reason. Who knows where he might strike next? Indeed, if he crosses your path, I wonder how you would feel then. Yet many shared the same sentiment as the initial questioner. What they really mean is, why has the armored fiend not shown up? It's not about wishing for another crime. You're misinterpreting. His previous crimes were closely spaced. Why the prolonged silence this time? Could he be devising something significant? What if he plans a grand act? Have you considered this? The armored fiend has committed 3 major crimes, with dozens of lives lost. If he truly ceases his actions, would he not evade judgment forever? Listening to you, I suspect he might have truly fled, perhaps fearing that continuing his crimes would expose him. Sigh. It seems the armored fiend may become an unsolved mystery of the century. Who knows? He might be right beside us, laughing at our discussion. This discourse was not limited to the public. The World Council began to suspect whether the armored fiend had indeed decided to retire from his life of crime. Had he dealt us a resounding slap and then vanished? As the head of the operation to capture the armored fiend, Oleg naturally hoped for a different outcome, yearning to bring the fiend to justice. However, the higher-ups within the World Council breathed a collective sigh of relief. The absence of the armored fiend was preferable. This way, they would no longer face humiliation. As for the slap they had received prior, with time, the sting would inevitably fade. Thus, it was collectively agreed among many officials of the World Council that it was for the best that the armored fiend remained elusive. Chapter 62. The tumor. It appears you are quite enjoying yourself here. HM. A week later, Captain 7 finally arrived to escort Rehn from the prison. By this time, Rehn had already spent 12 long days behind bars, a duration so extensive that he began to wonder if he was destined to remain there for a lifetime. Fortunately, just before he completely lost hope, Captain 7 made his entrance, wearing his signature scowl. Upon recognizing Rehn, who had previously played basketball with him, and recalling that this was the same individual responsible for the deaths of several of his colleagues, the captain's expression grew even more severe. The berserker also recognized Captain 7's uniform and mistakenly assumed the captain's words were directed at him. His eyes flared with fury. Public security team? What brings you here? Why should I care if I'm on the brink of death? Do you have to interfere with my moment of joy? Captain 7 huffed dismissively. I'm not speaking to you. Rehn Edward, it's time to go. Wait. The berserker stepped forward. What do you want with my brother? It's time to leave? Is he facing execution? He mused aloud. Well, I'm set to meet my end next month, so it makes sense that my brother's crimes are more severe than mine. The berserker's mind raced with conjectures, believing Captain 7 had come to deliver Rehn to his fate. Just as he was about to bid his brother a courageous farewell, Rehn bounced joyfully over to Captain 7's side. Hey, why did you arrive so late? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting? The berserker was taken aback. Truly, his brother was remarkable. He thought he had faced death with enough composure, yet he fell short compared to Rehn. The demon blood within him ignited, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor. My brother is a real man. If that's the case, I needn't say more. Where are the guards? Guards, come here. What is all this noise? What is going on? The guards stationed outside the activity room rushed in. What is happening? Do you wish to end your life? The berserker pounded his chest like an enraged gorilla. Yes, I do want to die. If my brother is leaving, staying in this wretched place is utterly tedious. I fear nothing. I demand my execution be carried out early. Hurry and take me to the execution ground. The guards, incensed, drew their batons and produced handcuffs, swiftly apprehending the berserker and dragging him away, to which he offered no resistance. As the guards led him out, both Rehn and Captain 7 stood in stunned silence. After a moment, Captain 7 pointed in the direction they had departed and inquired, "Fool?" Perhaps. Rehn was at a loss for how to assess the berserker's sudden outburst. It was too impulsive. Shaking his head, Captain 7 turned to Rehn and said, "All right, let us go." Brika prison operated on a points system. Given the berserker's recent outburst, he was likely to incur significant penalties. Having only recently arrived at the prison, he surely possessed no points, and this deduction would likely leave him at a deficit, facing imminent execution. Yet, there was little sympathy to be found. After spending time with the berserker, Rehn recognized that beneath the facade of camaraderie, he was a genuine villain, responsible for countless innocent lives lost, and thus hardly deserving of pity. In truth, Their shared experiences in prison stemmed from a mutual desire to avoid the oppressive atmosphere that could drive one to madness. Outside these walls, they certainly would not have found themselves in each other's company. Moreover, the berserker was already slated for execution next month. By the way, what reason did you use to take me out? Rehn inquired as Captain Seven led him onward without hindrance, curious about the pretense employed. I brought official documents from headquarters, requesting to reinterrogate you. We will subsequently fabricate a story about you attempting to flee justice, leading to your demise at our hands. Rehn contemplated this, realizing that the berserker's fate was indeed sealed. He too was on the verge of death. He stroked his chin, feeling the stubble that had begun to sprout during his time in prison. But what if I were to fake my death? What if I were to commit another crime in the future? Another time? Captain Seven's voice escalated in pitch. You still desire a future? Well, I mean hypothetically. Rehn replied cautiously. Humph, there is no hypothetical. If there were, you would be awaiting your end. Captain Seven's expression conveyed a sense of hopelessness. Yet, Rehn remained cheerful, elated to finally be leaving prison. However, although I feel a bit embarrassed to admit it, I have a modicum of fame. What if someone recognizes me later? Oh, so you finally realize what a burden you are. You may not know, but on the very afternoon following your school's opening ceremony, thousands gathered outside Resburg University to protest, with an abundance of media present. They demanded transparency regarding your admission and your expulsion from Brika City. Had it not been for the simultaneous intervention of the school and us to quell the unrest, you would have been killed. Thus, I advise you to remain compliant and stay within Resburg, avoiding any trouble, or else neither the school nor we will be able to save you. Captain Seven's face soured at this topic. To him, Rehn Edward epitomized a malignant tumor, one that should have been excised long ago. The specifics of Rehn's admission to Resburg were unclear to him, but he believed that to retain Rehn, the university must have breached numerous regulations. Furthermore, in order to shield Rehn from legal repercussions, the public security team had engaged in their own extensive violations. As a key figure in the matter, Captain Seven understood all too well. In allowing Rehn to escape punishment on 2 occasions, at least 50 individuals had violated over 400 regulations. Breaching protocols, lying, and forging documents were rampant. Captain Seven's delay in retrieving Rehn stemmed from his internal conflict. Time and again, he contemplated whether to confess. Yet, each time, he hesitated, realizing, with increasing dread, that he and many of his colleagues were already ensnared in this web of deceit. Rehn's existence was not merely a breach of regulations on his part. To conceal the truth of his violations, countless others were compelled to transgress even more rules on his behalf. This cycle was eroding the very foundation of Brika City, making it entirely justifiable to label Rehn as its tumor. Now, Captain Seven, along with many implicated members of the public security team, and even higher-ups who had issued directives, had all become part of this malignant growth. To excise it would require uprooting it entirely. Author's note: it seems there is an issue with the recommendation section. I am now filled with questions. Chapter 63. The pamphlet Ander was a slender man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, every detail of his appearance meticulously attended to. This demeanor reminded Rehn of the attendant Rodney he had encountered previously. Both exuded a similar air of authority. Rehn deduced that he must be a person who adhered strictly to rules. In the presence of such individuals, it was best to refrain from jesting or adopting a flippant attitude. Captain Seven was different. Though he appeared stern and often spoke of regulations, his mindset shifted markedly after he himself had violated them. During their time in prison, when Captain Seven recounted the events of the opening ceremony, Rehn had assumed that the relationship between Resburg and the public security team was quite amicable, believing that the school was aware of his actions. Now, however, it seemed that the reality diverged significantly from his assumptions. Had Resburg and the public security team not engaged in thorough communication regarding his situation? As Rehn covertly scrutinized Ander, the latter was also assessing the young man who had become a source of considerable vexation for both him and Principal Grayson. Ander shared nearly identical thoughts with Captain Seven. Rehn's existence posed a formidable challenge to the established norms of Brika City. Logically, such a transgression should warrant Rehn's immediate expulsion. Yet, the crux of the issue lay in the fact that Rehn possessed all the requisite documentation for enrollment. With these credentials, he was granted entry into Resburg. Captain Seven had mentioned that on the afternoon of the opening ceremony, the public security team, alongside Resburg, had intercepted protesters. However, The truth was that the public security personnel had originally come to investigate Rehn, suspecting that the institution had breached regulations in its admission of elite class students. The chaotic scene had prompted the public security team to collaborate with Rehn to disperse the rioters, fearing that the turmoil could escalate further. Following this brief cooperation, they demanded an immediate explanation from Rehn regarding Rehn's admission. Ander had been present at that time, and he recalled that Principal Grayson could have simply clarified that someone had forged the admission documents without his knowledge. Yet, for reasons unknown, Grayson chose to conceal the truth. He merely presented Rehn's admission papers and personal information, asserting that Rehn was an ordinary high school student with no connections, having not entered through any backdoor. The public security team, of course, remained unconvinced. Why would an ordinary student be admitted to an elite class? Grayson, however, contended that as a mere ordinary student, he saw no reason to bear the immense pressure of facilitating such an admission. Ultimately, due to the lack of concrete evidence proving that Rehn had gained entry through personal connections, the matter was left unresolved. Yet, the public security team harbored lingering doubts. Believing that Rehn had undoubtedly violated numerous regulations to allow Rehn's enrollment, though the motives behind such actions remained unclear. Rehn's 2 arrests had gone uncommunicated to Rehn, and during the most recent incident, he had been taken directly from the classroom. In the past, the public security team would have notified Rehn in advance and explained the reasons for apprehending their student. I witnessed a conflict off campus and subsequently testified to the public security team, Rehn stated. Ander squinted his eyes. You testified for over 10 days? No. The testimony occurred a few days before my arrest. I had thought everything was resolved. Little did I know that one party involved in the conflict later accused me of participating and committing an act of vigilantism, leading to my apprehension by the public security team. Fortunately, they later found another witness who could confirm my absence from the conflict, resulting in my release. After finishing his explanation, Rehn bowed his head in silence. From his interactions with Ling Tong and Anya, it seemed he was ill-suited to deceit. Ander observed Rehn's prolonged silence, causing the latter to feel anxious about whether his ruse had been detected. Just as Rehn pondered whether to elaborate further, Ander finally spoke. Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Ander. Upon hearing that the questioning had ceased, Rehn silently exhaled in relief. Regardless of whether Ander truly believed him, he was grateful for the lack of further inquiry. Well, there's nothing more. You may leave. Rehn nodded, bidding farewell to Ander, preparing to turn away. Wait. Ander's voice suddenly caused Rehn's body to tense. He turned back, asking, Is there anything else, Mr. Ander? You were the one who mentioned encountering a ghost at school, correct? Yes. Is there any news regarding that? Rehn, now aware that the ghost referred to was Sir Clement, did not intend to disclose this to the school just yet, preferring to observe the situation further. No. I merely wished to inquire if you had seen that ghost again. Rehn shook his head. No, I have not encountered him again. Perhaps he was merely a wandering spirit, having long since departed. As soon as the words left his lips, Rehn regretted his statement. From his description, the school should have been well aware that what he had seen was indeed a specter, not a mere ghost. If it was a specter, then it undoubtedly lingered near a place of great significance in its past life, certainly not a wayward spirit. To Rehn's surprise, Ander appeared to accept his explanation. Very well. May I take my leave now? Ander nodded. Rehn felt an overwhelming sense of relief and, after exchanging farewells, exited Ander's office. The slender man, resembling a walking stick, had instilled considerable pressure upon him. After Rehn's departure, Ander moved a book on his desk, revealing a pamphlet beneath it. This pamphlet contained a short story about Principal Grayson's tumultuous love life, which had recently gained popularity at the school. It was rumored that some female students had been reading it during class. The particular pamphlet in Ander's possession had been confiscated from a student who had sobbed uncontrollably while reading it, prompting the teacher to take it away. The teacher, out of curiosity, had opened it and found himself similarly moved to tears. Ultimately, the pamphlet had circulated throughout the office until it was seized by Ander. Having read the contents of the pamphlet, Ander had initially dismissed its claims. However, now, this Rehn Edward seemed to harbor many secrets. Could he truly be the illegitimate son of Principal Grayson? Chapter 64. The Breaking Point. What is this? What is this? Rehn exclaimed loudly, clutching a small booklet in his hand as he confronted the little communicator. After spending a day resting in his dormitory, he was preparing to attend class when he noticed many students perusing a particular booklet. Back in his previous life, before mobile phones became ubiquitous, He had also indulged in secretly reading printed novels during class. The issue, however, was that these individuals occasionally glanced at him with pitying eyes. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Rehn borrowed a copy of the booklet after class and discovered it chronicled the story of Principal Grayson's encounter with a beautiful woman over a decade ago, culminating in the birth of an illegitimate child. The entire booklet comprised approximately 40 to 50,000 words, beginning with Grayson's initial meeting with the woman in a small town, detailing how he was compelled to abandon her due to familial and professional obligations, only to learn later that she was pregnant. After Grayson's departure, the woman fell into despair and passed away after giving birth to a boy. To his deep regret, he learned from an informant that the woman had given birth to a son who was subsequently placed in an orphanage. Grayson located the child and, burdened by guilt, exerted immense pressure to secure the boy's admission into the elite class at Rhysberg University. The narrative was undeniably kitsch. However, the author's exquisite prose was profoundly moving, and the fact that the protagonist was the school's principal allowed the booklet to gain widespread circulation throughout Rhysberg. After reading it, Rehn wished to bury his head in the ground. His second thought was, "Little communicator, you should go perish." He was uncertain whether the booklet had been written by the little communicator, but it was clear the initial spark had come from them, as the content echoed exactly what had been previously discussed. In response to Rehn's inquiry, the little communicator exhibited no signs of pressure. "You said before that I could make things up freely. I merely made a casual remark. How could I have anticipated you would actually write it like this?" "That's not my writing," the little communicator retorted. Rehn was taken aback. "If it's not you, then who?" "It's your classmate, that little tycoon named Lilan. She paid a hefty sum for your information, and after I shared it with her, the very next day, this booklet was circulating throughout the school. I reckon she must have spent quite a bit on printing these copies. Wealthy individuals, TSK. Lilan?" Upon recalling the little girl's face, Rehn immediately believed the little communicator's words. Given Lilan's mischievous nature, it was indeed plausible that she would engage in such antics. The little communicator suddenly expressed keen interest. "It seems you're quite familiar with that little tycoon. Could you perhaps inquire about her interests?" "Don't. I am not at all familiar with her. I say, do not change the subject. Lilan may bear the brunt of this, but you, as the initial disseminator of this content, cannot evade responsibility." After a moment of contemplation, the little communicator produced a bank card from beneath their cloak. "This contains the information fee I promised you earlier. Thanks to that extravagant little tycoon, I made quite a profit. In total, it amounts to 50,000 coins. That little tycoon suggested that part of it should serve as compensation for me, the original author of this story, and for you, the inspiration behind it." If, before the little communicator could finish, the bank card was snatched from their hand, Rehn emerged from his pocket, declaring, "This is the last time." The little communicator remarked, "That little tycoon has been inquiring again. She is willing to offer 100,000 coins to uncover why you were taken away by the security team. It seems she is contemplating a sequel to the novel." "Stop right there. Let her send the money." Rehn replied, "What is the big deal about being written into a tragic tale? It's not like it's a cuckold story." After extensive negotiations and the assistance of friends, Enid finally earned the opportunity to enter the mini talk show studio. 10 days prior, she had arrived, but at that time, the World Council had imposed strict controls over the scene, nearly prohibiting any outsiders from entering. Many speculated that if no further evidence was uncovered soon, the armored monster might evade justice indefinitely. Eventually, the World Council eased restrictions, permitting certain forensic experts and renowned detectives like Enid to investigate the premises. Now present at the scene, Enid understood that she was unlikely to uncover any clues. So many individuals had searched the area before her. If anything of significance existed, it had either been found or destroyed. The studio originally featured 2 sofas placed on either side, with a glass coffee table in the center. However, due to Leonard's need for a live demonstration, the furniture had been pushed to the right. The planned performance had anticipated action actors entering from the left to engage with Leonard, who stood in the center of the studio. Yet, no one expected the armored monster to take the stage. Upon his arrival, he effortlessly defeated Leonard and commenced a spree of destruction within the studio. The sofas and coffee table were tossed into a more remote corner, and the glass coffee table lay shattered across the floor. Ultimately, the armored monster leaped, tearing down the curtain above the studio, mysteriously vanishing from the stage like a magician. Given the numerous individuals who had frequented the site, Enid now observed that the sofas and broken coffee table remained in the corner, while the curtain that had covered the studio floor was now heaped to one side. The stage was nearly devoid of anything aside from scattered shards of glass. A guard from the World Council, following her, remarked, "Madam, it is impossible to find anything here. We have been stationed for many days." Witnessing numerous so-called detectives arrive with enthusiasm only to leave in disappointment. They all hope to gain fame by capturing the armored monster. Yet none have been able to provide anything of value. The beautiful lady before them seemed no exception. Any magic would leave traces at the scene. Enid murmured to herself, "Pardon? What did you say?" The armored monster had no time to erase traces, which implies those traces must have been taken away by him. But how could he take away traces? Are the traces on the armored monster himself? Yes, that armor must be the crux of the matter. Chapter 65. The folk deity. It was only after his release from prison that Rehn discovered the prolonged absence of the armored man had not diminished his notoriety. Rather, it had sparked an ever-growing discourse among the populace. Initially, the public had reviled the armored man, fervently wishing for his capture, yet following his disappearance. Many speculated that he would no longer reappear to commit further crimes. The enigma surrounding the armored man had morphed into a century-long mystery. Consequently, a fervent wave of amateur sleuthing emerged, with various self-proclaimed experts surfacing across the internet, media outlets, and news reports, each presenting their conjectures regarding the identity of the armored man. People had collectively identified 4 notable characteristics of the armored man, which gained widespread acceptance. The first was his uncanny ability to appear and vanish at will. The armored man could seemingly materialize anywhere in the world, and in the 3 recorded incidents, no one had uncovered how he accessed the crime scenes. His departure was equally elusive. Even during the talk show incident, he managed to disappear before a global audience without leaving a trace. The second characteristic was his apparent mental instability. The armored man often spoke in a peculiar manner, as if entrapped in bizarre delusions, uttering nonsensical phrases and engaging in inexplicable actions. Thirdly, he exhibited erratic temperament. Although he had committed 3 crimes, he only resorted to lethal violence during the Famata incident, where he claimed numerous lives. In contrast, during the Sacred Gem incident and the talk show event, he displayed remarkable restraint, injuring many but killing none. During the talk show, he even managed to injure just one individual while acting like a clumsy bear, heedlessly wreaking havoc, seemingly oblivious to the director filming him directly. Such a dramatic and enigmatic figure was understandably the subject of extensive public discussion. Recently, having made a considerable sum from a minor venture, Rehn purchased a computer. In the ensuing days, aside from attending classes, he spent his time in his dormitory browsing the internet to peruse analyses from various detectives about the armored man, finding it quite entertaining. It was universally acknowledged that the armored man exhibited signs of mental disturbance and a penchant for nonsensical ramblings, a common trait among serial offenders. However, what struck him as most peculiar was the fact that he sometimes refrained from killing anyone, yet when he did strike, it was with devastating ferocity. This stark contrast set him apart from traditional serial crimes. Thus, Rehn hypothesized that the armored man might be a collective, a group of individuals whose methods varied significantly. Consider this. The armored man's first appearance was in the Kingdom of Sacred Gems, where he spoke as if he were the hero of an old-school adventure film, grandly introducing himself to a throng of supposed villains. Note, I am not implying that the individuals present were indeed villains. Rather, the armored man perceived them as such, casting himself in the role of a hero. In the end, this self-proclaimed hero triumphed over the villains, leaving without a single casualty. Next came the Famata incident, where most of the involved parties had already perished, leaving us in the dark about the particulars. All we know is that the armored man ruthlessly claimed multiple lives, akin to a demon. This scenario was entirely dissimilar to that of the Kingdom of Sacred Gems. During the mini-talk show, the armored man's demeanor shifted once more. Having scrutinized the live footage over 100 times, Rehn concluded that at that moment, the armored man perceived himself as a bear. His behavior in the video bore an uncanny resemblance to the large brown bear that had invaded his kitchen the previous year. Thus, while all 3 incidents revealed the armored man's mental instability, his manifestations differed significantly. Consequently, Rehn firmly believed that the armored man was not a singular entity, but rather a collective. After perusing this analysis, Rehn scoffed in disdain. Seriously? This so-called expert has the audacity to call himself a criminal authority? With my exceptional acting skills, which I of yours perceived a bear, it was clearly a dragon. How could one see a dragon in that? Blind, perhaps? And this supposed intimidation factor? If the dragon clan were to see your comments, they might very well wish to eliminate you. Rehn observed a complete lack of supportive comments for his perspective, inciting a surge of frustration within him. In a fit of rage, he seized his keyboard and furiously typed over 1,000 words in response. 1 minute later, your account has been suspended due to numerous reports. Please be mindful of your personal conduct. The internet is not a lawless realm. Rehn sighed, conceding, fine, I shall let them be. He continued to explore other analyses, discovering many dissenting opinions. While he broadly agreed with the notion that the armored man was a collective, he contended that they were not necessarily a criminal organization. Typically, within a single criminal group, the members would share common objectives. Considering the 3 incidents attributed to the armored man, their motives could potentially be categorized into a few options. First, financial gain, as explicitly stated by the armored man during the sacred gem incident. Second, purely to indulge in his perverse pleasures. And third, to garner attention. Yet, none of these motives fully elucidated the situation. Aside from the sacred gem incident, during which he absconded with a precious gem, the armored man had not stolen any other valuables. Apart from the Famata incident, he had not taken a single life. Following the talk show incident, he vanished without a trace. Thus, Rehn theorized that the armored man was indeed a collective of individuals, but they did not function as a cohesive criminal gang. The initial armored man might merely have been a thief, while the latter 2 were impersonating him during their crimes. He designated these 3 personas as the thief, the murderer, and the bear, which could explain how the armored man managed to commit crimes across vast distances in a short time frame while employing markedly different methods, as well as elucidate his abrupt disappearance following the trio of incidents. Chapter 66, The Great Thief, the Maniac. In the Brown Bear, the analysis of this individual was extensive, prompting Rehn to turn the page and continue reading. For a master thief, the act of stealing is not a mere whim. It necessitates the careful selection of a target, meticulous reconnaissance, and strategic planning, tasks that cannot be hastily accomplished. I can even speculate that the armor in question was pilfered from Brika. Next comes the maniac, who likely harbors a deep-seated grudge against Famata for reasons unknown. Was it not mentioned at the last World Council conference that a family member of a patient, whose child perished during a clinical trial, developed a hatred for Famata? The maniac may be similarly motivated. Coincidentally, during that period, the armored figure was a hot topic of discussion, leading him to don a comparable outfit, masquerading as the other and orchestrating a tragedy involving Famata. Having avenged himself, the maniac surely found no further need to commit additional crimes. This explains the absence of the armored figure thereafter. I have a premonition that the thief and the brown bear will re-emerge once they have devised a new plan. As for the maniac, he has fulfilled his vendetta. However, why is it that he claims to impersonate a bear? Rehn initially intended to debate the matter of bears versus dragons, but as he began to type, he remembered that he had been muted. Oh well, he decided to let it slide. It is regrettable, though. I had just purchased a new keyboard for several dozen coins, and now it lies idle. Sigh. Beyond the overarching analysis of the armored figure's motives, there were also specific examinations regarding the identities of the criminals, lacking substantial evidence. These analyses proved to be rather unreliable, to be precise, mere chaos. I suspect it is the Archmage Anspring of the Literal Kingdom. I am aware of his formidable strength, boasting over 800 certificates, but what is your basis for doubting him? The armored figure clearly resembles a warrior. Need I elaborate? He hails from the Literal Kingdom, a realm populated by a cadre of thoughtless brutes capable of any misdeed. Even if it were not Anspring, it would be someone else from Literal. Huh. I wager you are from the Sanachi Kingdom, so refrain from baseless ramblings. In my lifetime, I detest 2 types of individuals, regional bigots and Sanachi people. That armored figure, with his foolish demeanor, unmistakably resembles an orc from Alankar. Only they could be so dim-witted. Racial bigotry has no place here. Can you not conduct yourselves with some decorum? Without exaggeration or undue criticism, I assert that this matter is the handiwork of an Alankar orc with literal nationality. Out. Upon encountering phrases such as without exaggeration and to speak fairly, I knew someone was about to spout nonsense. Rather than indulging in wild speculation, consider the true strength of the armored figure. If we could ascertain his prowess, the pool of suspects would narrow significantly. How can one deduce that? The armored figure may not even be a single individual. Even if he were at his peak, it was during the incident in the Sacred Gem Kingdom. At that time, there was Counselor Gilberto from Brika, a formidable expert with 500 certificates. The armored figure's audacity in committing crimes in the presence of him and a multitude of extraordinary beings suggests he boasts a strength of at least 600 or 700 certificates. Gilberto is inadequate. He is merely a diplomat, not among Brika's elite. His 500 certificates are surely inflated. At best, he possesses the equivalent of 400 certificates. The president of Green Branch University holds 500 certificates. He has encountered Gilberto and later publicly admitted he was no match for him. I suspect Gilberto's true level might indeed be 600 certificates. If Gilberto possesses 600 certificates, I shall consume my keyboard. If you truly understood the world's top experts, you would recognize he pales in comparison to Ashim of Baishati. Ashim is nothing. I could easily find a common earth goblin in Lalaka to defeat him. Fool. Ashim could take down 100 earth goblins. In the realm of 500 certificates, the Bearman Mose would obliterate Ashim upon entering the fray. Are you jesting? He would obliterate him. Yet he would still be no match for the armored figure. I suspect he possesses 1,000 certificates. You may embellish your claims. Individuals with 1,000 certificates number fewer than 10 across all races in the world. One could count them on one hand. And you know this? I have only 8 fingers on one hand. Aside from the inane comments of these netizens, Rehn discovered during his news scan that his photograph had already been turned into a meme, with a plethora of comics featuring the armored figure as the central character. Due to the prolonged absence of the armored figure, he has evidently become an object of amusement for the masses. Even a certain weekly suspense television series, rumored to have captivated the world, announced they are conceptualizing a storyline involving the armored figure, preparing for his appearance in forthcoming cases. The series protagonist, a renowned detective, is set to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the armored figure. The production team intends to film in Brika, commencing from the theft of Sir Alan Vale's knightly armor, and continuing through the unfolding of a talk show case. Chapter 67. Underwater Ruins. Rehn discovered a peculiar pattern whenever he attended the world history class. Professor AI invariably stepped out to take a phone call, rendering the session nearly futile. Today was no exception. After a brief introduction lasting 2 or 3 minutes, her phone rang once again. However, Rehn had grown accustomed to this occurrence. Just as she approached the door, the other students had already placed their phones on the desks. Joint archaeological team has been missing for 2 days. The Cody nations are fully engaged in search and rescue efforts. As Rehn retrieved his phone, a notification from the Hotspot Express application popped up. After several instances of traversing different realms, Rehn had discerned certain patterns. His initial journey to the Kingdom of the Sacred Gem did not count, as he had not yet acquired this device. In the following 2 instances, the locations he visited corresponded with the news articles pushed to him by Hotspot Express. Prior to his visit to Famida, he received a notification regarding the development of an autism treatment drug, and before attending the mini-talk show, he was informed of an interview with elite members of the World Parliament. Rehn did not perceive this as mere coincidence. It was already peculiar that Alexia had handed him her phone. Could it be that his next destination was somehow linked to this archaeological team? He pondered. Yet, he would only uncover the truth after donning his armor. Opening the news article, Rehn meticulously examined its contents. The gist of the report indicated that a month prior, fishermen from the island nation of Cody had inadvertently salvaged a stone tablet inscribed with a humanoid lower half, evidently a fragment that had broken off from something larger. Archaeologists posited that a submerged ruin lay somewhere in the waters adjacent to the Cody Kingdom, coupled with recent reports of unusual underwater activity in the Cody Maritime region. This occurrence had allowed the fishermen to recover the stone tablet. Moreover, fishermen from nearby islands, Chats and Noosa, had also discovered similarly strange stones. It was now nearly certain that, due to underwater disturbances, some submerged ruins had become exposed. Consequently, the Cody nations resolved to establish a joint archaeological team to seek out and explore these ruins. 20 days ago, the team set out, having obtained the necessary approvals. They intended to venture into the ruins to ascertain whether they could unearth useful artifacts, including the preliminary identification of the city's name or origins. However, a more thorough excavation would require a larger contingent and advanced equipment, ideally enlisting some aquatic salvage experts. After 2 days of excavation, the joint archaeological team successfully extracted several valuable items from the ruins, including more stone tablets, vessels, and various underwater fossils. Following a rudimentary cleaning and examination aboard the ship, the team discovered that many of the recovered items were adorned with wolf-shaped motifs, while the fossils predominantly contained human bones, with a minority being of wolves. Due to inadequate equipment on board, Vald expressed hope for prompt reinforcements from higher authorities to facilitate comprehensive excavations. This constituted the last communication received from the archaeological team, after which all contact was lost. The three nations were initially deliberating the formation of a larger archaeological contingent, but swiftly altered their plans to dispatch a search and rescue team instead. Yet, after 2 days, no trace of the archaeological team had been uncovered. Rehn meticulously read through the entirety of the news article, noting down various names and locations for potential future reference. An archaeological team investigating mysterious ruins, only to vanish entirely, undoubtedly hinted at deeper secrets. In his previous life, Rehn might have speculated about supernatural phenomena, such as the presence of terrifying entities, ghosts, or curses. However, in this realm, where extraordinary powers existed, he recognized that such apparitions and curses were indeed real. He began to entertain the notion that the archaeological team may have encountered other adversities, perhaps internal strife or even piracy. Clearing his throat, he glanced up to find Professor AI's assistant appearing at the doorway. Stealing a quick look at his phone screen, Rehn noted that this time, Professor AI's call lasted a mere 10 minutes, indicating they still had over 20 minutes of class remaining. Since the beginning of the term, the actual time devoted to lectures by Professor AI had accumulated significantly. Moreover, her expression suggested she had encountered something delightful, as her hands danced in the air like fluttering leaves. "My sincerest apologies for the interruption. I had to take a call," she recited, an ever-repeated phrase that left one questioning the sincerity of her apology. Now, where were we? Yes, the establishment of the eternal Dark Spider Empire. According to legend, the inhabitants of the Spider Empire were protected by the Spider God, developing multiple pairs of eyes and exuding deadly toxins through their skin. A mere touch would spell death for their foes. With such abilities, the Spider Empire was invincible on the battlefield, facing no worthy opponents. The artifacts unearthed depicted the Spider Empire's denizens as possessing dark purple skin and 3 or 4 pairs of eyes. Nonetheless, contemporary scholars largely regard these representations as artistic embellishments. Their anthropological investigations revealed that the ancestors of the eternal Dark Spider Empire were the Danya people, who migrated from the Danya Desert, comprising ordinary humans. Certain specialized rituals could indeed alter one's appearance, but they were often exorbitantly costly and fraught with peril. Transforming an entire race from ordinary humans into the legendary figures of the Spider Empire was deemed nearly impossible. Furthermore, throughout history, many nations have claimed divine protection and extraordinary abilities, yet no substantial evidence has validated such myths. Thus, we conclude that the supposed protection of the Spider God, the toxic exudation of skin, and the emergence of multiple eyes are mere artistic interpretations. The people of the eternal Dark Spider Empire revered spiders and favored the use of toxins in battle, leading them to depict themselves in such a manner, believing that it brought them closer to their deity. Chapter 68. The case of the ship. Is everyone here? Wald inquired, his gaze fixed on the heavy dark circles under his eyes as he surveyed the circle of individuals around him. His hands trembled as he spoke. There were over 20 people in the room, each with a pallid complexion and taut expressions, as if they had all experienced something profoundly terrifying. Ekman had yet to arrive. Upon hearing that someone was missing, Wald pressed on. "Ekman, he hasn't come? Has anyone seen him?" Everyone shook their heads. Wald's hands trembled even more violently. The fact that no one had seen Ekman was the most alarming. He turned to the soldier who had earlier donned a warrior's garb, hoping for a glimmer of insight. Although Wald was the leader of the archaeological team, he felt that the most reliable support in this dire situation lay with Haft, the captain of the guard sent to protect them. Yet, Haft was equally at a loss, having never encountered such circumstances before. However, as the strongest in the group, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. If he did not take the lead now, panic would ensue, plunging everyone further into despair. "Let us search for Mr. Ekman together. We cannot abandon him." "No," a team member suddenly shrieked. "What if Ekman is the one who killed Ina and Captain Darm? We cannot seek him out." The individual grew frantic at the thought of being left alone. No, you cannot leave me here. What if Ekman returns? Then you shall accompany us." Haft retorted. "What about the others? Does anyone wish to remain here?" Upon hearing Haft's words, everyone quickly shook their heads. If the soldiers departed, who would protect them? They had no choice but to follow. Seeing that no one objected, Half nodded and addressed his soldiers and Wald. Once we step outside, I will lead. Mr. Wald, you and the others will stay in the center. I will assign 2 soldiers to stand with you, while the remaining soldiers will guard the rear. Keep this in mind. We still do not know if Ekman is the murderer, so let us all remain vigilant. Half did not spell it out, but those present understood his implication. If Ekman was not the murderer, then the true culprit might still be among them. Many shivered, instinctively distancing themselves from their companions and cautiously scrutinizing one another. Once everyone was prepared, Haft opened the hatch and boldly stepped outside. We are currently in the middle of the ship. Should we first check Ekman's quarters at the rear, or head to the captain's cabin at the front? After exiting the room, Haft sought Wald's advice on where to begin the search. Wald, his nerves more taut than before, was nearly startled by Haft's inquiry. Perhaps we should check Ekman's room first. He might have simply overslept, haha. In an effort to lighten the mood, Wald attempted a joke that fell flat. Haft nodded and turned right, heading towards the stern. To be frank, the entire ship was not very large, measuring only about 20 meters in length. It would not take long to search thoroughly. Haft's question was meant to provide the group with a sense of direction and alleviate their panic. Nobody. Upon entering Ekman's room, they found it empty, leading to an even more anxious atmosphere. Haft scoured the room for useful information, but found none and addressed the group. Since we are here, let us check everyone's quarters. Why do we need to search our rooms? Someone immediately questioned. Haft shot the individual a glance, prompting them to lower their gaze. It's nothing. The cabins are cramped, and each room is quite similar. What if Ekman mistakenly entered the wrong room to sleep? He replied, looking at Wald for affirmation. Wald forced a smile, unconvinced that Ekman was merely sleeping. Yes, since we are here, we might as well look around. If we are searching for someone, we ought to inspect every corner thoroughly. With both the leader Wald and Captain Haft endorsing the idea, no one objected, and a group began to inspect each room in turn. Upon opening one particular door, the group halted in their tracks. Ekman was absent. But what astonished them was the sight within. The room was marked with claw marks, the bedding shredded to tatters, and the sheets reduced to strips stained with blood. Haft stepped back, glancing at the nameplate on the door, Sway. All eyes turned in unison towards a particular individual, causing those surrounding him to instinctively step back. This person was the one who had previously hesitated to allow Haft to search his room. Seizing the moment before he could react, Haft rushed forward and grasped Sway's hand. Lifting it to eye level, Sway's fingers were marred with wounds, his nails ragged and bloodied. Haft then took hold of Sway's other hand, a gesture both precautionary and investigative. Indeed, Sway's other hand bore similar injuries. Mr. Sway, care to explain? Haft's voice was grave. Caught in the act, Sway was met with scrutinizing gazes from those around him, causing him to panic. Explain what? I don't know anything. I really don't know. This morning when I awoke, I saw my hands covered in blood, and the bedding was all torn apart. I have no idea what happened. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Why obstruct our search? Sway's voice trembled. I was frightened. I woke up to such a scene, and 2 people have already died in recent days. If you had known, you would have suspected me. I was terrified and didn't dare tell you. But I swear, I am not the killer. Who would believe you? The murderer must be you. Yes, you certainly killed Ina and the others. Where is Ekman? No one was inclined to trust Sway, under the present circumstances. He was the prime suspect. Haft, however, raised a hand to quell the uproar. Let us not jump to conclusions. If Sway were the murderer, there would be no reason for him to leave his room in such disarray. This situation is indeed peculiar. Hearing someone defend him, Sway eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. Why would I ruin my own room? I am truly not the murderer. Haft instructed one of his soldiers to retrieve a piece of torn sheet and began to wrap it around Sway's hands. However, Mr. Sway, just to be safe, I must bind your hands. Do not worry. It is merely precautionary. We will ensure your safety. Should it be determined that you are not the killer, I will release you immediately. Does anyone have any objections? Sway glanced at the distrustful expressions surrounding him, ultimately resigning to the situation. This was, in fact, a relatively favorable outcome. After securing Sway, Haft entrusted him to his soldiers for supervision and addressed the group. It appears we cannot locate Mr. Ekman here. Let us proceed to the bow of the ship. The group had no objections, resuming their previous formation as they turned towards the front of the vessel. However, those who had been near Sway now subtly distanced themselves from him. The ship was not large, and within a matter of minutes, They arrived at the door to the captain's cabin at the front of the vessel. They had searched all other areas along the way, leaving only this room as a potential hiding place for Ekman should he still be aboard. Haft stepped back, drawing his long sword and holding it protectively before his chest. With a swift motion, he forcefully pushed the door open. Inside, a gruesome sight awaited. A bloodied corpse lay sprawled on the ground, unmistakably that of the missing Ekman. Beside the body, an armored figure crouched. As the door swung open, this individual turned to face Haft and the others outside, raising a hand in a casual greeting. "Good day to you all," he said. Chapter 69. Who represents Justice? Rehn felt an increasing sense of unreliability with his armor. The last time it had transported him into a pile of debris was one thing, but this time it was even more outrageous. As soon as he arrived, he found a corpse lying at his feet. Had he not been in a state of heightened nerves, he might have been startled. The room swayed slightly, suggesting they were aboard a ship. Rehn crouched down to examine the body more closely. The corpse belonged to a middle-aged man, dressed in the attire of an adventurer, covered in scratch marks. Even his neck bore signs of violence, which was quite alarming. However, Rehn noticed that these scratches were not particularly deep, merely superficial abrasions. The true cause of death was evident. The man's neck had been slashed, and blood pooled around him. One detail particularly piqued Rehn's interest. The man's left hand lay limp on the ground, soaked in his own blood, yet curiously, his right hand rested on his abdomen, also stained with blood. Rehn reached out to lift the man's right hand for a closer inspection when, at that moment, the door to the room swung open. The armor fiend, upon recognizing the figure crouched beside the corpse, Vald and the others gasped in shock. They had contemplated countless possibilities. Could the murderer be one among them? Or had someone sneaked aboard their ship? They even entertained the notion that it might be a creature from the underwater ruins. Yet, they never imagined that the perpetrator would be the infamous armor fiend, who had recently been the talk of the town. Some were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, while others began to retreat. "Hello, everyone," the armor fiend greeted, waving cheerfully, despite the corpse lying nearby. Haft, trembling with his sword raised, understood all too well that he was no match for the armor fiend. The sense of danger compelled him to instinctively step back, colliding with the still-dazed Vald. It was then that he realized there was no escape for them on this small boat. Summoning his courage, Haft took a cautious step forward. "What are you doing here? You killed Ekman and the others, didn't you?" "The others?" Rehn noted the implication in Haft's words and turned to the soldier. "So, there is more than one victim here?" Haft raised his sword slightly, his voice wavering as he accused. "Stop pretending. Captain Darm and Ina must also be your victims, right? You are a killer." Haft recalled the rumors surrounding the armor fiend, one of which suggested there might be three distinct personas: the Great Thief, the Maniac, and the Brown Bear. With 3 bodies found aboard, it was clear that the armor fiend before him was the Maniac. Rehn stroked his chin and replied, regrettably, "I am not the one who committed those murders. If I were a killer, would you still be standing here conversing with me?" Haft had no choice but to maintain his stance. He glared at Rehn. "Then who are you? Why are you here?" Rehn pondered for a moment before responding. "Consider me the Great Thief." "Consider?" Haft questioned incredulously. "Did we not just discover an underwater ruin? If I claimed to be here for treasure, would you believe me?" "Believe you?" Haft thought to himself, but he dared not oppose Rehn. If he claimed to be a thief, it was somewhat reassuring since thieves typically do not murder. Yet, the next words out of Rehn's mouth sent a chill through the room. "However, I shall not play the role of a thief today." Haft felt his grip on the sword falter. What do you mean? A judge? They say the armor fiend is eccentric. I can certainly attest to that. I cannot keep up with his thoughts." Rehn adjusted his non-existent glasses. "On the ship, 3 people have died, yet the murderer remains at large. This implies that the culprit is likely one among you." As he emphasized the last word, Rehn pointed forcefully towards the door, causing Haft to drop his sword in fright. Fumbling to retrieve it, Haft heard Rehn continue, "From now on, you shall all heed my command. I will assist you in identifying the murderer." Despite their fear of the armor fiend, Haft could not help but protest. "This is absurd. You are a notorious fugitive. How can you act as judge over us?" Rehn shrugged. "My identity is irrelevant. The murderer is undoubtedly one of you. Therefore, you must choose. Will you continue to suspect one another, or will you allow me to help you find the true culprit? Here, I am the strongest, and only I can protect you. Only I can dispense justice. Perhaps you should ask them whether they would rather heed my guidance or yours." The crowd outside exchanged glances. soon realizing that listening to the armor fiend might indeed be their best option. Seeing that others, including Vald, were inclined to agree, Haft found it unacceptable. As a soldier, he could not accept being judged by a fugitive. It was utterly ludicrous. You, Haft exclaimed, incredulous, upon hearing Vald accept the armor fiend's proposal. Rehn then dealt Haft one final blow. In truth, whether you accept or not is inconsequential. On this isolated little ship, I am the strongest, and thus I am justice. You must all obey me. Haft's expression darkened, yet he found no words to counter. Rehn's assertion was undeniable. He was indeed the most formidable, leaving Haft with no recourse but to submit to him. Whether his intentions were to genuinely uncover the murderer or simply toy with them mattered little. Aboard this small vessel, everyone was bound to follow his lead. Seeing that no one else had objections, Rehn nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Since everyone is so eager to appoint me as judge, I shall not decline. As the saying goes, one must not. Cough, cough. Now, please take me to examine the other two deceased. Internally, the group thought, he should at least have some semblance of decorum. Chapter 70. The case Rehn issued commands, and all aboard, including Haft, had no choice but to comply. The formation of the group remained unchanged, with Haft leading the way, Wald trailing slightly behind, and others following in succession. Rehn, having declared his intent to observe the state of each individual, found himself at the rear of the party. The vessel was not particularly large, aside from the upper deck. It comprised two lower levels. The uppermost layer served as the dining and living quarters, while the lower level was largely vacant, containing only a storage room and two small empty chambers. The bodies of the two deceased, Captain Dam and a female crew member named Ina, were placed in the two empty rooms on the lower level. Thus, the group was required to descend from the captain's quarters on the deck to the bottom level. Along the way, Haft remained troubled by the ongoing investigation concerning the armored man. He slowed his pace slightly to walk alongside Wald and lowered his voice to say, Wald, what are your thoughts? We cannot place our trust in a wanted criminal. He claims he is not a murderer, but that is merely his own assertion. He could very well be the architect of dozens of deaths. Are you truly inclined to believe him over me? Wald's expression stiffened. He found himself more inclined to trust the armored man than Haft, despite Haft's esteemed position as the captain of the domestic guard. While the armored man was an infamous fugitive, the current circumstances cast suspicion upon the crew, leaving the armored man as the least likely culprit. Haft's own culpability appeared to be greater by comparison. Wald's face contorted with conflict. Haft, it's not that I disbelieve you, but the armored man is correct in one regard. He possesses the greatest strength, and we must heed his commands. If we defy him, who knows what consequences may ensue? Do you genuinely believe he will dispense justice? Haft pressed on. What if he falsely accuses one of us? What recourse will we have? If the armored man randomly identifies someone as the murderer, what then? If you agree with him, what punishment awaits the accused? If you oppose him, will he lash out in fury against us all? Haft continued, even under such duress, will you still choose to trust the armored man? Wald wrestled with his thoughts. He desired to believe Haft, yet Haft's reliability was uncertain. He hesitated to place his faith in the armored man. But the fugitive might indeed be the most credible option. Seeing that Wald was finally swayed, Haft felt a measure of relief. My proposal is this. Let us first observe the armored man's intentions. As long as his actions are not excessively egregious, we should acquiesce, for he is a dangerous figure. However, should he attempt to unjustly accuse one of us as the murderer, we must stand in opposition. But to defy him, Haft gritted his teeth. Even if it costs us our lives, we must resist. Wald, consider this. If you were the one wrongfully accused and everyone else remained silent, would you find solace in that? Wald bowed his head, contemplating for a moment before raising his gaze to Haft. All right, I will follow your lead. As the team leader, I cannot allow my members to be falsely accused. If you, Haft, are the one accused, I will also stand against it. Indeed, we must unite. After all, it was merely a small ship. Despite the two leaders' slow progress, they eventually reached the lower deck after 4 or 5 minutes. Rehn had noticed Haft and Wald whispering but chose to ignore them, lingering at the back while engaging with a soldier about the events that had transpired earlier. This official expedition, during its initial phase, had proceeded smoothly, successfully uncovering a lost underwater city. However, 3 days prior, the situation had shifted dramatically. A female crew member named Ina was discovered dead on the deck shortly after dinner, the cause being a severe blow to the head. Captain Dam was the one to find her body, and many began to suspect him as the murderer. To their shock, the following morning, Dam was found dead in his cabin. Fear gripped the crew, prompting Wald to call for an immediate return. However, the sailors informed him that the helm and other essential equipment in the captain's quarters had been sabotaged, rendering them inoperable. This meant that all aboard were left to passively await rescue in the presence of a potential murderer. After discussing strategies with Haft, Wald resolved to cease their exploration of the ruins, insisting that they remain together to await rescue. His intention was to ensure that no one was alone during meals or sleep, advocating for shared accommodations of 2 or 3 individuals per room. Yet, many opposed this idea, preferring to stay with Haft and his group, as they were the strongest. The others were deemed potential threats, and despite previous familiarity, no one wished to trust those around them, fearing nighttime treachery. Consequently, this proposal was dismissed, and as night fell, everyone locked their doors, sleeping separately. During the day, they gathered in the dining area, lost in thought. However, it was unforeseen that, despite these precautions, death would still find a way. This morning, when the designated meeting time arrived in the dining hall, the expedition's second-in-command, Ekman, had yet to appear. The group decided to search for him, leading to the situation Rehn encountered. Chapter 71. The court hearing. Rehn soon encountered the first deceased's body. As the guards had indicated, the female crew member, named Ina, bore no other apparent injuries. Her demise was attributed solely to a blow to the back of her head. After observing for a considerable time, Rehn realized that he was ill-suited for this task, noting that the deceased had an attractive physique but uncovering no further useful clues. Meanwhile, half beside him remarked, "When we discovered Miss Ina, she lay beside the rail on the deck. Initially, we speculated that the ship's swaying had caused her to lose her balance and fall, striking her head against the rail, an unfortunate accident. However, after Captain Dam was murdered, we began to suspect that Miss Ina's death might not have been accidental." Feigning deep contemplation for a moment, Rehn confidently replied to Haft, "I believe I have a clear understanding now. Let us proceed to examine Captain Dam." Haft gazed at Rehn, puzzled by his newfound clarity, yet feeling compelled to comply with Rehn's directives. He led him to the adjacent room to inspect Captain Dam's body. Dam was a tall and robust middle-aged man. After searching his body for some time, Rehn found no visible wounds. With his limited knowledge, he could not ascertain the cause of Dam's death from the condition of the corpse. Finally, Haft could no longer contain himself and explained. Captain Dam was found dead in his room. He was smothered with a blanket. Rehn nodded. "Indeed, as I suspected." Haft inquired, "Now that we have examined both bodies, can you determine who the murderer is?" Rehn stepped away from the corpse, leading the way outside. "Do not rush. Let us prepare for the court. Is there a place for us to sit?" "The dining hall will suffice. There is ample seating for everyone." The others, eager to leave the grim scene, hastened to the upper dining hall upon Haft's suggestion. The hall, originally containing separate tables for 6, had been rearranged into a single long table due to the murder case, as Wald had requested that everyone gather during the day. Now, it was opportune for Rehn to sit in a circle with the crew to discuss the identity of the killer. Once everyone was seated, Haft turned to Rehn, who occupied the head of the table. "Now you may tell us your intentions. However, I must state that if you accuse any of us without evidence, I will protect my companions with my life." Rehn merely shrugged, non-committal. "Very well, let the trial commence. Before revealing the identity of the murderer, I have a few final questions and a small matter to attend to." "What small matter?" Rehn leaned slightly forward, resting against the table. Instilling a sense of pressure among the attendees, "I would appreciate it if someone could provide me with a weapon." Half tensed, instinctively grasping the hilt of his sword. What do you need a weapon for?" Seeing the anxious expressions on everyone's faces, Rehn waved his hand reassuringly. "Do not fret. I mean no harm. I simply wish to have a weapon at hand. In case I discern who is lying or concealing the truth during my inquiries, I may need to take decisive action." Upon hearing Rehn's words, the room fell into greater fear. Wald trembled as he exclaimed, "Did you not claim you would serve as the judge?" "A judge does not act in such a manner." Rehn responded indifferently, "If you choose not to provide one, I can procure my own. Or, let me propose this. Whoever is willing to offer me a weapon will demonstrate their innocence, significantly reducing my suspicion of them." With that, as soon as Rehn's statement concluded, numerous weapons were hastily placed upon the table. "I have one." Various voices echoed as individuals awkwardly glanced at one another. Rehn surveyed the array of weapons before him, noting the diverse assortment. Most of Haft's guards wielded standard longswords. while the sailors had an assortment of knives, swords, and axes. The most peculiar were the members of the expedition team, who produced kitchen knives and forks. Even Wald, who had earlier expressed dissent, revealed a small paring knife he had discreetly retrieved from the kitchen for protection after the recent deaths aboard. Wald lowered his head, awkwardly stating, "It's merely for self-defense." Rehn ultimately selected a guard's longsword, positioning it to his right for easy access. Excellent. The group's response is commendable. I have noted those who produced weapons. Your suspicion in my eyes has greatly diminished. Haft, clearly frustrated by his slower reflexes compared to the others, wore a grim expression as he addressed Rehn. Now that you have your weapon, can we commence? Let us begin with Miss Ina. I wish to know whether any among you harbored animosity or disputes with her. The room fell silent as everyone bowed their heads. Rehn remained patient, waiting for a response. Finally, Wald stepped forward, trembling as he spoke. Miss Ina was a member of our expedition team. Our relationships were harmonious, akin to family, with no significant conflicts. Are you certain? Rehn pressed. Wald shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. The others nodded in agreement, affirming they held no grievances against Ina. Very well, I believe you. My second question is, who among you was closest to Miss Ina? Once again, silence prevailed as no one spoke. Rehn continued to wait. Haft, unable to bear the stillness, challenged. What significance does this question hold? Considerable, Rehn replied. From my years of observation, the murderer is typically either a foe of the deceased or someone intimately connected to them. Haft retorted, that is utter nonsense. You need not concern yourself. Simply inform me who was closest to the deceased, and I shall draw my own conclusions. You. All eyes, including Rehn's, turned toward Wald. Mr. Wald, did you not just claim that you were as close as family? Chapter 72. Fully automatic case resolution. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Wald appeared visibly embarrassed, his face flushed as he attempted to clarify. What I meant to say is that we are all companions on this adventure, living together and supporting one another. It would be illogical for any of us to harm our own team without reason. However, I cannot claim that we are particularly close. There is no one among us who stands out as the best of friends, is there? At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air. Rehn turned towards the source and found a rather portly man. Who are you? Rehn inquired. The man, careful in his demeanor, replied, My lord, I am the ship's cook. And I have crucial evidence to present. Oh, please, do elaborate. The cook continued, it pertains to the relationships within this expedition team. In the initial days aboard, Mr. Wald frequently requested fruit from me, claiming it was for the crew members. It was evident that they shared a good rapport, otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically sought me out. At this juncture, a sailor seated beside the cook clapped his hands, exclaiming, Oh, I see now. I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned the fruit. My lord, I am responsible for cleaning and waste disposal on the ship. Each day, I would discover fruit pits among Miss Ina's refuse. Reflecting on it now, they must have been sent by Mr. Wald. Their connection is undoubtedly significant. Wald trembled with rage. Retorting, Do not speak irresponsibly. Ina informed me that she was feeling unwell and wished to eat some fruit. As the team leader, is it not entirely reasonable for me to show concern for my crew members? The cleaning sailor scratched his head, hesitant to argue further, as Wald's reasoning seemed valid. If a team member expressed discomfort and desired fruit, the leader could hardly refuse. The atmosphere grew tense once more. Then, the armored figure shifted his hand towards his sword. The guard smirked and addressed Rehn, stating, Your Honor, the ship's restroom is located near the bow, while the dining area and everyone's quarters are at the stern. When I observed Mr. Wald, he was walking from a position further aft towards his cabin, distinctly away from the direction of the restroom. If I recall correctly, Miss Ina's room is situated over there. Mr. Wald, do not attempt to claim you simply wandered into the wrong cabin. Or are you suggesting that, as a grown man, you ventured to the doorstep of another's room for a restroom break? Rehn nodded in agreement, even applauding the guard. The logic was undeniably clear. He then turned his gaze to Wald, pressing for an explanation. At that moment, Wald was drenched in sweat, and upon noticing Rehn's hand move slightly, he began to tremble uncontrollably. I admit it, I indeed share a relationship with Ina. She is my lover. Due to her marital status, I have refrained from disclosing this to others, as it would tarnish my reputation. However, this case has nothing to do with me. Why would I want to harm her? Moreover, she was found deceased on the deck. If I truly intended to kill Ina, why would I do so in such an open space? How very straightforward. A sailor retorted, smirking at Wald. These two officers mentioned they encountered you during your clandestine meetings in the early days aboard. Why have they not seen you since? I've encountered many a clandestine affair in my time, and it stands to reason that you simply became too embarrassed to return to Miss Inez's room. Yet, the ship is limited in space. The main deck is bustling with people, while the hold is accessible only to us. Where else could you have gone? You two must have rendezvoused at the stern of the deck, where officers patrol primarily towards the captain's quarters at the bow, and the stern is obscured by crates, making it easy to hide. Perhaps you even preferred the open air, he chuckled. Under the collective gaze, Vald's face turned crimson. You are spouting nonsense. There is no evidence supporting your claims. We could never engage in such acts on the deck. At that moment, Haft, deep in thought, remarked, now that you mention it, during a conversation with Captain Darm, he did mention hearing some muffled sounds at night. He jokingly speculated whether he had encountered a mermaid or some romantic escapade. I initially dismissed it as mere banter, attributing it to the myriad noises at sea. But reflecting on it now, Vald glared at Haft. Haft, how could you say such a thing? Have you forgotten our agreement? The earlier sailor burst into laughter. Huh, I knew it. You two were caught sneaking around on the deck, and the captain overheard. Rehn couldn't help but admire the sailor's sharpness. Truly, it was a shame for such wit to be squandered on seafaring. I. Vald stammered, desperate to defend himself. Yet his peripheral vision caught Rehn's hand resting on the sword, causing him to recoil in fear. I confess, I did indeed kill Ina, but it was an accident. The leader? Vald, you. All eyes were fixed on Vald, including those of the expedition team, who wore expressions of shock. While they had speculated about Vald and Ina's relationship, they never imagined their leader would commit such an act, which is why none had stepped forward to accuse him until now. Rehn's hand finally withdrew from the sword, and he couldn't suppress a sigh of relief. Solving the case was not as difficult as he had anticipated. A mere few inquiries had led the perpetrator to unearth himself. A fully automatic resolution of the case. Was reasoning truly necessary? Chapter 73. The Rift. Vald recounted the events of that fateful night to the gathered audience. I had no intention of killing Ina. It was an accident. In truth, it was Ina who first sought to harm me. That evening, we met on the deck at the appointed hour. There was something peculiar about her that night. As soon as we came face to face, she lunged at me, embracing and kissing me fervently from my lips to my neck. Initially, I thought she was merely being more forward than usual, but then, without warning, Ina began to bite me. Rehn scratched his face. Isn't it quite normal for her to bite you? Why do you all look at me with such bewilderment? Ahem. Never mind, I digress. Please, continue, Vald. Vald adjusted his collar to reveal his neck, where indeed there were 2 or 3 deep bite marks, unmistakably human. You see, these are all from Ina. Rehn inquired. And then you killed her? In truth, if emotions ran high, it is rather typical for someone to lose control and bite. The others regarded him with strange expressions once more. Forget I said anything, Rehn added. After displaying the bite marks, Vald turned to reveal his back, which was marred with numerous scratches. Rehn's expression shifted to one of shock. I always thought the scratches on your back were mere fabrications. It appears they are real indeed. The group expressed their confusion. Vald lowered his garment and continued solemnly. At that moment, Ina clung to me with an unexplainable strength, clawing at my back and attempting to bite me. The other marks on my neck were from that very moment. Terrified, I struggled to push Ina away, and in the chaos, I inadvertently pushed her against the railing. I never meant to kill her. It was self-defense. Upon hearing Vald's account, the group exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. Rehn pondered for a moment before stating his belief. Overall, I do not think Vald is lying. The bite marks on him are irrefutable evidence. If necessary, we could compare them with the deceased's dental impressions. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Rehn's observation. However, this raised another question. Rehn, curious, looked at Vald and asked, then why did you not speak up sooner? Haft covered his head, gazing helplessly at Rehn. The more pressing question is why Ina chose to bite Vald, is it not? As for why Vald remained silent, it may have been fear in the moment, and acknowledging the incident would expose his relationship with Ina, tarnishing his reputation. Thus, he opted to conceal the truth, perhaps even erasing some evidence from the scene. Vald hung his head. That is indeed the case. I was too frightened to speak. I do not know why Ina acted as she did. She seemed like a wild beast, utterly terrifying. Yet, during dinner that evening, she appeared completely normal. I am at a loss. Haft frowned. Previously, we believed there was but one murderer aboard. However, If Miss Ina was indeed accidentally killed by Vald, then who is responsible for the deaths of Captain Dam and Ekman? The tension in the room escalated, as the group, initially feeling somewhat relieved after Vald's confession, now felt the weight of uncertainty pressing upon them once more. Indeed, it was possible that Ina had been mistakenly killed. Vald claimed she had fallen and struck the railing, which aligned with the injury on her head. Nevertheless, Captain Dam and Ekman had both met violent ends, one suffocated, the other with a severed throat, indicating foul play. This suggested that there might still be one or perhaps two murderers aboard the vessel. To err on the side of caution, Rehn ordered Vald to be bound, asserting that his accidental killing of Ina did not absolve him of potential involvement in the other murders. For now, let us set aside the question of why Ina lost her sanity and turn our attention to the identity of the second victim's murderer, namely Captain Dam. First, I must pose several questions to the group. What more is there to ask? Rehn's inquiry was abruptly interrupted by Haft, who addressed the sailors across from him. When considering those who bore animosity toward Captain Dam or had close ties with him, it is unequivocally his crew. We soldiers, along with Vald and his expedition team, were strangers to Dam prior to this voyage. Our relationship was strictly professional. We cooperated amicably while aboard, and there were no conflicts, leaving us with no motive to kill Captain Dam. Thus, the murderer must be among his crew. Rehn, unperturbed by the interruption, allowed the dialogue to unfold. The tension among the sailors escalated, each apprehensive of the armored figure's unpredictable nature. The ship was now divided into three factions: the crew, the expedition team, and the soldiers. During the prior discussions surrounding Vald's case, it had primarily been the crew and soldiers who voiced their opinions, although their assertions were ultimately validated. A rift had formed in the group's unity. As the discourse shifted to Captain Dam's demise, Haft eagerly began to point fingers at the crew. With Dam's death, the crew found themselves leaderless. Although the sailors were infuriated with Haft, they refrained from speaking out due to his position. Finally, the first mate stepped forward. Do not speak recklessly. Regardless of circumstances, there must be a motive for murder. Why would we wish to kill the captain? If there is none, cease your slander against us. Haft scoffed. Oh, is that so? For instance, perhaps you aspire to take the captain's place. Preposterous. I hold great respect for the captain and have never entertained such thoughts. Who can say? Haft retorted, undeterred by the threats of the kingdom's soldiers. The first mate's anger flared at Haft's provocations. If we are to cast aspersions, what of you? You two have ties with Captain Dam. What do you mean? The first mate cast a sidelong glance at the armored figure, noting him humming a tune while tapping his sword. In a moment of boldness, he declared, Do not think I am unaware of your actions, Haft. On the night before Captain Dam's death, you spent a considerable amount of time alone with him in his quarters, emerging with a rather disheveled appearance. Do not speak such nonsense. Haft exclaimed, taken aback. Only you know whether it is nonsense or not. If it is not, then do enlighten us. Where were you at that time? Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts? Even Vald, still bound, chimed in, I can attest to this. That night, due to Ina's death before my eyes, I was unable to sleep and paced restlessly in my room. Around 1 a.m, I heard noises in the corridor and opened my door to find Haft. Now it was Haft's turn to look incredulous, staring at Vald. You, Vald. Vald turned his head away. The two had previously agreed that if the armored figure attempted to falsely accuse anyone, they would stand together in opposition. Yet, unexpectedly, before the armored figure had spoken a word, they had already betrayed one another. The first mate, having heard Vald's words, laughed triumphantly. See? I told you I was correct. However, Mr. Vald, do not merely point fingers at others. You too are not without fault. Chapter 74, Self-Justification and Deflection. Upon hearing that the fire had reached him, Vald became noticeably agitated. Do not speak recklessly. I have known Captain Darm for less than a month, and there has been no conflict between us. I have no motive to kill him. That is debatable. With the weight of an accusation upon him, Vald sprang to his feet, his hands still bound, yearning to hurl insults at the guard. You are speaking nonsense. Haft, will you not rein in your soldier? Tell him to be silent. Haft merely turned his head aside, feigning ignorance. Vald trembled with indignation. Very well. Say what you will. Without evidence, everyone is a suspect. No one is to leave. A sigh echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention. It was Rehn, who realized that this case could not be resolved automatically. It seems we have reached an impasse. I shall now share my perspective. Rising from his seat, he casually grasped the sword resting on the table. Since we cannot proceed in a fully automated manner, we shall adopt a semi-automated approach. Under the watchful gaze of those present, Rehn approached the first mate and, with a resounding clap, placed the sword upon his shoulder, startling the latter into a shudder. My opinion is this: if we cannot ascertain the truth, let us randomly select someone to be executed. Upon hearing these words, the first mate's composure crumbled. No, you cannot do this. Why must it be me? Rehn waved the sword near the first mate's neck. Why not? Do you think I am a benevolent soul? The first mate was momentarily rendered speechless. But there are others with suspicion against them as well. Why target me when they could also be the killers of Captain Darm? Reasons not to kill you? Indeed, what proof do you have that you are not the murderer? Speak, or I shall assume you are guilty. Rehn pressed the sword against the first mate's shoulder, causing him to slump in despair, wishing to hide beneath the table. Then came a frantic outburst. I will speak. I can prove my innocence. It is fortunate that I speak now. On the night of the incident, I was with Leto. He can vouch for me. Leto is that one. Rehn's gaze shifted to the only woman present, a member of the expedition, who appeared significantly older than the first mate. However, the attention of the others gravitated towards another individual, the cook who had previously implicated Vald. He awkwardly interjected, "My lord, I am Leto. We did indeed share a room that night. I can attest to." Rehn inhaled sharply. The situation was hardly improved by this revelation. The first mate, averting his gaze, explained, "I sought Leto because Miss Ina had perished. They said there was a murderer aboard, and out of fear, I went to find him. It is not as you might think." Internally, he mused, "Who do you think you are fooling? If that were true, why not state it sooner to clear your name? Regardless, your suspicion has been momentarily alleviated. Now, it is time for the next individual." Rehn surveyed the room. Those he glanced upon instinctively lowered their heads, fearful of being targeted by this armored figure. Rehn brandished the sword, circling the table, causing each person to shrink back in their seats. Ultimately, he halted behind Vald, who trembled, while others sighed in temporary relief. "Mr. Vald, it is your turn. To be candid, I find myself at a loss. I initially intended to grant you the opportunity to prove your innocence. Yet it appears you have all been preoccupied with shifting suspicion onto others. Reluctantly, I must resort to this method." Vald, upon lowering his gaze, was met with the long sword poised at his neck. He wished to bow his head, yet dared not do so, instead turning his face away. "I am innocent. Evidence. What about you in the end?" Haft, well aware of who had been on watch that night, turned his attention to the guard. The guard, feeling ashamed, lowered his head in tacit admission. Haft erupted in fury. "You knew all along that Ina was killed by Vald, didn't you?" "Captain, Vald told me it was an accident. I thought, since there was no murderer aboard, it was inconsequential, so I accepted his money." Before the words could settle, a sword was already at his throat, Rehn's voice resonating from behind. "You may resolve your matters later. Now it is your turn." Haft clenched his fists tightly, a struggle evident within. Finally, he uttered a shocking confession that stunned the entire assembly. "Very well, I admit it. I killed Darm, and I killed Eichmann as well." Chapter 75. The perils of overthinking. Everyone bore a look of astonishment, and if not for the helmet, so would Rehn. He was taken aback by Haft's candid admission of murdering Captain Dam, and not just that, he also took responsibility for Eichmann's death. Haft continued, "Armor, my lord, if you wish for a reason not to kill me, I can provide one. I possess a significant secret that compelled me to eliminate both Dam and Eichmann." Rehn's interest was piqued. Haft placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, gesturing outward. "You must ensure that once I share, you shall not slay me." Rehn countered, "Can you guarantee that after I hear your secret, I will find it intriguing?" "You certainly will." Haft asserted confidently. "Given your confidence, I shall offer you this chance. If your secret pleases me, I shall spare you." Seeing Haft and the armored figure engage in their exchange, Wald could no longer contain himself, erupting in outrage. "Haft, how could you? You are a guard sent by the kingdom to protect us. Yet you choose to kill Dam and Eichmann." With the facade of civility shattered, Haft retorted coldly, "Fool, silence yourself. Should you continue to bellow, you may find yourself next on the list." Wald, cowed by Haft's roar, fell silent. Haft then turned to Rehn, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. "I shall divulge. On the night Miss Ina perished, I investigated thoroughly and intended to inquire with Captain Dam about any knowledge he had. The first mate had indeed witnessed the truth. However, upon reaching the captain's quarters, I discovered Eichmann in discussion with Dam. Thus, I concealed myself outside to eavesdrop instead of entering directly. Do you know what I overheard?" Rehn raised an eyebrow. If he had a discovery, why not inform Wald? Instead of sneaking around to consult Dam, Ekman sought to claim the credit for himself. Haft scoffed, as Wald's aide. Revealing the discovery to him would result in Wald seizing all the glory. Such a treasure could grant him protection. Should he report to the kingdom, vast rewards would follow, leaving Ekman with mere scraps. Naturally, he was unwilling to share. And what does this have to do with Dam? Rehn pondered aloud. You killed Dam and sabotaged the captain's quarters to prevent the ship from returning? A strange sound emerged, prompting everyone to glance at Wald, suspecting it to be the noise from him and Ina. And what of Ekman? Was it to monopolize the credit? Haft shook his head. Ekman possessed key evidence regarding that secret, yet he concealed it. I never intended to kill him. I merely wished to divide the credit. However, after Dam's demise, Ekman approached me, echoing Dam's words, asserting that with 2 deaths aboard, someone must have clandestinely received the wolf god's blessing and wielded the power of the wolf. He insisted we must identify this individual or devise a swift means of returning home. Initially, I dismissed Ekman's words, as I had slain Dam. To my surprise, Ekman then showcased the wolf god's blessing before me. His expression was one of unbearable agony as he clawed at his own body, heedless of the blood. Then, in a sudden frenzy, he lunged at me, attempting to strangle me. Despite being an ordinary man, his strength at that moment was astonishing, and it took considerable effort for me to push him away. As Ekman collapsed, he charged at me once more, and in my fury, I struck him down with my sword. Haft's account continued. At the time of Ekman's death, I was unaware of Ina's circumstances. I assumed Ekman had gained the wolf god's power but could not control it, leading to his transformation. Alas, with Ekman deceased, I could not inquire about how he acquired such strength. This morning, while searching Sway's room, I noticed claw marks everywhere. It occurred to me that Sway too might have obtained the wolf god's power and was similarly unable to control it. Thus, I feigned to spare Sway, intending to extract his secret under the pretense of a private interrogation. After hearing Haft's entire narrative, Rehn felt a mix of curiosity and exasperation regarding these individuals' self-destructive behaviors. The deaths aboard the ship, 3 in total, stemmed from the crew's peculiarities and their concealment of the truth, leading to a cascade of misunderstandings. First, Wald mistakenly killed Ina, fearing exposure of their affair, thus hiding the truth and neglecting to inform others of Ina's peculiarities. Next, Ekman, in his quest for credit, quietly conspired with Dam about returning home. Haft overheard their conversation, aiming to claim the treasure for himself. When he approached Dam, the sounds of Wald and Ina's affair startled Dam, who remained oblivious to Ina's death, leading him to reject Haft's proposition, resulting in Haft slaying him. The realities of these 2 cases were once again obscured, prompting Ekman to believe someone aboard had received the wolf god's power and was recklessly killing, leading him to consult Captain Haft, who then met his own demise at Haft's hands. Author's note: to buy time for Zhang Jia's escape, she knocked down those pursuing Jiao Min. In a brutal display meant to serve as a deterrent to others, they threw Zhang Jia from the balcony before numerous witnesses. Zhang Fan took out his phone and began searching, while American netizens watched with bated breath. Zhao Yin soared on a flying sword to the colossal black structure, casually selecting an entrance. Though unaware of the prices within, she assumed such a place would be exorbitantly costly. A glance at the price tags sent Li Shuyuan's heart racing. He had no idea the garments were crafted from materials so lavish, with none priced below 4 figures, some even reaching 5 figures each. Zhao Yun, without even summoning the shadow of flames, struck down the Carnival of Venice with a single blow upon the Great Wall. In truth, he had fabricated a tale. Once a child is adopted, the government and social organizations generally do not offer financial assistance unless requested by the adoptive parents. Moreover, families capable of adopting typically possess ample means, rendering financial hardship nearly non-existent. The control over such matters domestically is not as stringent as one might assume. Furthermore, the affluent scions possess their own methods to resolve such issues, indicating that the venue still harbored numerous illicit occurrences. Deafening explosions resounded, each fireball engulfing hundreds of meters, unleashing waves of destruction that rocked the surrounding space, crashing against the barriers without affecting the external world. The lingering fragrance tantalized, and Jiang Lu licked his lips, his ears reddening uncontrollably. Yet, the prowess of Yin Yang exceeded his expectations. Every card he played was deftly countered, rendering them ineffective. In that moment, he found himself thoroughly suppressed, desperately struggling beneath his opponent's might. Deep within this confrontation lay hints of divine integration. potentially offering a profound remedy to today's spiritual and malevolent paths, hence my astonishment and concern. Zhang Ning gradually elucidated that the primary focus was on studying the transmission pathways of the virus, and the conclusive results reaffirmed that the virus was indeed spread through blood. As for Gu Jiani, he currently harbored no particular sentiments. The future would determine whether he would be an adversary or an ally. However, he understood that the longer Gu Jiani persevered, the smoother his subsequent actions would unfold. Despite appearing to be in a predicament, he was unconvinced that Gu Jiani lacked any life-preserving trump cards. Likewise, and Wei Sheng observed the unfamiliar and distinguished gentleman in the living room. Drawing from years of experience, he surmised that this individual meant no good. Yet, before the elders, the two exchanged pleasantries and introduced themselves politely. Perhaps it was true, Yili mused, that this child seemed rather peculiar. Having been ill for quite some time, the nature of his ailment was unclear, yet he appeared to have lost some mental acuity. There was no time to waste on such matters. His foremost objective was to amass wealth. Lin Di shook his head. Although he had reached the pinnacle of his status, it was solely due to his family's endowments. Otherwise, he would have never had the slightest chance of attaining such heights. Ho Pan also heard Ming Yu's words and widened his eyes, glancing towards Ming Yu. The figure clad in a light golden Taoist robe was unfamiliar to Ho Jian. The familiarity between him and Xing Tian was evident, yet Ho Jian had never heard Xing Tian mention him, nor was he aware of their acquaintance with the Qi refiners. Zhang Yuanhang was uncertain whether to feel sorrow for them. Nevertheless, he found himself rather pleased at this thought. When the demon finally lunged towards Su Qingfan, the formidable entity pursuing the demon remained concealed. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Su Qingfan seemed to hear a gentle, soft sound. A cup of hot cocoa and a cup of Americano. Gu Yang perused the menu, ordering another serving of pepper-salted muffins and a yogurt waffle. Reflecting on it, he realized that his outings with Chu Xinga for meals were few and far between, leaving him unaware of her culinary preferences. Ming Yu couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary protagonist of this realm. Blessed by the heavens, they faced almost no calamities. Now, with a multitude appearing in the primordial chaos, it was likely their ancestral lands could not accommodate such a vast population, forcing them to seek new habitats. Chao Zhen understood that every word spoken by Deng Ai was laden with reason. Within this large tent, only a handful could shoulder such a significant responsibility. Yet, curiously, only Deng Ai had never clashed with Ma, and since Deng Ai was not widely known, sending him could both alleviate Ma's vigilance and foster trust more readily. Remember, you have only 3 days. Lu Chenhuan's somber voice resonated starkly in the stillness of the night. Zheng Shi sheathed his black, demonic blade, grasping the purple feather blade as he stepped through the stone door. As he entered, the stone door behind him slammed shut with a thunderous sound. Chapter 76. The power of the wolf god Hafit's testimony nearly elucidated all uncertainties, revealing that the crux of the 3 murders lay within the so-called power of the wolf god. It was this force that drove Ina to madness, leading to her untimely demise at the hands of Vald. The deaths of Ekman and Captain Dam were also, whether directly or indirectly, influenced by it. With the origin clarified, the reason for Hafit's candid confession becomes apparent. He was the perpetrator behind Ekman and Dam's deaths, and he could hardly fabricate a flawless alibi. Who could say whether the armored creature would not strike him down for a mere misstep? Thus, he resorted to bribing Rehn with promises of profit. Hafit was uncertain if the armored figure would indeed accept his proposition, but he had no alternative. My lord, Ekman is deceased. Yet the items he concealed must still be aboard the ship. If we locate them, we could unearth the secrets of the wolf god's treasures. Once in our possession, we would possess immeasurable strength, power sufficient to safeguard a kingdom. Rehn posed one final query. That object has driven several individuals to madness. Are you not afraid? Hafit gestured towards a man in the expedition team. The earlier mentioned SVI, who appeared to have been touched by the wolf god's power, yet now seemed entirely unaffected. I believe that force is not uncontrollable. Otherwise, a kingdom would not revere it. Rehn nodded, acknowledging Hafit's reasoning. Through the helmet, Hafit could not discern Rehn's expression, only witnessing his nodding, which led him to believe he had piqued Rehn's interest. My lord, what say you? We could collaborate to unearth that treasure. Rehn scrutinized Hafit's face for an extended moment, causing the latter to grow uneasy, before finally lowering his sword. I am indeed quite intrigued by that treasure. As the blade withdrew from his throat, Hafit exhaled in relief, sensing he had wagered correctly. No extraordinary being would be disinterested in power. However, this thought was swiftly disrupted as the sword was once again pressed against his neck, this time more closely than before. Hafit gulped nervously, my lord. What do you mean by this? With a smile, Rehn replied, Mr. Hafit, lying is unethical. Hafit's countenance stiffened. What lies? I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. You previously stated that you searched everyone's quarters this morning? Yes, we were looking for the missing. Ekman, as he trailed off. Hafit realized he had let slip too much. You are the murderer of Ekman, and you are well aware of where his body lies. So, what was the purpose of your search? Surely it cannot have been merely for show. For instance, you could have seized Ekman's documents amidst the chaos of the search. The sword pressed closer still. Wait. I admit, I did take the documents. If you promise not to kill me, I shall hand them over. I will forego the treasure. My lord, you may seek it alone. Rehn's sword remained steadfast against Hafit's throat. Regrettably, I have no need for a deal with you. If I am not mistaken, after you completed the search, you took everyone to the captain's quarters, where you encountered me. This implies you had no time to conceal Ekman's documents. No, had you not crossed paths with me, there would have been no need to hide them. Therefore, those documents must still be on your person. Hafit's expression revealed everything. Rehn's deduction was correct. From Hafit's ashen garments, Rehn extracted the documents, which amounted to 4 or 5 sheets of paper. After a thorough search of his own attire, he ultimately tucked them within the seams of his armor. He then turned to the others. What are you all waiting for? Find him. The group hesitated, exchanging glances, none daring to act due to Hafit's position. Rehn pointed to an individual, the first mate who had earlier identified Hafit. You. Find him. Me? Who else? You two have already developed a grudge. If not you, who shall bear the burden? The first mate bore a resigned smile. The armored figure's candor was rather disconcerting. Yet he recognized the truth in Rehn's words. He and Hafit were indeed at odds and did not mind this particular task. With Hafit restrained, Rehn stretched, feeling he had unraveled the 3 murder cases. Both culprits were apprehended. He sought a quiet place to examine Ekman's documents, hoping to glean insights into the wolf god's treasure. However, he sensed that his time here was limited and wondered if he would manage in time. Scanning the room, he noticed all eyes were upon him. Why do you stare at me? Oh, how remiss of me. Rehn smacked his forehead, realizing a crucial fact. Among the factions aboard, Captain Dam had been slain by Hafit. Expedition leader Vald was bound for murder, and Captain Hafit had killed 2 others and was now tied up himself. Originally, any one of these 3 could have managed the remaining crew, but now none held such authority. Nevertheless, this was not a grave issue. Rescue would soon arrive. And as long as these individuals did not act foolishly, releasing Hafit or seeking the wolf god's power, they should remain unharmed. You all. Rehn intended to arrange matters for the crew and seize the final moments to investigate the wolf god's treasure when an inexplicable surge of agitation washed over him. While his condition was tolerable, the expressions of those surrounding him grew increasingly grotesque. Some began to scratch at the table with their nails. This is not good. It is the power of the wolf god. Having reviewed the preceding cases, Rehn quickly discerned what was transpiring, though he could not fathom why he was also affected. Had he unwittingly come into contact with something? Or was this power of a nature that radiated, influencing all within a certain radius? Suddenly, a deep howl resonated from beneath, igniting a complete eruption. Following the agitation, an even more intense impulse surged within Rehn. Had it not been for the suppression of the Elenvale armor, he might have succumbed to the urge to claw wildly. In response to the howl, the others fared even worse, aside from the bound Vald and Hafit, who struggled with all their might. The remaining individuals' eyes turned crimson, veins bulging as they clawed at tables, their hands and bodies becoming drenched in blood, yet refusing to cease. Something is approaching. Rehn finally grasped the situation. He began to run, racing to the deck. Suppressing his own impulses, he leaned against the railing and gazed downward, witnessing the entire sea bathed in crimson. Various marine creatures, much like the afflicted individuals, were frantically tearing at one another. Beneath the surface, 2 points of red light rapidly expanded. As the crimson glow drew nearer, the oceanic creatures grew increasingly frenzied, the sea roiling as though boiling. And Rehn felt his inner agitation transforming into wildness, a sensation that his reason was on the brink of relinquishment. The red light advanced swiftly, and through the blood-red water, Rehn soon discerned the nature of the approaching entity. A colossal white wolf, its size dwarfing the expedition vessel by 4 or 5 times. In the blink of an eye, the white wolf was upon them, leaping from the depths and soaring skyward. It traced an arc above Rehn's head before landing on the opposite side of the ship. Gripping the railing, Rehn struggled to turn around, beholding the true visage of the wolf. With that singular glance, the wildness within him surged forth, as if his skin were ablaze, his blood threatening to burst forth from his veins, and all he could perceive was a sea of crimson. In the final moment of consciousness, he beheld the wolf drawing its head closer to him. Damn! Deceived, where did the notion of treasure come from? This Toma is none other than the wolf god. Subsequently, Rehn completely lost consciousness. Chapter 77. Ekman's notes. Rehn lifted his arm, gazing somewhat helplessly at the laptop affixed to his forearm. The sizable hole on its surface was a testament to its unfortunate fate, having been punctured by his own fist and now dangling precariously from his limb. A pang of regret washed over him. This laptop had only recently been purchased, and he wondered if such damage would be covered under warranty. The destruction extended beyond the laptop. His desk and wardrobe lay in ruins, while the bed remained intact, perhaps crafted from sturdy metal to accommodate the unique needs of students from various backgrounds. With a sigh, Rehn unfastened the laptop from his arm and carelessly tossed it aside. The chaotic mess required attention, yet he was at a loss as to how to explain the situation to the dormitory supervisor. However, he had a more pressing matter to attend to. He removed his armor and retrieved several sheets of paper, the very documents he had pilfered from Haft, containing Ekman's research. During his time aboard the ship, Rehn had learned that some members of the expedition had become increasingly aggressive due to the influence of the wolf goddess power. It appeared he too had been affected. A mere glance at that wolf had rendered even his armor incapable of shielding him from its ferocity. Desperate to uncover more information about the wolf, he hoped Ekman's notes would provide the answers he sought. As he opened the first page, he discovered that the documentation was rather informal. A collection of Ekman's personal observations since the archaeology team had begun exploring the underwater ruins. The initial pages mirrored the news reports Rehn had previously encountered, detailing the team's discoveries of stone carvings, structures, and fossils. According to Ekman's notes, he initially believed they had stumbled upon a civilization that revered wolves. Occasionally, human and wolf bones were found together, but Ekman dismissed these as insignificant. Perhaps this civilization had once coexisted with wolves. The notes referred to an idiot, and Rehn could easily deduce to whom Ekman was alluding. Subsequently, Ekman and his colleagues made a new discovery. The remains of the underwater civilization appeared to exhibit unusually robust upper bodies, with arms longer than typical. This revelation failed to thrill Ekman, as it had been initially noted by Wald. Moreover, the physical characteristics of humans can vary due to genetic lineage, particularly in a civilization from thousands of years ago, so such anomalies were hardly surprising. Wald had presumed that their expedition to the underwater ruins would yield no further valuable findings. Even if something noteworthy was discovered, he intended to claim credit for it. Perhaps a few artifacts would bear Ekman's name as the discoverer, but that would be of little significance to him. Then, one day, the team uncovered a remarkably intact fossil within a stone structure. This fossil was extraordinary, as its upper body resembled that of a wolf. The discoverer, Ina, recorded in Ekman's notes that this was a burial of a person alongside their beloved companion, a wolf, with the bones having become intertwined over time due to various transformations. Wald expressed his enthusiastic belief that this was a werewolf fossil, claiming it would significantly advance the timeline of werewolf existence in this world, taking great pride in his assertion. He too was a fool. Coupled with the earlier discovery of the robust upper body fossils, Ekman formulated a startling hypothesis. These fossils were not representative of the werewolves known today, but rather of normal humans who had undergone transformation. The inhabitants of this civilization were likely recipients of the so-called blessings of the wolf god. Those who received such blessings would gradually take on wolf-like features, with the degree of transformation correlating to the number of blessings received. Thus, it was plausible to find remains exhibiting both human similarities and wolf characteristics from the same era. Indeed, the wolf fossils unearthed by the archaeology team might represent their ultimate forms. While modern werewolves are believed to have originated from humans afflicted by curses or lycanthropic diseases, there remains a significant distinction. The transformation of werewolves is abrupt and violent, completing upon the onset of the curse. However, the individuals of this civilization underwent a gradual transformation, continuously enhanced by the blessings of the wolf god. Ekman theorized that this blessing might stem from a powerful artifact, potentially discoverable within the ruins. In the days following the fossil's unearthing, Ekman remained behind to observe the newly excavated artifacts, increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. Yet, he also noticed that others were beginning to grasp certain truths. It would not be long before everyone arrived at conclusions akin to his own. At that juncture, Ina met her demise. Amidst his fear, Ekman felt a twinge of satisfaction. Her death temporarily suspended the archaeological activities. Furthermore, many team members had begun to contemplate retreat, yearning for a return voyage. In retrospect, Wald's demeanor had been peculiar. A team member had perished, the culprit unknown, yet he remained remarkably composed. The only plausible explanation was that Wald had been the one to kill Ina, fully aware that no other perpetrator lurked aboard the ship, ensuring that continuing their work posed no danger. Observing this situation, Ekman realized that remaining would only lead Wald to uncover the true nature of the fossils. Thus, he approached Captain Dam, hoping to persuade him to return home. Unfortunately, their conversation was overheard by Haft, resulting in the untimely demise of both men. Chapter 78. The tragic scene. After perusing Ekman's notes, Rehn felt a slight sense of relief. Although Ekman's deductions regarding the power of the wolf god were misguided, merely a wolf rather than any treasure, his theories concerning the nature of this power resonated with Rehn. Ekman surmised that the wolf god's influence was a gradual process, slowly transforming an individual into a wolf. Rehn suddenly recalled a troubling question. When he had fled from the cabin, the occupants had been frenzied, and as the wolf emerged from the depths, he had barely managed to withstand the chaos. It was likely that Vault and the others had completely lost their sanity. Their condition did not bode well. Recently, Oleg had found himself with an abundance of leisure, although he still held the title of commander of the armored man operations. The prolonged absence of any criminal activity attributed to the armored man had led to a covert reduction of manpower, with only public declarations maintaining the facade of ongoing efforts to apprehend him. Despite Oleg's dissatisfaction with this state of affairs, he was powerless to oppose the withdrawal of resources, as there was no tangible avenue for pursuing the armored man. Now, Oleg spent his days in his special operations office, lost in thought. The department still existed to project the appearance of diligence in tracking the armored man, but in reality, most of the team was as idle as Oleg, with only a few clinging to the hope of capturing the elusive figure, repetitively reviewing the files of the initial 3 cases. Oleg, yearning to take action, could only console himself with the notion that at least, with the armored man's inactivity, there would be no new victims. "Captain, I have an urgent matter to report." Suddenly, the aide knocked on his office door. Noticing the aide's serious demeanor, Oleg felt an ominous premonition, tempered by an inexplicable thrill that he concealed. "What is it, aide?" That afternoon, a plane landed in the coastal city of Naralco in the Cody Kingdom. Oleg disembarked and was promptly escorted to a nearby hospital. During the journey, he inquired about the events leading to this moment from the Cody officials who greeted him. "Is this the area you previously searched?" The responsible official replied, "Indeed. It is the region reported by Wald, the head of the archaeological team. Supposedly, the underwater ruins are located there. However, when our rescue team arrived, not only was there no sign of the archaeological vessel, but the ruins were also absent. Strangely, this morning, the archaeological team reappeared. How many casualties were there?" Oleg inquired. "Out of nearly 30 members of the archaeological team, only 2 remain, and their condition is dire. They are severely injured and exhibit extreme emotional instability, bordering on madness." "And how did you conclude this was the work of the armored man?" Although curious, Oleg refrained from directly questioning further, perhaps awaiting clarity upon reaching the hospital. The journey was silent, and upon arrival, Oleg encountered the 2 survivors, who were either fortunate or unfortunate. Both were tightly bandaged, their bodies entirely concealed. And even while lying on stretchers, they attempted to rise, muttering incoherent phrases. "What is happening to them?" Oleg asked. "Captain, follow me. We shall examine the deceased, and you will understand." Oleg cast a doubtful glance at the staff member, but ultimately nodded and followed him into the morgue. Upon reaching a body covered by a white sheet, Oleg noticed the staff member's expression was less than composed. The individual turned away, trembling as he reached out multiple times to unveil the sheet. Observing his distress, Oleg gestured for him to leave, and the staff member, as if granted a reprieve, apologized hastily before hastening out of the morgue. Once alone, Oleg shook his head, confident that no scene could unsettle him. Just recently, He had witnessed harrowing sights in Famata. Feeling the gaze of accompanying officials lingering at the doorway, Oleg steeled himself and fully uncovered the white sheet. Beneath lay a body that was utterly unrecognizable, ravaged and torn as if gnawed upon. Maintaining a facade of composure, Oleg glanced at the remains before stepping aside to uncover more sheets, revealing a similar horror beneath each one. 3 minutes later, Oleg exited the morgue. The officials noted his hands trembled slightly, yet no one dared mock him. The first encounter with such a scene had rendered them even more unhinged. Chapter 79. Case analysis. Oleg appeared impassive as he exited the morgue, his thoughts inscrutable. However, the attending officials understood well that anyone who had witnessed such a scene could hardly be at ease. Consequently, the group remained silent as they proceeded to a specially designated conference room within the hospital. The stillness was only shattered when a cup of tea was placed before Oleg. Are the two survivors in a situation similar to those lost? Indeed, they were merely fortunate enough to endure until our rescue. The others, even if they were not bitten to death on the spot, succumbed to excessive blood loss. Then, please provide General Oleg with a detailed overview of the situation. A clerk, dressed in formal attire, stepped forward from the group and set a laptop before Oleg. This is a cross-sectional view of the archaeological vessel. The lower deck is where the crew and archaeological team resided, and the largest room is the dining hall, where nearly all the bodies of the deceased were discovered. It appears they engaged in a chaotic struggle within the dining hall. Oleg noticed the clerk's discomfort when mentioning the struggle, his expression betraying a hint of nausea, which was entirely understandable. It was remarkable for an ordinary person to be able to stand before them and report after witnessing such a sight. Almost. Were their bodies found elsewhere? Yes, the clerk replied, gesturing to the upper and lower sections of the ship. We discovered the bodies of team member Ina and Captain Dam in a vacant storage area at the bottom of the vessel. Subsequently, we found the body of Deputy Team Leader Aikman in the captain's quarters. Their causes of death differ from the others, I presume? Oleg surmised, his tone imbued with certainty. Yes, Ina's death was due to a severe blow to the back of her head. Forensic analysis suggests she fell and struck her head. But it remains unclear whether this was accidental or inflicted. Captain Dam, on the other hand, was undoubtedly murdered. He died of asphyxiation. After inspecting his bedroom, we believe he was suffocated by a blanket over his mouth and nose. As for Deputy Aikman, he bore scratch marks, with remnants of debris and blood under his nails indicating he inflicted those wounds upon himself. However, those were mere superficial injuries. The true cause of Aikman's demise was a deep incision to his neck. The clerk added, it is worth noting that, based on our estimations, the deaths of these three occurred before the others, spaced between half a day to a full day apart. First Ina, followed by Dam, and finally Aikman. Before Oleg could voice his thoughts, an official from Chaz interjected, this must be the work of the armored fiend, particularly one of their psychopathic killers. This case mirrors the Famata incident precisely. Everyone perished, leaving behind only a few who are now mentally unstable. Others concurred that this was indeed the truth. Otherwise, it was inexplicable why the survivors would mention the armored fiend's name. Yet, Oleg inquired, did the two survivors mention anything else of use apart from the armored fiend? What do you mean mirrors? The Famata individuals were the ones they killed. What of the underwater ruins? Any updates? Oleg posed another seemingly disconnected question. None. We searched extensively in the vicinity of the coordinates provided by the archaeological team leader, Wald, but found no trace of the so-called underwater ruins. Wald had indicated in his communication that it was a vast city site. Strangely, we did indeed recover numerous artifacts on board, suggesting the existence of some ruins. Oleg fell into contemplation. The ruins were undeniably real, yet unfound. Given the archaeological team's expertise, he wouldn't entertain the notion that they had miscalculated the coordinates. There must be another explanation. A representative from the Cody Kingdom remarked, General Oleg, the matter of the ruins should not be our primary focus. The fact that survivors mentioned the armored fiend suggests a connection to the case. I believe he is undoubtedly the culprit, as there would be no reason for anyone from the archaeological team to utter his name. Another chimed in, indeed, it must be him, the psychopathic killer among the armored fiends. The officials exchanged glances, surprised that members of the World Council would defend the armored fiend. Was it not more prudent to find a scapegoat to appease the media and public, thus avoiding the appearance of incompetence? One official remarked, General Oleg, even if the first three were not killed by the armored fiend, it is likely that the subsequent victims were. This raises a critical question. Who then murdered Ina? damn. And Aikman? If not the armored fiend, it implies that 3 consecutive murders occurred aboard the ship prior to his arrival. We can speculate that, with 3 companions dead and no means of contacting the outside world, the archaeological team must have been in a state of sheer terror. Then, something transpired, perhaps the arrival of the armored fiend, or something else entirely, leading the team members to descend into madness and attack one another, culminating in tragedy. I believe the missing underwater ruins are pivotal to the case and warrant thorough investigation. Upon hearing Oleg's analysis, the officials found themselves at a loss for words until the Cody representative inquired, "We will deploy naval forces to search diligently, and the artifacts recovered will be expedited for research. However, the immediate concern is how we should announce this to the public. Who should we declare the perpetrator to be?" After a moment of reflection, Oleg replied, "Allow me to consult with headquarters." The group nodded in agreement. Half a minute later, Oleg sighed and stated flatly, "Let us say the perpetrator is the armored fiend." Once again, a case devoid of clarity had arisen, and he was compelled to deceive the outside world. Chapter 80. Dormitory Supervisor Reinhardt reclined on his bed, carelessly tossing his phone aside. The screen displayed a news report. The armored man strikes again, claiming the lives of over 20 members of the archaeological team. There was little need to elaborate. Reinhardt found himself once more unjustly accused. In the notification from the 3 Cody nations, not only were the deaths of those present in the dining hall attributed to him, but the earlier fatalities of Ina, Dam, and Ackman were also laid at his feet. Such claims would undoubtedly simplify matters for the investigators. Reinhardt, however, was not particularly perturbed by the false accusations, as this was hardly his first encounter with injustice. What truly piqued his interest was the mention in the news that the Cody nations had been searching the relevant maritime area for an extended period, yet had failed to locate the underwater ruins previously mentioned by the archaeological team. Given that the expedition had been reported on well in advance, the Cody nations had no reason to conceal this matter. The spokesperson indicated that fragments previously recovered by fishermen, along with fossils discovered on the archaeological vessel, indeed suggested the existence of a certain civilization. The inability to locate the ruins now likely stemmed from some form of magical barrier or obscure force. They were contemplating dispatching a new archaeological team for exploration. For these 3 nations, one of the primary motivations for uncovering the ruins was the development of tourism. Now that the entire site had turned into a mystery, especially with the involvement of the contemporary figure known as the Armored Man, the situation had become even more enigmatic, perhaps offering a silver lining. Yet, for Reinhardt, his curiosity was primarily directed towards the elusive ruins and the giant wolf. If his deductions were correct, that wolf had emerged from the ruins. Its massive size and an extensive aura of dementia suggested it belonged in a legendary tale, one that would inevitably bring chaos upon its arrival. It was illogical for it to leave no traces whatsoever. However, he reminded himself that it need not necessarily be a white giant wolf. It could very well be something else. At that moment, clad in armor, what he had perceived might have been enhanced by special effects. Knock, knock, knock. A loud rapping at the door interrupted Reinhardt's musings. Carefully sidestepping the debris strewn across the floor, he rose and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a middle-aged woman, likely in her 50s. He had already devised an excuse. "I'm terribly sorry, Mayim. I lost control of my strength while practicing in the dormitory." The convenience of a fantastical world with extraordinary powers allowed him to claim that he had merely demolished his dormitory while honing his skills, nothing out of the ordinary. The dormitory supervisor remained silent, one hand retrieving a clipboard from behind her, while the other firmly pushed Reinhardt aside as she entered. He noticed that the clipboard contained a form. Upon entering the room, the supervisor began her meticulous inspection of the dormitory's condition. Desk, damaged, irreparable, replacement necessary. Wardrobe, damaged, irreparable, replacement necessary. Bed, slightly damaged, reparable. Light, damaged, irreparable, replacement necessary. Fan. The supervisor assessed each item, marking checks or crosses on the clipboard with every assessment. Before long, she had documented everything in the dormitory and then produced a calculator. Ding, reset. 100 plus 150 plus. The dormitory supervisor tapped away on the calculator, likely calculating the amount Reinhardt would need to compensate. Awkwardly, he stood to the side, feeling the need to reiterate his explanation. "I assure you, I will never practice in the dormitory again. Total, 547. The calculator emitted a final beep, and the supervisor finally regarded Reinhardt directly. Practice? Do you think I'm unaware of what you've been up to? Your face betrays you. It screams you're lying. Reinhardt stammered, wondering if even the dormitory supervisor could see through him. Perhaps it was time to enroll in an acting class. The supervisor picked up his laptop, which had sustained a significant dent from where he had carelessly tossed it, waving it in front of him. Gaming, were you? Encountered a few troublesome teammates? Faced repeated defeats, and ended up with a bald head? Humph. I've seen many young people like you. You think you can fool me? It's just like I said. When you play a game, you lash out at everything around you. When you break your own belongings, who ends up paying for it? Does the person who angered you suffer any loss? Yes. Reinhardt nodded incessantly, chastised by her words. Indeed, you are correct. I will not hesitate to defend myself in the future. Seeing that Reinhardt seemed to grasp her point, the dormitory supervisor adopted a look of approval. She stowed away the form and calculator. All right, I've tallied everything. You can visit the logistics department at any time to arrange for replacements of the desk, chair, wardrobe, and electrical appliances. Just remember to bring the money, totaling $547. At this point, the supervisor glanced at the only undamaged item in the room, the bed. You students are always smashing things. I've long reported this to the school, urging them to replace all desks and chairs with sturdier materials, but they refused to listen. Are you watching the news? Perhaps her eyesight was remarkably keen, for she quickly spotted Reinhardt's phone still streaming the earlier news video. At that moment, the screen displayed a clear image of Reinhardt, or rather, the armored man. The dormitory supervisor, hearing the report claiming that the armored man had slain over 20 innocent individuals, exclaimed, "What a cruel individual. If only Lunchi were here, he would surely apprehend him." Reinhardt inquired, "Who is Lunchi? Don't tell me you young people don't watch television dramas?" He is the protagonist of Detective Lunchi. He is both intelligent and powerful, and above all, quite handsome. If he were around, he would definitely capture this criminal. Should he consider watching it himself? Chapter 81. The Power of Money. After finally bidding farewell to the dormitory supervisor, Ryan picked up his phone from the bed and searched for the schedule of Detective Lunchi, discovering that the crew had a fan meeting scheduled for that very evening. The venue was the Central Mall of Brika City, open to all citizens. Although Ryan held little interest in celebrities or television shows, he was curious about how this production, which claimed to depict a detective battle against armored monsters, would unfold its narrative. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to attend. Before that, however, he had another task to accomplish: to exchange the chaotic assortment of items cluttering his dorm room at the logistics office. The office was situated between several dormitories, a mere 4 to 5 minute walk away, and Ryan soon arrived. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a person who both surprised and exasperated him, Lylan. It appeared she was embroiled in a dispute with a staff member from the logistics office, their voices raised in argument. "I merely wish to purchase the 3 surrounding dormitories, demolish the walls, and create a more spacious living environment," Lylan insisted. "Miss Lylan, I regret to inform you that school regulations prohibit students from making arbitrary modifications to their dormitories. Moreover, your description does not quite constitute a little more spacious," the staff member replied. "I will pay for all 4 dormitories and cover the renovation costs. Once I graduate, I will hire someone to restore them to their original state. How does that sound? Surely, this wouldn't affect anyone? This is not merely a matter of money. Regulations do not permit it, and I am powerless to assist you. Is it truly impossible? Indeed. What if I were to take matters into my own hands and start the demolition? That cannot be permitted. Simply inform me of the consequences I would face for doing so." Well, engaging in arbitrary destruction, modifying dormitories, or occupying another's space would violate Articles 15, 47, and 103 of the Regulations on Student Life Management at Resburg University. Such violations are quite serious, and the penalties include a mandate for the student to restore the dormitory to its original condition within a month, with all associated costs borne by the student. Additionally, the student would be liable for damages caused, including compensation to affected peers, including those whose dormitories were occupied, as well as those disturbed by the noise from renovations. The logistics staff member was visibly flustered. This is against the rules. I commit a transgression, and you impose a fine according to the rules. How is that not in accordance with the regulations? That seems to be the case. After lingering at the entrance for some time, Ryan could no longer restrain himself. If you intend to play this way, why come to Brika City? With so many rules, isn't it just a self-imposed burden to spend money here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ryan regretted them. wishing he could slap himself. Why had he chosen to provoke this individual? He should have slipped away unnoticed. Lylin turned at the sound, her gaze landing on Rehn. And she shot him an accusing look. What business is it of yours? So what if there are many rules? I find it quite comfortable here. Most of the time. The penalties for violations are merely fines. Rehn rolled his eyes, vexed by the audacity of this wealthy brat. What if the consequences extend beyond mere fines? Quite simple. I could purchase the very ground on which I stand when I violate a rule, thereby rendering that piece of land no longer a part of Brika City, and thus, I would have no obligation to adhere to its regulations. Is that truly feasible? Lylin shrugged nonchalantly. If not, it hardly matters. At worst, I'd spend some time in prison, and I would simply make a generous donation to improve the living conditions there. The more I donate, the better treatment I would receive. Rehn was nearly driven to laughter by her audacity. How is that not bribery? Of course, bribery is illegal, but donations are perfectly legitimate. For instance, if I were to donate 100 million, they would certainly have to renovate the prison, repaint the walls, and improve the daily meals. Fresh fruit and beverages would be essential, and nutritional balance in meals must be considered. I would insist on fresh cockafruit from Haima at breakfast. And the bedding should certainly be more comfortable. I wouldn't expect it to match my home, but I would expect quality worth thousands. Rehn found himself speechless. He suddenly pondered whether the seemingly comfortable environment he had observed in Brika City's prison might have been a result of someone making donations for the benefit of their loved ones. Albeit not to the extent Lylin suggested. If this wealthy little girl were to enter the prison, it might very well transform into the paradise she described. By the way, what brings you here? Lylin suddenly inquired. My dormitory fan is broken, so I need to replace it. Your expression is akin to declaring I am lying without any pretense, she retorted. I forgot, my light bulb is also out. Still deceptive. And my desk is broken. More deception. Rehn held his head in exasperation, feeling a throbbing headache coming on. He decided to approach the logistics staff member directly, slapping the supervisor's list onto the desk. Sir, I'd like to request. Please assist me in replacing the items in my dormitory. The staff member, taken aback by the suddenness of Ryan's action, stammered. Yes, no problem. Rehn felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't mean to startle you, sir. The staff member took the list from Rehn, muttering, This is just how I am. After a moment, he added, Well, the list appears to be in order. We can have everything delivered and set up for you by this evening. Rehn scratched his head. But I'm going out tonight. As soon as he spoke, he regretted it, realizing Lylin was still behind him. Upon hearing Rehn mention his evening plans, Lylin scrutinized him with a teasing glint in her eyes. Oh, going out tonight? For what? Surely, you don't expect to find a girlfriend? Rehn inhaled deeply. Who says one cannot go out without a girlfriend? Does being single preclude one from having a vibrant nightlife? Yet you hardly seem the type to approach a girl. Rehn pressed his hand to his chest, suppressing his rising anger. Is it not permissible for me to watch a movie alone? The little girl assumed a thoughtful expression. What movie? I happen to be free today. I'll join you. I have some questions to ask you. The previous response was favorable, and I'm preparing a sequel. I refuse. Rehn immediately protested. It was absurd. Attending a movie was merely an excuse, as he intended to observe the fan meeting for Detective Luanchi. Even if he were genuinely going to watch a film, he would not accompany a girl like Lylin. I'll pay. When shall we depart? Chapter 82. The fan meeting for Detective Luanchi was held at the Central Mall of Brika City. A circular structure featuring a vast indoor plaza at its core, surrounded by an array of shops reaching 10 stories high. The gathering took place in the expansive plaza. While the cinema was located on the second floor at the southern end of the mall, Rehn had initially planned to leave early, casually taking Lylin to see a movie, where he intended to deflect her questions and send her on her way, allowing him to attend the fan meeting. However, a remark from the ticket clerk abruptly changed their course. Sir, are you taking your daughter to the movies? She is truly adorable. The implication struck Rehn, who mused. Do I really look that old to have a daughter her age? His appearance, far from charming, left him questioning the absurdity of being identified as her father. Although the clerk quickly recognized the blunder and offered apologies, both Rehn and Lylin decided against the movie. With a disdainful glance, Lylin remarked, I told you that you're not suited for deception. The fan meeting is your true motive today, isn't it? Rehn found himself longing for the armor he once wore, not for the power it bestowed, but for the helmet that concealed his thoughts from prying eyes. It reminded him of the times aboard the archaeological vessel when Haft and his crew were left bewildered by him. Noticing Rehn silence as he gazed skyward, Lylin huffed. Regardless, I'm sticking with you today. I must gather material for my new book. Not a chance. Rehn firmly rejected her. 10 minutes later, they settled at a nearby CAF within the mall, awaiting the meeting's commencement. Rehn wore a despondent expression. He wished to refuse Lylin's request. Yet the substantial amount she had provided weighed heavily on his conscience. This story lacks any dramatic flair. Rehn rolled his eyes. There's nothing dramatic about it. I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary people cannot enter Reesburg. I had you investigated, and regardless of how deep they dug, all records indicated you are just an ordinary man. Yet, the more ordinary you seem, the larger the secrets you must harbor. Rehn was about to protest that he had no secrets but thought better of it, recalling past instances where his lies had been easily discerned. Instead, he shifted the topic. Are you playing a detective game? Even if I had secrets, they wouldn't concern you. Lylin shook her finger playfully, exclaiming, Precisely. I am someone who revels in challenges. My last romance novel was a resounding success, and I am no longer inclined to write similar stories. Just as I spotted the stage for the crew's meeting, Detective Luanchi, it sparked an idea. I intend to transform your enigmatic background into a suspenseful narrative. Why not choose from the countless unsolved mysteries in the world instead? Rehn queried, bemused. Writing should reflect current trends, Lylin replied, her expression one of playful defiance. You have the resources, your word is law. Though exasperated, Rehn found solace in Lylin's focused creativity as she began to outline her new book's plot, leaving him undisturbed. Another silver lining emerged when Lylin secured excellent seats for them in the audience. Front row, center, with the original owner's name still affixed to the seats. Director, Tommy Carter. Producer, Lau Murphy. Once seated, Lylin noticed Rehn appeared somewhat disassociated. What's wrong? You look as if you've seen a ghost. Rehn replied flatly, nothing. Just realizing how wonderful wealth can be. As dusk descended outside, the mall's shops illuminated, and attendees began to arrive for the fan meeting. Detective Luanchi, a globally acclaimed television series, drew a massive crowd. By 7 o'clock, not only were the hundreds of chairs set up by the event organizers filled, but the entire plaza was also brimming with spectators, even encircling the mall itself. During this time, the director and producer made their rounds, greeting Lylin warmly. As for Rehn, they likely had researched his background, aware of his identity but uncertain about his connection to Lylin. Their shared seating hinted at an unusual relationship, prompting them to treat him with courtesy. Rehn couldn't help but marvel at the power of wealth. As the fan meeting commenced, the focus was primarily on the television show's leading actors. However, until the event officially began, Rehn spotted a familiar face, captain of the security team, who was presumably overseeing safety at the venue, patrolling the area, and occasionally speaking into a walkie-talkie. With so many gathered, the potential for chaos was evident. Yet, Rehn observed a peculiar expression on the captain's face, one that mirrored his own, a blend of seriousness and concern, as though he were troubled by something. At 7 o'clock sharp, the lights in the plaza dimmed, eliciting gasps from the audience. Soon after, a rhythmic drumbeat filled the air, signaling the imminent arrival of the cast. A spotlight illuminated the stage backdrop, revealing the show's title, followed by a subtitle, The Armored Monster. As the lights glinted off the words Armored Monster, the drums reached a crescendo, and a pair of metallic boots emerged in the spotlight. They descended from the illuminated shadows, first revealing the feet, then the legs, the torso, and finally, a helmeted head from which a crack appeared. The audience erupted in cheers, caught off guard by the first reveal being the Armored Monster. Yet, the next moment, the cheers morphed into screams as the Armored Monster casually tossed an object onto the stage. The round object rolled a few times before coming to a stop not far from Rehn. It was the severed head of director Tommy Carter, which he had seen just moments before. Chapter 83. The farce. Rehn gazed into the director's eyes for a brief moment before lifting his gaze to the armored figure suspended in the air, still somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. Am I encountering an incident involving the Armored Monster? What nonsense is this? While he remained in a daze, chaos erupted around him. The air was filled with piercing screams as people shouted about the Armored Monster, frantically rising from their seats in a desperate attempt to flee the mall, creating utter pandemonium. Mouse floated above, relishing the scene before him. Director Carter was indeed a genius. Tonight's gathering would be etched into everyone's memory, and they would be filled with anticipation for my portrayal of the Armored Monster. Indeed, Mouse was an actor, destined to play the role of the Armored Monster in the upcoming production, Detective Luanchi, and the armored monster. The spectacle just witnessed was a meticulously orchestrated scene by director Carter, and that severed head was merely a prop enhanced with some magical techniques to render it more lifelike. Such antics were commonplace on set. If one encountered a production with shoddy special effects, it merely indicated that the crew lacked the funds to hire a mage for the visual effects. The ensuing mayhem was precisely what Carter had anticipated, though he deemed it inconsequential. According to his plan, after Mouse, the armored monster, made his entrance, he would drop the head, strike a pose for a few seconds to build the atmosphere, and then it would be Detective Luanchi's turn to make an appearance. Accompanied by Luanchi's iconic theme music, the audience would soon realize that this was merely a performance. Even in the event of an unforeseen incident, Carter had a contingency plan. He had already contacted the Brika city security team as a precaution, and Captain Seven was present for that very reason. Alongside him were several other security team members, ensuring that no significant issues would arise. Unfortunately, this was merely Carter's perspective. Per his instructions, Mouse was expected to strike 2 poses to showcase the armored monster's menacing demeanor. Cackling maniacally, Rehn stared at the floating armored monster. After the initial turmoil, he gradually pieced together the situation. The armored figure above was simply an actor, for the true armored monster was none other than himself. Of course, the director's head was undoubtedly a fabrication. Yet, Rehn found himself at a loss for words. If you wish to portray the armored monster, that is one thing. But where did you learn such a ridiculous cackle? Please do not tarnish my reputation. Suspended in the air, Mouse believed his laughter captured the essence of the character. Perhaps the armored monster would indeed laugh in such a manner while committing heinous acts. Cackling again, Mouse prepared for one final pose, as Luanchi was soon to make his entrance. However, his pose remained unstruck, and his laughter was abruptly silenced when he noticed a dark gun barrel pointing directly at him from the front row of the audience. What on earth? Why is there someone with a gun? Is this not Brika City, renowned for its stringent weapon regulations? Panic surged within Mouse. He hovered in place, uncertain of his next move, terrified that the girl wielding the gun would pull the trigger. He could only hope that Luanchi would make his entrance swiftly, thus clarifying that this was merely a rehearsal. Meanwhile, Luanchi was also waiting. From his vantage point, he could not see the gun-wielding Leyland, only Mouse, who appeared lost in thought. What is this Mouse doing? Why hasn't he completed his actions? Is he attempting to steal the spotlight? Does he believe I will leave him hanging? No, the chaos below was spiraling out of control. I must intervene. However, the crew repeatedly assured him that as long as they adhered to the plan, there would be no issues. According to Brika City's regulations, they had successfully applied for permission for this event, with Captain Seven assigned to maintain order on site. After the appearance of the faux armored monster, Captain Seven remained on high alert, constantly communicating with his subordinates to ensure public safety. As he scanned the vicinity, his gaze frequently swept over the stage, anxiously awaiting the moment to unfold. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not materialize. Accompanied by the familiar theme music, Detective Luanchi made his grand entrance. Similar to the armored monster's debut, a spotlight illuminated the backdrop emblazoned with the words detective, and Luanchi descended, suspended in the light, facing off against the armored monster. According to the original plan, Luanchi was to proclaim his signature line, "You cannot escape." However, as he descended, he caught sight of the gun below. Though the mage noticed Luanchi's gestures, he could not see Leyland holding the gun. He simply understood that the situation below had descended into chaos. If Luanchi did not appear soon, calamity would ensue. The mage gritted his teeth and continued to cast the spell, ensuring Luanchi's descent. No matter what, he had to execute the plan as intended. Then, a pair of black leather boots emerged in the spotlight, slowly descending. Many fans of Detective quickly recognized the boots as those worn frequently by Luanchi in the series. Some began to shift their thoughts. Perhaps the preceding events were indeed a performance? They then beheld Luanchi, his face awash with panic, frantically waving his arms. Leyland had initially aimed her gun at the armored monster, but upon witnessing the frenzied Luanchi descend, she instinctively redirected the muzzle of her weapon. This only heightened Luanchi's fear. Previously, he had been cautious of speaking with a microphone in hand, but now he disregarded all concerns, flailing his limbs in the air while shouting, "Let me up, quickly. It's dangerous." This plea echoed throughout the mall, reigniting the cacophony of screams. Chapter 84. Regret. Rehn finally realized that the situation had spiraled out of control, with the root of the problem sitting right beside him. He quickly placed his hand on Leyland's handgun, urging her, "You must put the gun away immediately. The armored figure up there is a fake. If you don't stow your weapon, it will lead to dire consequences." Fake. Lylin paused momentarily before comprehending that the genuine armored figure could not possibly remain in place for so long. She then tucked the gun behind her back, explaining, "It's a habit, you know. When wealthy individuals encounter wrongdoers, we..." As she spoke, she waved the gun in front of Rehn's eyes, adding, "We instinctively take a shot first. Of course, it would be even better if we had a rocket launcher or something handy, but unfortunately, it's difficult to bring such things into Brick City." Rehn replied, "No, I am a poor man. I wouldn't know." At that moment, Director Carter, having observed the unfolding chaos through backstage cameras, rushed over to Lylin, drenched in sweat, and pleaded, "Miss Lylin, please, you must put the gun away. Our actors are up there. They are not real villains. If this continues, it will lead to a serious problem." "Understood. Honestly, this is ridiculous," Lylin replied. The director repeatedly bowed his head in apology, saying, Yes, it's our fault. We should have informed you beforehand, Miss Lylin. I must address this disturbance immediately. I sincerely apologize." Despite his deference to Lylin, the director clearly understood the urgency of the situation. After exchanging pleasantries with her, he turned sharply towards the stage, gesturing frantically at Luanxi and Maus, instructing them to continue their performance. Seeing Director Carter standing next to the girl who had brandished the gun, Luanxi and Maus understood that the matter had been resolved and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being professional actors, Luanxi quickly regained his composure and prepared to proceed with the script. "You cannot escape," Luanxi bellowed, delivering the detective's iconic line, which resonated throughout the mall, capturing the attention of all present. They turned to witness Luanxi and the armored figure poised for a showdown. How did they encounter each other again? Isn't that armored figure a fake? I saw him throw down a severed head. It must be a prop. That armored figure is likely an actor. Phew, what a false alarm. Luanxi stared intently at the armored figure, declaring, "I tracked you from St. Gemstone to Famida, and from Famida to Mini Show. At last, I have caught up with you. Today, you shall not escape." Maus, embodying the armored figure, delivered a deep, sinister voice, reminiscent of the typical antagonist in a television drama. Escape? Why would I flee? Today, you shall all perish." Maus struck what he believed to be a formidable pose, dramatically gesturing, "For I am the armored fiend." Rehn, watching from the sidelines, appeared vacant and expressionless. How ridiculous must one be to proclaim, "I am the armored fiend"? And why does he look so foolish while doing it? "You cannot thwart me, Luanxi. Since my beloved departed from this world, I have resolved to bring ruin upon it in her memory." Rehn patted the shoulder of the young girl beside him. "Lylin." Turning with curiosity, Lylin asked, "What is it? Could I borrow your handgun?" "No, why would you need it?" "I regret it. I now wish to shoot this armored figure." If not for the earlier mishap, the opening performance would have been quite brief, with Luanxi and Maus exchanging no more than 10 lines. Director Carter merely aimed to enliven the atmosphere. The crew members gradually appeared, introducing themselves, leaving only the director, the screenwriter, and a few principal characters on stage. This was followed by various activities, chit-chat, and fan interactions, eliciting enthusiastic screams from the audience, while Rehn felt himself growing drowsy. He had come out of boredom to observe how the crew would handle the armored figure-esque narrative, but instead, they were engrossed in gossip about the actors' private lives. As the principal actors began engaging in games led by the host, Rehn rolled his eyes, preparing to leave. It seemed his visit had been in vain. After informing Lylin, who intended to accompany him, they were abruptly halted by a man and woman. The man carried a camera, while the woman brandished a microphone with a small label reading Squirrel Entertainment. "Hello, we are reporters from Squirrel Entertainment Television. May we ask you a few questions regarding today's press conference?" Initially reluctant to comply, Rehn suddenly noticed his acquaintance, Captain Chi, lurking nearby, seemingly eager to confront him but restrained by the presence of the reporters. I suppose that would be all right." The female reporter beamed at his response, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. May I first ask for your names?" Lylin glanced at the reporter. "You don't recognize me?" Rehn added, "Yes. How can you not know who we are? We've made quite a stir before. Have we really faded from memory so quickly? Huh, that's even better. Now we can roam freely without concern." The reporter, oblivious to Rehn's thoughts, pondered whether they might be celebrities but could not recall them from her memory. "Who might you be?" Rehn shook his head. "Oh, nothing much. We are just ordinary citizens. I am Rehn, and this is Lilan. The reporter sensed something unusual about them but did not dwell on it, concluding that as long as they were not major celebrities, it was acceptable. Oh, Mr. Rehn and Miss Lilan, thank you for agreeing to this interview. What are your thoughts on tonight's gathering? Rehn responded, First, may I ask if I can use profanity? Then I have nothing further to say. Chapter 85. A dramatic turn of events in light of Captain Seven's eagerness to interject. Rehn dutifully accepted the interview and responded to the female reporter's inquiries. When asked about his impressions of the meeting, he remarked, I find this gathering utterly ludicrous. Ludicrous? Inquired the reporter. Are you implying that the armored man is amusing? Not exclusively him, Rehn replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Rather, I refer to the entire cast, the actors, the screenwriters, the director, and the audience present tonight, along with the security personnel over there. They are all quite comical. I watched for a while, but ultimately I lost interest and plan to leave now. With that, Rehn gestured toward Captain Seven, who stood nearby, eavesdropping with a furious expression. Yet restrained by the presence of cameras, the reporter's smile gradually faded as she realized her decision to interview these two had been a mistake. Mr. Rehn, why do you say such things? Detective Luanchi is currently the most popular television series, and the Armored Man theme is all the rage. Tonight's gathering is quite creative. I find everything splendid. Rehn shrugged. You see, when people are confronted with peril, they invariably yearn for a savior. Whether in the context of Detective Luanchi or the events of this evening, it is a universal truth, is it not? Indeed, he continued, when the recent chaos erupted, I pondered whether anyone would come to our aid, whether someone would apprehend the armored man. This is a natural instinct. After all, the vast majority of people are vulnerable, and in times of helplessness, they either wish to become stronger or hope for the intervention of someone formidable. Heroic tales have always held enduring appeal. This is the paradox. Rehn elaborated. Every individual in distress longs for a hero. In a sense, Luanchi embodies the hero archetype in the hearts of the populace, who take delight in witnessing his triumph over evil. During the recent turmoil, the thoughts of the crowd oscillated between fleeing and hoping for rescue. You are correct. It is human nature. However, I must apologize, for this is Brika City, and we have regulations forbidding unofficial personnel from intervening to rescue others or apprehend criminals. But Luanchi is a detective. It is only natural for him to capture wrongdoers, is it not? Detectives are not exempt either. This is merely a television show. Should someone take such actions in reality, according to Brika City's laws, the consequences would be severe. Captain Seven's expression darkened, and he could no longer tolerate the interview. Rushing forward to cover Rehn's mouth and drag him away. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Rehn rubbed his sore cheek where it had been clasped. I merely spoke the truth. I am genuinely curious as to why you would come to maintain order for such a production, considering this type of storyline is likely your least favorite. Captain Seven was momentarily at a loss for words. Television is different. Can we really classify a show as criminal? Then be gone. Your previous remarks were perilous. Those security personnel did not take any action against you. You certainly have an intriguing background. Let me guess. You must be the illegitimate child of a certain politician in Brika? Sighing, Rehn replied, why not suggest that a certain politician is my illegitimate offspring instead? To his surprise, Lilan pondered this seriously. It is not impossible. There are ways to maintain a youthful appearance. Oh, right. Lilan seemed to have struck upon another whimsical idea. Having watched the recent gathering, I have conceived a new notion for my upcoming book. Since I intend to write a mystery, I could also include the armored man. It is bound to garner rave reviews. Lilan's plan to write about the armored man was perhaps the best news Rehn had received that day, for it signified that Lilan's new book would not revolve around himself. Excellent. I believe if your new book features the armored man, it will undoubtedly be a hit, though they are both essentially me. Of course, after receiving this compliment, Lilan appeared quite pleased, but then her expression shifted to one of concern. However, I cannot abandon the story of you from my previous book. It has already built a reader base, with many eagerly anticipating the sequel. A sudden change in theme might spell disaster. I have already declared that my new book would center on you. Rehn quickly interjected, no need for that. I genuinely believe that focusing on the armored man would be a better choice. Lilan contemplated for a moment. Then her face brightened with inspiration. I have it. The armored man and you. I can intertwine the two narratives. Rehn's face froze. What do you mean by intertwining the armored man with me? I have no acquaintance with him. Lilan grew increasingly animated, her feet bouncing with excitement. Isn't it true that Principal Grayson met your mother by chance? resulting in your birth? No, that is entirely not the case. Leland completely disregarded Rehn's protests. Thus, your mother is likely the object of the armored man's affections. The armored man silently loved a beautiful lady, yet due to his appearance, he dared not confess his feelings. One day, he noticed that a man had suddenly entered the picture, none other than Principal Grayson. As he watched the two fall deeper in love, he suffered greatly and chose to bless their union from afar, leaving on his own. Rehn could only respond with a weak chuckle. I wish you great success with your new book, Chapter 86. Boosting morale after Rehn and Leland departed, he remained unaware that the crew of the great detective was present, responding to inquiries regarding the plot and the armored fiend. He had just missed it. I would like to ask Mr. Harnott, the screenwriter, about the opening performance where Mr. Mouse, portraying the armored fiend, declared his desire for vengeance against the world due to the death of his beloved. Was this an original creation of yours? And what fate awaits the armored fiend? Will he be captured or perhaps executed? Harnott revealed a mysterious smile, stating, I cannot divulge too much, lest Carter takes my life. However, I can assure you that justice will ultimately prevail over evil, and individuals as malevolent as the armored fiend will undoubtedly face retribution. I firmly believe this, both in our series and in reality. Yet, the armored fiend vanished without a trace. I wish to inquire of the director. Does the production team not fear the armored fiend might seek them out due to the nature of the storyline? At that time, the armored fiend was immensely popular, and many suggested that Carter capitalize on this fervor, prompting him to approach Harnott for the script. Initially, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. After announcing the production of The Armored Fiend, the great detective garnered unprecedented popularity. Even before filming the special episode on The Armored Fiend, producer Murphy was discussing the possibility of creating a film version to further seize the moment. In the past few days, they had been joyfully engaging in fan meet and greets in Brika City. Although there were some hurdles in organizing the event, it ultimately came to fruition. The higher-ups in Brika City believed that, with the Armored Fiend no longer a threat, producing a series depicting the defeat of the Armored Fiend would be a commendable effort to uplift the spirits of the populace. However, just as things were falling into place, the Armored Fiend made a resurgence, claiming over 20 lives. Carter and Murphy recognized that reviving the Armored Fiend would elevate the profile of their series, thus encouraging the cast and crew. Yet, internally, they felt a twinge of anxiety. The Armored Fiend differed from prior villains in that no one could predict his next appearance, nor did anyone possess the capability to thwart his movements. This meant that he could indeed confront the great detective crew at any moment. At this critical juncture, Carter found himself in a precarious position. The events in Brika City had already been approved, and he could not simply tell the authorities and the local security team, "Oh, we will not hold the fan meet and greet anymore, nor will we proceed with the series, as we fear the Armored Fiend's retaliation." Such a statement would render their production a laughingstock. Could a series centered on the theme of heroism against crime really halt its production due to fear of a criminal? The protagonist, Rehn, who boldly declared justice while apprehending wrongdoers, would be deemed shameless instead. The audience would surely condemn them. Thus, Carter could only comfort himself with the thought that among billions in the world, it was unlikely the Armored Fiend would target him specifically. He was not alone in this sentiment. The rest of the crew began to ponder the same question. What if the Armored Fiend sought revenge on them? Particularly Mouse. The actor portraying the Armored Fiend felt his face turn pale. He had initially hoped to gain fame through this role, yet now realized he was courting disaster. As Carter expressed his thoughts, Murphy's expression darkened. The essence of his previous statement was merely to divert attention. If the reporters became timid and refrained from voicing their concerns, public focus would inevitably shift towards the media, accusing them of cowardice in reporting on the Armored Fiend. Murphy also wished that the Armored Fiend would not target him, but rather those journalists. However, he would never vocalize the notion that the Armored Fiend was more likely to seek retribution against the reporters. To utter such words now would carry a tone of schadenfreude. After the meet and greet, the crew convened for dinner at a nearby hotel, yet the atmosphere in their private room resembled that of a serious conference. Director, producer, I fear I must withdraw from the production. I have encountered some family matters, and I will cover any breach of contract fees. The first to propose departure was Mouse, the actor embodying the Armored Fiend, who was the most fearful. I need to leave the production. Following him was a female supporting actress, who portrayed the Armored Fiend's deceased beloved. And I am also stepping back. I played the role of the one who killed her. One by one, The actors expressed their desire to exit the project, each finding excuses to disassociate from the turmoil. Previously intimidated by Carter and Murphy, now none wished to wade into murky waters. Even Harnott began to waver, suggesting, "Director, I believe there are significant flaws in this script. Perhaps we should scrap it altogether?" "You all," Carter exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. His frustration stemmed from the fact that he could not simply withdraw as the others did. He turned to Murphy. "Mr. Murphy, please say something. If they all refuse to perform, I cannot continue filming." At this moment, Carter too contemplated retreat. If the actors were intent on leaving, he could easily find an excuse, as public scrutiny would not fall upon him. Just as he considered how to smoothly cancel the filming plans, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. "You must continue filming." Chapter 87. The Three Schools of Thought. The individual who entered was the captain of Team 7, his expression decidedly grim. "You must continue filming this television drama. I have received directives from above to ensure your safety, allowing you to complete your shooting tasks in Brika City. Therefore, I implore you all to endure and absolutely refrain from withdrawing from the production team. Today's situation transcends the mere desire of the great detective crew to continue filming. Imagine a detective film that travels to Brika City for inspiration, only to abandon the project out of fear of criminal retribution. The great detective crew would undoubtedly face public outcry, with audiences and media questioning why a team making a detective film would fear villains. Furthermore, Brika City would inevitably suffer collateral damage. A film crew frightened enough to disband mid-production? If such an event were to transpire, it is easy to foresee how audacious the armored monster would become in the future. Thus, the special episode of The Armored Monster must go on. The captain's promise of protection was, in truth, a form of oversight. Carter Murphy immediately discerned the underlying meaning of the captain's words, prompting him to speak candidly once more. "How can this be? Wouldn't this turn our production into a covert operation?" This time, even Murphy could not contain his frustration. Is there truly any difference? There is elsewhere. Such actions are deemed an abuse of power, a coercion of others. In Brika City, everything is conducted according to established protocols. Even if you all were to inform me that you have no intention to shoot, I would not obstruct you further. However, should any adverse consequences arise, I would have no choice but to apprehend you." Carter, Murphy, and the others exchanged glances. The captain's words sounded reasonable, yet utterly absurd. They were left with only two choices: to continue filming, risking an encounter with the armored monster, or to firmly refuse, inevitably facing imprisonment in Brika. Murphy slumped back in his chair, a self-deprecating remark escaping his lips. Do we even have a choice? Carter, let us proceed with the filming." Since the emergence of the armored monster, news surrounding him had become a focal point for various media outlets, consistently drawing immense click-through rates. Following the archaeological team's incident, numerous media organizations reported on it as well. Readers expressed both astonishment at the reappearance of this habitual offender and a subtle thrill, poring over the detailed accounts provided by different news outlets. This case could be considered the most enigmatic among the crimes attributed to the armored monster. Firstly, the incident occurred aboard a ship lost in the vast ocean, rendering it isolated from the world. Secondly, the victims were members of an archaeological team, discovered in a horrific state, with reports indicating that their flesh had been savagely torn apart. While the third point remains indirectly linked to the case, it undeniably adds to the overall mystery. Moreover, this incident marked the armored monster's return after a considerable hiatus, attracting significant attention. Readers were captivated, and the media diligently reported, with various analyses proliferating. Prior to this, supporters of the armored monster's narrative had largely been divided among the lone wolf theory, the trio theory, and the gang theory. However, following the archaeological team's case, supporters of the 1- and 3-person theories began to surge. The 3-person theory posits that the armored monster is, in fact, 3 distinct individuals: the thief, the murderer, and the grizzly bear. At that time, some speculated that the thief and the grizzly bear were planning new operations and would refrain from further crimes in the near future, while the murderer, driven by revenge, might remain inactive. The recent archaeological team incident, resulting in over 20 fatalities, clearly pointed to the involvement of the murderer. Additionally, the situation bore resemblance to the previous incident at Famida, where only 1 or 2 survived, and those survivors were left psychologically scarred. Nonetheless, such occurrences are not impossible on a vessel that had been missing for several days. One can only imagine the torment endured by the archaeological team during that time. Therefore, this archaeological case is regarded by some as the second incident perpetrated by the same armored monster, carrying significant implications. At the very least, it substantiates the notion that the murderer's massacre at Famida was not driven by vengeance, but rather indicative of a deranged killer. Certain criminal investigation experts promptly issued statements asserting that the armored monster had begun to repeat his crimes, suggesting that there was now an opportunity to discern his patterns, leading to his inevitable capture. Ordinarily, at such a juncture, various media outlets would vigorously follow up, generating considerable interest and debate by publishing daily updates on expert predictions. Among the three schools of thought regarding the armored monster, the three-person theory garnered the widest audience, yet the other two theories were not to be dismissed lightly, even giving rise to various armored scholars. To the uninformed, one might mistake them for academics specializing in armor research. On the internet, the proponents of these three schools engaged in fierce disputes whenever a particular expert aligned with one faction. A torrent of dissenters and critics would flood the comment sections. XXX knows nothing about the armored monster. What World Council advisor? Just a source of amusement. When it comes to professional analysis, one must consult the vegetable vendor downstairs. Her insights on the three-person theory are astute. The three-person theory is a mere facade. The gang theory reigns supreme. Nonsense. The lone wolf theory is the true orthodoxy. I support the four-person theory. The niche schools hold the truth. Get lost. Those who support the four-person theory, I'll take on one by one. Agreed. Agreed. This almost encapsulated the standard rhetoric beneath every news article concerning the armored monster. Chapter 88. The Unknown Land. Upon returning from the fan meeting and bidding farewell to Lilin, who claimed she would write through the night, Rehn glanced at the time. Realizing it was only a little past 9. This matter had been weighing on his mind, and if he didn't resolve it soon, it would become a problem. He pushed open the door to his dormitory, only to be met with the chaotic state within. With a sigh, he decided to tackle it tomorrow. As he stepped inside, Rehn suddenly sensed something was amiss. The space around him began to distort. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his feet were planted on the ceiling. He quickly retreated, attempting to exit the room, but as a whirlwind of confusion enveloped him, his vision faded to black. In the corridor outside, a drowsy figure yawned before turning and leaving. Rehn rubbed his head, struggling to dispel the lingering dizziness that clouded his mind. He had experienced similar sensations during past travels, yet never had they been so intense. Typically, he would need only a moment to compose himself, but this time, it felt as though he had been tossed into a washing machine and spun around. No. Even as his head spun, Rehn's instincts alerted him to a grave issue. I am not wearing my paladin armor. Why am I being transported? And how little time has passed since my last journey? The sensations on his hands felt wrong as he stopped rubbing his head. He raised his hands before his eyes, realizing he was not clad in gauntlets. A further examination revealed that he was devoid of a helmet as well. Lowering his gaze, he discovered he was lying atop a haystack, clad in coarse gray linen garments. Due to his dizziness, Rehn could only gingerly slide down from the haystack. The moment his feet touched the ground, he nearly stumbled. And then a more pressing thought struck him. Without armor, he lacked his invincible strength. This could be troublesome. Uncertain of his circumstances, he pondered whether he was still in his original world or had traversed to another. He hoped to avoid any troublesome encounters. Fortunately, with a wealth of experience from past travels, he remained relatively calm. He surveyed his surroundings to ascertain his location. To his left lay a dirt path leading to a small village, while behind him stretched vast fields of unfamiliar crops, with livestock roaming freely. Strangely, he saw no sign of people, not even a caretaker for the animals. It seemed he had no choice but to venture into the village, hoping for no ill fortune. With no other options, Rehn found a stick on the ground nearby, and used it for support as he made his way along the path to the village. Along the journey, he considered various possibilities. Perhaps this place was fraught with dangers, monsters lurked about, or he might encounter bullies. Nothing boded well. Arriving unbidden in an unfamiliar land always sparked such thoughts. However, as he drew closer and began to discern more details, Rehn realized that the village appeared quite ordinary. Several farm women were washing clothes at a stream near the village entrance. They glanced at Rehn, but soon resumed their jovial conversations. "Excuse me, may I ask where I am?" Rehn inquired of the women. They paused their chatter, lifting their heads to scrutinize him. "A beggar?" Rehn shook his head. "A deserter?" He shook his head again. Then you must be a foolish lad who has run away to seek adventure? Rehn once more shook his head, then after a moment of thought, nodded. Yes, I am seeking adventure, but I seem to have lost my way. Really, another naive child. Where do you hail from? One of the women remarked. I come from Brika city, Rehn replied, concealing his suspicion that this might still be his previous world, albeit with his vision somehow distorted. Don't say that, Adderley. If it weren't for the adventurers who previously cleared the nearby monster dens, we wouldn't dare let our animals roam freely. Now we can rest easy. Rest easy? Now that the little ones know there are no dangers outside, they run wild every day. That's hardly restful. I see you are clearly smiling, one of the farm women teased. Then turned to Rehn with a grin. Little one, this is Qianxue village, just a small, shabby village. If Brika city is far from here, you probably haven't heard of it. But you're in luck. A paladin just happened to arrive in the village. You can ask him for assistance. A paladin? Yes. A paladin from Karsham. At the mention of this name, Rehn felt momentarily stunned. Perhaps that paladin held the key to his situation. Thank you. May I ask where I can find this paladin? He should be at the tavern in the village. Things are quite peaceful here, so he has little to do. To trade for supplies for his travels, he is helping out in the village. Today, Cece at the tavern seems to have sought him out. A paladin needing to work for travel expenses. Rehn had not anticipated that. His prior impressions from a certain game had led him to believe that paladins were always resplendent, part of well-organized factions, and not individuals lacking funds. Thank you very much. I shall seek him out immediately. After expressing his gratitude to the farm women, Rehn entered the village. Knowing that a paladin from Karsham was nearby brought him an unexpected sense of reassurance, alleviating much of his anxiety about being in an unfamiliar land. Although the organization had been disbanded in his time, the tales of their valor inspired unwavering confidence. As long as they were near, danger felt distant. Moreover, Rehn considered that he might be somewhat of an ally. Communication between them should be smooth. Chapter 89. The Paladin Bug. After inquiring for directions, Rehn finally arrived at the tavern and conveyed his purpose to the owner. It was here, behind the tavern, that he encountered the paladin, who was diligently chopping wood. To his surprise, the paladin was an elderly man. Typically, one would assume that age correlates with greater strength, yet this elderly knight did not emanate such an impression. His hair was gray, and his face bore the marks of time. He was slightly more robust than the average elder, but that was the extent of it. Observing him struggle to swing the axe, it was evident that chopping wood was no easy task for him. The old knight wore a vest riddled with patches, and Rehn noticed a pile of chainmail not far behind him. However, neither the armor nor the man resembled the valiant paladin he had envisioned. Is this truly the paladin of Karsham? Rehn could not help but inquire of the tavern owner, Seth. Indeed, he arrived just yesterday. But why is he chopping wood here? Seth replied, his face a mask of confusion. He has already washed the dishes and wiped down the tables. What else would he be doing if not chopping wood? No, I meant to ask, Rehn corrected. Given his age and apparent frailty, why would one expect an elderly gentleman to chop wood? Is he not a revered paladin? Seth scrutinized Rehn from head to toe and chuckled. Where do you hail from, young master? Who among us does not have to work? I respect him, which is why I offer him work, so he has money and food to continue his journey. But shouldn't a paladin? Rehn gestured, attempting to articulate his thoughts. This seems somewhat divergent from my understanding of respect. Seth shook his head dismissively. This is nonsensical. I have matters to attend to in the tavern, so I must take my leave. With that, he turned away, leaving Rehn alone with the still wood-chopping paladin. As Rehn approached the old knight, the reality of his condition became starkly apparent. The knight's arms trembled as he swung the axe, his face flushed with exertion, clearly straining under the effort. Would you like to take a break? Rehn suggested. Perhaps I could assist you with the chopping? Thank you, but that won't be necessary. You are too frail to be of help, the knight replied. Rehn felt a question arise within him. This elderly man appeared to be an ordinary individual, at best possessing some training, but lacking any semblance of extraordinary power. Rehn himself had donned the fervent armor of Karsham, and the strength it bestowed had rendered him nearly invincible, save for the encounter with the white wolf from the depths of the sea. While it was true that the armor belonged to the leader of Karsham, Alanvale, it was reasonable to expect that even an ordinary paladin would possess some degree of extraordinary capability. After all, how else could one protect the weak and vanquish evil? Was it possible that this realm was fundamentally different from the one he had known? Was it a parallel world where the paladins of Karsham lacked extraordinary powers, merely an ordinary knightly order? With a mind swirling in uncertainty, Rehn patiently waited for the old knight to finish chopping the wood, which was no small task, as he had to split a dozen logs into usable firewood. When he had gone to fetch water, he had scanned the vicinity for another axe, but found none. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to offer his assistance. After about an hour, the old knight finally completed his task. He sighed with relief as he set down the axe and sat upon the ground. Rehn quickly approached, offering a cup of water to the knight. "Thank you very much," the knight said, taking the cup but not drinking immediately. Instead, he placed it aside. "I cannot drink just yet. My breathing is too labored." Rehn smacked his forehead, chastising himself for forgetting such a basic tenet of modern life. He decided to sit beside the old knight, waiting for him to regain his composure. After approximately 5 minutes, once the knight's breathing had steadied, he lifted the cup and took a sip. "Once again, thank you, young man. Is there something you require of me? I would like to ask a question first. Are you indeed a paladin of Karsham?" The old knight, in response, produced a badge from his vest. "Yes, I am a paladin of Karsham, Bug. I have heard much about Karsham and its formidable knights. By the way, have you heard of someone named Alanvale?" Bug pondered for a moment before responding. "Karsham indeed boasts many powerful knights, but I regret to say that I have not heard of Alanvale. Perhaps he joined Karsham after I began my travels, or he may belong to another order of paladins." "How strong are your mightiest knights?" Rehn inquired, concerned that it might pertain to mere physical confrontations. "Dragons." Rehn fell into contemplation. As Bug had indicated, Karsham must possess knights of great strength, aligning with what he had come to understand. This suggested that he might have arrived at a time before Karsham's dissolution. His mind was in a tumult. Bug, noticing Rehn's troubled expression, asked, "Young man, you've posed many questions about our order. Is there something specific you need my assistance with?" "Assistance?" Rehn's thoughts brightened. "Could you take me to Karsham? Many of the questions I bear are tied to it. Perhaps there I might find answers." "Your health. If I may be so bold, I have been curious since our conversation began. Why do you appear to be an ordinary man, devoid of any extraordinary power?" Bug chuckled. "I am simply an ordinary man. I joined Karsham at the age of 60, becoming a paladin. After several years, I departed and have been traveling ever since. It is fortunate that I am still alive." Rehn was taken aback. "An ordinary man? Why would an ordinary man join such a formidable order? 60 is rather advanced in age. Karsham chooses individuals based on suitability. Power and age are not the sole criteria. Many like me exist." Rehn felt his perception shatter. He had always assumed that this organization consisted solely of the powerful, that they would be hailed wherever they went. "But I must insist," he argued. "Isn't it dangerous for someone of your age to venture out and perform such labor?" He gestured towards the pile of wood. Bug, however, bore an expression similar to Seth's. "Labor? Young man, your words are peculiar. Who does not need to work? If I were not part of the order, I might be farming or carrying goods. What difference does it make? Everyone must toil to sustain themselves until their last breath. Should the elderly not enjoy a peaceful twilight, supported by their children? Perhaps you are of noble birth. In the villages I have traversed, everyone struggles to survive. Monsters, bandits, foreign invaders, and war plague them. Few families remain intact. In such precarious times, everyone must labor diligently, for one never knows when their time might come." Rehn was left speechless. Chapter 90. Journey to Karlsham. If following the previous pattern, Rehn estimated that he would be sent back by the early hours of the following day. However, after tossing and turning throughout the night, he discovered that he was still lying on the tavern's floor. This posed a dilemma for him. These were the first words Rehn uttered upon opening his eyes. Moreover, his previous ability to come and go freely was likely due to a device or enchantment on his armor. This time, he suspected that someone had tampered with his room, which had led him to this predicament. The tavern owner, Seth, had allowed him to stay for the night out of respect for the old knight. But it was improbable that he would continue to accommodate him indefinitely. Working was out of the question, as Seth had no desire to hire anyone, nor the means to do so. Seth was right. Had it not been for his deep respect for Berg, he would never have allowed Rehn to chop firewood. Under normal circumstances, Seth would rather exhaust himself over 10 days or more to finish the firewood than spend money hiring help. In this small village, Seth was among the more affluent, while 9 out of 10 households struggled to make ends meet. Remaining in this village was not an option. Rehn had to find a means of survival. Fortunately, amidst all these unfortunate circumstances, there was a silver lining. After a night of rest, Rehn had finally shed the after-effects of his recent travels. His mind was clear, and he could sense that his body had returned to its normal state. This normalcy referred to the condition he had achieved after undergoing several transformations through the armor of the Paladin of Allenvale, resulting in an enhanced physique. Although Rehn could not ascertain the extent of his newfound strength, he was certainly stronger than the average man in his prime. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that there was another latent power within him, yet, when he tried to focus on it, it seemed to elude him. Nevertheless, the fact that he was not entirely powerless was a welcome revelation, as it would serve as a foundation for his existence in this world. While contemplating his next course of action, Berg unexpectedly approached Rehn's side. At that moment, he was clad in chainmail, a longsword strapped to his waist, and a large leather pack slung over his shoulders. "You're awake. Just in time, as I was planning to bid farewell to the owner and depart. I didn't want to disturb you, but since you're awake, I'll say goodbye now." Upon hearing this, Rehn quickly stood up from the floor. "You're leaving now?" "Yes," Berg replied. "I have gathered the necessary funds, and there is no reason for me to linger." His expression turned slightly serious. "Rehn, as uncomfortable as it is to say, you too must leave soon. Seth cannot afford to keep another person, and I cannot take care of you outside. I understand the dangers that lie beyond, but such is life. Everyone must strive for their own sustenance. Since you have chosen the path of an adventurer, you must be prepared for such realities." Berg was unaware of Rehn's true capabilities. Rehn's weakness the previous day had left him concerned about the young man's prospects. He feared that stepping beyond the village's borders could lead to his demise. Yet, he refrained from voicing further concerns, for there were many ordinary souls who ventured into the wilds. In this era, few could live a life of stability. Nodding in response to Berg's words, Rehn acknowledged that it was indeed inappropriate to continue inconveniencing others. "I will leave soon. I plan to see if I can make it to Karlsham." The night before, Rehn had engaged in extensive conversation with Berg, inquiring about the direction of Karlsham. Due to damage sustained in a previous battle, some of the records were lost, so Berg could only share the places he had recently visited and handed over what remained of his records to Rehn. However, the journey was missing about 4 to 5 years of details, making it nearly impossible to locate Karlsham. "I do not recommend that course, Rehn. Your best option is to find a larger town and strive for self-sufficiency there. It will be arduous, and starvation is not out of the question. But at least your chances of survival will be better than if you venture into the wilderness. Shallow Water Village has recently seen a group of formidable adventurers who cleared out nearby monsters and bandits, but beyond that I won't say it's far. Perhaps just 10 miles out, and you might encounter monsters." Rehn had indeed considered this issue. His current strength was not particularly formidable, and he was unarmed, making it unwise to rush outside. However, he had no choice. Without daring to venture forth, he had no destination. Moreover, his only clue in this world was Karlsham, and he had to pursue it. Thus, he smiled at Berg and said, "If walking 10 miles could lead to my demise, then what difference does it make whether I walk more or less? Since you have such a mindset, I shall say no more. I wish you good fortune." Berg offered no further commentary. The world was indeed chaotic and rife with conflict. Rehn was correct, for whether one walked a little or a lot, where could one truly find safety? Given Berg's advanced age, he knew he could perish on the road, lacking the strength to care for others. A sudden sound interrupted the moment, and Rehn awkwardly scratched his head. Even contemplating adventure, obtaining food was a significant issue. Berg shook his head, removed his pack, and extracted 2 pieces of bread, placing them in Rehn's hands. "Eat something. However, this is merely enough for a few meals. After that, you'll have to fend for yourself. One last thing, good luck." Berg patted Rehn on the shoulder before shouldering his pack and stepping out of the tavern. Gazing at the bread in his hands, Rehn sighed. It seemed that even if he resolved to venture out, it would not be a simple task. At the very least, he needed to procure enough food to last several days, like Berg had done. But what means were available in this village to obtain sustenance? Unlike Berg, who was a respected paladin from Karlsham, people were inclined to offer him work. With a heavy heart, Rehn, clutching the 2 pieces of bread, suddenly realized how daunting the path ahead truly was. Chapter 91. The Struggle of Existence. "I sincerely apologize, but I am unable to offer you employment. Yesterday, when Nightbugger was here, I had him undertake all the tasks I had planned, so I could provide him with a little extra. Just look at that pile of firewood in the backyard. It will suffice for several months." The tavern owner, Seth, shook his head as he declined Rehn's proposal for work. If Rehn had heard such words in the past, he would have condemned the speaker for their shameless exploitation of laborers. Yet Seth spoke with utmost seriousness. "It seems that a poor man, in his attempt to assist another impoverished soul, provides ample work, thereby justifying the additional compensation and sustenance he offers. The recipient, in turn, accepts it without guilt. Though Rehn, a modern individual, felt a pang of conscience at the thought of making an ailing elder toil under such heavy burdens, this was simply the reality of their time. Age did not exempt one from labor. Seth's actions, in fact, showcased his benevolence and respect for Bugger. Moreover, Rehn could scarcely afford to ponder Bugger's plight. He needed to address his own survival, adhering to the prevailing customs of the era. Are there others in the village who require assistance? He inquired. Do not underestimate my capabilities. Seth hesitated, saying, the villagers are all impoverished, and they tend to manage their own affairs. Families band together to tackle tasks. So I suspect you may struggle to find work. However, it is not impossible. You might as well try. If one possessed wealth and ability, no one would object to aiding others, even if they were strangers. Yet, given the widespread hardships, Seth could not afford to act foolishly out of sympathy. I'm sorry, but we have no tasks for you. We do not require assistance. No, you should seek work elsewhere. We do have a multitude of tasks, but nothing we could offer you in return. Shallow Water Village was not large, comprising merely over 30 households. Rehn swiftly inquired from one end of the village to the other and, as Seth had indicated, found no one in need of his help. In fact, he felt too embarrassed to knock on the doors of a few households he passed. After completing his circuit, Rehn plopped down at the village entrance, gazing despondently at Shallow Water Village. Come on, utilize your otherworldly intellect. Surely I cannot perish from hunger here. Yet what could he do? Rehn leaned back in despair. His situation was undeniably dire. He possessed but a half piece of bread, which would hardly last him long. What was he to do then? Beg from the villagers? Perhaps they might spare him a few morsels, but that would hardly be a sustainable solution. Suddenly, a distant cry caught Rehn's attention. He sprang to his feet and turned toward the source of the sound. It emanated from the free-ranging livestock he had observed yesterday. And he also spotted the haystack where he had rested, located in the opposite direction from Shallow Water Village. From this day forth, I shall no longer be known as Altair. I shall be the armored monster. Stop. Carter, in frustration, hurled the script to the ground and stood up abruptly, striding into the scene. And you are a lifeless corpse, do you understand? I do not expect you to move flawlessly. But what does it mean to tremble incessantly while lying in Mouse's arms? Is the weather too cold? Do not just stand there and watch. After reprimanding Mouse, Carter turned his ire toward the nearby crew members. Many of you arrived late today, and upon arrival, you dawdled, losing track of things. One of the armored monster's helmets went missing, and it took over an hour to locate it. What are you all doing? There are so many people waiting here. Whose time is this? Are you paying for it? Mouse looked pitiful, cautiously glancing at the nearby members of the security team, especially their captain, Team Leader 7. With a forlorn expression, he replied to Carter, Director, we are helpless. Everyone fears retribution from the armored monster, but under such circumstances, how can we perform at our usual standards? I can barely remember my lines, let alone Suna. I can hardly suppress my shivering. Carter's expression stiffened momentarily before he continued his tirade. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. This is Brika City, where hundreds of extraordinary individuals abound. Should anything arise, they could be here within minutes. Moreover, we have Team Leader 7 and his crew, do we not? Mouse sighed. While that may be true, in this state, we are preoccupied with our fears, making it impossible to act properly. I do not care. Carter waved his hand dismissively. You all must perform well in this production. If you continue in this manner, Mouse's eyes lit up. Will you replace the actors? Dream on. If you persist in this way, I shall not concern myself with you. However, should the audience witness your abysmal acting, ruining your careers, do not blame me. Mouse was at a loss for words. Expecting them to continue acting under such conditions and to excel was truly asking the impossible. Suddenly, Murphy beside him coughed twice. Is something the matter? Carter turned to inquire. Murphy, who originally had no obligation to remain on set, stayed out of fear of the armored monster, preferring the company of a crowd. He pointed at the script in Carter's hand and whispered, Carter, I've been meaning to tell you, your script is upside down. Carter looked down and, to his embarrassment, saw that the script was indeed reversed. His face flushed as he flipped it around. Huh, I didn't notice. Murphy nodded. You may continue. I shall take a moment to visit the restroom. Carter raised an eyebrow. Restroom? Did you not just go? Murphy cleared his throat and stood up. The weather is rather dry today. I've been drinking more water. Oh, Carter thought little of it. Once Murphy had departed, a crew member rushed over with a large cup of tea. Director, where's Mr. Murphy? He went to the restroom. Why? The crew member raised the teacup. Mr. Murphy asked me to bring him another cup of juice. Please remind him that he cannot drink juice indefinitely. We've only been filming this scene for over 2 hours, and he has already consumed 7 cups. Carter, it seems everyone is gripped by fear. Life is indeed challenging. Chapter 92. The Commission. In moments of desperation, individuals often cross their own boundaries. This phenomenon was evident during the events aboard the archaeological ship, where the crew comprised both well-educated scholars and valiant soldiers sent by the kingdom. Typically, the former exuded refinement while the latter displayed courage. However, a single archaeological endeavor unleashed their underlying avarice and jealousy. While the influence of the enigmatic white wolf played a role, had these individuals engaged in genuine communication, they might have avoided a nearly catastrophic outcome. Yet, some individuals, when faced with adversity, transcend their limits. Rehn lay breathless on the ground, taking a considerable time to rise and approach a creature resembling a wild boar. The beast's head was grotesquely battered, twitching slightly, yet it was evident that its life was ebbing away. Observing this, Rehn exhaled a sigh of relief and sat down once more. His own condition was far from ideal. During the previous skirmish, the boar had charged at him multiple times. Despite his efforts to evade, he had been grazed, leaving him with a searing pain in his chest. It was now the 3rd day since Rehn departed from Shallow Water Village, and the bread given to him by Bug had long been consumed. A closer inspection of his body would reveal numerous wounds. His hands were soaked in blood, whether his own or that of the beast was unclear, and his face bore several scratches, neither deep nor shallow, which would likely leave scars. In the past, he would have lamented his misfortune and the toll it took on his appearance, yet now, he felt fortunate that his eyesight had remained intact during the battle. Once his breathing steadied, Rehn rose again, gazing at his bloodied hands before offering a self-deprecating smile. Have I become foolish in this armor? I am, after all, a rather timid person. Days prior, while seated at the edge of Shallow Water Village, he had contemplated unseemly thoughts. Perhaps he could pilfer some food from the village or capture a domestic animal from the road. However, he recalled Bug's words, not those of noble valor about the responsibilities of an adventurer, but rather the grim reminder that he might be devoured by monsters scarcely 10 miles from the village. Shallow Water Village was relatively peaceful, devoid of pressing needs for assistance. But surely other places were not? While the idea seemed simple enough, for Rehn, it was an exceedingly challenging decision. Typically, villagers handle minor tasks themselves. They would only turn to outsiders, especially adventurers, for troublesome matters, such as eradicating beasts or monsters. Given Rehn's abilities, confronting such threats was no trivial pursuit. Moreover, circumstances might not unfold as he envisioned. What if he ventured out and found no work? What if he encountered danger along the way? In light of these considerations, perhaps undertaking a task in Shallow Water Village would have been the wisest choice, yet he ultimately opted to take the risk. Consider that even ogres, historically viewed as brutish, have been somewhat rehabilitated in modern society, managing a rudimentary form of communication with other races. It is evident how challenging such interactions must have been in the past. However, from a certain perspective, surviving in the wilderness is not insurmountable. The abundance of monsters also signifies plentiful resources. Food is not as scarce as one might think, provided one possesses the strength to procure it. Take Bug, for instance, who began adventuring in his 60s and has survived outdoors for over a decade. He claims it is due to good fortune, yet Rehn believes his continued existence is partly due to his status as a paladin of Karsaham, suggesting that the elderly man may not be as feeble as he appears. Additionally, it is likely related to the wilderness itself. During the first 2 days, Rehn only dared to steal chickens, prey on smaller creatures, or pilfer items from monster camps. Yet, this was not without peril, as evidenced by the wounds on his face. Today, he finally discovered a village named Dushan, where he secured a commission to eliminate a beast that had been terrorizing the area. The creature before him resembled a wild boar, but was significantly larger and more powerful. According to the villagers, this beast frequently raided their crops. Ordinary villagers stood little chance against it, as it could swiftly escape after only a few blows. The villagers could not afford to guard their crops perpetually, which caused them considerable distress. Initially, the villagers regarded him with skepticism, primarily because he arrived in Dushan village looking ragged, lacking armor, or even a weapon. With numerous injuries and a youthful appearance that conveyed an air of unreliability. Nevertheless, Rehn accepted the commission and successfully completed it. After tidying the scene, he retrieved his handmade stone hammer and dragged the boar back toward Dushan village. Fortune smiled upon him. As the beast had made its den near a hillside close to the village, concealed by underbrush, likely enjoying the abundance of food available, explaining its frequent raids. If this were an RPG game, the task of eliminating the boar would yield the following rewards. Unknown currency x10, 2 days' worth of provisions, 8 cakes made from mysterious substances, and a 20-point increase in favor with the villagers of Dushan. As Rehn caught his breath, grateful that he could secure a stable existence for the coming days, a disheveled man leaning on a cane approached him. Adventurer, may I commission you for another task? Rehn was taken aback. Was there more to this quest? Chapter 93. The strange dog Alu. After a brief respite, Rehn arrived at the home of a farmer named Cheer. The wild boar was temporarily entrusted to several villagers who promised to help him transform it into portable jerky, which Rehn could take with him upon his departure, in exchange for which he would gift them a small portion. What piqued Rehn's interest was the palpable tension among the villagers when Cheer appeared. Those who had gathered to watch the spectacle dispersed upon his arrival, as though Cheer bore a tale of sorrow. Cheer spoke with fervor. Fear not, esteemed adventurer. So long as you agree to assist me, you are welcome to recuperate here until you feel fully restored. Whatever medicinal herbs or sustenance you require, I shall do my utmost to procure for you. Rehn, intrigued, observed that Cheer's modest abode suggested he was not in a favorable situation. In such trying circumstances, the life of a man with a severed leg must surely be fraught with difficulties. May I inquire what specific assistance you seek from me? He asked. It is a mad dog, Cheer implored. I wish for you to slay it. A mad dog? Rehn's brow furrowed, sensing that the unfolding events would not bode well. What do you expect? Cheer continued, his voice laced with bitterness. While others struggle to fill their bellies, my family relies on Alu for sustenance. I can already foresee the impending calamity. Indeed, Cheer's subsequent words confirmed Rehn's foreboding thoughts. With a visage marred by rage and despair, Cheer recounted, Alu was injured, and our source of food was severed. I tended to Alu's wounds, and my family survived on scant provisions, never fully sated. Then, those wretches came to my home, questioning whether Alu was near death, suggesting those scoundrels were the very ones who had harmed it. I confronted them, driving them away. Yet the burden of hunger still loomed over my family. Then one fateful day, Alu, despite its injuries, ventured out to hunt once more. When I saw the blood seeping from its wounds, I could not contain my tears. A grim sense of dread settled in Rehn's heart. And then what became of Alu? It went mad, Cheer replied, his voice tremulous. The villagers, upon discovering that Alu was bringing us food again, attacked it once more. Alu, being a strange dog and not an ordinary one, had endured many days of hunger. In the frenzy of their assault, it turned feral, claiming the lives of several. No one could best it. The village chief came to my home, weeping, urging us to calm Alu, warning that if we did not intervene, disaster would strike. My wife and children were deeply bonded with Alu. Upon hearing of its plight, they insisted on going with me. Despite my protests and the chief's desperate pleas, I acquiesced. However, upon our arrival, we could not pacify Alu. It turned on my family, killing them. After it severed my leg, Alu finally regained its senses and fled. Rehn inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within his heart. And what happened thereafter? He sighed, turning to Cheer. Though it may seem callous, I must say, Mr. Cheer, this situation is not Alu's fault. You asked me to kill it. Cheer lowered his gaze. I do not harbor hatred for Alu. I wish only to spare it further suffering. Alu still brings me food, yet it is merely a wounded creature. After enduring multiple assaults, I can only imagine how difficult hunting must be for it now. Moreover, Alu is so perceptive, its bond with my family was profound. Its refusal to appear before me signifies its grief over the loss of my wife and children. Continuing in this manner will only perpetuate its anguish. Hence my plea for your assistance in liberating Alu from its torment. Rehn closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead, feeling a weight in his heart. The tale he had just heard left him in turmoil, uncertain of whether he should grant Cheer this request. Chapter 94. 3 fruits. Once he had slightly stabilized his emotions, Cheer wiped the corner of his eyes and retrieved 2 swords, a long and a short one, from a cabinet behind him. The long sword measured approximately 70 centimeters, while the shorter one, if not for its shape resembling a sword, would more aptly be described as a dagger. These were crafted during the time of famine. I forged the long sword for my own use, while the short sword was intended for my family's defense. At that time, I contemplated venturing out in search of sustenance. But unforeseen events transpired, and these two swords remained in use. As for this ceramic bowl, it was used by Alu during meals at our home. Esteemed adventurer, should you be willing to assist me, I would gladly offer both swords to you. I noticed that you lack a proper weapon for your endeavors. Although these swords were hastily made by my hand, being merely a farmer, they are certainly better than nothing. I can part with the long sword now, and once you have safely delivered Alu, I shall bestow upon you the short sword. Rehn gazed at the long sword on the table. It was indeed something he desperately needed. However, the thought of slaying the creature named Alu weighed heavily on his conscience. Do you know where Alu is now? I would like to assess its condition first. Chiera nodded slightly, his tone tinged with sorrow. It resides near the village. Following the famine, the villagers redirected a waterway to the east, and Alu now dwells in a burrow that was once part of the original channel. Have you attempted to find it? I have gone numerous times, but each time Alu sees me, it scampers away. In my current state, I cannot catch up to it. Rehn pondered for a moment, then rose and took the ceramic bowl from the table, leaving the long sword untouched. Very well, I shall first investigate Alu's condition. If I bring this bowl, it should not attack me, correct? Wait. Chiera called out to stop Rehn. Adventurer, please take the long sword with you. Although Alu can nearly comprehend human speech, it has been driven mad, and I fear. You are already injured, are you not? Rehn glanced at the long sword in Chiera's hands. Are you not concerned that I may take the sword and neglect to aid you? Chiera chuckled helplessly. I trust that you will not. Rehn then turned, carrying the ceramic bowl as he departed. Then you must also trust Alu. Rest assured, I shall convey your intentions to it. If I find that leaving is the best course for it, I will assist you. Behind him, only the sound of Chiera's grateful voice echoed. Rehn found the burrow Chiera had mentioned, situated by the eastern waterway of Dushan village. It stood about 40 to 50 centimeters tall and was not particularly deep. This was not a comfortable place. From Chiera's description, it was evident that Alu, as a hunting hound, could not be of a small size. Its dwelling in such a cramped space suggested that the outside world was fraught with peril, leaving the vicinity of the village as its safest refuge. As Rehn lowered his head to peer into the burrow, he was met by a pair of eyes staring back at him, barely half a meter apart. That was Alu, curled up within the confines of the small hole. Many patches of its skin were abnormally exposed, for likely torn away during some skirmish, leaving a multitude of wounds smeared with muddy blood, some even oozing pus. As Rehn crouched down, he could smell the foul stench emanating from the burrow, a noxious blend of blood and decay that instinctively made him want to step back. Yet, he held his ground. Upon noticing someone at the entrance, Alu attempted to bolt out, but could only struggle, its body unable to rise. It was clear that it had sustained grievous injuries, incapable of even crawling out of its den. Perhaps, as Chiera had suggested, granting it release might be a kindness. Observing Alu's desperate attempts to stand, Rehn hastily produced Chiera's small ceramic bowl. You are Alu, yes? I am a friend of Chiera. He sent me to see you. Upon catching sight of the small bowl, Alu's body quivered with renewed vigor, its head stretching forth in an attempt to seize the bowl from Rehn's hand. Realizing its intent, Rehn promptly placed the bowl before it. Alu grasped the bowl, cradling it against its chest, licking it incessantly. Rehn contemplated the possibility of facilitating a reunion. Alu appeared to possess a remarkable understanding, comprehending Rehn's intentions, even shaking its head in response. With another determined shake, Alu twisted its body, revealing its abdomen to Rehn. The interior of the burrow was dark, obscuring the details, yet he discerned a massive black mark stretching from Alu's back to its belly. If you go to the village, perhaps you could be saved. Rehn's voice trailed off, realizing the tenuous relationship between the villagers and Alu. Given the circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to find someone willing to assist it. Alu had gone mad and killed several people, and although the villagers bore significant responsibility, most would regard it merely as a dog. With starvation looming, why would they concern themselves with it? As Rehn grappled with despair, Alu unexpectedly turned its head and retrieved several round objects from deep within the burrow, placing them into the ceramic bowl before nudging it toward Rehn. Rehn's eyes widened as he beheld 3 green fruits nestled within. You wish for me to deliver these to Chiera? Alu nodded, and then turned to retrieve a shard of stone from the burrow, placing it before Rehn. Observing the stone, Rehn felt an inkling of understanding. He feigned ignorance. Chuckling, what do you give me this for? I don't grasp its significance. Is it to peel the fruit for Chier? Ha ha. Alu remained composed, resting its head beside the stone, gazing up at Rehn with an expression filled with yearning. Rehn covered his eyes, unable to meet its gaze. No, why must I undertake such a task? Chapter 95. The City of Red Pine. Is this some kind of jest? Chier lay sprawled across the table, blood cascading from his body and pooling at the doorway. Rehn hurriedly approached, propping Chier up, only to discover the hilt of a dagger embedded in his chest, one of the two swords from before. Who could have done this? His gaze then fell upon a piece of paper beside Chier. Despite a growing sense of foreboding, Rehn picked it up and unfolded it, revealing Chier's farewell letter. Whether or not you had a hand in this, perhaps it is for the best. If Alu survives, that would be a blessing. Yet, I cannot continue this way. It was I who left Alu at home. During the famine, I was powerless to provide for my family. After their demise, I was lost, unsure of whom to seek vengeance against. From every angle, I am but a failure, living in regret for these past years. Thus, I wish to join my family. Adventurer, I know not if you have taken Alu with you, but regardless, I am grateful to you. Please accept the 2 swords I promised you. Rehn stared at the letter in silence for a long while. 2 months later, a weary Rehn arrived at the first city he encountered in this era, Red Pine City. This city was also the last one that the old knight Buge could recall visiting. Beyond this point, Rehn would have to rely on his own wits. He intended to linger in the city for a few days, hoping to gather some information. Given the renown of Karlsham, it was likely that someone in a city like Red Pine might know its whereabouts. As for where to seek this information, it was quite simple. Red Pine City housed an adventurers' guild. Rehn could check there for any available work and engage with fellow adventurers who might possess valuable insights. However, upon entering the city gates, he was drawn by a voice. On the roadside, 3 wooden crates were stacked, and a young man in his 20s stood atop them, passionately delivering a speech. In a few days, Red Pine City was set to engage in battle with the neighboring Steelwind City, marking yet another clash between the two. Friends, have you ever pondered why we wage war? Is it born of hatred? And if so, what gives rise to that hatred? I delved into the history of Red Pine and Steelwind and uncovered something intriguing. In the city's early days, there was potential for an alliance. However, the Lord of Red Pine, believing the Steelwind Lord's wife to possess elven blood, rejected the proposal, leading to over 5 centuries of conflict, resulting in countless lives lost on both sides. In truth, the Steelwind Lord's wife has long been deceased, yet the fighting persists. So why? Merely due to her elven lineage. Could the 2 cities not unite? This question spawns further inquiries. Why is the world so chaotic? Why is war rampant everywhere? What can we do to remedy this situation? If you wish to know, please don't leave. The young man continued his fervent discourse. Yet passers-by either cast him a fleeting glance or listened for a moment before departing, leaving him with only a scant audience. Rehn listened for a while, then, feeling disenchanted, shook his head and turned to leave. This young man lacked the art of oration. Who truly cares about world peace nowadays? Little did he know that Rehn's headshake caught the young man's attention, prompting him to call out, "Why do you shake your head? Is there something wrong with what I am saying?" The young man scratched his head, seemingly deep in thought, before leaping down from the crate and jogging over to Rehn. "Perfect. I wish to know why you all seem disinterested in my speech. Do you not care why wars are so frequent? You must be an adventurer. Have you considered why monsters and battles are ever present?" Rehn regarded the young man with interest. "Oh, do you know why?" "Of course." The young man, now visibly excited by the attention, pulled a tattered book from his clothing and declared, "I certainly understand why the world is in such disarray." Rehn glanced at the book's cover, which bore the title, "The Future World," scrawled in a rather unappealing hand. "Is this your work?" he inquired. "Not at all. I did not write it, nor do I know the author. However, after reading this book, I was profoundly inspired and grasped the truths of the world's evolution. By the way, let us discuss this further in a more private setting. Let us go to my home. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ansel. Rehn. Come, Rehn. My home is just over there. Allow me to share my groundbreaking thoughts with you. Is that really appropriate?" Before Rehn could decline, Ansel had already taken his hand, spiritedly leading him away. Chapter 96. The future Rehn was unceremoniously dragged to Ansel's residence. To his dismay, upon his arrival, Ansel's family members appeared rather displeased, immediately berating Ansel. "You rascal! Have you been out spouting nonsense again? How many times must I tell you not to speak so carelessly? The last time, I had to pay to bail you out of jail. And you were in tears then. Have you forgotten how much it hurt so quickly? However, Ansel, ignoring his father's tirade, pulled Rehn upstairs, repeatedly gesturing dismissively. I know. You know nothing. Ansel's father seemed intent on following them upstairs, but Ansel swiftly closed the door, barring him from entry. Father, please refrain from interrupting. I need to have a serious discussion with my friend about world peace. If you delay our conversation, you will become a historical villain. You insolent child. I won't bother with you anymore. As the footsteps outside gradually faded, Ansel sighed in relief and led Rehn to a table, inviting him to sit. My apologies for the disturbance. My father is truly an academic who lacks foresight. He has no understanding of the significance of my ideas. Rehn offered an awkward smile, for he was not particularly interested in Ansel's thoughts. His sole curiosity lay with the book. Remembering this, Ansel retrieved the volume and presented it to Rehn. I purchased this book from an adventurer who claimed to have found it in a cave of ogres. The original owner likely became an ogre's meal, and the author remains a mystery. Rehn picked up the book, scrutinizing the crooked title, and inquired, Is the original title The Future World? No. Ansel waved his hand. Its original title was The Frost Axe Emperor. I found that name rather unsuitable, hence my alteration to The Future World. As Ansel spoke, a hint of pride adorned his expression. Evidently pleased with his renaming, Rehn's hand froze, realizing he had encountered a sensationalist. Forgive my inability to discern the connection between the Frost Axe Emperor and the Future World, by the way. Who is the Frost Axe Emperor? Ansel pointed to the book in Rehn's hand. It is, in fact, a fantasy novel. The Frost Axe Emperor is the protagonist, a man from the future who ascends from a humble farmer to a king. He possesses unmatched strength, supreme power, and an invincible army, not to mention a charm that captivates all. The first half of the book chronicles his conquests, as he unifies humanity, dwarves, elves, and even ogres under his banner after over 30 years of warfare and alliances. Dozens of princesses and queens from various races became his wives. One wonders what the bearer of this book thought when he was ultimately devoured by an ogre. Rehn, intrigued, regarded the book more closely. What about the latter half? He asked. Does it describe the Frost Axe Emperor's married life? Ansel's excitement was palpable. This is the crux of my argument. In my view, the essence of this book lies in the latter half. The first half is utterly devoid of substance. Who would genuinely enjoy such trivial content? Rehn cleared his throat. Well, perhaps not everyone feels that way. Personally, I am quite interested in it. Ansel, oblivious to Rehn's sentiments, continued. The plot in the first half is mind-numbingly simplistic. The Frost Axe Emperor merely expands his territory and marries, over and over again, without any nutritional value. Yet, upon unifying the world, the author suddenly gains insight. He begins to contemplate how the Frost Axe Emperor will govern his empire. Rehn scratched his head. It seemed the first half was indeed more engaging. Ansel abruptly queried, Rehn, you are an adventurer, correct? Have you traveled to many places? Well, not too many. I have only recently begun my adventures. Ansel smacked his forehead. That makes sense. You appear younger than I. Let me pose a different question. Do you know how many races inhabit this world? Rehn shook his head once more. Ansel replied, Neither do I. It could be 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. Who can say? Imagine how the Frost Axe Emperor managed to govern such a multitude of races. Rehn pondered for a moment. Perhaps he allowed them to continue as they were, each pursuing their own affairs, as long as there were no wars. Ansel adopted an enigmatic demeanor, shaking his finger. That is a superficial perspective. The Frost Axe Emperor is not like us, mere relics of the past. He hails from the future. His thoughts cannot possibly mirror ours. But the author of this book, the creator of the Frost Axe Emperor, must also be a relic of the past. Wouldn't you agree? Rehn nodded. His 2 months of adventuring had lent weight to Ansel's words. Ansel inquired again. So, why is this world so chaotic? Rehn played along. Why is that? Ansel seemed to have awaited this question for some time, pointing fervently at the book in Rehn's hands. After reading this book, I believe all these issues fundamentally stem from racial differences. With so many races, each occupying their own territories, their varied cultures, beliefs, and customs inevitably lead to significant disparities. Differing viewpoints breed conflict. They cannot sit together and only consider the interests of their own race, resulting in constant warfare. Furthermore, due to the prevalence of war, kingdoms cannot dedicate sufficient resources to ensure the well-being of their citizens, leading to rampant banditry and beasts. As Ansel grew increasingly animated, He nearly stood atop the table. Here comes the most fascinating part. In this book, the Frost Axe Emperor unites all races, thereby eliminating large-scale racial warfare. Rehn, can you envision the resulting scenario? All kingdoms can finally focus on their development. They can confidently send armies to eradicate monsters and assist in cultivating farmland. If one nation faces food shortages, it can obtain provisions from another. If a race suffers dire poverty, wealthier races can extend their aid. Do you comprehend this, Rehn? Rehn nodded slowly, appearing to contemplate something. This is a concept you can surely grasp. However, the Frost Axe Emperor, being a man from the future, possesses distinct ideas. After achieving the aforementioned feats, he begins to ponder that such harmony is merely a byproduct of his rule. The fundamental conflicts among races remain unresolved. Thus, he resolves to promote communication and integration among the various races. Can you imagine, Rehn? In a single city, a myriad of races coexists without conflict. In a school, humans and ogres sit side by side in class. As all races interact sufficiently, mutual understanding flourishes, and war becomes a relic of the past. Perhaps even the Adventurers Guild and the Order of Paladins would become unnecessary. I have asked many individuals about this vision for the future, and while they express longing for it, they deem it somewhat impractical. What do you think, Rehn? Ansel turned to Rehn, eager to hear his response. Rehn slowly raised his head and, with a blank expression, replied, "Are you finished?" Chapter 97, Worthless. Are you done? Rehn gazed at Ansel, his expression void yet menacing. Ansel took a couple of steps back, awkwardly chuckling. I still have much to share, but if you are unwilling to listen, then never mind. Ha! With a sudden force, Rehn slammed the book he held onto the table, his voice oscillating between laughter and anger. Oh, I see. I was wondering why I found myself in this era. Why I happened to encounter a paladin of Karsahem devoid of extraordinary powers. Why I faced so many misfortunes outside, and why, upon reaching the last city mentioned by Bug, I met you, a person with grand ideals. Why is it that amidst the throngs of people, you alone chose to halt my path? Rehn's tone grew increasingly intense, prompting Ansel to retreat once more. What are you saying, Rehn? Although I cannot comprehend your words, they seem to be mere coincidences, right? I have explained why I stopped you. I wish to understand why others refuse to hear my speeches. Coincidence? The initial part of his statement was somewhat reasonable. But Rehn interrupted. What a farce. You have subjected me to so much suffering and forced me to witness so many things. All for the sake of making me ponder the meaning of life. Is that it? A cold voice interjected. Rehn lifted his gaze to meet Ansel's. Yet the figure before him bore a starkly different expression. Gone was the fervor. Instead, he appeared hollow and devoid of spirit. Do you believe that people today live more happily, or that those in the future will be happier? Upon uttering this question, Ansel fixed his gaze upon Rehn, remaining motionless. Rehn returned the stare, his mind a tumult of thoughts. The dizzying sensation of his previous traversal surged back, nearly causing him to collapse. Grasping the wall for support, he slowly made his way to his bed and fell onto it. After a prolonged pause of several minutes, Rehn mustered his energy and reached into his right pocket for his phone. After a fruitless search, he remembered that he typically kept it in his left pocket. Shaking his head, he finally retrieved the device from his left pocket. To his astonishment, the screen illuminated the time, which was precisely the same as when he had departed. This realization ignited a fresh wave of fury within him. Clearly, someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes, attempting to instill certain ideologies within him. Upon reflection, ever since he arrived in this world, he had been driven and manipulated by unseen hands. First, there was the elderly man who had provided him with an admission letter, about whom Rehn still harbored uncertainty regarding his identity. Was it truly an act of gratitude that compelled him to bring Rehn to Respock? Then there was Elixia, the armor of Allenvale, and the phone that foretold his journey, gifts all bestowed upon him by her. She appeared to be a figure in plain sight, yet upon closer examination, Rehn realized he knew next to nothing about her. This woman was undoubtedly no ordinary museum guide, and her motives remained shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, there was Grayson, the headmaster of Respock, who had inexplicably accepted Rehn, despite the considerable pressure on the institution. They maintained a facade of compliance, even as tensions with the security team escalated. Yet, they continued to assert that Rehn's enrollment adhered to regulations. Even if those who fabricated information for him executed their plans flawlessly, the truth remained unchanged. Rehn could not fathom why Grayson, despite not expelling him, had yet to meet him face to face since the opening ceremony. And then there was the security team. Why were they so determined to protect him, even at the cost of violating their most sacred rules? This question had long evaded Rehn's understanding. He recalled the first time he had been released after a transgression, when the second captain of the security team had instructed the seventh captain to intervene. At that moment, the second captain had mentioned that it was a directive from above, indicating that a higher authority was at play, one surpassing both the seventh and second captains. Rehn's reckless behavior in front of the security team stemmed from two motivations. One, he felt compelled to act upon what he had witnessed. The other, he yearned to uncover whether they were truly committed to his protection, hoping to draw out the mastermind behind it all. Regrettably, this individual remained elusive. He nearly forgot another figure. Rehn murmured to himself, recalling another person, Clement. The founder of Respock was enshrouded in mystery, having only appeared before Rehn once, when he seemed like a mere janitor, devoid of his ghostly identity. Had Rehn not stumbled upon his portrait in the library, he might not have recognized him at all. Yet Clement could not possibly lack purpose. Aside from Rehn, no one else had encountered him in the school. Why had he manifested as a ghost in Respock? What was the reason for his appearance before Rehn? These questions tormented Rehn's mind. The thought of so many influential figures manipulating his fate sent a wave of pain through his head, and he found himself contemplating Ansel's question once more. Do people today live more happily, or will future generations be happier? He had lived through the harsh realities of the past. Once, he believed that the heroic tales of adventurers were romantic. However, after 2 months as an adventurer himself, he discovered that all, including the adventurers, lived in arduous circumstances. How else could they claim the title of hero? In comparison, it appeared that people today indeed lived more contentedly. Shaking his head vigorously, Rehn attempted to cast aside this trivial dilemma, but lying in bed, his thoughts spiraled uncontrollably back to it. Fine, I'll step outside for some fresh air. Unable to find solace in sleep, he rose and ventured outside the dormitory, leaning against the railing to feel the breeze. Suddenly, his attention was captured by the sounds of cheers and applause emanating from below. A crowd had gathered, surrounding a dwarf student who was professing his feelings to a human girl. Rehn couldn't help but chuckle. Such scenes were ubiquitous, though the diversity of races added a rich tapestry to the onlookers. Reflecting on this, he realized that Ansel had not been entirely mistaken. Such occurrences were unimaginable in the past. Yet, Rehn raised a middle finger to the sky. A bunch of timid, indecisive fools. I shall do as I please. Unburdened by lofty principles. Chapter 98. Lost again after several days, Rehn returned to the academic affairs office. During his previous visit to select courses, the instructor Alfie had detected his berserker talent using a crystal ball and had recommended relevant classes. However, at that time, Rehn felt it unnecessary. He believed that with his formidable armor, he would continually grow stronger, thus opting for lighter courses like world history. Yet, after the events of last night, Rehn found himself contemplating anew. When he donned his armor and went about his tasks, he was often unable to declare his name with pride, frequently facing various slanders and accusations instead. Rather than performing good deeds anonymously, he seemed perpetually to be the scapegoat. However, within the illusion he had entered last night, while adventuring, he could boldly proclaim to those he aided, I am Rehn. Although it felt somewhat boastful, receiving heartfelt thanks from others was undeniably gratifying. In Brika City, Rehn found himself in a unique position. Some individuals indulged him in breaking the city's rules. With this in mind, a thought struck him. When could he, with integrity and by virtue of his own strength, pursue his desires openly? Thus, this prompted Ryan's visit to the academic affairs office. You again? The two strong assistants were present once more in the office. Upon seeing Rehn at the door, they were somewhat taken aback. They had heard from Alfie about Ryan's remarkable berserker talent, described in such glowing terms that it was evident how extraordinary it was. Unfortunately, it was discovered too late. Ryan's age was somewhat advanced, and it seemed he had declined to accept berserker training because of this. The brothers pondered whether Ryan's admission to Leesburg was due to favoritism or if Principal Grayson had recognized his talent. Thus, when they encountered Ryan this time, their demeanor was markedly more cordial than before. Rehn greeted them and stated his purpose. I am looking for Instructor Alfie. I wish to select a course. Selecting courses now? The semester has been underway for quite some time, the brothers exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the elite class should have that privilege, right? Absolutely. All right, come in. I will fetch Instructor Alfie, said the first brother, whose number Rehn had forgotten in the interim. As Rehn entered the office and glanced around, he found Alfie, as expected, fixated on the computer screen, likely engrossed in a game. The two brothers exchanged glances and nodded at one another. As before, the first brother reached for Alfie's keyboard and mouse, but Rehn intervened. The brothers regarded him with puzzled expressions, uncertain about his motives. Rehn shook his head in resignation. He vividly recalled the previous encounter where Alfie was exceedingly slow to react. Even if the mouse and keyboard were taken from him, Alfie would remain in a daze for quite a while. In light of this, Rehn surveyed the office, then approached a corner and unplugged a power cord. In an instant, the power went out. A tremendous roar erupted, likely audible throughout the entire building. Just as Alfie was preparing to resume his gaming, Rehn seized the moment to announce, "Instructor Alfie, I wish to select a course." Upon hearing his name, Alfie looked up and recognized Rehn. "Ah, you are Rehn, correct? You wish to select courses now?" When not engaged in gaming, Alfie was quite composed. Rehn nodded. "Yes, Instructor Alfie, I intend to develop my extraordinary aptitude. Now, the semester has been in session for a month already. You will fall behind significantly. I have already fallen behind for over a decade. What difference does it make?" Rehn replied nonchalantly. Alfie smacked his forehead, realization dawning. That is a valid point. But what prompted this sudden desire to select courses? You were quite resistant during our last conversation. Well, last time, I was rather confused. Yes, it was sudden to learn of my extraordinary aptitude, especially given my age, which left me feeling uncertain about whether I should proceed. Now, however, I have come to terms with it. Rehn offered a casual excuse. It's good that you've arrived at this conclusion. I have always said that although you've missed the prime period for developing your aptitude, your talent is exceptionally outstanding. And with the guidance of our esteemed professors at Leesburg, you might still become a powerful, extraordinary being. Very well, I will enroll you in the introductory berserker training. Does that suit you? Rehn forced a grimace. Instructor Alfie, I would like to confirm that I genuinely possess the berserker talent and not something else, like a paladin. For instance, how could a mere warrior compare to a great actor? Alfie chuckled heartily. Of course, Grayson as Crystal Ball does not err. You are indeed a berserker. Then please proceed to enroll me in the berserker course. I will attend and see for myself. If I truly lack this aptitude, can I retake the assessment? Rest assured, that will not be an issue. If you have doubts, I can contact the berserker course instructor right now, and you can meet with him to assess your abilities. If he concludes you lack the talent, I will arrange for a retest. Rehn nodded eagerly. Thank you, Instructor Alfie. Alfie promptly dialed a number and placed the phone on the table, distancing himself, prompting even the strong brothers to step back. Rehn sensed an ominous turn of events was imminent. Once the call connected, Alfie activated the speakerphone. "Hello, Gorilla?" "Ha ha ha, you silly fool, what is it?" The voice on the other end was remarkably gruff and thunderous, causing Ryan's ears to buzz even through the phone. Alfie glanced at Rehn. "Do you recall I mentioned a student who suddenly discovered his berserker talent, and it was quite impressive?" The booming voice responded, "Of course. That was the kid who got in through the back door, right? Didn't you say he was uninterested in studying?" "That is not the case." The child initially struggled to accept it, but now he has come to terms with it, and I'd like you to evaluate his situation. Have him come over. I'm in the classroom. The kid who got in through the back door? I'll give him a proper education, huh?" As the call ended, Rehn looked at Alfie. Instructor, I suddenly feel a bit lost again." Chapter 99. The transformation into a fool upon encountering the professor of the berserker training class. Rehn finally comprehended why Alfie referred to him as gorilla, for the individual indeed resembled a bespectacled gorilla. Alfie had introduced himself as Balboa, yet upon their initial meeting, Rehn almost instinctively called him Winston. Reflecting on this, Brika City truly exemplified a successful multicultural metropolis, with the likes of Balboa and Professor AI from world history, figures that would be exceedingly rare in other locales. As Rehn covertly observed Balboa, the latter scrutinized the notorious underachiever before him. "I fail to discern any berserker aptitude in you," Balboa remarked after a prolonged scrutiny, his voice resonating with the same magnitude as it did over the phone. Had Rehn not deemed it impolite, he might have instinctively taken a step back. However, Balboa's statement sparked a glimmer of hope within Rehn, who nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Indeed, I concur. But the crystal ball cannot be mistaken, so you must possess berserker talent without a doubt. According to school regulations, I am still obliged to instruct you." Ryan's expression turned ashen. Balboa exhaled with exasperation. "You youngsters harbor misconceptions about berserkers. Upon hearing the term, you conjure images of savagery and mindlessness. In truth, Being a berserker is entirely unrelated to these notions. We merely embrace the thrill of combat with a positive mindset. Rehn was taken aback, as this perspective was unfamiliar to him. But other professions can enjoy combat too. Why are berserkers singled out? There exists a fundamental distinction. A competent berserker can transmute this fervor into personal strength. It is a rather idealistic assertion. I wonder if you can grasp it. Rehn stroked his chin, pondering, and then suddenly exclaimed, I understand. It's akin to going Super Saiyan or experiencing a surge of cosmic energy, correct? Balboa looked perplexed. What is this going Super Saiyan? Who is that? Why would cosmic energy surge? Nevertheless, Rehn feigned comprehension of Balboa's concept of berserker strength. He then posed another question. How does one channel this power? Pointing to himself, Rehn inquired, must I engage in constant battles? What I mentioned pertains to antiquated methods, Balboa stated, gesturing to himself with a thumbs up. This is Resberg, a world-renowned institution. I, Balboa, hold the esteemed title of professor and have published numerous papers in prestigious academic journals. Thus, I possess methods that diverge from the past. Rehn couldn't help but applaud. Impressive, Balboa continued. Through years of teaching and synthesizing prior experiences, I have formulated a scientific training regimen for berserkers, which I have dubbed the Balboa-style quantum asymmetrical berserker training method. It sounds formidable indeed. Rehn clapped again. But what exactly does this training entail? Balboa proudly declared, today is merely an assessment of your condition, not a formal class, so I shall briefly outline my Balboa-style quantum asymmetrical berserker training method. This method is divided into 3 steps. First, close your eyes. Quickly close your eyes. Unsure of Balboa's intentions, Rehn complied and shut his eyes. Second, feel the power within your heart. Rehn paused, and after several seconds without further instruction, he inquired, Professor Balboa, how does one specifically feel this inner power? Just feel it as instructed. Follow my steps diligently and refrain from injecting your own thoughts. But. All right, the second step is completed. You may now open your eyes. Rehn slowly opened his eyes, locking gazes with Balboa. After a moment, he softly asked, and then? What do you mean and then? Opening your eyes signifies the third step. The Balboa-style quantum asymmetrical berserker training method concludes here. Now, do you sense any difference within yourself compared to before? Rehn replied, I feel as though I have transformed into a fool. Balboa looked bewildered, extending a hand larger than Ryan's head to cradle it, turning it this way and that. This is incorrect. How could you become foolish? Shall we attempt this again? Rehn escaped Balboa's grasp, hastily shaking his head. No. I think my lack of success might be due to my age. Perhaps I've surpassed my prime? Let us leave it at that for today. And I'll return when I'm younger. Balboa, upon hearing this, regarded Rehn with sympathetic eyes and then retrieved a phone the size of a cutting board from his pocket. Hello, little fool. Oh, gorilla, what's the matter? You should have met Rehn by now, correct? Balboa shot Rehn a peculiar look and replied, Indeed, I have met him, yet there is a grave issue. I appear to have rendered him a fool, as he is now spouting nonsense. On the other end of the line, Alfie responded with confusion. Idni emerged from the nearest city hospital, reflecting on her recent string of setbacks. She couldn't help but shake her head. However, upon her arrival today, she was informed that she could only glimpse the bodies from outside the morgue. Ultimately, all Idni beheld were corpses covered in white cloth throughout the room. This situation is dire, Idni murmured to herself at the hospital entrance. Online discussions suggested that this case bore striking similarities to the previous murders committed by the maniac in Famida, with numerous parallels evident. If this continued, would there be no clues left in the entire case? Suddenly, a significant doubt struck her. Idni recalled from the official report mentioning an archaeological team's discovery of a relic and the excavation of several artifacts. Where have those artifacts gone? Upon consulting subsequent official communications, Idni found no mention of the artifact's whereabouts. The enigmatic armored figure, the abruptly vanished relic, and the missing artifacts all hinted at an even greater mystery concealed within this case than previously thought. Where should she begin her investigation? Chapter 100. Greed, what did you say? All the underwater artifacts have vanished? Oleg stared in astonishment at Bucha, the representative sent by the Cody Kingdom, who had just informed him that all the relics discovered by the ill-fated archaeological team had mysteriously disappeared. But those items were under your supervision, were they not? I had warned you that those artifacts are of immense significance. Oleg's annoyance was palpable. The incident involving the archaeological team presented 2 major enigmas. the whereabouts of the underwater ruins and the mystery surrounding the crew's madness. Although Oleg was uncertain about the connection between these artifacts and the armored monstrosity, he recognized their vital role as crucial evidence that must be meticulously preserved. Previously, he had instructed the representatives of the Cody Kingdom to safeguard these items diligently, as they might prove essential at any moment. They had assured him that they would deploy a substantial contingent to oversee the artifacts, yet merely days later, they claimed the items had been stolen. Overwhelmed by rage, Oleg scoffed. "You mean to tell me that a plethora of stone tablets, statues, and fossils embedded in colossal boulders were stolen by the armored creature? While it is astonishing, the reality remains. After all, does not the armored being possess the ability to appear and disappear at will? Taking some artifacts would surely be trivial for him." "Some?" he continued, incredulous. "And with so many of you watching and an array of surveillance equipment, you allowed him to pilfer them?" Oleg fixed Bucha with a steely glare. Unwilling to accept that the artifacts had been taken by the armored being, it was evident that the Cody Kingdom was concealing something from him. Finally, Oleg cast a meaningful glance at Bucha, saying, "Mr. Bucha, I hope you do not come to regret this." With that, Oleg rose and departed. He sensed that something significant was amiss with those artifacts, a feeling he could not articulate. Upon seeing the fossils, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him, albeit he could not pinpoint its source. Initially, Oleg had contemplated requesting headquarters to invite renowned scholars for further examination, but given the Cody Kingdom's apparent duplicity, he found himself at an impasse. Bucha, having endured Oleg's tirade, maintained his smile as he watched Oleg leave. Once Oleg was gone, his expression turned frosty, and he entered a room upstairs. Upon pushing the door open, he found a large gathering of individuals seated within. Upon seeing Bucha arrive, a middle-aged man, identified as Minister Kampa, immediately inquired, "Mr. Bucha, what transpired? Did Oleg say anything of note?" Minister Kampa disdainfully shook his head. "Let him be a fool. The World Council is merely a servant to our nations. Even if he does not believe us, what can he do but suppress his frustrations and dare not speak out?" He then chuckled that Oleg did make a rather bold statement, warning us to refrain from regret. "Ha! Regret? What is there to regret? Once I procure that treasure, the existence of the World Council will be uncertain, and we shall see who truly regrets their actions." With that, Kampa surveyed the other individuals present. Among them were the official representatives from the Cody Kingdom, along with several scholars and extraordinary beings. "Enough of that, Oleg," he continued. "Let us not forget the reason we concealed the underwater artifacts. The three kings unanimously approved our quest to seek the underwater ruins. As this is pivotal for the rise of our three nations, let us all commit ourselves wholeheartedly to this cause." The Cody Kingdom's audacity to offend the World Council and hoard the artifacts stemmed from their discovery of some notes hastily scribbled by the archaeological team leader, Wald. Aikman was the first to uncover the truth of the wolf god's blessing. However, he concealed it, intending to report it himself. Unfortunately, a series of events led to his demise at the hands of Haft, and the notes ultimately fell into the possession of Rehn. Wald had a habit of doodling with a pen while pondering, often unintentionally jotting down fragments of his thoughts. Naturally, these were mere snippets, jumbled and occasionally overlapping, rendering them difficult to decipher. As the archaeological excavations progressed, Wald increasingly felt that his assessments of the ruins were inaccurate, particularly regarding the fossil discovered by Ina, which puzzled him endlessly. In the chaotic notes Wald had written, numerous mentions of wolfman fossils, and the wolf god's blessing appeared, revealing the extent of his inner turmoil. To that end, Wald made multiple incursions into the ruins to scrutinize the fossil, and on the eve of Ina's demise, he finally arrived at the same conclusion as Aikman. But alas, it was too late. Initially, the Cody Kingdom and Oleg had glimpsed Wald's notes, but their disarray rendered them impractical as a standard investigation log. Investigators scoured Wald's quarters, discovering around 20 to 30 sheets of paper filled with a hodgepodge of thoughts ranging from archaeological research to mundane daily life. With Ina mentioned frequently throughout, the overwhelming density of overlapping text made it challenging for investigators to recognize the significance of these papers. Ultimately, however, they managed to distill some key information from the chaotic scrawl, excluding the trivial gossip. The salient phrases included wolfman fossils, the wolf god's blessing, treasure, and human. Combining this with the artifacts brought aboard the ship by Wald and his team, the Cody Kingdom concluded that the underwater ruins harbored a treasure known as the wolf god's blessing, which could gradually transform humans into wolf-like beings, granting them formidable power. Thus, the Cody kingdom succumbed to the same sin of greed that had ensnared Haft. Chapter 101. Half the city vanishes upon uncovering the secrets of the underwater ruins. The officials present immediately informed their respective monarchs. Consequently, the three nations reached a cooperative agreement to jointly explore and develop these submerged relics, with the promise that any blessings from the wolf god discovered would be shared among them. The transformation into werewolves was of no concern to them. As officials, they had no intention of undergoing such a change themselves, preferring to enlist soldiers for that purpose. Moreover, werewolves had been recognized as a legitimate race, so what harm was there in becoming one? Thus, the three nations orchestrated a disappearance of the artifacts from the underwater ruins to prevent the World Assembly from discovering them. Simultaneously, scholars and top extraordinary beings from the three nations congregated in Nalako. Their current understanding of the underwater ruins was that they were protected by some form of magical array, which had been temporarily breached due to a violent underwater event, causing some artifacts to drift into surrounding nations with the ocean currents. Before the breach closed, archaeological teams from the three nations entered the magical array and commenced their investigations. However, the array soon self-repaired, leading to the disappearance of the archaeological teams. They encountered the armored beings, whose entry into the ruins remained a mystery, and certain events transpired between them, possibly triggering mechanisms unknown to them. Ultimately, the archaeological vessel was expelled from the array, explaining why search and rescue teams, despite extensive efforts in nearby waters, had found nothing until one day, the ship unexpectedly appeared within their search area. Now, the three nations sought to identify the location of the underwater ruins. I hope everyone remains focused on our shared goal, rather than entertaining thoughts of personal gain from treasures we may uncover. Frankly, such concerns are for another time and not our priority. We are here to seek the underwater ruins, and I do not wish for any underhanded maneuvers while we labor diligently. Campa reiterated his reminder, and the assembly nodded in understanding. At that moment, a scholar attired in academic regalia spoke up. Minister Campa, may I inquire about something? Of course, go ahead, Campa replied. I wish to ask where the artifacts currently reside. Campa glanced at him. And you are? An official seated beside the scholar promptly introduced him. Oh, this is Professor Dowris from Nusa, who has conducted extensive research on werewolves. Professor Dowris eagerly nodded. Indeed, Minister Campa, I have studied the origins of werewolves for many years, and upon hearing rumors of the underwater ruins, my curiosity was piqued. It is astonishing that such an entity exists, capable of gradually transforming individuals into werewolves. However, as I arrived rather late, I have yet to see the artifacts and fossils. Might we have the opportunity to view them? The other scholars exchanged glances of intrigue. Had it not been for the confidentiality required by the three nations, this discovery would have been world-shattering. Campa chuckled heartily. I thought it was something significant. As for the artifacts, I can tell you they are currently stored in the basement of this embassy. In truth, they are not of paramount importance. We merely wish to keep them hidden from prying eyes. Of course, they may not have the opportunity to see the light of day until the time is right. As for you all, as long as you seek permission from your superiors, you may visit the artifacts at any time, provided you commit to assisting us in locating the ruins. The scholars beamed with excitement, assuring Campa of their utmost efforts. Finally, Campa clapped his hands. Very well. We shall conclude for today. You may return to your duties. I'll make an exception. Those who wish to see the artifacts may do so now, accompanied by our soldiers. With that, Campa and several officials signaled their departure. Others dispersed as well. The eager scholars and a few extraordinary beings interested in the artifacts hurried to the basement. They were to remain there that night, preparing to embark on their journey to seek the ruins the following day. Enid lay on the hotel bed, pulling out her phone to book a flight to Brika City. The recent string of setbacks had led her to abandon her investigation into the case. The ill-fated vessel was inaccessible, survivors were unapproachable, and the underwater artifacts, crucial evidence, were nowhere to be found. How could she conduct her investigation under such circumstances? For a moment, she even contemplated disregarding the armored beings altogether. Chasing after them required extensive travel and was fraught with various obstacles. Thus, Enid decided to visit Brika City to reconnect with her dear friend who teaches at the university and to refresh her spirits. This case was truly vexing. Reflecting on the inconsistencies encountered in previous investigations, Enid sighed. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. A shower and a good night's sleep. Then I'll meet up with Xiao AI tomorrow. With that, Enid tossed her phone aside and rose from the bed, heading to the shower to unwind. Just a couple of minutes into her shower, she suddenly felt the ground beneath her tremble violently, nearly causing her to lose her footing. The water flow from the shower head gradually diminished before ceasing altogether. An earthquake! Enid gasped in alarm, recalling recent reports of intense underwater activity in the nearby seas, the very cause of the artifact's arrival. Yet now she found herself facing an earthquake. Nalako was coastal. A true earthquake would spell disaster. Quickly wrapping herself in a towel, Enid prepared to flee the hotel. However, as she stepped out of the bathroom, she was left speechless. Before her loomed the vast ocean, the full moon hanging high above. Her hotel, which had been several miles from the shore, had experienced a staggering disappearance. The urban area leading to the sea had vanished, with waves crashing violently toward the void left behind, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. How could she see this so clearly? Because a significant portion of her hotel had also disappeared. Only the half of her room closest to the shower remained, with even her bed reduced to a mere sliver. A wave of terror washed over Enid. Had she been lying in bed rather than showering, she would have surely vanished along with that half of the room. No, that half of the city. Enid had never witnessed such a scene. It was beyond the realm of an earthquake. The sight before her made it seem as if Nalako were a block of cheese, from which someone had scooped out a portion. But who wielded that spoon? La 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 la. A familiar melody reached her ears. It was her phone ringing. Her phone. Following the sound, Enid spotted her phone precariously perched at the edge of the shattered room. Remarkably, it had survived the calamity, remaining on the small remaining section of the bed, having slipped off during the tremor and wedged itself at the edge of the fracture, now vibrating and ringing. Upon answering, she heard Professor AI's urgent voice. Enid? Is that you? Yes. Thank goodness, you're safe. Are you in Nalako? I just saw a video online showing a large portion of Nalako has vanished. Enid paused momentarily. That was fast for someone to post a video. She reassured him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Well, I suppose I'm rather lucky. However, the situation is unclear, and I'm somewhat inconvenienced right now. I'll call you back later. Oh right. Find a safe place quickly, and we'll talk again soon. Sure. Enid refrained from elaborating. Now was not the time for idle chatter. Who knew what other misfortunes might still unfold? She hung up the phone, hastily donned her clothes, tidied up her belongings, and departed from the hotel.